Yeah, we did. We did talk about that earlier. Right. Mhm. Yeah, you normally have him doing his family. Mm, mhm. By the way, we're gonna talk about the election. The next string is live, by the way. I'm live right now on the other stream and live on this stream at the same time, just talking to you guys. Matter of fact, maybe I'll go over and look at you guys. And mirror images here, 12 man mirror image. Yeah. I do want to talk about that protest in Philadelphia. I'm not sure how much it got off, but it's interesting that they're in there protesting and debate them. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Anyway, guys, I guess we can go ahead and end this stream. The other stream is live. I put the link in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll put the YouTube link in the chat before we end it here. There you go. Yeah, I'm going to end it right now. Thank you guys for joining with 11 hours 58 minute or 29 minutes. I'm going to end it now. Thank you guys. An eventful night. The debate last night. Let me leave the studio over there. There you go. An eventful night. The debate last night. I'm not sure who won or lost. I actually fell asleep on the debate, the commentary part. I really don't even think it matters that much, to be quite honest with you. Most people should have had their mind made up by now. And if they didn't, I don't think that debate will change their mind. But I'm interested in hearing your feedback. What do you guys think in terms of the debate? I'm so tired, honestly, of the abortion topics, man. I mean, I don't know what else is left to argue for the abortion, but every time we have a debate, it seems to always come up as just it's like a sabotage topic for the Democrats to use to more or less throw off any Republican candidate. Um, I think it's settled now. If it's 6 months, 9 months, state's law, whatever. This can't be used to constantly decide elections or swing one side or the other. I think the women that are voting for this need to find bigger issues. And you may say, well, there's no bigger issue than abortion rights, but you know, I think there are. And we need to come to a reasonable agreement on what is acceptable to have an abortion because the immigrants are coming. And, I don't even know if they practice abortion. Many of them. Do they have abortion in Haiti? I'm just curious to know because the Haitians are coming, and so we need to know if they have abortion over there and make it available for them. They may demand it. What other kind of health care do they have over there? We need to, you know, acclimate ourselves to the new arrivals. John Galt, I like that name. That's a good camera. I always have this camera on. It's not anything special. Just an Anchor camera, probably $45, $50. I have two of them. The other one people don't like though. It's an AI camera by Anchor. And well, you have good eyes, that white John Galt. That is a new bike lock. You are correct. You have good eyes there, my friend. Hmm. To keep my paperwork out of view from you. It looks like we have a couple people joining here. I haven't even used that bike lock, the white jungle. No need. I just go from one house to the next, and I don't need to lock it up in my house. So maybe I'll sell that lock to someone. You got to keep these thieves from stealing people's bikes. You heard Wody Mac, I think he was the Uber driver, said a migrant stole his bike from him in Manhattan. So they are bringing us some diversity there. What's up, Garen? What's up, 12 man?
I'm just glad to see you live again, John. Like,
John Lodge, you got to make sure that you're okay, man. When you were gone, man, we were worried.
Yo, what did you guys think about that debate last night?
It was good. I had to rewatch it because I didn't catch the whole thing. Similar to you, I also fell asleep.
I thought it was kind of boring. I'd rather watch Geno Smith of the Seattle Seahawks stump the Patriots next week. I mean,
yeah, I had to watch it. I had to watch some reviews of it first because number one, it was very boring, and also I was Did you hear about what happened in Philadelphia?
What happened?
Yeah, I was looking at that. Apparently, a couple people got arrested.
Yeah, I was mentioning that while we were streaming.
My God.
I thought there were protesters. I was like, damn, why are they protesting?
Yeah, people get arrested every day.
Yeah, it was a bunch of liberals. A couple of liberals were dressed up as Trump during the protest, making fun of him while they were reviewing, while they were also restreaming the debate.
I'm not surprised. I actually
it was also a fight. I also think a fight broke out. I also think a couple fights broke out.
Is that right? I was actually more interested in the Philly protests than the actual Democrat events, to be quite honest with you. I mean, they had large numbers out there for the protests. You see these numbers? These are pretty big numbers of people out there.
And they ended up getting in a fight with cops too, John.
Did it? Yeah, those are pretty big protests out there. I'm not even sure if I can show that. I better pause there. There's be someone talking shit.
I was going to say, John, I got a link for the arrest. I'll post it in a second.
Yeah, but in the back chat, someone says, "Well, what are you drinking so early, John? Coffee? I hope, coffee. Just with a splash of bourbon coffee."
Well, at least they're concerned about you, John. That's what matters.
Indeed. I'm trying to got to stay healthy every day. Sometimes I get out. I got out early this morning, do my daily exercises. You know, I got that electric bike, and I haven't had to charge the battery one time. I haven't used the battery, but only on hills is when I use it.
How long does it take to charge it, John?
I've never charged it yet.
Doesn't it charge while you pedal?
I don't know. I haven't read the manual.
No, that was the moped.
No, the moped. No, you got to charge that one. Yeah, you got every time you ride that thing, you got to charge it. But the damn bike, you know, as long as you got legs that are working, you don't really need a battery.
Yeah.
On the hills.
I could have sworn most e-bikes charge while you pedal. Like they have a little mini generator inside of them.
I hear that. I got that.
Yeah, I think they do, don't they?
That would be good.
A lot of them do, but
them run.
A lot of them do, but some of them don't. It depends on what model John has.
So, what do you think were the highlights of the debate last night?
I know I'd rather eat hot wings than talk about football, John.
Probably Trump talking about the migrants mainly. Didn't he bring up? I could have sworn I heard him bring up the Haitian eating cats.
Yeah.
Or was it dogs? Was it dog? It was one of the two.
One of them, animals. And while he was saying that, I noticed that Kamala was shaking her head as if that's not true. And, you know, again, it's like we live in a world of pretending where somebody's lying. Either they're killing the dogs and cats and geese, the pictures that we saw.
You ain't killing my dog, John Galt.
So either it was real or it's not. And if it's real, then Kamala is either ignorant or she's lying, openly, deliberately lying. If it was fake, then you have to ask yourself, Why are people perpetrating these fake messages? And is it racist? They keep telling us these blacks are eating cats and dogs and all this.
Yeah. Is that real? Is that real or fake?
I don't know. But if it's not true, then why is the media keep showing blacks acting like animals, lower than animals?
God.
One must have. That's a reasonable question. If Kamala Harris said that the Haitians are not eating the cats and dogs, then what explains all these pictures in the media reporting that we saw? Is that propaganda? Is it meant to inflame us? Well, I don't know.
I mean, John, did they even bring it up directly? Like, did they directly talk about that, or are you?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if they did or not. I don't know if they mentioned Sylacauga, Alabama, or New York in the migrants, or I didn't hear it.
Black Twitter ain't really. I was gonna say Black Twitter ain't really talking about it either.
I didn't hear anything about the Haitians other than when Trump mentioned the dog. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't watch all of it, but I don't think there's any bigger issue of the day than bringing in people incompatible with our culture here, and it was hardly mentioned.
John Galt, anyone tries to eat my dog, I'll blow their face off.
Anyone that defected this debate should have been centered solely on that.
They spoke about it, John. He tried to bring it up. Of course, they tried to summarily quell what he was saying. The moderator, not only moderator, but Kamala, the Ugandan Nightmare, tried as well. And the thing,
one, they both suck.
And what the moderator tried to do was funny because he said, "Well, I spoke with the mayor's office, and they said that wasn't happening," as if that man is the authority. He sits on the ground. He sees everything in the city. His constituency is lying, is what he was implying when he said they spoke with the mayor's office. When we have countless unbiased people coming to and video of people going to city council meetings and others, and not just white people, but black people, of course, saying, "Hey, look, man, they're killing cats, eating cats, they're roasting ducks without a game license, which is illegal." And duck hunting isn't even in season right now.
You mean illegal, Black?
Say again?
Illegal. They're doing it illegally.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're doing it illegally, and if they wanted to be within the confines of the law, then they would have to have gaming license. They would have to have a game license in order to hunt ducks. And then there are certain ducks that you can hunt.
We can get into what they should and shouldn't have done and all that kind of bullshit.
The point that I'm making is that the law rules for thee and not for me is my point.
Again, these people they go speak to other politicians, the mayors, people that have every incentive to hide this.
Exactly, rules for thee and not for me. That's my point.
Why didn't she go speak to the people? The mayor,
because she doesn't give a shit.
Right, because
we're gonna say, John, you know why?
Give a shit because they clearly give a shit. They want to hide this information.
Yeah, they don't care about what the people have to say. Is my point.
They don't care, and it really makes
John. When there's no law, people will take the law into their own hands.
So my question is again, when Kamala was talking about the Haitians eating and killing dogs in Springfield, Ohio, she was shaking her head and said, "That's not true." How does she know that's not true?
She doesn't know.
Well, why does
she doesn't know? She's either
because she's
A, in the dark, or B, she's lying.
No, because the policies that she championed, this is a direct result of those policies, and she knows she has to wear that albatross around her neck for the policies she championed. Because remember, she championed the 20,000 Haitians coming into America under TPS status. Okay. That's why.
There's a black guy going around Springfield. I'm trying to reach out to him to get him on the stream.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
the comedian.
No, I think his name Anthony Sullivan is. I don't know if he's a comedian or not, but he's
The guy with the red hoodie.
Sullivan.
Yeah, he's a comedian. Is that guy a comedian?
Yeah, he's a comedian.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
He's a comedian and running for mayor as well.
How do you find the guy? I really want to get him on my stream. I was trying to reach out.
Just find his Instagram. I'm sure he's not hard to find.
Anthony, yeah.
Instagram, Twitter, whatever, and then reach out to him and let him know you want him on the show.
Sullivan. Yeah, I reached out to someone that had him on there in Mayor Springfield. I really would like to get that guy on there.
Yeah, because he'll tell you the long and short of it. He'll tell you the truth. He'll say, hey, look, this is what's happening. Because remember, he was one of the people going in and speaking to the council at the behest of the people, of all the people in the city. And they just summarily dismissed him. Look, man, these politicians, man, they're inhuman almost.
Yeah,
whenever you have a problem with them, they sit in silence, almost mocking you, okay? Goading you into doing something radical. When you're trying to get something done. Yeah.
If someone can find that guy, Anthony, I think his last name is Sullivan. Anthony Sullivan.
Yeah, bro.
John.
If anyone can find the guy,
I tried to look him up. The only Anthony Sullivan that's coming up is that white guy who did the OxyClean commercial.
I don't believe his name is Sullivan, but I could be wrong.
Not Sullivan. It's not Sullivan. It's not Sullivan.
Shit, let me watch my phone with some of this shit.
What is he pointing at her? That's my question, John. Is what is he pointing at her?
It's a microphone. That's a microphone.
It's the microphone. Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay.
I know worries, man.
Sorry, John.
Personally, I thought that Trump was very compos mentis last night, and didn't have any issues dealing with Harris. And then, but here we are. One thing that I noticed a lot of was them trying to nail down Trump's policies, but then allowing Harris to skirt her own when they were never holding her to the fire. When it came to her policies, she kept floating them, but she had none whatsoever. And when it came to the albatrosses that the aforementioned, that concerning her recent tenure in the office as vice president, she has nothing. She has nothing.
What does albatross mean?
Albatross is something bad. An albatross is something that you have to wear that you've done wrong and you can't get away from. You wear something like an albatross around your neck.
That's right.
A burden of sorts. But yeah, in terms of what she's done with the Haitians, with the illegal aliens, all of them, when it comes to her tenure, as she kept trying to champion her tenure as a DA, as if that was a good thing. It was crazy, man. Her time as a senator, I mean, it just went on and on and on, and she still would not define what policies she was speaking of and how she was going to do it. But what they were trying to do to Trump was nail him to the cross. Oh, well, what about your policies? Oh, well, how do you plan on doing that? You said that you'd come in day one and do this. How do you plan to do that? How do you plan to do this?
Black, yeah. I thought her biggest problem was she kept looking at Trump and Trump kept looking at the camera and talking to the people.
Because her modus operandi was get Trump. Not talk, though she tried to feign, oh, I just want to move forward. Why can't we just move beyond this, turn the page, etc., ad nauseum, blah blah blah. Okay, that she man, I'll give her that, man. They tried to make it, try to dig deep and double down on the Trumpisms for
Well,
sure.
Black, why couldn't they? Why couldn't Kamala just look the people in the face like
Because there were
Donald Trump?
snakes don't look you in the face. That's why they're ambush predators.
Ryan, what did you think about the debate?
I think that we know how Trump debates, and I think that all she had to prove.
Ryan, give me 1 second. Let me change your mic up. Give me 1 second.
I can change on mine too.
I did it already. Go ahead, Ryan.
So here's the deal. All she had to prove was the following: she would not give an answer like Russia is a big country, Ukraine is a small country. All she had to do was prove half competent, which she did.
Okay.
Unfortunately, right? So the thing is, you can't really trip her up. They're going to give her questions. They're not going to fact check her. And all she had to do was prove competency, and she appeared like she was not a moron like Biden, right? That's all she had to do. So she technically won based on that. They're not going to trip her up like, hey, you said back in a couple years ago that you wanted to defund ICE, right? Is that really how you feel now? Like that wasn't going to come up. So all she had to prove was she had to not dump her drawers like Biden, and she would have walked out okay either way. So I kind of figured that. Going in, I said,
well,
CKJ3, what do you think? Trying to get everyone's opinion here. CKJ3, did you watch the debate? What did you think last night? He's on mute.
Well,
we know how you feel about it. Dennis, any thoughts on it? 12 man, your thoughts on it?
Well, I just didn't like the way she couldn't look the American people in the eye. She seemed very dishonest and like incapable. I think she came off as very, very weak, John.
Here's a tweet I just saw, and again, I didn't watch all of the debate. I saw enough of it to kind of get where it was headed here. And so here's a tweet coming in from Colin Rugg. This is a kind of conservative guy. Donald Trump calls for ABC News to get their license taken away after their abysmal debate moderation last night. Moderators are under fire for their continuous fact checks of Trump without any for Harris. Is that true? Did they not fact check Harris at all?
Not at all.
No,
they didn't.
No, they didn't. Black.
Because she kept, remember in the chat, I kept telling you that she was platitudinous while they kept scrutinizing Trump. Platitudinous means she could just say whatever she wanted and they took it as truth.
Stanley, yes and no. Did you see them fact check Kamala at all last night? I didn't see it.
No, that's because she didn't give any facts to check, frankly.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. It was all just wild-eyed. We're going to do this bullshit.
It was position, like I am for fracking, that sort of thing. You can't fact check.
She repeated the fine people lie. That could have been fact checked easily.
The thing is,
that could have been fact checked easily.
She was actually pretty smart.
There were plenty of things that could have fact checked her.
Stanley.
There were plenty of things. There were plenty of things they could have fact checked.
Don't be yelling at me.
No, I'm not yelling.
One at a time, guys.
No, but there were plenty of things they could have fact checked her on.
Hold on.
Not to, at least be objective, Stanley. Please.
Hold on. One at a time. Okay.
Wait,
Ryan.
I literally said she didn't give much to fact check.
Stanley. Ryan, is there anything that you think she could have been fact checked on, Ryan?
Most of her, like the media should have said, I need you to be more specific. I know that you want to help everyone, Kamala. However, how will you do that specifically? And that they didn't even get into that. They could have asked her, "Hey, back in 2020, you wanted to defund ICE completely and overhaul the whole system.
Right.
What is your position on them now?" Like, there was none of that. It was just,
so they
didn't
confront her. They didn't confront her about her flip flopping. Is that right?
Well,
John, they did.
No,
one at a time. Come on, guys.
John, not one person voted for her. John.
And we're talking about the
nobody.
We're talking about the fact checking, flip flopping. Did they confront her on her changing policies or anything like that last night?
No.
Stanley, what do you think?
I don't recall that they did, other than I can't remember whether it was before or after the debate, but that they did talk to her about her fracking. They didn't confront her position a few years ago, but she did basically say that she would not pass a policy that was anti-fracking. I don't think she whipped out anything that needed to be fact checked. It was all positions, and you can't fact check whether you're pro fracking, for instance, or not.
Well, I guess you have to contrast it with her earlier positions, right? But if you don't contrast it with her earlier positions, and someone says, "I'm for this,"
but beyond her positions, let's talk about what she actually said. Okay,
let's talk about the fact that she said.
Let's talk about how she said. I'm not even talking about fracking. That's one thing. That's something we just keep holding on to. I'm talking about when she was saying it was a fact that Trump left them in a terrible position financially, which was a lie. I'm talking about the fact when she talked about I'm talking about her border czar position. Remember, when they didn't even bring that up concerning her being the border czar. When Trump tried to bring it up, they tried to throw it under the rug.
Let me ask you a question about the border czar. Do you think they should have brought that up to her, Stanley? Would you have liked to hear more from Kamala? Considering she's been in charge of the border?
Yeah. I mean, I would have been interested to know what she specifically did, but what she pivoted to, if I recall, and I probably have to rewatch the debate, just so take notes.
Was the Senate bill?
Basically, when they asked her about it, she pointed to the policy that Trump hopped on the phone and shot down. How can you fact
hold on? But okay. Here's an example.
Hold on. Fact checking. How do you fact check that when everyone knows about it?
Hold on.
I'll tell you.
Hold on. I think we moved away from the fact check.
Ryan,
we haven't moved away from the fact
check.
If I'm
in the media,
the bottom line is, call her oily or snaky or whatever. She didn't give them much to fact check.
Let me ask you this.
It's not her. It's not her that I mentioned. It's the media.
Okay. Yeah, they did not ask her the apropos
question. You know what? If you're complaining about the moderators, you aren't the only ones. But that really, you can't blame Kamala for what she wasn't asked.
Here's what I'm trying to say. The response from the media, if I was the journalist, I would have said, I understand that there was a bill presented called whatever it was by the Senate, and it seemed to be bipartisan. However, the House a year earlier presented H.R. 1, which was a bill to rein in immigration, and the Democrats wouldn't even pick that up. What are your thoughts on that, Kamala? Like, they didn't even get into that. That bill was a year later than the House bill. They didn't even mention it.
She would have given the same answer.
Terrible.
You can't blame Kamala for what she
would have given the same answer.
I really don't. I know what she is. I know what Kamala Harris is.
Because she was not.
At the end of the day, people who like Trump think he creamed her, that she's retarded, and people who like Kamala think she had a flawless victory, and that Trump didn't make a single fucking point. And the people who are in between, their opinion's not really going to be changed one way or the other. Correct. I will say, though, I think Trump connected to the American people more with his debate because they live in that reality, right? Like he's living in the real world where everybody's not having the greatest time of their lives like they are in this Biden fantasy. But I think Kamala, she closed better and connected with the American people with her message. And I it actually kind of sounded like Obama wrote it.
Yeah.
You know, I really wonder this. Here's my question before I make a statement. It seems to me that you have someone basically incumbent that wasn't asked a lot of tough questions about her past 3 years. She's had at least one important job. The borders are. And the little bit of time that I listened, I think I heard about an hour or so. I didn't hear any questions critical to her or tough questions about the border or anything like that. That's just my opinion from what I saw. Maybe they asked them later after I went to bed. But I want to get your guys' opinion. Do you think the moderators were fair by basically her main job? They didn't even critique her job for the last 3 years, which was the borders are. That was her responsibility.
No, they were not fair.
At least while I watched. What do you
think?
You
were the 51st vote, and
they weren't fair. It was rigged.
Well, you were the 51st vote on multiple bills in single email.
When they talked about the bill back, that $2 trillion bill that she tried to float as as something that was good, they should have held her accountable for that as well, because it single-handedly drove the American populace into a recession.
Yeah,
as conservatives, how do y'all just keep having the same conversation about moderators, though? You know, is it just like you just kind of got to accept it that's the way it's going to be? You know, you can never get a fair shake as conservatives from the moderators.
Well,
not really. No,
I agree, Denizen. However, the Republicans are too dumb to anticipate and plan around that, and they give them talking points because the Republican strategists are so dumb. It's amazing to me.
See, I think
Mitch McConnell.
I think what you can 12 man. I think what you consider to be dumb, I don't think they're dumb. You know, I just don't like they've had Fox News moderators, and I hear the conservatives bitching and moaning just the same.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other people that can moderate a debate, but why do they have to choose the same old moderators from basically mainstream news? There are people that get many more views than ABC, CBS, and Fox. They could have someone. I heard someone mention Joe Rogan. He's fairly middle of the road.
That would be a mistake.
So the parties choose.
He's middle of the road. Joe Rogan would call them both out. Is what he would do.
No, Joe Rogan's not good at politics.
Hey, are these people good at politics? They seemingly have taken a side.
Okay, well, you know what? Obviously, they're not good at politics, and neither is Joe Rogan.
Well, I just use Joe Rogan as a name. It could be anyone. Use him as a placeholder for. There has to be someone.
Well, John, I've taken the side of the American people.
All right.
I agree with 12th Man. They ought to just pick some folks off the street.
There you go, right? Like, because
you get dumb people.
Pick some random.
Hey, here's the example of what I mean, right? Last night, the moderator, in discrediting the migration, she went to a politician. She should have pointed to an example of a person. So today, what we're going to do, we're going to call some people in Springfield, just random businesses like a barbershop. And we're going to see if they echo the mayor's response that the moderator seemingly had ready to go whenever immigration was brought up in Springfield. She had the mayor's response right on cue. That's another politician. These people are all in it together. Why didn't she have a person on the street point of view? Why didn't she have this man's point of view? Why not this man's point of view? How about him?
Can you clarify the state, John?
Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards? Or
Tell me.
Even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. These people have
magic money
like
cards.
factory jobs, making $20, $30 an hour and still receiving food and cash assistance from the government. I can't even make over a certain amount a month, or they take my assistance. I don't even have assistance right now because I keep getting denied. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
United States.
Yeah. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5,000 on their food assistance card,
you can see that on the receipt. That is true.
$5,000. The landlord told my mother to her face, "You're going to find troubles getting a landlord to rent to you because the government is giving landlords $800."
Wait. I swear I heard a nigga say that before. I swear I've heard somebody say that shit before. Is it your gracious host here, John Galt, that said the same shit? You've all heard me say this, right? I'm gonna rewind.
Well, John, she looks like she's been on too many food stamps. Just saying.
Getting a landlord to
let me hear her say this.
Rent to you because the government is to her face on their food assistance card. $5,000. The landlord told my mother to her face, "You're going to find troubles getting a landlord to rent to you because the government is giving landlords $800 a head to rent to the Haitians."
Why?
To give them places to live. It's like I said, the government's more worried about bringing in Haitians to live here than they are to take care of their own citizens. We have veterans, people who went and put their lives at risk for us, sleeping on the streets because the Haitians are more important.
What do you think should be done?
Whole ass priority change. Our government is prioritizing the wrong country. Like, I get the U.S. was built on immigration, but that was legal immigration after a while. Like,
it was legal-ish.
I have nothing against immigration. I really don't. If you want to go someplace to try and build a better life for yourself, do that. But for our government to totally throw aside national citizens, people that was born and raised here, that's, this is our country. It's our government. And they're treating us like we're the trash.
I'm going to tell you what. That man back there in the back of her, no shirt on in that ragged ass house, she gonna expect him to do something. We've seen women We've seen woman after woman getting up in front of this city council, getting harassed, intimidated, told shut the fuck up. Here's another woman. I can't get shit while they giving everything else to everybody. This wasn't addressed last night, but it will be at some point. I do believe that. You can't keep shitting on these people.
I concur. But what are the men? But the question is, what, if anything, can be done and what will be done? Because I don't believe that the men will. The climate we're living in now, I don't believe the men will do any sort of mobilization to defend the honor of some wayward woman.
They keep everybody fed. That keeps them, hungry people rebel.
Well, of course. Well, you'll see it.
She's getting hungry.
My point is that it's not going to be it's not going to be altruism that's going to mobilize the men. I agree more with what you just said, Ryan. It'll be hungry bellies. Because right now they're just fleecing the American populace. It's insane what they're doing. Inflation's ridiculous. They can't really do anything about it. I mean, really, what can the politicians do about the money supply except for print more money? If they allow anything to lapse.
What are all these fat people gonna do, Black?
They're gonna go down they're going to increase the notches on their belt, which they could stand to do. But beyond that, I'm saying they're going. I'm saying the politicians don't want to reduce the money supply. If they do that, meaning they allow inflation, to take its course. You'll see Social Security not being paid. Politicians don't want that. You'll see other things not being paid if they just focus solely on paying back the debt. There's no way. There's no way. Remember, in the 70s, they went up to 20%, 20% interest rates. Okay, can you imagine that happening now? Can you imagine that happening now? There's no way. We wouldn't survive it. We wouldn't survive it. Meaning the quality of life people are accustomed to will go right on down the toilet. People are not about to shave that off.
Ryan, why do you think the immigration topic was not even covered last night? CKJ,
Black, you gotta stock up on precious metals. Buy lead.
Lead?
Ryan, what did you say, Ryan?
That explains a lot.
Let's in high demand. So here's the thing: the whole immigration thing. I figured no one's really given the reality, which is the wage suppression. That wasn't discussed at all. Every time there's an influx of immigrants, legal or illegal, there's wage suppression that goes on.
That's a fact.
People don't make more money, which damages the standard of living for working people. The other thing that they didn't discuss, stupidly, was the fact that right now we're in the middle of China's overproducing to get themselves out of the hole that they're in, which isn't that big of a hole, right? There's Chilean steel workers striking. The Europeans are freaking out about these EVs rolling in from China that are 11 grand. Okay. China has tax cuts for their strong industries. I mean, they have industrial policy to become number one. And at the end of the day, we're focused on immigrants, and there's no discussion of industrial policy other than the stupid one Biden did for EVs that are all based in China, where they dominate that industry and aren't going to let it go. So at the end of the day, we are going to be Northern England soon enough, which is just everybody working at Dunkin' Donuts, right? That's what's going to happen unless these two idiots get it together. That's where I'm at. Immigration's terrible, and it's going to hurt working people. But we're all going to be broke eventually and vassals to China and places like Dunkin' Donuts.
But we won't be vassals to China. We'll be vassals.
And this idiot Biden cut R&D tax deductions down to 2%. They pay less taxes than us, and she wants to raise the corporate rate to 28%, further stymieing U.S. productivity growth. And they need to have targeted cuts for R&D and to reinvest into our economy.
Yes.
And these people don't even, they're too dumb. They're just dumb.
They're dumb, and they won't talk about and that's the point. They won't talk about monetary policy whatsoever. And then I don't believe that any Americans could truly understand it. But one caveat to what you said: there's no future for China. China's not digging its way out. China's not digging its way out of that Grand Canyon-sized hole it put itself in.
They're going to put a lot
China
of
is number one best economy.
Hey, Dennis,
they're going to put a lot of our businesses out of business, man.
And, I'm saying who's going to do it is Mexico and India. Okay, it's not going to be China. China's done. They're not nobody's manufacturing. When I say nobody, I mean the big boys. They're not manufacturing there anymore. It's all going to India. It's all going to Mexico.
They're moving.
But I do want to ask Dennis, what would you have liked to hear last night, focused on in the debates?
Oh man, that's a good question. Considering I don't vote or believe in the system, you got me with that one. I guess maybe an actual economic plan to lower housing prices, to provide more programs for people to invest in real estate, and to lower the fucking inflation. Like an actual discussion, like the kind that they would have had on PBS when we were kids, not the kind that they have on the debates nowadays. Ryan knows what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
There are all kind of incentives to get you to invest in the stock market. The government is very good at that. To get you to invest in the stock market, they're very good at getting you to buy paper. But they're very,
Hey, John, Denizen still believes in Casper the Friendly Ghost. Just so you know.
12 man. Come on, 12 man. All right. I'm gonna give you one more time. Denizen, The government is very good, very persuasive about getting people to buy paper. Very good. But they seem to be very ineffective at getting people to buy real assets. Do you think that's a bug or a feature?
Feature. Yeah, I
Why?
think I don't know if it's a zero-sum game or not, but I know that they act like it is. Right? There's definite gatekeeping. And I think that people who are wealthy have a different relationship with money, and that they don't attach their value to the money that they have. They presuppose their own value. And that is why they look to acquire assets. So in other words, poor people getting richer doesn't make them your equal in their eyes. Rising all boats is irrelevant because they consider themselves better people anyway. And so they don't really want to share with anybody else.
I think, what you wanted to hear about economic policy, getting people to buy houses, again, I think
people to buy houses how? With what money?
That's a very good point. In that Denizen, he wants the government to focus on getting people to buy houses, but then say, well, how would they buy them? How would they even maintain them if they own
all their policies, John, are antithetical to people buying houses. Right. You don't remember Biden imposing that 1% tax with an executive order to the quote,
a tax by decree, literally.
Yeah. Where you're going to pay this 1% tax at closing so that we can quote get the disenfranchised into house. I forgot what he called it, but there's no incentive to purchase anything. And then even if there were, the money supply isn't there. Okay, nobody can afford to build it. You can't afford the materials to build a house worth living in. Period. And then I saw somebody in the comments talking about we want manufacturing back in the U.S. Yeah, because you just said you made a poignant observation. You said we can't even make jetliners that don't crash. You're right, because we don't make them. We don't make the jetliners. We don't make the materials. Okay, I'm sorry. We don't fabricate the materials. We don't put it together. We only quote maintenance it unquote, and we do a piss poor job at that. Because we don't make it. Nobody makes it. The Air China and all, and every outsourced country we utilize makes all that shit, and then we import it here. So just because it says it's USA, it doesn't mean it. We know this.
I can get even more pie in the sky. How about a leader that will have an honest conversation about how global the economy is, while reminding people that we're still in a stage of economic development where national identity matters, and it's important that we make our own shit and we take pride in it, because otherwise people literally die. Oh, and how about healthcare? That would have been so. Here's my more realistic wish. Just some rhetoric about Medicare for all. Not any action, not any plan. Just moving the conversation toward Medicare for all.
Do you want Medicare for all, Dennison? Is that what you want?
Sure, why not?
Fair enough. Okay.
Well, I'd like to remind everybody, leaders won't answer questions they're not asked. So, if you want leaders who will sit down and talk all these policies, economic, manufacturing, etc., somebody has to ask the question. And I don't think we should blame Trump or Kamala for questions they weren't asked.
Well, let me ask you this, Stanley. Do you think the moderators should be blamed?
I think they ask questions that have been floating around since 2020. I made the comment last night that the questions were hackneyed, to use a Black's word. I had to throw that in there.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
The moderators could be blamed for not coming up with like pointed questions.
If you were a moderator on the debate, what question would you ask Kamala?
I actually would have asked the questions that Dennison asked. What specifically is your plan to lower the
Cost
lower
of living.
inflation?
That would have been the first question.
Cost of living. I mean, and when they try and squirm out, as both of them did last night, rein them back
Box
in
them
and
back
make them
in.
answer the question.
I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I sure do.
Yeah.
Give me your 30-second question on what you would
They
have
could have had the whole debate on that shit, John. The whole fucking
Stanley,
hour or whatever it was could have been about inflation, right, y'all?
It sure could have been. And Stanley, that's where you and I agree. My point isn't, Trump. I've never been that way. I never will be that way. I want a true leader. I definitely don't want Kamala, of course. But I'll say, I want my leadership to come in and answer real questions. And you made a great point that they have to be asked the real questions and have their feet held to the fire. Absolutely.
Well, it seems like, depending on your point of view, Trump was asked some tough questions, no?
Yes, they did. They did. They did biasly do that. They did biasly ask him harder questions. Yes, they did. That's something we noticed.
Stanley, what question would you have asked Trump if you were the moderator?
You know what?
Say again.
I probably would have. I would have, and they did ask him this. I actually would have asked him more about Israel, and especially Russia, Ukraine. I really want to know what he would do on day one to end the war. And frankly, he said if he were president, the war would have never happened. I would have asked him about that too. What specifically would you have done had you been president to prevent this war? What could Biden have done better? I think those
would you accept a Ukraine where the eastern Donbass region was and Crimea stayed and Odessa stayed in Russian hands, and that was the compromise?
I guess that's a question, but I would be more interested in what would you have done to prevent it?
Trump said he would end the war on the day he was elected. He'll end the
and
war.
I want to know how he's going to do that.
Be brave. Did you watch the debate last night?
No, I've never watched a debate in my life. I can't. I'm serious. They make me sick to my stomach because they're such an insult to a man's intelligence. I'm not even saying that kidding. I can't watch them.
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
I can't.
I used to be like that until I got full George Carlin mode, and now it's just pure entertainment.
Yeah, no, well, it's a waste of a life. But did you say they didn't? I didn't know. And I was astounded when you said this, John. They didn't address the immigrants?
Well, Trump tried to bring it up, and Kamala was shaking her head, saying that's not true about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio.
Okay, so then Trump tried to bring it up as a show because he was instructed and scripted to do that.
And the moderator fact-checked him and said that's not true.
And then it dropped?
Someone chime in. Did it go away from there at that point? I can't remember.
They kept asking questions, but nobody got narrowed down on any answers. And certainly those moderators don't want to have that conversation because that's one of her weakest points.
Well, it's not her weakest points, Dennison. It's the elephant in the room that we're being switched as an entire culture.
I don't think anybody's going to think about it on that high of a level.
I know
believes in those debates, though.
But we're talking presidential debates. That's the joke of it.
Right.
The most intense cultural occurrence in our lives right now, outside of the unchecked due to the DAs and prosecutors, the unchecked violent street crime now that we're dealing with. That and migrants is the very most intense cultural engineering that we've witnessed in 50 years. It's
Yeah.
cultural engineering.
Yeah,
And and I'm surprised that, and so it got just swept over, kind of. Nothing serious talked about it. No solutions, no border walls, no at least superficial bragging of border walls being going to be put up or nothing.
Nothing was talked about yet.
Well, John,
and it may coincide with the never-ending bus cycle too, where we just prices keep going higher, and our quality of life is lowered to the places where these people came from to begin with.
Oh yeah, no, well, we're never going to get lower than the places they came from, not for a long time. I don't think they won't do that, but the point is they're going. It's not a matter of a lower living standard. It's a matter of just there's going to be no expectations of anything American anymore. Anything,
Brave,
including ownership.
Brave, I've been covering this immigration quite a bit, and I've been telling people that it's going to be very difficult to find places to rent. And I just played a clip of a white woman saying her landlord told her, hey, the government has chosen the migrants over you. And they're giving the migrants much more money for rent than you'll ever be able to pay. And
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're in the debate. Did somebody bring up your sentiments, John? That's a very real sentiment. It's real. It's happening. You got case studies of it, and two people running for president said, "Don't worry about that."
Well, hold on. Trump tried to bring it up. And
no, I know he tried, but John, I'm telling you, John,
hold on, Brady. The moderator fact-checked him with a statement from a fellow politician.
Mm-hmm.
Not with a resident that lives in that town. She didn't go to the residents that lived in that town, anything like that, Brave. She went to a fellow politician.
Yeah.
And we've seen that the politicians in Aurora would blame the landlords before they ever approach the gang members.
Well, not only that, but
force is going to matter in this country, and the gang members are willing to exert force.
Yeah.
And the people who are
we're funding it, John.
The people who
we're funding it.
The people who keep looking to the government to, stop their force. The government more likely to go along with it. Listen to this, Brave. I want you, since you're here, I want to get your comment on this.
In our best interest to be here after recent comments. I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something.
I don't need to play any more of this shit.
He said he was his son was killed by what? A 60-year-old white man?
Let me replay it again. This is a man whose child was killed by a Haitian in Springfield, Illinois. And listen what he says.
To be here after recent comments. I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so. If that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aiden appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the US, but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale? In our best interest.
Brave, you probably don't know this. Most people probably don't know there's a rash of car crashes and shit going on in Springfield, Ohio.
Well, that guy right there is probably either, and I'm not saying the guy is probably, he's either rainbowed, gay, or he's got a Democrat wife that's henpecking him until his brains fall out. Because no man would set up there and speak like that on that situation. But this goes, it goes back to Stanley saying we don't ask the right questions. Please, we're not allowed to ask the right questions. How silly of a statement was that, Stanley? We're not allowed to ask the right questions. If you ask the right questions, you get shut up. So people try to ask the right questions all across the nation at times, and they get shut down. So this guy he's up now. He's up here talking about using hate when in reality he should be talking about what's going on with the influx of migrants. The people aren't allowed to ask that, because if they ask that, what it does is it would get to the bottom of the fact that this is being engineered. This isn't an accident. This isn't dumb politicians. There's no dumb politicians.
Let me know when I can respond.
Before you respond, hold on, Toy Man. Here's the thing that I noticed. First, it was a prepared speech. He went straight at Trump, Kamala. He said he wished it was a white man. Why ain't wish it was a nigga? Huh?
He's racist. He's racist.
Why didn't he say I wish it was an American? He chose a white man, 60-year-old white man. When the hell is 60-year-old white man out here killing anybody? Getting in car crashes, killing people.
And that about how old you are, John.
Think about this. Think about this. Where is this man speaking? Where is this? Most people don't have a podium in their home. He's not at home because they don't have floor-to-ceiling windows. This is probably in some city hall office, some city hall office space, conference room.
Council chambers, yeah.
The politicians gave him a script and said, get your ass up here and read it, right? Maybe he got a business that does business with the city. We don't know. But he ain't at home reading this. He ain't out in front of his house. And these ain't words coming out of his heart.
No.
These are words written for him.
It could be if he has a rough. I've seen liberal women dare their husbands not to be liberal, John.
But again, man, like there's no passion, there's no emotion. He just
I know. That's why I'm saying that's probably the case. He's got a woman that's telling him, "You'll do this or you'll lose a marriage. You'll think this or you'll lose a marriage." Not the speech he wrote, just his frame of mind that he could actually get up there and deliver that nonsense.
Again, it just seems odd to me that this man is not at home. He just lost his son. He's not at home, grieving.
How long ago? Do you know the time? How long ago
we can look it up. No, he was killed about a week. The boy was killed about, I guess, a week or so ago, whatever. But you know, it just seems odd to me that he would go somewhere formally in front of a podium. They got T-shirts made. That's not odd. You know, you see the black people do it all the time. But it just seems weird that a man would not want questions answered. That's all I'm saying. Like, you know, somebody put him up to do this, is my opinion.
Or, John, the people are so psychologically defeated that he thinks. First of all, you're right. His son just died. How can he even deliver a speech? Number two, he's so psychologically defeated by the propaganda and the nonsense of the cultural engineering that he thinks he's actually doing something constructive, as opposed to saying, excuse me, my son was just killed, like you say, John. I'd like some answers on why Haitians are being brought in by the busloads. That's what I'm after. I don't care what the politicians are. But
Here is what I would like to respond. Okay, I don't think my point about asking the right questions is silly. What I do think is silly is you all projecting what John would do or what Brave would do onto other people. You know what? He gave the speech, he did what he did, and I actually don't understand why what you would have done is even relevant.
Oh, it's not. That's the point. What he's doing is irrelevant. Other than
you don't get to make that call. You get to have your opinion.
His relevancy comes with advancing the agenda.
Your agenda? His relevancy is projecting your agenda. Now, how silly is that? That, in my opinion, is true silliness.
How is the corporate agenda the world corporate agenda my agenda? How is that my agenda?
You know what? I don't know what your agenda is, but projecting someone's relevance onto them, or what you want other people to do, and when they disappoint you, it's not your place.
Hey, Stanley, he needs to say something more real. His son was just killed. And
you don't get to tell a man how to react to his dead son.
Yes, you do.
That is silly.
No, that's not silly. That's your problem.
Silly. And quite frankly, the better word is sad. You don't get to tell someone how to breathe.
Okay, right quick though. That's how you maintain a culture, is you tell people.
No, motherfucker, you don't maintain a culture that way.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on, Bray. Here's the thing, right? So, regardless of how he responded to it, I think we can all say it looks a little weird.
It is.
It looks weird.
Going to the city government building and speaking and making it political.
Yes.
Like, that's what I'm speaking on. Like, somebody got to him. Maybe he has, as I said, maybe he has business that has to do business with the city, and they got to maintain the image that there are no migrant problems here. And so he said, well, they wrote him out a statement. But I don't believe that he came up with that statement.
Hell no.
And he went down to the city office building. They would have had to sanction him speaking like that. You can't go to a government building and put a podium up and give a statement unless they're okay with it. And they had to be okay with this statement. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the people are being, forced to go along with this. Either economically, they're benefiting from it. Socially, he don't want to be ostracized by speaking on the people that are doing it.
Yes.
But it's very weird, man. Regardless of how he responded, where he responded, the statement, again, the city had to allow him to do that. I find that to be weird.
You think it's clear out of preparing racist or something? Or?
I'm sorry?
Well, John, we're all fucked. Why didn't you just say it? We're all fucked.
Well, we are. I've said it 1,000 times, 12th. We are. That's why my point is when you see these debates, they're shoving in our face that we're all screwed. This is what I've been saying for a year, folks. You got to look at what they're doing with a little more realism. They're telling us, they're conditioning us to accept a much lower expectation of political results. They're saying, never mind, you have no power anymore. You got to get this in your head, peasants. That's what they're doing with us.
And I think that is so much cynicism. It surprises me. It astounds me. Maybe you should be. Maybe you should speak for yourself and not for everyone else.
Oh no,
Stanley. Yesterday, and Brave wasn't here, and maybe I should play it again. It was the Sylacauga, Alabama, small town, close to my hometown.
Stanley, what does cynicism mean?
And so yesterday I played a clip from Sylacauga, Alabama, and it was about the people wanting to basically speak to their representatives. And they just wanted to talk about the migrant crisis and the things that they're seeing in their town. And what Brave is saying is that, and we saw it just yesterday, that when you ask the questions that they don't want to be asked, they will just shut you down. They'll shut the whole fucking meeting down.
Done.
And let me show you an example, Brave, to, more or less confirm what you're saying. I want you to watch these white people in this small town. And I mentioned the race because I'm going to come back to that. Yeah. These are people asking about the migrant situation in a small town in Sylacauga, Alabama.
I have to say the attitude of the council with reference to this is entirely unacceptable. Do we know where the individuals we're discussing are coming from? Where their point of origin is? Because you're treating them like lawful U.S. citizens, which they are not.
Okay, so I'm going to cut it off because we've had 3 people to come up. I'm going to cut it off because we have no reason. Again, we have no reason to launch an investigation or to treat people differently because of how they look. There's no reason for it. Well, that's just what I'm saying. I just said that. He just said that.
Okay,
So but I said that there's no reason for us to discuss this any further.
For valid concerns that we need to
have valid concerns, Lord. People come here all the time.
There you have it, folks. And guess who shut him down?
Hold on, Brave. To the left on the screen, you see this white woman right here?
Yeah.
She said, wait a minute, those are valid concerns.
Jesus, so you got a white woman on the council saying valid concerns, you got a black woman saying shut up, it doesn't mean nothing. And we think race isn't important in this day and age.
Shut
really?
Up. She told him, shut up. Now, this ain't the first person she told to shut up. There were 2 other women that came up here, and Brave, I'm gonna get to a point in a minute. There were 2 other white women, older white women, about 60 years old, 50 years old, came up, and she basically, this black woman dismissed both of them. And in each case, the white woman tried to massage the situation just a little bit, right? Try to give them some answers when this woman was saying, I ain't answering shit. But anyway.
Valid concerns, Laura. People come here all the time. We visit Birmingham. We visit other.
Haiti is a failed state. Their president was assassinated in 2021. There is no way the State Department can vet these individuals.
We're done, and I'm going to access him. Please let him talk.
You hear the white woman, please let him talk. Ain't no more talking going on.
That woman's probably too dumb to even have gotten elected. Most of these people are stupid.
I'll get to that point in a minute if we have time.
They're just dumb.
Look at all these old white people, Brave.
Yeah.
Being invaded by Haitians.
Sure.
In Alabama, small town.
Scared. They look concerned.
Better be scared.
Having no other further business, I need a motion to adjourn.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
12 man, what's the rule on the video?
Good to know. Don't want to hear the truth.
This is our city, not This is our city. Can you just say that we can't speak, that we have no word? I'm from Southern California.
What would you like us to do?
To cut off public debate in the middle of a meeting is a violation of law.
What they're going to do is they're going to spend our tax money. That's the money they're going to be spending. They speak French. Our teachers will be able to educate the children.
Did you hear that, Brave? She said they speak French. Our schools are not going to be able to accommodate them. So what?
Learning?
We have all French-speaking schools then.
Yeah, it's not our problem.
French. They could be French as a first language, English as a second language.
I would have been interested in somebody asking who somebody somewhere allowed people to be dropped off in these small towns. Who's doing that?
The black woman answered your question, Brady. She said, "Ain't none of your
Shut
damn
up.
business. You got
Right. That's what I'm saying.
She said, "We got the right to go to Birmingham without anybody asking us why we in Birmingham. We got the right to go to Montgomery, so they got the right to go here, just like we can go
from Haiti."
How the hell did they end up all the way in Colorado?
She see no difference between the Haitians moving around this country and an American citizen.
That's what I'm saying. That's why. That's what I'm
She's
saying.
fucking sick.
And when Ryan says she's dumb, with this particular person, I'm not giving her any credit for having too many extra IQ points. But this whole immigrant thing is not engineered by dumb people that are making mistakes. My point is, this whole migrant thing is not engineered by dumb politicians.
Bray, I want you.
Okay, but be brave. Be brave. I have to push back. Okay, go ahead, John.
Hold on. Before you push back, I want to show you how we being worked here.
How the fuck did they end up in Colorado?
How the fuck they end up in Alabama?
I was born in this country. I've never been to Alabama or Colorado.
We saw the video where they were telling you where they were going. Did we play that yesterday? Where they were marching through, or was that last night? Where they were. Someone said Birmingham is a lot. They were marching through Mexico or whatever, and they were being asked, "Where are you going?" And they said, "Denver, New York, New Jersey," but they never said Alabama. Who the hell come to Alabama?
Whoever has the most social word talking about the lizards.
And so I think that, and I'm going to get to the point where I think this is all headed to here, Brave. But I want to show you how race in America, how this black woman subtly uses race to protect some people that aren't even, let's just say, her people. They don't share any culture with her. She shares more of a culture with white people than Haitians. But look at how she defends those Haitians coming into her city. And they're going to upset her way of life just as well as everyone else's. But I think she would be okay with that as long as
because her life sucks anyway, John. Right. Her life sucks.
Look, Brave, I want you to hear what she says when the white man, when he gets up there and he says, he never brings up race. And she said, well, we can't discriminate against people based on how they look. And he said, I never mentioned race. She's defending them because they had the same color of skin as her.
She hates white people. This woman hates white people. Go ahead.
There you go. Because there could be no other explanation.
There's none.
And it would have to be a lot of money to get paid to destroy the town that you live in. It'd have to be a hell of a lot of money.
Yes, that's what she's going to
for vengeance.
So I want you to listen to what, and now Brave, now I grew up in a small town like this, and I can role play it out of what's going to happen here.
John, right quick, what is the population of this town? It's got to be over 50,000, though.
12,000.
Oh my Lord! Look at that. They're doing it.
12,000, Brave. 12,000.
Yep. I predicted a couple of years ago they were going to start infiltrating small towns. That's next because that's where the culture has its last strongholds. Go ahead, John. Play that.
Old white money.
That's just what I'm saying. I just said that. Tiffany just said that.
Okay.
So but I said it. But there's no reason for us to discuss this any further, to launch an investigation or to treat people differently because of how they look.
You see how they look. The man
also, we're getting federal funding to have them here.
Oh, hell yeah.
By the way,
about how they look. But she went straight to look because she know they're black.
Sure.
She know they're black. I wonder would she have this problem if they were bringing in Ukrainians?
Oh, hell no. No.
Well, she still would be getting federal funding, and that's probably her motive.
She ain't getting it.
Yeah, now she hates whites so much, she'd be on their side. She'd be on the side of the people
that too.
But I don't know if she'd be for Ukrainians because they're white, right?
Yeah, she's not for Ukrainians. I say she would be on the side of the people at the podium at this point if it was Ukrainians. Right. She hates whites so much that she would be siding with the people filing the complaints.
Well, who voted her in?
That's
my
why I was
question.
going to ask. This has to be 50% black people in that town. That's not 10%.
You know how it is, Brave, in these little small black
She'll
towns.
be siding with
In these little small black towns.
there's a dollar bill flip.
In these little small black towns, Brave, you know, they'll have a district that's primarily black, and they'll vote a black person in. And so they made her the council president. She's a city council member like everyone else, but you know, by the
It's
fact
federal money, I'm sure. That's what's a motivator.
At 15,000, I guarantee you the population of the blacks are in there are 50% of that town.
You know,
well, Alabama, it's probably like 30% or more.
Yeah, and so
Alabama's pretty.
Some of those
popular.
towns are really just 50, 60.
My town about 60-40, which is now, Brave. Now you look at all these old white people here, and the same pattern applies in Springfield, Ohio. The black man, he don't even look concerned. He amused. But these white folks here, they know they gotta move, Brave.
I know it.
They're scared.
You know what the income in this town is, Brave? The average income, Brave, or the median, whatever it is.
Oh, probably not high.
What do you think it is, Brave?
It's got to be. I would say it can't be over 35.
I think it's about 43,000.
43. Right? It's pretty good.
Right. These people gonna have to move though, Brave. They're gonna have to move to higher ground. They're gonna have to pay a lot more to move because everybody else is gonna be trying to move away from these Haitians.
Yeah, John.
This is what my prediction is.
Hey, hold on. We got Jaden here saying immigrants are who make America strong. Okay. All right.
Jaden's obviously a moron. Come on up, Jaden. Let's debate it.
Yeah, come on up, Jaden. We'll have it back. I think he was up before. I think he had another comment, and I really wanted to get to that comment before we move on. Jaden, he said, why do you, I think he asked me, did I dislike immigrants? Was that him that asked me that? Bro, I dated a Haitian woman.
Yeah.
I dated a Haitian woman. Sock posse.
Okay, if you do dislike immigrants.
I don't have a problem with Haitian people, but
they're not even immigrants. They're illegally here. Like they're not. They're illegal immigrants.
Yeah,
say the right thing.
Immigrants.
That is correct. And then I don't want people of any sort coming into a town or community where they're gonna grab the ducks from the little pool, the pond, in the local town and eat it. You know, I think we need to keep going.
You see my avatar? My avatar is an immigrant.
Yeah, leave my geeks alone.
Yeah, I think we need to leave those people where they are, man. Leave those people where they are.
Yeah.
Hey, Jaden, then how about we up your taxes substantially to pay for the asylum seekers? That's a good idea. Everyone that wants them here, let's increase their taxes only, and everyone else doesn't have to pay. I think that's a great idea. So you pay.
Well,
so someone said
do that because you gotta tax everybody equally.
Listen, you know, they fled the Civil War. They very well could have been the case, but they've been here since hurricanes and all this, and you know, they need to go back home and fix their country. They can't. I don't think that many of them can assimilate here. You know, and we can't bring in the world.
What?
Hey,
how did
the Haitians feel about white people being there? They wanted the white people gone, didn't they? Right?
You're damn right. Damn right.
What are we gonna do about it?
Back in the days when the mining operations were going on, the Haitians turned their backs and took hush money rather than say, "Wait a minute, these are our resources. Why is the West over here doing this?" See, nobody said anything at that time. So then the white people, you know, pillaged their resources, went off and left them with ecological damage, and wonderful as it comes in years later. I'm telling you this to be consistent with the destruction of what all people expect to be normal. Hades is being stopped from improving. I don't care who says what. Haiti is being stopped from improving. Something's keeping Haiti in the mud, political, and I say it's the global white corporate machine that's keeping Haiti in the mud.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you guys all this question. You feel free to chime in one at a time, by the way. Is there a plus to bringing Haitians in here? Can you think of a positive of bringing Haitians here?
Not one.
No.
Anyone?
No, if we just
Not
siphoned
for
off the
us.
if we siphoned off the smartest ones that were like, say they used to be a doctor, it would be good. But
A
all the
doctor?
other ones,
You want to bring a doctor
the
in
one,
Haiti?
the jobs we need, like the jobs that we need to backfill, yes, nurses,
What do
doctors,
do
where
you
there's
think?
shortages.
What do you think Haitians can come fill nursing jobs in America?
If they're qualified,
Do
yeah,
you
I'm not
think they
saying
would be better? Do you
okay,
think they
John,
would
I'm not
be better
saying you
than,
teach them. I'm saying they already have the skills and maybe have a degree in it, then yes. But if they don't, then get them out.
but culturally, we may gain a nursing job, but we also gain 10 more Haitians for everyone we bring
Oh,
in.
no. So what I'm
Is it
saying is
worth?
you screen them. You got to screen them. You got
You
to
know what I
figure
mean?
out the ones that are.
They're gonna want to bring their family over. Like, do you
If we
think
train, if we train
America?
the top smartest people from the world, then we win. But if we train the idiots, then we lose.
I don't know if draining the smartest talent from Haiti is a win.
No, it
It'd be
isn't.
better
I
off,
mean, why not? Why not? Like they're smart
Because it's
people.
not.
it'd
Because
be better
Haiti
off,
You
needs
know.
smart
yeah,
people.
it'd be better off to let their country be stable
Yeah.
than have the worst ones coming here.
Somebody needs to take their hands off Haiti.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
said, John. Allow Haiti to stabilize, please.
Someone,
Somewhere.
someone says Haitians are heavy in the American health field. Okay, are they the good? Are they the ones that we
As
just
long
got?
as they don't take jobs from Americans,
Uh,
and if we need the jobs, if
every
we
job.
need those vacations, like tool and die makers, we need tool and die makers for our manufacturing base, right?
Do Haitians
We
make?
don't have them.
Are Haitians tool and die makers? I'm asking.
I don't think they manufacture anything there other than maybe cement. So probably not. But
What do the
what I'm
Haitians
saying is
do?
on a broader scale, if Zimbabwe's got a lot of tool and die makers, we want those people here in Chile, in Argentina, whatever, Venezuela, whatever it is. We want to attract the jobs that we need here, and not that we don't need any more low skilled labor, right? We don't need that.
Or do you think the Haitians coming here are high skill or low skill labor?
If I had to guess, they're probably low skilled because the
Okay,
country's a third world country.
okay. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, in my opinion, it's a real serious negative bringing people like that of a very different culture here, and I don't see how it wasn't covered in the debate. Just amazing to me, yeah, really amazing.
It was amazing to me only in that they do it in our faces, but I'm not at all surprised because they haven't said anything with even the highlights of the debates that I've looked at in past years. Nothing's ever been said about the horrors of what's going on the planet. Nothing. I don't understand. Now it's just now what's sad about it is they're making a clown show out of it.
I'm reading this comment on the screen. It's really sad. Particularly, this looks to be a man of color, a black man. He said, "We need more low-skilled labor, Ryan. You don't want to do house cleaning." Last week, I think I talked about
This is the stupidity of this is the common voter, right? Like we need more we don't need more. We have a lot of low skilled labor. We need high skilled labor to compete economically around
we
the
don't
world.
even need any more high-skilled labor. I ride
Well,
around.
I would agree with that even too, John. So
I ride around on my scooter sometimes, and I see so many young idle men doing nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
And it is a slap in the face to say we need low-skilled labor when they lower skilled labor. And they're doing nothing. Well, they should be somehow incentivized, if not outright forced.
I was going to say, to hell with incentives. If you're standing on, guess what? There's ways to incentivize in that, do you need public assistance? Guess how you get it? You also work somewhere.
Yeah.
That's how you get it. You don't just get handed it. And as far as people, and as far as this young man on the screen, he hates white people. I guarantee you, this commenter that you have on your screen, he hates white people. This is something we all have to come to grips with as white people in this country. There are people now that literally, I should say that's crazy, have always hated us. And they don't care if they go down the drain with us. They want us to go down the drain. That's how magnificent this culture has been for the last 100 years.
Yeah,
it hurts to look at how magnificent this culture is. It hurts, even though they're up to their neck enjoying it. It's not their race doing it. That's where they're confused. It's a cultural thing, but now it is a racial thing. Now it is dividing. Now it is.
Jaden, if you don't hate no one, that means you hate everyone. I'm just saying.
You double negative there. You know, Brave, I looked at this video and I thought it was going to be some kind of negative video. And then it hit me like, this is how and who should be making minimum wage and how it was when I was growing up. I want you to take a look at this video.
All right, so we have my baby opening up his first check. He says it's going to be $200. 200 something. 200 and something. So here we go.
What we looking at here? I'm trying to be careful with it.
Got them food stamps.
No, I was wrong about that.
Oh.
They gave me another one, so now I got 3 of these.
Mm-hmm. So you weren't allowed to wear the t-shirt?
No, I wasn't allowed to do that.
Oh.
Let's see what this is.
What is it?
Wait a minute, John. What is wrong with this guy? Like, he won't even get up and go to work.
Hey, we got some money.
Shoot. That's hard. All right, man. Let's take it to the bank then.
That's what a minimum wage face used to look like.
Yep.
Now we got big grown ass people coming from third world countries, taking away this young boy's opportunity. It's gonna be harder and harder for a young boy to get that first experience.
Well,
this is how stupid this motherfucker is. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Okay, this is how fucking stupid these people are. So, Not Law's comments that I sit in a recliner all day, right? Which I run a business, right? So at the end of the day, he says it's parasitic because I don't work alongside my men, right? Like he's a communist anyway. But the funny thing about it is, he assumes that I got that from my dad, right? Which at the end of the day, my dad really wasn't there, and I started doing construction at 18, and literally clawed my way up through the dog shit of the business community to build something, right? But I'm supposed to still be laying brick and block and waterproofing, right? Like I'm supposed to still be doing that to not be it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, right? It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Hey, Ryan,
So eventually you move to run the business if you know the business, right? Like that's American business, right? That's American business. So at the end of the day, it's just the sheer stupidity of people never ceases to amaze me.
If Kamala Harris had said what Jaden said on the screen here, what would they say? If Trump had said that, if we don't bring these labor Haitians in here, we're gonna have to get AI.
It is gonna be AI though.
But they say you're right.
How are you gonna AI? How are you gonna AI sweeping a floor? How are you gonna AI?
Literally just gonna have a robot do the whole thing, and a general will show up once a week to refill it and make sure that the Brussels is clean.
Yeah, I showed it the other day. You can definitely do it. Robots can go in and clean a toilet, sink.
Well, I think I think working on a road crew, I still think there's going to be manual labor jobs. I mean, they're going to try to get rid of them over time, but
not at McDonald's though. McDonald's is going to be all automated completely.
Yeah, I would believe that. Other than the maintenance people to take care of it, so I would agree with that. Eventually, it'll be mechanics fixing stuff that's made in China in the United States. Is what it'll be, right? So and that's sad. And we're importing more people, which we will need less, according to all the data. So
that is stupid. That is correct. More and more people. Less and less need from them. Each person becomes worth less.
All you have to do is imagine what would have happened if this culture, because it was set in motion after the Second World War, all of the magnificent manufacturing that took place, the corporate machine set that up. The corporate machine gave us unions. The corporate machine gave us private sector healthcare at that time that was so functional because everybody was making such good wages. So that whole thing was set up after the World War II because all of Europe was tore up. If they would have left that intact if that momentum would have been left intact, this would be a very powerful country. The global machine, the global corporate machine can't have a country that powerful. It's not complicated, folks. They have to knock us down.
You know, you see Jaden, his comment here, the birth rate is falling in our country. We need more people like Haitians because they breed more.
That's it.
Quality.
Maybe we should. There's no limiter to reproducing unless there's a cost limiter, and the government props up. They just pay for more, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't. There's no limiter to that. Whereas there's limiters built throughout society otherwise, right? So
I think the problem with Jaden's thought is that he goes to his base instinct to create more people. He doesn't think a little bit deeper. Well, how can we incentivize the people that we have here to have more children? You remember all these live stream interviews I did in Brooklyn? One in DC. Other than the immigrant women, how many American women had children?
Well, the liberals aren't having any kids, which is good.
Well, but how many of the American
they're not
women,
reproducing
regardless of their politics, because they may turn out to be the Republican and conservative people. And Jaden is complaining about American birth rates falling. Well, why are the Americans not having children? Why were all those women that I interviewed in Brooklyn single, with no children, with no thoughts of having children? What has entered into their mind to go against nature? Because all those women get a calling, a natural calling, that urge to have children. They all of them get. There may be some that are exempt from it, but almost every woman gets that urge to have children.
Nikita Khrushchev, maybe is his name. He said it 70 years ago. He said materialism will destroy the USA. We don't have to fire a shot. That's exactly what's happening. Why aren't people having children? They cost too much, and it stops people from consuming.
Well, you know, I was thinking, but you still you got to go against nature,
right?
And I think that
that's the role that Nikita Khrushchev spoke of. Materialism will override the very spirit of humanity.
I was thinking more Yuri Bezmenov.
No, he's right. John's specifically right about that.
The Yuri Bezmenov.
Spot on. Yeah, subversion. Destroy religion, destroy education. Get one, once you have the Marxists that are teaching, they just teach new Marxists, and by the way, very low IQ, continuously low IQ. They go through these colleges, they learn a bunch of stupid classes, not STEM classes usually. Most of the STEM kids are not, anybody that's taking a STEM field, typically, there's not a lot of the social nonsense in the STEM fields, right? So but in like humanities, archaeology, and all those classes, it's just loaded. But yeah, it's exactly spot on. This guy predicted it in '83. John's absolutely right.
Let me go to best.
Well, I don't think John is absolutely right.
I'm sure.
The one thing.
Have you heard this video before, Stanley?
You probably never heard it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley.
You know what? I actually think, and this kind of is something I've been harping on for the past couple months, we will blame communism. We will blame everything other than ourselves for our politicians, for our material conditions, etc. We don't look inward to figure out what we're doing wrong. We want to blame it on the commies or the immigrants or whatever else we can blame.
What are we doing wrong, Stanley? Like, what are we
you're not looking to yourself. I just said that. We're blaming, we're doing a blame game, and we're not fixing our own house.
There's too many people that fix their own house, Stanley, to say that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Too many people is another excuse.
No, I didn't say too many. Too many as in overage. I'm saying there's a lot of people that conduct their lives very well. Thank you. There's a lot of people,
but not enough.
Well, the point is those people that conduct their lives very well have no voice.
And whose fault is that? The commies?
No, it's ours.
Okay, that's my point. That
I
was
know.
my point.
Right, but the point is you still can't discount the people that are doing things right and trying to say something. You don't get to just wipe them out and
But
blame
wait,
them.
hold it. I'm not discounting anyone.
Well, I'm just saying you don't get to blame them. The blame goes on the idiots.
No, I think as a society, as a collective society, I think I can make that generalization.
Yeah. Well, it's just the obvious thing is this. He's played right from the national level. You had no mention of migrants from the two supposedly most powerful people running for the most powerful position in the world, which is a crock. And you go right down to the local level in a small town in Alabama where the people were told to shut up. If you don't see that spectrum,
Okay, that is totally irrelevant to my point. We are blaming immigrants. We are blaming everything except for ourselves.
They're not blaming immigrants. They're trying to find out who brought the
Well, I
immigrants
think
in
you are.
that meeting. In that meeting.
I think the statement. I think the statement about an immigrant robbing a teenager of his minimum wage job, and I made the joke about generational wealth. I think that's blaming immigrants.
Yeah, that I would go with
Well,
that because there's minimum wage jobs that everybody can do, and they're not going to get, especially with the job shortage, nobody's going to get turned down from jobs right now. But the point is it's top to bottom censorship of logic, and it's been done for 100 years.
Stanley, I wanted to ask you a question. Did you see the live interview I did when those two young women were outside? They were both African or half African. Do you remember those two women?
I might have missed that specific one.
Well, Brave, I interviewed two African women that had immigrated here. One was Sudanese, Kenyan or Nigerian or whatever, and the other one was Nigerian and something. And the Sudanese was Muslim. Now, you know, in Muslim cultures, most of them, there may be some exceptions, but I would imagine in Sudan, abortion would be very frowned upon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I sat there with these two young women talking to them, and I asked them, I said, well, at what point should abortion be illegal, barring the health of the mother? And they went through it in their head. One even talked about what you would have to do to abort a 9-month baby. And they said, you know, whenever you want to do it, more or less is what they came up to. And the reason why I point them out is that they were African. Muslim, one of them was, maybe both. How did they somehow subordinate their culture and values other than by way of propaganda?
It's the herd they joined.
To somehow believe in something.
It's the herd. It's the curse of the herd.
Right.
Conservatives have their herds. Right. I hear conservatives say stuff on a herd basis that makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah. No,
I mean, I do. So I mean, you know, it's just both sides, and it just that is even more sickening. They're talking about aborting a baby at 6, 7, 8, 9 months. Yeah, 9 months. It's like, you know,
about how you'd have to crush his head, Brady.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
And she talked about it like it was a piece of candy, rock candy.
Yeah. Well, that's probably why some people do need some sort of religion, because maybe their culture doesn't create an empathy. It might empathy is something that I think we're all born with, but it can be easily done away with in any human. That's why you have psychopaths that aren't born; they're made. Empathy is something we're all born with, but it can be easily erased. Easily erased. All you got to do is like, whoa, if nobody has it, everybody's accustomed to misery.
Let's play this Yuri video here.
Long before communists occupied the city, there was extensive network of informers, local Vietnamese citizens, who knew absolutely everything about people who are instrumental in public opinion, including barbers and taxi drivers. Everyone who was sympathetic to the United States was executed. Same thing was done under the guidance of the Soviet embassy in Hanoi. And same thing I was doing in New Delhi. To my horror, I discovered that in the files where people were doomed to execution, there were names of pro-Soviet journalists with whom I was personally friendly.
Pro-Soviet?
Yes. They were idealistically minded leftists who made several visits to USSR. And yet, the KGB decided that come revolution or drastic changes in political structure of India, they will have to go.
Why is that?
Because they know too much. Simply because, you see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made a point, never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher. This was my instruction. Try to get into large circulation, established conservative media. Reach, filthy rich movie makers, intellectuals, so-called academic circles, cynical, egocentric people who can look into your eyes with angelic expression and tell you a lie. These are the most recruitable people, people who lack moral principles, who are either too greedy or too suffer from self-importance. They feel that they matter a lot. These are the people who KGB wanted very much to recruit.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones we rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
They serve a purpose only for destabilization.
No, but what doesn't he get into? He doesn't get into who's calling the shots.
Yeah, he doesn't get into that. Well, he's talking about
this guy.
He talks about the schools at some point, though. He says that
they ain't calling the shots. The schools are shaped by the same engineers.
Well, he's a KGB agent, right?
Right, right. That means he's closer to the global corporate machine than he is to telling people any truths.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. And
this is a scoundrel. Scoundrels come in all shades and all utterances. Come on, folks.
No,
I hear conservatives. I know you're not, John. I'm just saying this guy is a scoundrel.
He's not a scoundrel.
When you're talking serious, well, okay, Ryan, I understand you want to live in a fantasy land, but we disagree on that.
He's explaining. He's explaining how conversion works and how it's acted on America.
It is very easy
in the last 50 years.
It is very to explain. And my point again is it is easy to explain because it's a very workable, it's a very proficient formula. Now, who sets the formula in motion? He doesn't confront that.
All right. Okay, so let's do this. He doesn't confront it then. He's simply explaining it, which I think if you listen to the things that they do, I think you would agree that at this point in the U.S. that is occurring. Like you can't deny it.
Yes.
Right. And this was 83, and he predicted this.
Yes.
Right.
No, he didn't predict it. He knew it was going to happen. There's no prediction to it. He was very well there it was going to happen, and it's obvious.
Okay.
In 1990. If in 1990 myself predicted all kinds of things, prediction is not that complicated when it's in your face realities that you can just extrapolate out and go, oh, this keeps happening. This is going to be a natural occurrence.
Well, Brave, the reason why I play these videos are for the people that think that things are happening by
happenstance. I know they live in these fantasy worlds. I get that, John. I'm just once in a while. I'm the one that I just want to come on here and say in no uncertain terms that folks, you're falling for a pile of shit. This guy right here is full of shit. He knows way more than he's saying. Well, he's telling us a formula that works, and he's giving us very
undermine the U.S. Yes.
Yes. Undermine the U.S. Yes.
Well, I think this works almost anywhere. He's not. I don't know if he's necessarily talking about the U.S. here.
Oh, you're right. It does. It works everywhere. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
Any democracy. That's right.
That's why.
Any country.
Yeah, the Cloward Piven. What is the other one? The other guy that wrote the book on the rules of radicals. It's not complicated. This stuff is easy.
Lewinsky.
Yeah, this stuff is easy. But the point is we as a society don't stand back and go, you know what? If this is such bullshit, can we talk to the people setting this shit in motion somewhere along the way? But we can't. And that's why we're always up against the wall trying to blame superficial puppets, which to me is disgusting and an indication that if we always chase the puppets, we get what we deserve.
That's where you
But your solution, Be Brave, is just to lay down and let it happen and enjoy life.
No,
I mean,
my solution is if you're going to say something or shut up. It's better to shut up than to chase a puppet. Puppets are inanimate objects. They have no power. They lay in a corner until somebody animates them. Why would you blame a puppet? That's how insane you look. Well, that puppet laying in a corner with all them strings on it, never mind who pulls the strings eventually. That puppet.
well, because I don't know who the engineer is, I can only kill the delivery man. You
Right.
know what I mean?
And that's what we thrive on. Now we've taken that because we've taken that as logic, that's not a bad tactic, but we've taken that and we've completely made an excuse. We don't have to confront the architects. Now we get to blame the puppets, and it's normal throughout.
Who are they? But who are they? Who are the architects? If I don't know who they are, I can't attack them. I'd love to attack them. If there are architects doing this, I want them to go. Right? So
Look who's starting the wars. Start there. They're ruling the wars in Vietnam, the wars in Korea, the wars in the war that immediately after World War II, Russia and U.S. started act like antagonistic while they worked together in various countries to do things. It's all bullshit. It's all nonsense. What we are is a part of a fantastic show on this planet. And I understand. That's why I understand more the people who stand back and go, shit, it's all bullshit. Even though it's a laziness, that's why they don't want to look into it. Because even though I call it bullshit, I still look into things. But I'm saying, still, the reality is this: if we're going to complete, you know how many people that last night with those two up there talking nothing. You know how many people were spiritually invigorated from what they were saying?
it was the dumbest thing ever. I'm with you.
So we cannot expect to have a country when that many people do that much stupid shit.
Hey, Brave, is this kind of what you're referring to when you say the people that control everything? I played this a couple of days ago. You weren't here, so I'll play it again for you, Brave. I always enjoy you come up, Brave.
So when you have something like immigration, what it basically is the super rich people saying, I need more brokey time and energy. But the brokies, the native brokies, want too much money for their time and energy, or they want health care, or they want work standards, or they want pensions. No, I need pure slavery. I need slaves. So government,
come on in.
Using their money, we're going to give you lots of money to let in lots of immigrants so that the brokey bubble inflates with super brokies, right? That's the whole line. Yeah.
Super brokies.
Possible, please. So that we can get super brokies to do what we want, so I can get further up the rich scale. That's effectively what's happening. Now, when they bring in the super brokies, this is very bad for the brokies because the brokies now are less valuable. Their time is worth less. Their wages go down. Plus, they have to live amongst the super brokies. But the rich people don't care about that because the rich people don't live anywhere near the super brokies. The rich people live separate. So the rich people are asking the government to bring in all these immigrants so that they can get richer. The poor can end up poorer, and the poor areas become terrible, and the rich places stay fine. What's actually interesting is the brokey bubble is expanding in real time because they're inflating the currency because the government also has a secret deal with these super rich people here, put a star here and a star here, and that deal is to print unlimited money so anyone who owns assets gets to get richer than ever before. So this is happening, which is also expanding the brokey bubble, and now we're at the point where they're actually starting to take the middle class and the people who used to be a little bit rich, and they're getting added to the brokey bubble. So the brokey bubble is now expanding out, and the kind of rich people are now becoming broke because having $3 or $4 million used to make you rich. Now it makes you a fucking peasant. It means nothing, and before you know it, you're living amongst this guy with a knife.
So now,
when you have
go ahead, Brave.
What he didn't do, he should have beneath all of that put an equal sign equals power. See, he left the word power out, and he couched it in economics. That's where he failed. This isn't about economics. They don't worry about that anymore. This is about global control. They print money. Economics means nothing. These bastards are reshaping the world. Now, the fact that, yes, that's the tactic that they do, what he was describing. Again, like Ryan said, he's describing tactics that are real and work. But somewhere, a society has to get to where they just stop and they refer to what's actually going on, and that is what will not happen in our lifetimes. That's why we probably deserve what we get if we stay superficial for the sake of comfort and to fit in with what's being said. It's just the way it is.
Let me get Jihad up here. He doesn't come up very often. What's up, Jihad?
Hey, Jihad.
Hey, peace, y'all. Yeah, I came up because that was a good video you played, John. But
Which
my
video?
real question,
great video.
Which video are you talking about? Which video are you referring to?
The one where he was just breaking down how the immigrants benefit the bottom dollar for rich people, so to speak, and
the super brokes.
But my thing is, that's what one aspect of it I think we're missing in this whole immigration conversation. Like, we talk about it, and I understand we should be concerned about what benefits us as an individual, but what I see is they're not really worried about that. They're worried about nation and economic growth. And I have seen basically data to confirm immigrants does boost the bottom dollar for the economy. It might not help us in that scenario that he just played in the video. It actually hurts us as an individual, but it makes more, tax money for the government itself, like the machine. And this kind of goes into Bree Braves thing, the corporate machine kind of thing. So I wanted to ask, don't y'all kind of see it like that? Like, basically what I'm asking is, it's not even I'll just say a statement rather. How I notice it, they're not worried about the individual. They're worried about America's bottom dollar as a corporation, and that's why they have these immigration policies. So what do y'all think about that?
I think I'll answer that right quick from my point, real quick. It's about they can't have America of 1950 gaining momentum. They had to destroy the America that existed in 1950. That's what they're doing. That's why they're bringing immigrants in. That's why they're bringing migrants in. They have to destroy
So
the
you're saying
American
it's not even about
culture.
money; it's cultural kind of stuff.
Cultural destruction for the sake of maintaining a power base where nobody can challenge them. We in the 50s, people were actually gaining a foothold in real human dignity on this planet in the historical of the history of the species. In the 50s, that had to be destroyed. That they used it for a springboard to their benefit, and then they said, we're done with it. Now we got to destroy it and dilute it. That's what this is about.
Ryan and Master Kim, do you see immigration favoring you from a business standpoint?
Oh yeah, anytime the economy is strained, the smaller retail ones, especially the ones in the hoods, thrive because a lot of these immigrants go for the cheap rents, which displaces African American community. So yeah, it's just more people in a dense urban community, more buyers of stuff.
Yeah, there is that benefit for sure. What about you, Ryan?
Low skilled. Like, so when someone comes and says, hey man, I need another $2 an hour, and I can get somebody else to do the job for what they're doing it for, which minimum wage is a great example. Like, why am I going to give you more money? I got 9 guys behind you that are ready to do the job, and they're more ambitious. They want to work harder than you. You've been getting lazy. So at the end of the day, there's many, many jobs that are at the low end of the wage scale. A lot of the people coming in are unskilled labor, as we know, and it's going to push those wages down. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of people that could be hired once they're legal, which I'm sure won't take long. So yeah, it's as an employer, yeah. But what are their skills? And if they're for the low end jobs, yes, because that's what's coming in. But for the specialized stuff, probably not.
But haven't the minimum wages been pushed up so high that you can't take advantage of these people on the low end?
No, the minimum wages are relative to the area, which these dummies want a national minimum wage. I'm like, to live in Mississippi, it's way different than New York. So what's a
But how about
national minimum wage gonna do?
does an immigrant in New York
No, you just
working
no.
at
So if
$2
so here's an example. If the minimum wage is currently 10, and all of a sudden I got to pay 20, I'm simply going to increase my bid price, as are all my competitors, because they're paying the same minimum wage increase. So the prices just go up ultimately for the owner. The owner of the business passes it along to who he's doing business with. So if I'm building a building, the building owner has to pay more money, right? So it's all the same. It's all relative. And he has to pay his people more. They got to pay. So then all the wages just come up to that, and the guy that's now making more, based on the wage increase, it's everyone else above him makes more, so he's still making shit. It
Master
just
Kim,
causes
do you just
inflation. That's all.
Master Kim, does the increase in minimum wage affect you the same way? Did you just pass
Oh
it
yeah,
on?
it's devastating because
Mm.
employees expect that even if it's not mandated by the particular state you're in, they expect it because obviously the bigger companies are ahead of the curve and are already advertising that type of pay ahead of time. But the fine print is you have to be on the manager's program, or if you've got to have experience, like at McDonald's, they put these signs out at the street saying $15 an hour, and people throw that in your face, and you realize, oh no, that's not 15 for you. You have to have been within the McDonald's system before,
But
or manager's program or something like that. But yeah, absolutely, it's devastating.
minimum wage, if minimum wage is 10 and it goes to 20, and all of a sudden you're giving all your minimum wage people $20, everyone that wasn't on minimum wage before is coming back to you and going, hey, listen, I know minimum wage went to 20, but I'm a manager and I was getting 18. Now I want 32, right?
That's exactly
So
right.
everyone else just gets the same percentage increase, which is passed on to the customer. And California is a great case study for it because they raised the minimum wage to $20 at McDonald's, and now a Happy Meal is like $18. So,
I think
I mean, ultimately, if every business does that across the whole economy, right? It all balances out, and the minimum wage worker doesn't really get an increase because his prices go up, right? At Walmart, I mean, it doesn't do anything. It's all bullshit. So people can get elected by saying, "I'm going to raise the national minimum
a
wage." It's all bullshit.
Hey, Jahad,
Doesn't
you
help
trying
the
to jump in here?
poor.
What you about to say, Jahad?
my bad. Yeah, I just wanted to add this real quick to your question, John. I think it could be beneficial to like really big corporations, right? Because
Yeah.
I think Walmart actually, I believe it was Walmart, they actually pushed for the increase in minimum wage
Yeah.
only because they knew their competitors weren't going to be able to keep up. And so
Bro, I'm gonna
that's
tell you
kind of
this.
a
I'm gonna tell you
smart
this to
chess
blow your
move.
mind. And I talked about this a couple of days ago. The biggest restaurateur in DC, well, all of the biggest ones, but the main one, which is Jose Andres, he pushed for COVID shutdowns in DC. I know that for sure. And you have to ask yourself, why would a man who owns restaurants who would be severely impacted push to shut down his restaurant?
Well, that's why corporations love regulations. Regulatory capture, it's called. I forget who the guy who wrote the book, Regulatory Capture. But yeah, that's why corporations love it. They use the regulations to shut everybody. Can't do that. Regulations, while they have the money to adhere to the regulations that they create.
And then as soon as January 6th happened, he made a shitload of money feeding the soldiers here in D.C. 5,000 soldiers, 3 meals a day. That's more money he probably ever made in his restaurant on any given day. Let's play this video happening in Springfield, Ohio. The Great Replacement is on the way here.
That's 58,000 population.
We had an application pool that was a little bit different.
People coming to work here.
People looking for jobs. What he's welding here again are welded axle components.
Jamie McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference from what we're used to in our community.
McGregor acknowledges.
I need to rewind this for about 5 seconds. You know, one talks a lot about how these migrants are built a little different. And I couldn't help but notice when I saw that big old.
They're desperate.
Their machine.
They're desperate.
That boy, they're built different.
They're desperate.
You come from a poor country like that. Look at the muscle mass on that man. From a poor country, his height is sufficient, so clearly he was eating something. He wasn't growth stunted. Muscle structure. Look at him. That's a grown man, young ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's the testosterone among the dark.
That little boy with that happy face smile on, he's gonna have a hard way to go.
I don't think. I think if he's industrious as he looked in that video, John, I don't think he'll have a hard way to go, as you're saying.
I'm talking about the template of him getting that first job, having to compete with grown men at McDonald's. I didn't have to compete with grown men when I went and worked my first little Burger King job.
Well, that's true. That's true. But
that little boy went to compete with a grown man that got all day to come to work while he is school. The same way the employer is talking about the employees here, the McDonald's manager would be saying the same thing. I want me some of them Haitians. They come to work every day. What? I want some of them. And that happy face smile, that's gonna be wiped away.
I think that there's such a demand for Americans that will work and do a good day's job. I think the migrants are certainly going to throw a wrench in things for the lazy, but I think for the go-getters, I think they'll be fine regardless of the migrant. But I'm just saying, what worries me about migrants is with the culture they drag us into. It's not good.
You know, Brave. Excuse me. You know, I showed a text message I got the other day from a Muhammad. I don't know where he's from. He says, "Hey man, I want to rent a room for you. Me and a buddy, we're willing to live in the same room." Most Americans are not willing to live like that, but damn near everybody they bring over here is.
Yalla, Habibi.
Those people that live 3-4 people to a room easily. And they'll be able to pay a hell of a lot more rent than most of these people in the chat is calling for more migrants. The ones that in the chat that don't see a problem with it, bring more on. Hey, bring them on.
Until it takes their job or affects them.
Or until they raise their rent, till they have to pay me a little bit more. Until they have to pay me a little bit more.
Well, that's right. Yeah. And by the way, they're driving up demand on food, on housing, on all the stuff. And the people in the chat are complaining, oh, everything's too expensive. Well, when you let 10 million people in and they're buying the food that you would have bought, prices go up.
When they're handed the money, no less.
Yeah, but when they're handed the money by government also. Yeah,
to buy the food and to buy the rent.
That's how dumb these people are.
Hey, you know,
exactly.
I had a guy
government financing.
I had a guy yesterday, the day before yesterday, one of these days, 2 days ago, whatever, days run together since we streamed 24 hours. By the way, shameless plug, 44 people in the building, 2 hours, 7 minutes. Show some love and support for the channel. I'm John Galt. I'm my other co-host there, HB2N down at the bottom panel, and of course, Portia J. Please support the channel and keep us streaming 24 hours a day. Anyway, I was going to say, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I think that the hidden cost, the cost that they don't see, is when you go out and start looking for an apartment, and you're now competing with Haitians with government money stuffed in their pocket.
Yeah, you're done. You lose. You lose.
That money comes to me, by the way, people. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So John, when you have a person that wants a place versus like government money is guaranteed, man. You love that guy. Look, he's got a guaranteed check, right? So you're more likely to rent it to him than you would be to someone else per se if you know he's got government backing, right?
You know, the other big thing that you don't think about, Ryan, that most people don't think about. I was talking to a landlord buddy of mine yesterday. He says, look, I just want you to leave when I ask you to leave. Whether you're paying or not. But I don't want you to stay here anymore. I want you gone. I want the type of person that's willing to get the fuck out of my house when I ask you to. Right? As a man, if I ask you to leave my house, you should leave. This is what my buddy's saying. He's a landlord. And I said, well, you know, things don't work that way. He said, well, that's what I'm looking for. He said, you know, the migrants don't look to the courts that way. I rent to a migrant. Are they going to take me to court? Hell no. They just gonna pay their rent, be fuck quiet, and when time is up, they ask to leave. They're not going to the government to settle a grievance or demand to stay longer. Whereas Americans, they do. We just had a guy on here yesterday going back and forth about how he had to call the police or whatever. You know, the westernized people, because he was in Germany. And I think they are a much better pool of tenants if they're going to keep the government out of the business. And I just played a video of a lady saying that the government is going to subsidize these people. And if they're going to keep the government out of the business and they're going to be subsidized, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. You know, like, they are the chosen ones now.
What quick question, John, unrelated. If I it's 9/11, could I email you a video and you play a timestamp of 8:37 on it?
Yeah, play it for me. Send it to me.
I'll send it to you. I'm going to get off here and I'm going to send it to you. And you timestamp. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain to you what it is first. You may not want to do it. You may not want to do it. Okay. It's 50 because it's not relative to what you're saying right now. That's why I thought maybe I'd do it a little later or something. I'll do it right now if you want me to. But it's a plane that is half in the building and half out of the building, still shot, and there's no hole or destruction of the side where the first half of the building is in the plane, is in the building.
You know, Brave, I do want to do a conspiracy theory stream and, you know, break them down into individual conspiracies. Because I remember reading, I think it was Mubarak.
But I just want you to see that picture and start from there. You don't even need to go off on it or make an issue out of it. Yeah. I just want to, I don't know how to show it on my stream. And I think people need to see this.
Would you be willing to come back for the conspiracy stream, Brave? We do it with 9/11. This is probably the most recent one. That won't get
John,
what time are you going to do it?
I don't know. I need to assemble a pool of people that are proper conspiracy theorists that, you know, that can make it, you know, make the show enjoyable. Yeah. And then people clearly are anti-conspiracy theorists that just never thought of it that way. So I think it would be interesting, though. Interesting, you know, 9/11.
I think if you see this still shot, it'll be a good launch for the concept of a conspiracy stream. That's for sure. But I'm going to get off here. I'm going to email you that video. And I'll do it. Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you, Brave.
Bye, be brave.
See ya.
Always good to have you, Be Brave. That would be brave. I keep them virtual.
Hey, John.
What's up?
Would there be any benefit you asking the watchers of your program to text or email you conspiracy theories that may be overlooked or forgotten? Like, you know, I've got one on AI. Others have got, you know, the frogs turning gay. So would it help you compiling like an inventory of conspiracies?
Yeah, we can definitely do it. You send me an email. My email's in the stream channel. You can find it. It's John Galt presents at gmail.com. I'll put that in the chat at some point. Let me put it down. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. I think 9/11 would be the best one to start off with. This most recent.
Can I tell you something funny, John? So I'm going back on the chat, right?
Yeah.
So Jaden says, I think Ryan is a racist. And what's funny about that is I'm advocating for the working class, both black and white, in the United States of America, which I was taught my construction skills from a black man on a crew that was black, predominantly, probably 60%. And that crew is now all Latino because they came into the country and took those jobs, right?
Yeah.
I'm advocating for the working people of the United States. And that's what my entire premise is built on, right? But because people are so insanely leftist or unaware, right, they think that, we just want to keep the Haitians out, right? I just said, if the Haitians are qualified, intelligent people, we need those jobs, bring them in. We want the smartest people from all over the world of all races, okay? But advocating for working people that are current citizens apparently is a racist position now, right? Because that word is thrown so... Be brave. What would you say I am? I'm probably an anti-racist, right? I don't really discuss race and avoid arguments on race. I talk about economics, right? I'm not a liberal, Scott. I'm not a liberal.
I mean, you know, very relative to some of these other people on the panel.
But I don't get into these racial conversations. It's stupid. I care about
I get you, right?
America first, and everything else is just Americans, Black Americans, white Americans, Latino Americans, Chinese Americans. If you're an American, I'm in your corner. So it's just more
to be fair,
stupidity
we've
than
never
whatever
had a
else.
real
Ryan,
racist. We never had a real racist on panel before.
Yeah, and you don't have one with me. What you are, Ryan, is a culturalist. You are into culturalism. There's cultures.
Look, I don't.
There's culture. There's behavior. There's behavior you don't like. That's what people like you are.
I don't know if that's culture though, dude. Like I don't like people that speed in a school zone or break the laws or do this. I want people just go work hard, take care of your family. If that's a culture thing, cool. You know,
No,
I think it's just an American thing.
no. When it comes to that stuff, but the destruction of America is what we're facing is culture, and that's why I am a culturalist. I'm not a racist. You can't call me a racist.
You know, we have a
But
comment from the
I'll be damned if I want to live around black people, and I'll be damned if I'm going to be ashamed to say that. I am a culturalist. I'm not worried about skin color. I'm worried about behavior.
We have a comment. I'm definitely willing to talk about race. You probably won't like what you hear though. You know,
yeah, that's
I
bullshit. I call cap.
You know, if I wanted to talk about race, I would want to approach it from a different angle, because otherwise it'd be like talking about politics.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and you're never going to have an agreement there, or you're never going to, you know, have any solutions, or, you know, you never propose anything that would be, you know, considered a solution.
I think white people are more willing to admit what their culture does that's bullshit over what black people will not admit that their culture is full of bullshit. White people will. That's
So,
where the races are vastly different right now.
That's one of the things I would like to talk about is, you know, is it, you know, like, what are the distinctions that causes, you know, and primarily when we talk about racism is black people. So I'll just say black people. Is it the cultural differences that cause the economic issues, or is it the actual racism holding blacks down? And I would like to hear the blacks that want to talk about racism. I would love for them to focus on where would their life be if they did everything else right and they were only affected by racism. That'd be interesting, right? You know,
John, are you willing to do a whole stream? John, are you willing to do a whole 24-hour stream dedicated to that?
No, hell no. Probably only need, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours.
Because John, no, I'm saying this because if you do talk about race and death, you're gonna have to dedicate the whole damn day to it.
Well, we probably just had to do maybe a multiple segment. Like, you know, I read an article about like gunshots affect property values, right? You don't even have to shoot anybody. Just the number of gunshots in your neighborhood. Sometimes you'll see me on panel and I look back and I'm like, damn, I heard some gunshots, because they're always in the back and shooting back there. The other, you know, not long ago, I think I was on CT stream, somebody set a damn fire in the back of my house back here. And, you know, all of that kind of shit, people shooting off fire rockets and playing loud music and things like that. How much of that affects the property values where blacks live? You know, remember that time, Brave, there was a black woman on panel and she couldn't be honest.
Nope.
And she said she wanted to move to a white county because, and she said something transgender is in the school. Mm-hmm. It's going to be the same transgender in the school where she moved to, because she's moving to a more liberal area. So you know it wasn't that.
You know damn well it wasn't. That's why I just...
But that was going to cost her an extra Brian, you know what it's like to move from PG to Montgomery County. It's about an extra $200,000. Would you say that's fair?
It is now. It was. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's black flight going on to Charles County. They're like, we don't want to be around these people. We're out of here.
But if you live in PG, in, let's say, a nice area PG, and you want to move to somewhere, you know, relatively similar in Montgomery County, you could be talking about a $300,000 jump in price. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, depending. Yeah, there's some nice areas of PG, but what I'm saying is it's gone downhill. PG was better than Montgomery at one point.
Yeah, well, but shit, there ain't a part of PG as good as Bethesda. Never has been, never will be.
Bethesda, that's right. Bethesda is, I guess that is Montgomery. It's inside the Beltway though, man.
Business district. Montgomery County got like 3 business districts. PG County has not one.
Yeah, Rockville,
Rockville,
Germantown. Yeah.
Bethesda, like those are
John, it
real
was
serious
funny
cities.
when you tried to
And
get
Potomac.
Potomac is a very
That's
real
the big
serious
money.
one right there.
That's
I
big,
don't know
big,
if that's
big,
a
big
business
money.
district, but there are at least jobs in Bethesda, Germantown, and Rockville, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Serious
That's
jobs,
true.
real serious jobs.
John, you
Yeah, that's true.
John, you tried to, in the most gentlemanly, gentle way I've ever seen in my life, try to get that woman to admit that she was running from black people. She couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
Look, the numbers tell you. Now, listen, the numbers tell you that black people are running from black people, and
Yes,
you see
yes, they do. Yes, they
wealthy
do.
black areas in Maryland
that's true.
leaving because they're like, we don't want to be around these other people, right? So,
But
You
most
should see
black
the
people
Detroit
won't
number.
admit
Y'all
it.
need to see the Detroit numbers. The Detroit numbers are insane.
Well, I think the DC numbers are probably the most representative because these are well-to-do blacks running from more or less middle class.
they're rich black. They're rich, man. You
high
good?
income blacks.
Yeah.
They
Everybody
don't-
got a nice
They don't
car.
have businesses, but they have high incomes by way of the government, and
Yeah, I was going to
therefore-
say they don't really got any assets, man.
They cannot give white people.
They do
They
have
cannot give white people credit for having an area.
Listen, man.
To live in.
I was involved in building a church there, a $50 million church. Okay.
You built that big black church. You built that big black church out there.
I was involved in it in 2005, my friend.
What was the name of that church? What was the name of that church?
Upper Marlboro Baptist Church. $50 million price tag in 05. And
Yeah, I
I'm
remember.
like, whose church is this? And it's it's a black church, man.
Yeah,
So they got a lot of
Hell
money
yeah.
there, man. Big money.
Yeah.
But they're probably now moving that church out to Charles County.
You should see who owns. I was going to say, Ryan, you should see who owns the church.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's probably part of the Southern Baptists, I would guess. But I was like, you got to be taking in a lot of donations to build this church.
I was going to say it's not, but no. Yeah.
Who? I don't. Yeah, I wasn't. I was involved with the
It's
building.
fine. I'm not gonna specify.
You know, there was a church in DC. It was called Metropolitan Baptist Church.
Mm-hmm.
But before I tell you that, I'm going to tell you about another church, Shiloh. You ever heard of Shiloh, Ryan?
Mm-mm.
Shiloh is on 9th and I can't remember what street, 9th and O or something like that, 9th and P.
Yeah.
And they owned a lot of property up 9th Street. And one of the properties, all of the buildings were more or less boarded up. And they held them boarded up because they didn't want white people to move in. The buildings were they had appreciated quite a bit, but it would have cost a lot of money to fix them up. They couldn't fix them up. So they said, well, we'll just leave them barren so as to keep gentrification from coming in. And part of the reason why they did it is because if you let white people come in, the white people would complain about the parking because on Sundays, the churches would double park in DC.
Yeah.
They block in if you live there. And so eventually the city passed some kind of law, say if you have an abandoned building, it must be double taxed or something like that to stimulate you from leaving buildings abandoned. So there's a black guy, he tried to open up a vegetarian restaurant of all places. Now the church is right across the street from a liquor store. And Master Kim talked about you had to be like 500 feet from a liquor store, from a church to open up a restaurant that serves alcohol or whatever.
Yeah.
And they blocked him for years from opening up from a restaurant that served wine. It's a fucking vegetarian restaurant. He eventually went out of business. The name of the restaurant was Vegetate. But they couldn't hold on paying all those double taxes, and eventually it became one of the more gentrified areas in DC. It's right downtown by the convention center.
Headed out towards northeast, you're talking about.
No. Right there at the convention center, that big Conrad Hotel, go straight up the street.
Oh, wow, okay.
Street, northwest, right?
That's high rent district right there, buddy.
Very high.
That's high rent.
But they
That's high
held
rent.
back development for probably a decade in that area to prevent white people from coming in. And then there was another church, Metropolitan Baptist Church, that was on like 15th and R, 15th and R. And I mean, there was a park right next to them. Instead of them going to the city and say, hey, let me have this park, maybe they had even barren land. They could have built a parking lot for their members, but they depended on the free street parking, the double parking. And finally, when the white people moved in and the condos were going $700,000 to $800,000, they were not going to tolerate being blocked in on Sundays. So the church ended up trying to make some kind of deal to go to PG County, right? You know what you're talking about now. And the deal fell through at some point, and they ended up going. And this was one of the more prestigious black churches. You know how the blacks, they want to get dressed up and go to church. The politician, they would go to this church. And then they end up operating out of a school or something, out of the basement of a school or something, mismanage their money or whatever. But it was just a lack of forward planning. All they had to do was, procure parking. And they would have had a spot in DC forever, and their property values would have continued to go up. But they tried to move them PG County, and you've already talked about what's happening in PG County. So
yeah,
I've always wondered, just like how much damage do the blacks do to their own economic, detriment by, the behavior, shooting guns, littering. These are things you could easily just change on your own, shit like that.
Yeah.
Loud music,
Yeah, I mean,
real
that's
question, John. Do you think they can change it though?
No.
I think some.
No, hold on, Brave. I want to get John. I want to get John's opinion.
I just wanted to throw that word in there. No.
I think the littering, yeah, they can change that. You don't have to litter. You know what I'm saying? Like you can figure that out. The gunshots, maybe that's a little bit more different because those are conflicts and shit like that. But definitely the litter, the loud music, that can't be solved either. But definitely the litter,
The litter goes along with everything. The reason I say they can't is because the media props up the 70% that does the pity, that does these self-pity walks. When the media is propping up the 70% that is pissing and moaning like whitey's against them, and the media propagates it, and the media sets it up and even makes it look like whites are oppressors, that's why that culture won't change, because the 70% are being it's just like the migrants being propped up with government money for rent. The 70% of blacks are being propped up with the media for insane cultural behavior. They're being propped up. That's why that's what the real reason blacks are against as far as changing black culture is the media machine that props up that 70% of bombastic idiots that complain about nothing.
Did they talk about crime at all last night in the debate?
Fuck no.
No mention of crime. And that's pretty amazing.
The closest thing they mentioned about crime is when Trump was trying to bring up the whole immigrant, the Venezuela. Remember when he brought up Venezuela and how they're taking over?
Yeah.
What was it? What town did he mention? I mean, what city did he mention?
Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah. That he brought up Colorado. That was the only thing. That and the whole eating cats.
And they kind of blew past that and went on about the eating thing because the Colorado videos are all over everywhere, and this video is out there too, I think, right? But they kind of just avoided the whole thing, and so this is not true. They're not eating pets. They're eating ducks, obviously. So
no, and what Trump didn't say is when he brought up Aurora, Colorado, he went to blaming the other puppets. Get it? That's what they do.
He blamed. Yeah, Big Brave is right. He only blamed Kamala for it. He didn't really.
Yeah. He didn't go anywhere. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're in some sideshow on Earth, man. Enjoy it while it's here. I don't know where they're gonna take it, but you got a president up there talking about a very serious matter of cultural surge, cultural decay, and he goes to and puts it right back in the romper room kindergarten. We're in trouble, folks. It's those doggone Democrats, you son of a bitch. If he said that, that's why I can't watch it. It almost gives me a sick feel. I don't mind that they're full of shit, but when they do that,
but be brave. Would you at least say that the Republicans are calling out the decay in better fashion than the Democrats?
Yes.
Who the Democrats appear to be ushering it in.
Yes, but
would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, no, up here, yes. But that's my point, Ryan, is we got to get past the appearance and get to the meat of it and say, hey, conservatives, you ain't bullshitting us anymore. Stop it. That's what has to happen.
Hey, guys, can I share a video with you? I'm going to share my tab here. Let me know if you can see my screen. Mm-hmm. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, new at 5, yeah.
All right. This is a good one here. One of the things, if you really wanted to talk about what's driving cost up, one of the things I noticed going to all these immigrant shelters shelters
Corporate greed, John. It's
is
corporate
that
greed.
a hell of
It's
a
corporate
hell of a
greed,
lot of
man.
cars, man.
It's
A hell of a
corporate
lot of
greed.
cars. Yeah.
Corporate
Yeah, well, it
greed.
could be, but it's a hell of a lot of cars I see at these shelters. And oops, I lost my tab. Sorry. I see a hell of a lot of cars at these shelters. And I've wondered aloud on stream, like, what the hell are they getting driver's license from? The cars, right?
Yeah.
In front of the DC shelter where all the migrants live, is cars and lined up and down the street. And I said, damn, like, I remember talking to a black man. I said, can you even own a car and live in the shelter? Wouldn't that be too many assets, right? He said, man, I don't know how the hell they got all these cars in this shelter.
And no license plates on them if you
No
look.
license plates, no licenses, no tags, nothing.
See, that's what I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Go ahead, John.
You know, they're
This
driving up the car.
new at five.
That you having to pay for insurance. These people are riding around, and in some cases, they're crashing and killing people. That was the little boy that the father was saying he wished a white man had crashed and killed him instead. And so let's take a look at what's going on in Springfield, Ohio. And this was in August of last year.
A Haitian man learning how to drive crashed this SUV you see in the back, that right there, into a church in Springfield. This is along Sunset Avenue.
Damn.
Police said the man told officers he was practicing driving in the parking lot. The man behind the wheel did not have a valid driver's license. The church's pastor told us people often use the parking lot for driving practice.
Well, they're practicing driving. That's what it is.
Is he an immigrant, by the way? Miguel 10. So he's just making up a excuse. They practicing my driveway.
That would be
Miguel practicing driving, and I don't mind if they just kept away from the church.
The pastor told us drivers have hit his church 3 times in the
3 times.
Maybe
now, you know what?
I don't know.
No, you know what that boils down to is not only are they bringing the low skilled in, they're bringing the mildly retarded in, ladies and gentlemen. No, that's a lot of it. You can bet on it. There are people that don't belong behind the wheel of a car with their IQ.
I don't disagree with that. Disagree with that because
they're bringing of them coming in.
If they couldn't make it in their own country, they're like, oh, let's go to America. Like that's what. Yeah, you know, like the people that could make it in Venezuela that are doing well, that are, you know.
Well, there's a lot
that couldn't make it.
No, there's a lot of people that have good intellects that can't make it in them third world countries. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is the dirty little secret is they're bringing in a lot of mildly retarded people. And that's just, you know, that's all that's what this is about right here. Yeah. You know,
Brave, if I were to go back through, you see video after video of shit like this. You'd be amazed. Haitians involved in car crashes and shit like this in this town. And it culminated with them killing somebody.
Look, in a third world country, if you got the those with strong intellect that are not going to make children because they're smart enough to know that it's very dangerous, the ones that do make the children are probably on the low scale. It's just, and they're doing it by the thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and then they're breeding upon thousands upon thousands. It's over. I'm telling you that it's there's a severe case of mild retardation going on in this country, in the black communities also, in the American black communities. Yes, there's severe mild retardation going on. It's not good because the black women won't keep themselves presentable. So the only person that can stomach to look at a naked black woman is the least of the black men. And that's who's making the babies. The least of the black men are impregnating the least of the black women. Guess what you get out of that by the hundreds of thousands.
Ryan, do you see what Jaden has up on the screen here?
Always excuses.
There's always excuse.
Even though there's 3 of those, 4. The guy says.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was. The malfunction was that the driver didn't know how to drive. Obviously, maybe he was drunk.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. But it doesn't matter because he's not supposed to be in the country, and also he probably doesn't have a license. to
What about
drive in
insurance?
America.
You think you got the
So,
insurance to cover that? You think you got insurance, huh?
no, that'll go under the non. We all pay a percentage more for non-insured motorists to fix that vehicle. So we all pay more for that collectively. Anyone that has insurance in the country has to have that in their policy. So we pay for the non-drivers that steal cars that crash them. So more moral hazard created for us all. So we don't have, like
Wait, is it right? It is kind of interesting that this kind of behavior would not even be tolerated among Americans, man. If I crash into somebody's car, they be all over me. Where's your insurance? Suspend my license. He has no license to suspend. There's really no way to. Someone talking?
Woo!
Is that right? Right, sound like Mickey Mouse over there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
John, before I get off here, could you play that
up, man?
video right quick
Oh, did you put it in the background?
in the back chat? I tried playing it on mine. Something about a browser or something. I don't know what I'm doing. My computer's 10 years old. I'm probably just outdated. I can't play it on my streams. It says something about my browser or something, but
Mike, Ryan, your mic is like really having a day over here.
Any better, John?
Yeah, echo cancellation keeps going on and off your mic. I think that's what the issue is.
You want me to get? Do you want it off or on? Is it better off?
No, it's better off. It's better with what you have right now.
Now is not good or good. I just turned it on.
This is perfect.
Okay, good. Okay. I don't know. It's a stupid thing. I don't. It's some kind of. I don't know what it is.
You said 8 minutes 37. 8 minutes and what, Brian?
just 8 minutes 37 seconds into the video.
Can you hear me?
8 minutes 37 seconds into the video when you get it up. Did I do it correctly? Did I email it? Hey, you got that? Go to 837. Oh, it's a pretty small picture too. What a shame. Enlarge your screen, folks. You'll have to see this.
We're gonna go back here, huh, Brave?
No, because this is comical. Ryan, put your comedy, put your enjoyment of life hat on. This is something you'll get a kick out of. Go to 837. Okay, now what you got to do, John, is you got to stop it just as that plane hits. So it's kind of like a trick, but you can do it.
836, you think?
837, just more or less get it. You got to time it to where when you see the plane, you just hit pause, and the pause will carry it through to where you need it carried through. Don't let it hit the building and then pause. Ooh, that was close. Not quite close enough, but you're getting it. You're getting it. A little bit more. Right there.
Okay.
Enlarge that son of a bitch.
I don't know if I can enlarge it, Brandon. Let's see.
Well, do you see any wing outline where the wings went in?
Yeah, I see the wings. I see the wings right there.
Where's the wings?
Aren't those the wings?
Them are the tail wings. We're talking about the front of the fuselage.
The wings have already penetrated the curtain wall.
Yes, the fuselage is in the building. Look at that. There's no destruction where a plane went in. Okay, folks. Okay, is that my imagination or not?
So what are you suggesting? Like I saw the building impacted by the wings, which cut through the glass curtain wall. It's glass and aluminum.
Right. You see, what does that picture tell you? This ain't complicated, ladies and gentlemen. The half of the plane is in the building. There's no hole where the first half went in.
Yeah, but it's not. It's a curtain wall. It's going to absorb that. It's just like so. Think about it like this.
Christ, he's actually doing it. Ryan's making it amazing.
Okay, be brave. Understand that. I understand how buildings are constructed.
I got
with
you.
Steel and curtain wall, and it's a glass system. I know all the components of it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to scream.
No, that's okay.
It's a curtain wall. That means that the outside, that aluminum and steel, is literally attached to the building and just hanging there, right? It's hanging there. So what happens is any kind of impact, it's going to just literally completely cave that in, blow the glass out, etc. It's not going to. It's not like
there's no debris being blown out, Ryan. There's nothing there disrupted.
It's entering the building.
You could
it's penetrating the building.
You could actually even pause it better. That's almost too much of a pause. You could actually get it to where half that plane is out of sight in the building, and there's absolutely no destruction to that building.
So
hold on.
But that the building's going to completely give.
Good one right there, Ryan.
It's going to give.
Ryan.
Okay.
The building ain't giving in that picture.
So if you think about it like this, if you take a pencil, a pencil's not a good enough object because it's too much tensile strength.
Okay,
hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if you take a baseball and throw it at a shower curtain that's hanging, a curtain wall, right? It's going to, at a very, very high speed, it very well is either going to, if there's not enough tensile strength to the curtain, it's going to puncture it immediately, go straight through and almost form a perfect hole. If it's slower, it's going to cave that curtain and shape around the baseball, right? It's going to shape around it much like that building would. So it's going to be a similar instance. It's not like that the outside exterior is stiff. It's very thin. It's going to cave in immediately.
Okay,
You follow me?
Since Ryan's the cool kid on the panel.
I'm not cool. I'm just telling you that I understand these.
I get it. Is everybody else afraid to explain what your own eyes are seeing? Does that building look like it's a curtain dented? Does it look like there's anything flying outward? Does it look like there's wings that are bent back as it goes in or disrupted? That's a half of a plane that disappeared because it's CGI, Ryan. That building is not disrupted there. You got half the plane inside that building. There's nothing disrupted to where a half a building would make a hole.
So you think that's CGI? That's a CGI thing.
I don't know. I'm even open to maybe the film does it. Maybe the film footage might do it. But I'm telling you, in this picture, and there's about 5 others just like it in other situations. There's one more in here that's got where the first building was hit would blow your mind. This one, this is not what a plane. This is not what it looks like with half a plane in a building, Ryan. That's not what you would see. Now, damn it, you know it.
So listen, the impact, the melting of the steel. Like I've talked to
the people on the panel. Does that look like a plane is in that half of that plane is in that building to you, Garion? Does it look like half the plane's into you?
Gary may have stepped off.
Oh,
I can't tell, bro.
What do you mean?
What I'm looking at. It looks like
looking at a half a plane in a building with no hole where the first half went in. There's no hole.
Well, I can't tell if there's no hole. I see that the plane is right there.
How big of a hole would you would be there if a half a plane was in the building? How big of a hole would it be?
It would at least be the size of the nose of the plane, right?
Where's the wings? The wing is gone. The wing. Where's the? Remember? Do you remember in the picture after the plane was in the building and it was burning? The whole outline of the plane was on the building. Remember the wings? The wing picture. The entire wing span was on the building, right?
Ryan,
go ahead and let's play it till one.
No, hold it. Here's one other thing. Look how far off center that's hitting. Look at the hole in the building after the plane supposedly went in. Look at the hole that they show you on the news. It's dead center. This is off to the corner. The whole thing's off. You know what? I'll tell you this. That's not what a building looks like when the first half of a commercial jetliner flies into.
I don't think it captures it very well, and it does appear like it's just literally absorbing into the building.
Right, that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. But I think the pixelation doesn't really do a good job at depicting it. But what would happen, it would be a very tight penetration at that speed, and based on the fact that that aluminum is 2-inch by 2-inch, right? It's basically an aluminum friggin', the curtain wall is all aluminum, right? And then they have these carriers inside of there. But so it's just a curtain wall system. It's literally hanging on the building. Just with the aluminum is attaching it with
No,
screws.
wait a minute. I was going to say it's not just hanging there. You're acting like
Okay. What I mean is that
curtain analogy sucked, Ryan. That's not any dent. You don't see the wing to the right, the left wing at all. You don't see it. It's in the building. There's no disturbance where the wing would have went in.
I don't think it captures it, Brave. I think it's. I mean, you're talking about it's a.
There's no
Yeah.
disturbance where the fuselage went in. That is too much of an indication. You could call it filmography, whatever you want to call it. But however what you have to call it, you have to go, that's a very strange picture. That's all I'm saying.
It's a strange picture for sure. But and another thing is the other building that wasn't the World Trade Center. These two towers. There's another building that went down, and to me, I'm like, I don't quite understand that. Like these are punctured.
These right
interior burned, right? You know where
right there. If this
it
picture
doesn't capture it well.
If you had the courage to muster up honesty, if you had the courage, you would tell yourself that is not real.
It's an odd looking picture for sure.
Not what a plane would do if the first half of that plane was in that building. God damn it! And you guys know.
All right, listen. Hit another half second on this, and let's see what it looks like post absorbency. Post it once it's fully in the building.
Okay, right there.
Stop. Load it up.
All right, it's in the building now.
That's showing.
Yes, that is where
shows the wingspan.
That's where no, it doesn't.
Not it does. Look to blow it up. Look to the left side, center of the building, all the way to the right side. It's literally the shape of a friggin' plane.
Hold on a minute. Let me.
But it's still a tight puncture, man. It's a tight puncture.
Let me.
Because at that speed, it's going to puncture it, right?
That's not showing the wing. That is showing the explosion. I'm telling you, the explosion happened immediately upon the CGI plane appearing as it's planned. That's what you're seeing, Ryan. You've seen a still motion of a plane happen in that building and no disruption to the building. You've seen that with your own eyes. Now, you can explain it, Ryan. Somebody else can explain it. But what my point is I'm betting that it's CGI. And what you looked at is what you looked at. There's another picture in here, the first building. If you look at anywhere, if you can find it, John, I think it's.
I don't think this is explosion, by the way. I think this is just debris. I don't think it's detonated yet. I think this is just boom. It's inside the building, but it hasn't blown.
Go ahead and play it a half second. You'll see the explosion happen right after this. That's the beginning explosion. Boom. That's the beginning of the explosion.
So there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
But that almost looked like a debris field to me.
If you go to
it's kind of like this. Like
it's kind of like this. There's no explaining that away. There's something odd.
If I shoot a howitzer, and I hit something, it will vaporize. Like it'll literally vaporize the item because it's got so much speed and heat generation.
Jesus Christ, Ryan! All I'm saying is that ain't a normal picture. Now, there's where the first plane hit the building. If you got that, it's a 30-second clip. It says 30-second clip. It's the only 30 seconds of the first plane hitting the building. Play that if you got the nerve.
Where is it?
I think it's at the very first. You'll see it at the very first of the video, and you'll see the fireman standing there looking down at a street grate, and you'll see it, and you'll see a
now we've got to look at least 3 sides of tower number 1, and that is the only building.
It's exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing another
apparently
plane.
that was another plane.
No, that's not the first building.
Taking a look.
There's
Hey, Brave, how do you explain that? These people's reactions to that?
It's an explosion. Did any of them talk about a plane?
I think they said another one, but that may not have been a plane.
Yeah. Because the first one was reported.
You just heard that person say another plane. You heard him say?
That's because the first one was reported as a plane. Why wouldn't they say another plane? They say an explosion.
Another plane just hit another tower.
See, he didn't say you just seen it. He said another one hit, as in speculation. Now, but the first building, that's a good one too. If you can find it, it's 2 firemen standing over a grate looking down, and then they look up.
Oh my God.
If you guys want to discount that picture you just looked at, go ahead and do it. I'm not that cowardly.
No, that's
Holy fuck! Oh my God! Oh my God! Jesus fucking Christ! Don't touch it.
Wow. She's
there are people killed there, people trapped.
And whatever fell down.
I think that's the woman screaming when you talk about the plane in her scream.
It's an international tourist place. Lots of people. There's not a plane coming down. You see?
You see, that person said another plane coming.
That one actually said another plane coming. Yes.
Wow. Oh shit. Wow. Do you see this aircraft? I've got it all.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, that's terrorist shit, bro.
That is it. This is terrorist.
Someone wants to know, what about World Trade Center 7, Brave?
What about it? I mean, it was demolished. I mean, come on. He said, they demolished.
I don't know why that collapsed. I don't know what's
There's because there was no rhyme or reason to it collapsing. I just wish go to the first of the film of this film, John.
All right, so be brave. Just so you know, I'll make you aware of this. So the reason, so you know that. No.
Try to find where the two firemen are standing there, John. That's a good one. The first plane hitting is it's 30 seconds. It's a really good good picture. It's a really good one. You'll see. You'll see everything. I should have time stamped it before I sent it to you. I'll time stamp it or something. But yeah. What were you saying, Ryan?
So I understand
go back to the very beginning of this.
I understand why the building in. I understand
Now we've gotten to look
why
at
the
least
building
three
in
sides of
Florida collapsed.
We want a film footage where the firemen are standing
Okay,
there.
but Brave, hear me out. I got to tell you this. Okay?
Ryan, listen, Ryan, stop, please, Ryan. As a gentleman, I'm asking you to stop. You're not going to explain that away to me. You've seen a half.
No, okay, but hold on a second. Listen to me.
You've seen a half a plane in the building with no hole where the first half went in.
Can I just say this to you? I read the engineering report.
Say it to the public.
Okay, I read the engineering report.
Oh my God, the engineering report. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ryan. Go ahead. I know. Go ahead.
As to why the building in Florida collapsed, and I agree with the analysis. However, I didn't read the engineering report on this, so I'm not as in tune. But based on having talked to other people in the engineering community, there's a lot of validity to what they stated as to why, right? There's a lot of validity. So no, once you hit an inflection point with the steel, this occurs. You follow me? So I understand Florida. I understand this one. That's all. I'm not as in tune to this one. So that's all I want to say.
No, I'm just saying you see with your own eyes a half a plane in a building and there's no hole where the first half went in. Take that and do with it what you wish, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to go back to that film. I'm going to go back to it, and I'm going to find where those two firemen are right quick, John. I'll be back in just 1 minute because that's the funniest one. That's the funniest one.
Yeah, to find it for us.
There's about five of those too. You got some are better than others.
Why do you think they blew up the building, Brave?
Oh hell, 1,000 different reasons. 1,000 different reasons. There's 1,000 windfall.
You want to give me one of them?
Oh, control. Reason to go make more war. War equals control. War equals global realignment. However they wish to realign the natural resources of the planet. Where did we go into right after? Oh, the Middle East, where all that oil is. I don't care whether we were involved in bringing the oil up. We controlled that oil, and we said who's going to do it and who ain't going to do it.
We spent several trillion.
Sure.
In that war to get more oil. You're saying
they print it? Well, hell yeah. There's nothing to it. Trillion they print it up. You're acting like they got to
buy oil. We can just buy it though. That's not really a good motive.
That would be nice. That would be nice if they would just do that normally, but they don't. They need to control it. You're saying that they don't need to control the oil?
What I'm saying is we spent multiple $1 trillion in Iraq That's in Afghanistan. We spent a ton of money. We could have just bought the oil for less. You know what I'm saying? Versus controlling anything.
Okay, never mind,
No.
Ryan. No, you're right, Ryan.
I mean, I'm just saying. I don't think a profit motive was it. If it did happen,
I didn't say profit motive. I said power motive. War motive. War is power. War is power over the planet. That's what they did in the Middle East. They said, we're going to take control of this region.
Do
and
you
they
think
did
the
it.
Silverstein guy was in on it?
No, he knew what was going on. They told him to do this, do that. But as far as the architects of all this, that's about 4 or 5 countries and their secret agencies all doing this. There's no, trying to blame it on Saudi Arabia. Maybe that they're okay. 2 minutes and 9 seconds. 2 minutes and 8 seconds, John. Go there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
2 minutes, 10 seconds. All right. Let me see where I am right now. Give me 1 second, Brave.
Oh, that's okay.
Let me maximize the screen.
And I'll tell you, there's about 4 other pictures too, where half the plane's in the building and there's no hole. They're even better than that one too. I'm telling you, it's funny as hell. It's comical to me.
Let me know if you can see the screen.
Yeah,
Oh.
looking good here. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to go back. You want to go back before. Wait a minute. Maybe that's not the one. Go. Is that a 210?
Let's see.
Yeah, no, that's the second building. I don't think I got the first building hit.
This is 2 minutes, 1 second.
Yeah, that's the second building hit. Yeah, I don't have the first one. Doggone it. Anyway, the first one is the one where an explosion happens and there's no plane in sight, and a piece of explosion happens, and then you see what looks like nothing but a streak of a missile, and it's obviously not a plane in the first building. Yeah, it's very obvious, and the firemen look up, and it's that's the second. That's still the second building being hit. So, but yeah, no, I just wanted to show that. No, Ryan, it doesn't surprise me you made excuses for it. It doesn't surprise me at all. But I'm just telling you, you guys.
I think I'm not susceptible to conspiracy theories such as this one.
It's not a conspiracy theory. That's before your eyes. You're trying to explain. You're trying to deny what your eyes see, Ryan. That you need to get a grip on. You need to get a grip on that. There's no hole where that first half of that plane went in, sir.
I mean, okay, so I just read that like 38% of Democrats think the Trump assassination was also staged.
Oh, I think the Trump assassination was staged too.
Everything's a lie. Everything's a conspiracy.
They clipped his ear. They clipped. What do you think the odds of his head being perfectly parallel with the path of a bullet at 1/8 of an inch is? I mean, it happened.
So you think that was staged as well, the Trump assassination?
Oh yeah, yes.
I think
people got killed. I think the firemen got killed or whatever. But
aren't you you're a flat earther too, man? So I can't.
I'm not a flat earther.
You did. You tried to explain why.
No, I did not know.
Listen,
I did not. Please don't bring up that explanation. It was erroneous and embarrassing, and I still say we could find out if this earth is turning if we got to the pinnacle of the goddamn earth to where the fucking pole is at. But it doesn't matter. My point is I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, but here's what I'm saying. That whole argument you made, though, I was trying to explain.
Erroneous, and I got it, and I said you're right. So drop it, please.
I don't think you did. You didn't say I was right, did you?
I did. Yes, on the very following day.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes, I said I got off I thanked Rock and you and Rillo. I said thank you because my brains weren't thinking, and you straightened me out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The next day, yes.
I've had many of those too. It's all good. I get it. So.
Yes, but I still say I was amazed at myself at not catching on as smart as I am in so many areas and as good as I am at math.
Well, plus you have some construction background, so I was like, great.
No, that's not construction. That was pure math that I was overlooking. Pure math that I was overlooking.
Yeah, but my point is, like, you got some electrical experience. You understand structures and things. That's why I was like, Brave gets this.
Yeah, no. It was easily overlooked. That was pride goeth before a fall. biblically speaking. But you see a plane half in that building, and there's about 5 others on this film where there's other shots where the plane is half in the building. There's no disruption where the plane goes in, folks. That you just gotta. I don't care what you think, Ryan. I understand what you're thinking, but if there's no hole where the first half went in, you have to get your big boy hat on and go. That is strange. That's all I'm saying. And if you've seen that first 30 seconds of the first building being hit, you would say that is really weird. Because
if you could slow this down, like so in other words, if you could slow this down to show prior to the plane impacting the building, there should be deflection in front of the plane because of the wash, right? So there's air being pushed forward also, right? Based on the speed of the plane and it penetrating the air.
And you're bringing up speed,
There
Ryan.
should be an impact, right?
Do you also understand the speed of the plane? How fast do you think the plane to penetrate, if it did penetrate that cleanly, do you think the plane would have to be traveling at 500 miles an hour? Or 100?
No, I think it would be slower. But it's a large body,
Right.
you know, that it's just like when a ship's going through the water, the dolphin get in front of it. Right. That's the forward wash of the water pushing forward, right?
At that altitude, a pilot said there's no plane that's going to fly fast enough to do that damage. They said you can't fly a plane fast at that altitude because of the air pressure would tear the plane to pieces. They said to get a plane to fly fast enough to do that damage at 1,000 feet, you would have to have 5 engines on it. And they said then your plane would fly apart. In other words, they said at a low altitude like that, planes can't go 500 miles an hour because when they're at 35,000 feet, the air pressure is so little that's where they get to cruising speed because there's no air pressure against the plane. Now, so that means that a plane was going slow too. So that
it was going slow, but what I'm saying is there's still.
What I'm saying is that defies what that plane appeared as. That plane looked like it was going 500 miles an hour. That did not look like a 160 mile an hour plane coming across that screen. So even the speed of the plane. I'm just saying, you've seen it right there. I'm saying half the plane is in the building. There's no hole where the wing and the fuselage went in. The plane hits, then the explosion happens. And if you've seen the first 30 seconds where the first building was hit, what you see is the explosion starting and there's no plane in sight. And then the big explosion happens. Still no plane in sight. All you see is a streak of a missile. And that's not a plane, and that's not it's astounding. If you really look at it, I understand, Ryan, what you're trying to do. I get it. And I know I'm the conspiracy goofball bringing this to you. But I'm telling you, folks, if you just stop and think and go through this whole film and do what John did, because he did it very well. There's 50 shots on this film alone. There's 50 angles. I guarantee you there's 4 other places on here where you can do that, still shot it, half that plane's in the building, and that's even more spooky than that picture because it's larger plane, it's larger pictures, and you can see where the plane, there's no question when some of those pictures are that big, half the plane's in the building, and there's no damn hole where there's no hole or no hole where the fuselage went in. That's what you see there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's to me, it's like there's that right there. Yeah.
I do remember a commercial pilot. Maybe it was Mubarak, someone over in the Middle East. He was a military pilot. Said he couldn't have hit that building with the speed that it was going. He said the building would have looked like a pencil in the air, and that was his explanation for why it was almost impossible to hit. And I don't know. I've never flown a plane before, so I can't say if that's true or not. But I remember him saying that. So if there any pilot, Bob isn't. If he's in the audience,
no, you can't bring Bob in on this bullshit. That's worse than Ryan.
Well,
Jesus
Bob,
Christ, you think I know it, but he can't say
Bob's a pilot.
I know it. He can't say what's on his mind. I'm protecting him from being fired. Thank you very much. My God.
The benevolence of
yes.
Well, I want to know, does he think he could hit the building going 500 miles?
No, don't ask him. Don't ask him. He can't comment on any of this. Has he ever? No, there's a reason.
I think he is the official. the official guy here, man.
He could be. He could be. You're right, Ryan. But we can't expect that of him. That's selfish of us.
Bob, don't cam up. Don't cam up. Just come on up.
No, don't even say anything, Bob. Don't. You got it. He's making good money, and he needs to keep doing that. He don't need to get into our bullshit here. If I was him, I'd say, "Are you crazy? You think I'm commenting on any of this?"
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, come on,
Well,
man.
I don't think we'll know the answer to this, but
Oh, the
it
answer
is.
is in your face. There's half the plane in the building, half the plane out. There's no hole. You got to kind of like, oops. You kind of got to go, ooh wee. You kind of got to go, damn. There's 1,000 things to do it, but saying that that ain't what it is you can. And like I said on this film, and you folks want to go through it. There's 5 other places where the planes are even bigger. Half in the building, no hole where the plane went in. It is rather amazing. It is
It's
rather
3
amazing.
hours in.
Thanks for bringing that up, John, on 9/11.
No problem. Be brave. It's
Thank
today.
you very much.
Damn, today is 9/11. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's why I said
amazing
9/11.
how
Let
you
me
can forget about these things. 9/11. You almost forget about it.
Yeah, today is 9/11.
Yeah. Damn, 9/11 talk. 9/11 talk. Damn, you forget about that. Hell, there are probably some people in the chat that weren't even born during that time, Brave. Right?
Oh, I know.
I would say yes.
It's kind of interesting. Brave, someone said the planes were going estimated 580 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Helen Hayes, I think you're from Ock Nation, right? Maybe I asked you that before.
Maybe somebody did estimate them at that fast. That's where the pilots did come in, and they said, no, there ain't no plane flying 580 miles an hour at that altitude and staying in one piece because of the air pressure. To differentiate between the air pressure, at ground level, 1,000 feet, your temperature can be 70 degrees. When you get at cruising altitude, 35,000 feet, it's 140 below zero.
Well, the air is very thin.
Yes,
Also.
5 measly miles up, and it goes from 70 degrees above to 140 below. That's the difference in the air pressure. That's what you're looking at as far as flying 580 miles an hour at 1,000 feet. I'm just going by the picture. I don't care. You ain't. I don't give a shit. And there's about 4 others like it too, and some of them are even more clear than that one. That's just the only one I found real quick on this, but it is amazing. And you'll see. I'll find a couple others. I'll bring them up. I'll give you the time. I'll get better. There's about 4 of them, and you can take that. You've seen that one. Ryan disagrees with it. We'll see if he disagrees with the other 3 that I know of. Some other time.
Be brave. Can I talk to you? Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you remember? You remember? This is Juan.
Wando Calrissian.
You remember?
Oh, hey, Juan.
Hey, what's going on, buddy? Do you remember the videos that used to be all over YouTube from CNN and MSNBC, where the reporter said, and I kid you not, Building 7 has just collapsed, and Building 7 was still intact behind them?
Yes, I seen it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Juan, those are placed to. I'm telling you, they top to bottom confuse us with this stuff. So they not only and all of those videos, what they did is they fed conspiracy theorists. What happened to conspiracy theorists more than any place other in any history? They were made to look like kooks. So they set that stuff up like that for that purpose.
That's true, but the irony for me is that all of those videos, after they claimed that they were conspiracy theories, got scrubbed from the internet. They're all gone.
I don't know.
Forget
I'm not
one
sure
of the CNN videos. One of the CNN videos, real quick, I'm sorry, said when I was looking at the comments back then, this was back in 2010, 2011. I'll never forget all of the comments. Hey, the cameraman just lost his job that day. Hey, this is the last day that cameraman is ever employable. Things like that. And no, all of those videos gone, not just from YouTube, but from the internet. I can't. You have to really, really look to find them now.
Yeah, no, what was that about? Because it was very true. It was an existing video. I've seen it many times myself. Building 7 is now fallen. Whoops, there it is, still up. And then an hour later it falls. So, I mean, like I said, this is beyond us. That's why I say we're powerless. If they can pull this shit off, what do we think how do we think we're going to go to a city council meeting and confront a little black woman who's mouthy and hates white people?
Yeah, no, that was good. Brave. I was going to give you guys kind of a change of subject, change of direction, I guess.
Go ahead.
I saw some headlines in the news, and I had this thought. And damn if I didn't see a headline. This is somewhat about sports and somewhat about business, I guess you could say. How many of you are aware of Deshaun Watson?
Not me at all.
I'm not surprised,
Yes.
Brave. He's a quarterback from Cleveland. He had about 20 sexual allegations. So yesterday I was listening to something, and to get the big deal that he got from Cleveland, he agreed to more or less absolve himself and say, hey, yeah, the football player. He said, hey, these are all the sexual allegations that I have that are alleged against me. There are no more. And so basically we're wiping the slate clean and we're moving forward from here. So now someone new is suing him, and more importantly, he's not playing very well. Now, all of you guys know that if a football player is playing well, his behavior matters very little. But if you're not playing very well, your behavior matters a lot. And so now that this woman is alleging sexual harassment against him or assault or whatever, the contract, the fully guaranteed contract, is now up in the air. So my thought was, did the Cleveland Browns set him up? Did they make this up to get themselves out of a bad contract deal? And now we're seeing allegations that maybe they did. Let me see if I can find the headline here.
Is Juan still up here?
Juan, are you still here? Juan may have stepped off.
Oh, okay.
He'll probably be back at some point.
Oh, yeah, John, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if they didn't do that. I mean, come on. That's easy.
Dan Libertard floats theory that Browns leaked new Deshaun Watson sexual assault allegations. Maybe they didn't set him up, but they leaked it.
Well, it's a setup. If they leaked it, it's a setup. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, right. You know, or they may have put the woman on him too. How much did they pay? How much was it?
What was it?
But listen,
$300 million guaranteed. You know, that's enough money to make you want to get out of a deal.
They guaranteed $240 million.
Yeah.
So.
And honestly, like this dude harassed 24 different women at 20. I'm like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work to do that. Okay.
Details of another
and separate women.
That's not hard to do, Ryan.
Emerged on Monday after Watson successfully settled 23 of 24 civil suits claiming assault in 2022. It came one day after Watson struggled mightily and the Browns lost to the Cowboys. You see him there with his head down.
What position does he play? Quarterback, you say?
The most important position in the NFL on any team, the quarterback. The confluence of events led Lebatard to theorize that someone within the Browns organization has it out for Watson. The number of people who would defend this behavior if they think their quarterback is good. And then the strategic leaking of stuff that makes you wonder, are they trying to get out from up under the contract? It's pretty gross, Lebatard said. The finances of this are so cold and awful that you're now like, oh, the Browns are going to try and see if they can sneak away from everything there when they shouldn't be able to. The Browns traded for and signed Watson to a $230 million fully guaranteed deal. It's the first time it had ever been done in the NFL. A lot of people criticized them for giving a quarterback or any player guaranteed money.
Who owns the Browns?
Is it Haslam?
No, it's Schwartzman.
Maybe very well could be. Pro Football Talk, which initially broke the deal, reporting on specific language in Watson's deal that will put the remainder of his contract in jeopardy. if he did not previously disclose this specific claim before signing. That's a hell of a loophole. I won't read the language in his contract, but it is very interesting that this may very well be used against him and in favor of the team to void themselves of the contract. That's going to be very interesting. And I would imagine that the players union may try to fight this because they want the guaranteed contracts in play. And he's the only one that's ever had one. And for the owners to figure out a way to weasel their way out of it.
Who's the fella? Who's
Go
the
ahead.
fella up above me in the screen? Is that Denizen? Is he asleep or something?
I think that, well, that's not him in the flesh, but I think
I know that.
he may be on his stream or something talking. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I see. Oh,
He may be awake. Let's see, Dennis, are you awake? if he's awake,
no, he's
he
gone.
may be trading. You never know. Yeah. So very, very, very interesting. The Cleveland Browns may be trying to weasel out of their contract with Deshaun Watson. But here's another thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, and I hope I'm not beating this immigration thing to death. And if I am, you guys feel free to chime in. Let me know when I beat it to death here. Here's another article from last month. A video, actually. Brave, you might like this. Let me see if I cut the volume.
The Haitian population.
Did I pause it?
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Enright. James Brown is off. The NAACP got involved with this and tonight held a community.
Something's wrong with the stream. Let me pause it and bring it back up. Maybe my computer. I'm not sure. Let's see.
What was the NAACP saying? Complaining or
yeah, I'm gonna play it here. Let me see.
Discussion to find solutions. News Center 7's Malik Patterson is live in Springfield, where tonight lots of people gathered to have this intense and important conversation.
That's right, Gabby. I'm at City Hall, and between those doors off to our left was a very emotional conversation for some, with one Haitian man telling the crowd he just wants a better future for his family.
I got 4 kids. I want my kids their future. I have a better future than I.
Monique Matt said the fellow.
All right, this damn video doesn't want you to play it here, Brave. Yes, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on, Brave? Let me see if I can get this thing to play in here. Give me 1 second. Maybe I have too many tabs open. I don't know. Let's see what.
Haitians that live in Springfield want to be acclimated to the area. They just need help, but they don't know how to go about it.
They want to know how to drive, but they didn't have. They want to know how to talk to you, how to act with them.
Damn video. Must be Haitian internet delivered this video. I don't know what the hell's going on. But anyway, you can see that the NAACP, interestingly enough, is supporting the Haitians.
Well, sure. Sure.
Why do you think?
Because it's what's going on in America. That's why I say all these goddamn dumb white people, John, that say it ain't about race. They don't understand something. Hey, whitey, you're being attacked, you dumb fuck. You dumb, stupid son of a bitches.
Let me see if I can.
God damn.
Don't know it out there. Just
hold on.
Samat was one of over 10.
Damn, I'm not pausing it. I promise you, I'm not. Let me see if I can just refresh the page here.
People that spoke.
It'll come in right when you wanted to play it. I'm gonna see if this is a little better here. But yeah, no, it is very interesting, Brave, that the NAACP would be behind this, considering, it kind of goes.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Enright. James Brown is off. There
must be something wrong with the stream here.
Yes, yeah, it's the NAACP are behind it. That's why, I consider myself a standalone on these streets because you'll never hear me say that anything. Nothing right now. Race is the very most important question in American culture right now. Right now, at this time, at this day and age, race is the most important discussion to have at this culture right now, for the simple sake of describing who's doing what bad behavior. For that reason alone, all of us that want to live together, and we all do, we have a right to point out who's doing the destructive, violent behavior. And that's why race is at right now where it belongs, or it's not being discussed even enough. And that's why the NAACP is proof when you have scholars that come up here and say that my 70% figure is too high, and that it's 70% of American blacks aren't complaining. It's a much less. I'm saying no, my 70% is too low. The NAACP unanimously, probably,
That would be the 70%, right?
it would be yes, and more. It's probably more like 80%, but 70%. You've got 70% of blacks in America attacking whites verbally, and
Let me
the
see if I
whites
can
aren't
get
understanding it.
Let me see if I can get this video to play, bro.
I come in that close to you, but they don't know that much of them don't know it out there just in hell.
Samat was one of over 10 people that spoke tonight at the meeting. NAACP Springfield chapter president Denise Williams organized this meeting.
You got the blonde hair, typical blonde hair. Let me see.
No, that may be gray. It's just straight and gray.
It could be. I don't know what the hell's going on with this video. It's like
It might be colored because
with
her
the
face
help of the city to stop hateful speech towards the Haitian community. Springfield city leaders say that they now have over 10,000 legal Haitian refugees that live in the city.
10,000.
So Williams said they are
Wow.
not going anywhere, so we have to figure out how to coexist.
There you go. There you have it.
She just told
Another
you, didn't
community member touched on citizenship, which is brought up in several city commission meetings.
They are not illegal. Even Congressman Turner recently, in a meeting with leadership, said these are not illegal immigrants. They are here legally.
Throughout the meeting, Denise Williams discussed action items the NAACP would like to work towards. First one being to sit with local store leaders so there is no discrimination when shopping. The next is,
I would like to have a representative from all the leadership here in Springfield.
Williams is working on establishing a housing committee, additional driving classes, and additional job programs.
They all coming here because they need a better opportunity.
Backlash.
That's why
Man,
I also.
I mean, I think they just told you they're not going anywhere. We ain't going no.
That's what I'm saying. You know,
If I was in hell, if I escaped from Haiti, man, I wouldn't be going back either, man. You had to drag me back over there.
That's like that's why I always say, if I was a black man, I'd move in with Whitey too. They go straight to hell, and I'd tell Whitey. I would explain to Whitey, though. I think blacks owe it to Whitey to explain why they're there and quit it with the happy bullshit. That would make blacks more acceptable in white areas if they just fessed up and said, well, my culture sucks and I don't want to live around them. Instead of, well, hi there, you accept me with open arms no matter what. Yeah, no thanks, Blackie. No, stay in your own goddamn area. Thank you very goddamn much. Until I hear you speak of the willingness to understand that there's something going on in the white culture that you're after and that you want and that you need to acknowledge and make it known that you appreciate, rather than acting like it doesn't exist.
Bray, did you know that Haitians live in landfills in Haiti?
All over the third world, throughout the globe, people live right next to landfills, John. All over the third world, take a country, South America, Africa, Indonesia, India. Take your pick, man. There's foul ass living all over the world, and I'm on record as blaming a lot of that on a handful of white men on this planet. A lot of it. It's not bad development. It's maldevelopment. There's things like things that go on in Africa. Wait a minute. Okay. It's different in Africa, but it don't have to be that different to where people are walking, have no running water, or they're walking in sewage.
Does anyone recognize what's in his hand right here? Let's see. Because I know what it is, but I'm just curious if you guys know. Anyone
No, I
know
don't
what's in his hand?
know. What is it?
Is
Looks
anyone
like
know?
an orange. Looks like an orange, 2 oranges peeled. What is
Did
it?
anyone in the chat want to
I
take
think it's a star fruit. A star fruit? Monk fruit? John, why are you laughing, John? Why are you laughing at it? I
Come
can't
on,
see
man.
it.
Come on, give me a better guess. Does
Oh, hold on.
anyone in the chat?
Oh, it's a piece of salmon. It's a piece of salmon. I can't tell, man. I can't tell.
Do I
I
need
can't
some?
tell.
Do I need to zoom in a little bit? So was it? It's a bag of juice. So was it? It's a bag of urine from the hospital.
Oh, it is a bag of something. Yeah, bag of liquid. Yeah.
It's a bag of water. It's a bag.
Okay.
It's a bag of water. Did anyone know that?
Well, now if it's water, it's colored, so it could be a bag
No,
of some sort of juice.
the bag is colored. The bag is colored.
Oh, okay.
Right? They sell water like that in the third world. Little sacks. You riding down the street, it'd be like a little sack of water, and you cut it at the corner and just suck the water out. Right? You see, Garen, you seen that before? Garen from the third world, he knows exactly what that is.
Yeah, gang. That's what gang grew up in. Wow.
Let me change Ryan's mic again. Garen would know exactly what that is. Hell, I hear they sell those things in LA nowadays. But that's a sack of water. Someone says sodas and juice too. Okay. Hell, it could be juice. I've only seen them selling water. A boy takes a drink as he scavenges for recyclable and other usable items at the dump on the outskirts of Port-au-Prince. This is 2012. I don't think things, have changed much in Port-au-Prince. Following the earthquake 2 years ago, they killed an estimated 316,000 people. The number of scavengers at the landfill has grown from about 2,000 to an estimated 200 to an estimated 2,000. These people are living in landfills. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Yo, look at it. Look, what the fuck is... A man holds up animal parts as he scavenges for recyclables and other usable items at the same dump. Animal parts. That's trash all around him there. There's something to eat there. There's more trash being dropped off for the people to filter through. Children and adults scavenge for recyclables and other usable items around a garbage dump at the garbage truck at the same dump. Man, these people are used to some hard living. And, bringing these people to America is like a kid in a candy store. And look at this. A bull shitting and pissing in the dump. The methane blows them up sometimes, in these dumps. They're like fires that blow up the people.
Yeah. They gotta vent it. That'll explode.
How do you vent a dump?
Well, they put vents in. They do, really. Like in other words, when they go and bury after the fact, when they backfill it with dirt over everything, you'll see vents coming out of the ground.
Oh, really?
Where it's yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Really?
Land management does it.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's actually they're trying to figure out, and they probably have done it, how to, rather than just pipe it and flame it, that they pipe it and use it for energy.
Yeah.
Wow, damn! You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Damn,
there's a whole science to it, believe it or not. Crazy.
It's kind of amazing to have these people coming here. Man, that's buckle up, people.
Well, it doesn't cost anybody anything yet because they're borrowing. So wait till it does.
Well, man, this is what when I saw all those older white people in that town close to mine. Springfield is very similar kind of demographics. In my town, a little bit bigger. It's going to cost the people down there that's living there that don't want to live like that, and the people that are going to come in and buy their houses for pennies on a dollar are going to make a shit ton of money renting to these people.
Asset holders will do fine. That's right.
So
what is most hilarious about all of this migrants is if we were allowed to maintain law and order to its fullest extent, at least that, this all could be a lot less headaches to the American people. But see, now, not only do they bring in migrants, now they're doing things like saying shoplifting isn't a crime until you grab $1,000 worth of stuff.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
crazy.
in other words, they're shutting down law and order along
Yeah.
with bringing in the migrants. So that's why I'm saying you could bring in migrants if you had law and order intact and you really had it intact. And say the global machine, the corporate machine said, we're going to put in a bunch of migrants because you white people ain't making babies. We need workers, but we are also going to digitize a bunch of money so you can increase patrols and keep law and order very well intact. And we're going to allow you to build buildings, real shelters for these people, and do it that way. See, it all could be the cultures could be assimilated that way. But see, they're not doing that with us. That's why in the end results, it's not. It's who know these global. The corporate machine is a mean global ruler. We're dealing with some evil ass white people, folks.
Jay
At the very top.
Haitians are good for the environment. They work harder for less and exist peacefully. And they reduce the stray cat population. Yeah, you know what? There is something there.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, they also eat the trash. So yeah, that's also pretty good as well.
Another topic that did not come up last night, some of these, the state of affairs in the legal community. You could point out the absurdity of the case down in Georgia with Trump and Fonnie Willis. You could go all around the country. You could look at what's going on in New York with Trump. You could also look at what's going on with the YSL case in Atlanta, handled by the same Fonnie Willis. And I think at some point we're going to we may tune into some of that trial so you guys can really see what I've been looking at over the last year or so of this trial, however long it's been going on. And you'll draw your own conclusions at the State of Law Fair, I'll use that term, in America. But here's something else that didn't come up in the debate that I thought would be good for the both candidates to be asked about. Maybe they were, and I think I heard Trump say something about this, but take a listen.
If you're looking for the one,
of course, we got the ad, of course. And of course, I'll wait till the ad ends before I show you guys this article here. I don't know how long this ad is going to take, but we'll see. Realtor ad. Anyone in the real estate market while we're waiting on this ad to end? I'm curious to know. Ryan, you into buying property or land? Here you go.
Well, I'm interested in buying a farm property.
Oh, that's right. That's right. All right, got the ads out of the way. Let's go.
An actual felony? Because I was pretty sure that.
He was stacking charges and like rearranging things just to make it fit a case. No, to be honest with you, I think the case is nonsense. Every real estate person in New York does what he did. Nobody's ever been charged with this. Alvin's very ambitious.
What do you mean?
He wants to be, something. I don't know what. A mayor. I'm not sure what he wants to be, but I know he's not happy just being the DA of New York County.
This guy's probably going to try to lock him up, and it's going to be ugly.
What are they talking about here, John? Is Trump over pumping his value?
Yeah, the case in New York. They got the Alvin Bragg to prosecute.
Yeah.
Here's a guy on his staff that is basically saying it's all bullshit.
Well, yeah.
And I think and you have all these people within these prosecution offices. They're willing to go along and more or less tear down the American judicial system, and leaving that torn in the wake, destroyed in the wake. All for, as this guy saying, he wants higher, political status. Give me 1 second. We have L in the background. L, you're not a porn bomber, are you? You mind camming it up, or maybe I'll put this big fat woman on the screen. Don't make me put the big fat woman on the screen. Show me a picture of yourself or something. L, why you keep going off? L, hold it up there for a second. We get a lot of porn bombers up here, L. And let's see. L, what's up?
Well, I see you guys are licking your wounds after last night's debate. Trying to do the spin room kind of politics.
Oh no!
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you. I watched the debate last night.
Okay, I watched most of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I watched the majority of it.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. The moment she said about his crowd size, he lost it. Now,
I fully agree with you, Linwood. Fully agree.
Once she hit him with that, that's all he cared about was the crowd size. Now, I will also be correct in saying she should have answered the questions when it came to two of them. One, why did it take President Biden 6 months to do something about the immigration issue? But bottom line is, you should have had a law on the book. I mean, well, not Biden, but the law was already there. The Republicans agreed with it. They said, okay, this is the bill we're going to push. And it was our bill, their bill. Donald Trump told them to kill it. They even came out and said it. Yeah, he doesn't want it because he wants it as an issue. Right there, that lets me know he was not serious about the immigration issue. He doesn't care about it. He just wants it as an issue. Number two, about the economy and all that other stuff, she should have answered point blank instead of going to, hey, I was a mom, I was a prosecutor. I'm like, all right, we got that, babe. We need to know about your economic policy. You said opportunity economy. Okay, that's interesting to me. Now, what does that entail?
I didn't watch all of the debate. So what would you have liked to have if you were on the debate as a moderator? What's the first question you would have asked her?
I would have asked Vice President Harris, because she is the incumbent vice president. Now, mind you, the vice president does not set policy. The vice president doesn't do anything.
Right.
So you can't totally say, okay, it's your fault.
Okay.
She just following orders, champ. So,
all right.
I would say, okay, Vice President Harris, you in your recent campaign rallies, you've been talking about this opportunity economy. What does this opportunity economy entail? And what is going to be the policy that you can get Congress to pass on day one that produces this opportunity economy?
What do you think needs to be done for an opportunity economy? What do you think needs to be done to help?
Well, from what she is saying about her opportunity economy is she wants to give tax credits to first-time homeowners so they'd be able to afford a home. She wants to also give money for childcare, because there are single women who are working 2 jobs. They can't afford childcare. Okay, those things are reasonable. I can agree with that. But let's talk about getting this inflation down. Right now it's coming down, but we need to be under 2%. To give Donald Trump credit, he was at 1.9 when he left office. President Obama was at 1.4 inflation. So he increased it a bit. So give credit where credit is due, but mind you, he mismanaged COVID terribly.
Completely.
It made a bunch of foolish statements about bleach, and it was like figure of speech kind of speech. But in serious situations of that magnitude that affected a country, you don't just start making figure of speech statements in a serious matter.
Linwood, you mentioned the economy, right? And housing and things like that.
Because housing shortage is very real. I mean,
And
in my backyard, it's
I'm a
real.
landlord. I'm a landlord, right?
You're a land possessor? Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. And so, I collect rent from people for a living, provide housing, stuff like that. And so I've long thought that the more and more these migrants come in here, they're going to have to be supported by the government.
Not really, because most of these people that are immigrants, they're actually coming here looking for work. They're not coming here to get. And mind you, they're not citizens. They can't get any government assistance. They're citizens. They're not citizens. The only thing, but mind you, immigrants that come to this country on a work visa pay more in taxes than you and I do working a 9-to-5 job. So there is some benefit to immigration, and then there's some, okay, we're going to have to eventually try to get more housing. We're going to have to tackle the housing issue.
Linwood, man, we could do show after show after show. And as you were talking, it got me to thinking we should do a show on what benefits do migrants actually get. And I've done it before. I showed that in New York, immigrants qualify for a New York 1 ID. Are you familiar with a New York 1 ID, Linwood?
Probably similar to a visa, but not the real thing.
No, it's a city. It's a city issue ID that allows them to work.
In the city limits.
Right, in the city limits. Open up bank accounts and apply for welfare and housing benefits. The New York 1 card. I showed it here on the stream.
But that's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough.
What do you mean? I'm going to show you what's
if they're coming here to the States to have a job, they're not coming here to be lazy. I mean, just like when I sat back yesterday and watched the Springfield, Ohio story on PBS, where, and we also have to put this on the table too. Are U.S. employers getting tired of U.S. workers? With the whole, as that got, now that's anecdotal, but let's look at it. Why these immigrants are getting jobs?
Linwood, can you connect the dots here? After 15 years of a wait list being closed, the New York City Housing Authority reopened its Section 8 waiting list. Did you hear what I just said? Can you connect the dots here, Linwood? Do you know what's going on?
I would need more context. Like, okay, why did they close it to begin with?
Okay.
And why did it just all of a sudden reopen it?
Anybody else want to chime in on why this waiting list, and it's not just New York, it's all around the country, have reopened their Section 8 waiting list? They don't have more housing, but somehow they open up the waiting list. Why would they do that?
Well,
any thoughts?
Well, they got more housing. They're making hotels into homes. And I know you can't get Section 8 on that. I understand that. But as far as Section 8 goes, probably since a lot of people are going to be misplaced, they will qualify for Section 8, actual U.S. citizens. So they're probably going, we're throwing the U.S. citizens out of their homes. We probably want to absorb them in the Section 8 program to help them get housing again.
Brave, let me give you, you're right, but let me tell you something a little deeper down on the level.
All right.
I had my buddy Philippe up here on the show. He just had one of his Section 8 tenants move out. She was a black woman. She'd been there about 10 years. And so I said, man, you going to rent the Section 8 again? He said, probably not. I said, what about black people? He said, hell no.
They can't get money off of Section 8. That's why a lot of these new
he doesn't want them. He don't want them. Period. That's a bigger problem than all the other shit. He don't want them. But there are a lot of landlords out here that do want these migrants. I've shown you Ebro up in Brooklyn and the Bronx. He was housing 30 in a room, making money, big money. And
well, they're not going to complain. They're not going to complain.
They're not going to complain.
As American citizens will.
Right. And I told you, I was talking to my buddy yesterday. He said, man, the last thing I want is court. I want to be dealing with the government while you in my house. These migrants, they're not going to be dealing with the government. They're going to pay their rent and they're going to move. Let's play this video. And I want you to listen, Linwood, closely to what this white woman says.
Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards? Or
Tell me.
even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. These people have jobs, like factory jobs, making $20, $30 an hour and still receiving food and cash assistance from the government. I can't even make over a certain amount a month, or they
Well, wait a
take
minute.
my
Well, wait a
assistance.
minute. Hold
I
on.
don't even
Stop the
have
film. Stop the
assistance
film.
right
Stop the film.
Yeah.
Most agencies come from most of the support comes from the state. Most senators give money to the states. Most congresspersons give money to the district. So we need a little bit more context on this because all this is going to be, excuse my terms, is a bunch of.
She's about to give you a little bit more. She's about to give you a little bit more.
All
She's
it's
going
going
to
to
give
be
you a
is a
little.
bunch of
She's
conservatives
going to give you a
bitching and
little bit more.
moaning.
I understand. She's going to give you. I don't even know
No.
what her politics are, so I don't want to call her conservative. She may be liberal. I don't know what her politics are.
She's not a conservative.
But let me give you a little bit more of her context. And
Fat sloppy white bitch.
Let's listen to a little bit more of what she's saying, and then maybe we can better judge.
Now, because I keep getting denied. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
You ain't hungry.
States.
I see that.
I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5,000 on their food assistance.
Folks, I've told you time and time again. And sometimes I be wanting to show you all these motherfucking messages I get. People sending me, y'all got food stamp 500, 800. Shit, I was coming from the liquor store the other day, yesterday. Motherfucker stopped me, yo, what's up, Galt? You need any more food stamp? You don't know the world of food stamps and welfare fraud. Or maybe
I don't. I don't
You
because
don't
I've
know.
never applied for it.
You don't know.
I wouldn't even know how to apply for it because all I know how to do is work.
Man, you know, I'm gonna tell you one thing though. You don't have to be smart to figure it out. They got whole fucking government agencies that'll walk you through the whole process. You can speak Wolof in some of these cities. They got a Wolof translator.
Well, a lot of these people, a lot
application.
of the government resources that are being produced is language barriers. Like we have to get translators in here to speak the Creole language that they speak.
That costs money, no?
And that's costing money as well.
Every school system has ESL.
Hey, let me explain to you again, Linwood, why these cities all around the country are now opening up their Section 8 vouchers. You know, I want to get paid, Linwood. I want that money, but I don't have the means to enforce and enact policy. But these big landlords, they do. So let
CBRE.
Also, what John just mentioned as well is there is between the small land possessors and the big conglomerate like companies like BlackRock,
CBRE, yeah,
who have the lobbying power to take out the smaller competitors and gobble them up. Now with immigrants here, as the guy at the factory in Springfield, Ohio said, Haitians that come in here, or the people that they call Haitians, they stay at their workstation. They don't have to worry about a drug problem. He said, I had to deal with drug problems.
Hey, those are the ones they showed you, right? Those are the ones, the good ones. The good
No. It was like, I don't have to deal with.
If Linwood, if all those Haitians were so virtuous, why weren't they able to replicate any of that in Haiti?
Well, actually, one gentleman said in an interview that the violence in the violence in Haiti is so bad that the gangs that assassinate their current president,
who's committing the violence in Haiti?
80%.
Who is committing the violence?
He said, the gangs took over 80%.
Are the gangs Haitian?
They took over 80%.
Are these Haitian gangs? Are these Haitian gangs?
Their nation is Haiti, so of course it's Haiti.
So they're not Dominican.
What they were saying is the reason why we fled the country, the reason we left Haiti is because of the violence. And then once our president got assassinated.
Wait, Leonard. So what you're saying to me is, did the criminal hung back in Haiti and all the law-abiding people just said, well, I'm going to get the hell out of here? That's what you're saying to me?
I mean, well,
If the
that
criminals in Haiti get home back,
may not be all of them, but the reason why we have these migrants here, and that's what Kamala Harris was not the border czar. Kamala Harris was there to find out why, to research the cause of immigrants coming in here. What was the cause of this happening? And she found out that it was political unrest, political turmoil, sanctions on countries like Venezuela that we put on. We put Venezuela on embargoes. We put them on sanctions. We have done everything we could to get rid of Maduro by doing everything we can to turn the country against him and to dismantle his economy. We've done this, and this has been well documented. So if we are the cause of instability in these nations, is it about time we start really looking at why, if we stopped all this, these immigrants leave and go back to their own country? They don't want to really be here. They're only coming here to work.
Do you think all of them Haitians come over here to work?
The majority of them do. I mean, I ain't gonna sit here and knock an immigrant. I'm not gonna knock an immigrant coming over here because one, they're good for the economy, and if U.S. workers, if U.S. employers cannot get U.S. workers to really do job production, get meet quotas or whatever the case may be for production, these people got to still have you're a land possessor. If you're not getting your money from a U.S. citizen, but you're getting your money from an immigrant,
what's that right there, Linwood? You know what it is?
It's what the hell?
What the hell? What the hell?
Breaking a cat.
Describe it for me. Describe what you
breaking a cat's neck.
What you think you're gonna do when he went with that neck broke?
Oh man, this is propaganda. I'm not doing propaganda, man. That's just a
you don't believe
racist
that's
term.
real?
That's race. That's a bunch of racist crap trying to dehumanize people, trying to dehumanize immigrants. And you, as a non-white person, ought to be ashamed. You, as a non-white person, ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I am
for sitting up
ashamed.
there dehumanizing.
I am ashamed.
You're dehumanizing people
I am
because
ashamed.
they want some help.
He
They're coming here for help.
Skinning that rabbit, that rat, that cat.
I mean, like
that's
you said,
what he needs.
Put it like this: if you get rid of these immigrants, like Trump said he's going to do, he's going to deport 11 million. Okay, deport them.
He ain't going to deport nobody. He ain't going to deport nobody. We all know that shit ain't
Just similar, however, similar what happened with Ron DeSantis when he tried this tactic, and they all left the vineyards and the orange vineyards of Florida. They went to hire U.S. citizens, and they couldn't stay on the job for 2 hours, not even 30 minutes.
They didn't pay him enough money. They needed to pay him more money. You can get any workers you want if you pay enough money. That's the deal. Always, in every instance.
But if you're paying, but you know how this is in business. You know how it is. I mean, listen, y'all guys are conservatives. You're businessmen.
I got a question, and I really need to figure this shit out. The freak says there's probably propaganda, but I don't see how it's racist. Can you explain to me how that would be propaganda? And I'm asking in all instances. Linwood is up here. You feel free to run with it. How would that be propaganda?
Because you're taking an anecdotal situation of a black person breaking the neck of a cat, which is cruel, but you're equating that all those Haitian immigrants are doing the exact same thing.
No, that's not what I did.
So then you're dehumanizing them and saying this is what the immigrants are doing. This is the same sort of dehumanization tactics that the Republicans have used against immigrants, while at the same time behind the scenes, when they're not around their white voters, hiring those same immigrants, them same animal abusers to work in their vineyards.
All right, Lynn, what about this, what you see on the screen right here? Is this propaganda? And what does that mean to you? Does propaganda mean it's not real? Because I just want to make sure I'm not showing anything fake.
No, actually, propaganda is what you use to persuade people that a certain thing is true that is not true. That's propaganda.
Do you think this video right here is real?
Well, if it downloads, I can see if it's real or not. But I'm not going on social media. I don't trust social media.
You see it right here?
I don't. But I don't trust social media because social media is mainly littered with propaganda. So if it's not based on fact, if it's not based on something that's tangible on the ground, social media is just mainly just trying to get contact and click. They're trying to get content. They're trying to get clickbait. They're trying to get a name out there. They're trying to get a rep. It's like social media is the new drug game. It's a new trap house.
Where could I go find some legitimate pictures of Haiti that you would trust?
Where is this place at, John? You're showing.
With
Where's
Haiti,
this at?
there's Port-au-Prince right there.
Port-au-Prince, yeah.
We all know that Port-au-Prince is not recovered from the 2010.
You think a hurricane
earthquake?
You think an earthquake caused it?
I mean, earthquake. I mean, Port-au-Prince is not really. Haiti's not really been a. It's been a poor country since it fought for its independence.
Why do you think Haiti is poor?
Because it had to pay back the French after it beat them up in 1804.
Is that why the trash is flowing down the street like this?
They're still paying France to this very day.
Is that why the trash is flowing down the street like that? I don't know. I'm asking you.
You could pretty much say yes if the people are poor because they're paying France for their enslavement.
Okay.
They're still paying France to this very day for wanting their right as a because of 1804. So I'm not making this up. You can go back and research yourself.
I'm listening to you.
You can go back and research this. Linwood ain't making it up. I'm never going to come on a panel and just tell bullshit lies. If I'm incorrect about something, I'll go back and research where I was incorrect.
So go ahead, Brady.
I got to roll.
Thank you for that, Linwood. By the way,
I got to roll off, but I got a question for Linwood. Linwood, do you take Kamala Harris serious in anything?
Honestly, after I saw last night, that is our next president.
Right, but do you take her serious?
I do. And here's why I take her. Here's why
I don't even want to know. I feel sorry for you. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Linwood, please spare me. For God's sake, spare me.
Well, let me be honest with you.
Donald Trump is a joke. Linwood, Donald Trump is a joke.
Wait a minute, hold on here.
All right.
Wait a minute, hold on here, please. A Donald Trump presidency could still happen for one reason. Institutionally, he benefits from the Electoral College. So Kamala Harris could win the popular vote by 10 million votes, but she could still lose this election by a handful of Electoral College votes.
Hillary won by 3 million popular votes.
Actually won by 5. And he
lost.
Was
it 5? Everywhere I've looked, it was like 3.
3 or 4. She won by 5 million, but he won the Electoral College.
Right, but she won by 3. I think it's more like 3. But anyway, I just Linwood, stop, man. Trump's a joke. They're all jokes. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know if you took Harris. I just wanted to know if you took Harris serious.
My question is, if you take Trump seriously?
No, I never have. I said he's a joke. Linwood, he's a goddamn joke. He's a pig. He's a corporate agent.
Well, wait a minute here. We ain't got those slurs here. The reason why
I threw him.
The reason why
I met him. That motherfucker makes me sick that we're stuck with him as a president representing white people. That makes me sick.
Well, let's be honest here. The majority of the Republican Party is 85 to 90% white,
so and they're not representing white people.
And the majority, and they want him as the They think that he's best qualified to be the president.
Who's they?
They meaning the 85 to 90% of the white of the base that supports the Republican Party.
Nah, I think you're more like 60. I think a lot of whites know Trump's a joke. They just know he's the only thing the only game in town. I don't think a lot of people.
Brave, before you get out of here, hold on. Before Brave gets out here, I want you to just take a few looks at this video, store that in your memory bank there. Just tell me what you see.
Willie Brown.
It was Kamala Harris. It's Kamala Harris in the background. Willie Brown. I mean, what's the big deal?
Nah, it's just an old video resurface. I ain't saying.
Is that her? Is that her?
That's her. That's her.
Yeah, no, see, that's what I was thinking that this morning. Funny you bring this up, John. I was thinking that here we are with a president that wasn't nothing but a goddamn whore. A goddamn whore, a goddamn run-of-the-mill whore. Now I don't mean, and I like whore, and I respect whores. But she was a goddamn whore. She had no sense of culture. Everything about her was anti-culture, and here she is running for president.
Wait a minute. Do you think Nikki Haley's a whore for being? Did you think she slept her way to the top to become governor of South Carolina?
I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. What do you think? Linwood. Future reference. It's all bullshit to me. You know that. I think you know that.
I think some of it's a joke, but we're
right. Okay, I am talking about that's the sad part about it.
We're never going to get a third party in this country.
No, we're not. No, we're not. You're right.
Unless, however, it's a second option.
Okay, one more question. One more question before I go. Linwood. Okay. Do you realize that when they destroy the white culture, that you ain't going to have anything black to talk about anymore? And by that I mean you're not going to have any hopes for a black culture coming out of it.
Well,
Once the white culture goes down, we're all done here.
I don't want a white culture. I don't want a black culture. I don't want.
Well, you're doing better under a white culture than what you want in the future. You're doing better under
American culture.
Yeah,
culture.
that's a nice. Ooh, nice. Nice dream, you guys. Oh, wasn't that so sweet? American culture, by golly, it's a white culture right now, and if we do away with it, we're going to suffer greatly.
What I want out of the United States is for it to do what it's on tape. That Constitution says.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Now,
we're on a ride, buddy. Hang on. It's a good ride. Hang on. It's still a fun ride. And hang on to your hats, folks. And I'm going to ride on out of here and go do some housework. But thanks to everything, fellas. See you guys later.
All right. Let me turn the volume. Let me turn the volume up on this. This is kind of interesting. This is right here on the screen is Willie Brown. Looks like he's accepting the mayoralship. And beside him was Kamala Harris. And she would have been married at the time. He would have been married at the time. Here, let me cut the volume.
Fine women.
Are you his daughter? No, I'm not.
And fast cars.
You should from now on address me as the mayor.
If ever a man and a municipality were made for each other, it is this man, this place. He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter? No, I'm not.
Did you hear that? Are you his daughter? I'm not. That's amazing. Give me 1 second.
I'm fine with all those things, by the way, John.
Johnny Cochran used to be that. Johnny Cochran used to be the same way. And he won 10 murder cases in a row.
I just like many of her policies. I don't care about her or him or either. I only care about what they'll do for the good of the people in the country. And some of her policies are okay that she's proposed. Some of them are atrocious. Some of them will damage the economy greatly and hurt people in the country. So, that's the deal. I don't care about, she could be anybody. Character doesn't matter. I don't care. Give me AI that will make it better for the American people.
And see, here's the problem with that. When character starts not to matter anymore, the morality of a nation is no longer in existence. When the character of the leader of the country becomes compromised because of some greedy, rich, self-aggrandizing behaviors that we have learned in this country, that's when you know your country is in the shitter.
Well, as
Because
far as
character
it
no longer
goes,
matters.
there are two wealthy politicians that are trying to win public office here. That's how I see it.
I don't think Kamala Harris is wealthy at all. I don't think so.
I mean, she's worth over $60 million.
Maybe Doug Emhoff, but her husband, but her, nah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's her money. It's marital money. They're both worth. These are multimillionaires. By the way, I find it interesting that Congress doesn't propose a wealth tax, right, until you hit $12 million, right? When the net worth of most of them is between 1 and 10, and then there's some outliers like Pelosi that's worth 60 million or 70 million. But on average, they're worth between 1 and 10 million, and they start the wealth tax at 12 million, right? So ultimately, all these people are wealthy. Trump's wealthy. She's wealthy. There's no common people. Tim Walz, I think, isn't wealthy, but that's about it. The rest of them are wealthy. So they don't care about
Pelosi mainly got her money from her husband, Paul, who was
and her dad also was a her dad also.
He was a California. Well, she's from Baltimore originally. Paul Pelosi
her dad was a mayor.
Is a California Silicon Valley real estate developer. That's what he was. Emhoff is more of a banking person.
I went to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. They got away. I couldn't make out the first three of the license plate, but I got the numbers. The last numbers was 9898, and it was a gray Toyota Tacoma they took off on.
And so, where you from?
There
When you
was
saw
about
this, sir?
4 of them. There was
So,
2 men, 2 women.
so wait a minute. Wait a minute. What part of the country are you saying this in?
I'm riding on the trail.
Sorry?
Which part of the country you're in? What state are you in?
It was Springfield, Ohio, where last night Kamala Harris said that Trump was lying about the Haitians killing animals and geese.
Actually, the moderator said he was lying. They said that's not true
Kamala Harris was shaking her head and said it's not true.
because even they said it was confirmed it was not true. It was from a social media site.
They said that the mayor said that there was no proof of that. And again, what I'm telling you, Linwood, and I'm not
No proof meaning it's not true.
No, that's not what it means. Again, Linwood in Aurora, Colorado, and I'm not sure if you followed this at all. The mayor,
I have followed that one. It's about the slumlord that has the immigrants in the housing, and they're complaining about the housing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
But the Republicans, like yourselves, took the propaganda tool, like the whores that you are, and used it as saying, "Oh, there's crime and rapid gang violence here," and the local news people had to say, "That's not true. We didn't say that." Once again, this is why social media sites need to be regulated and fined for misinformation.
Someone wants to hear the rest of that 911 call. I'll share my screen with you. Let's see, how do I do this? See, can't get the main layout here. It's always some shit. Here we go. This is the 911 call here.
I couldn't tell the age because I'm in a hurry going to this orientation, so I don't be late.
What direction did they go?
They went up towards the middle of towards downtown.
Okay, and what path are you on?
Right now, hold on just a second. I'm coming to the intersection of. Give me a second here. It says Water and Warder Street.
Water and Warder. Is that the area you saw them?
Yes. It was about 2 minutes back behind me. I was trying to get my phone out and trying to make it to this orientation on time. I'm time crunching here. And I saw that. I'm like, yeah, this has got to be reported.
So how many geese did they have?
They each had 1. Now, the Toyota Tacoma did look like a newer model.
And what's your name, sir?
My name is.
Any idea how they got a new model Toyota Tacoma? Good for them. That's a better car than I have. I don't begrudge anyone for having a nice car. They're taking the geese, guys. You can't deny that. Maybe that was propaganda too. And then what you said you're against false shit and you want to regulate social media. Were you for like throwing people like Nick Fuentes and Kanye West off of social media? That video may have been too much for Linwood. Here's another one.
And you guys are just sitting up there and something. Like I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And like I don't know like who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm.
But the immigrants can't get welfare. What the fuck they doing at the welfare office? They just hanging out, chilling, air conditioning maybe. Maybe they just at the welfare office staying cool. They ain't getting no benefits. They just there staying cool. But how did they find the welfare office?
Coming down on the immigrants because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks.
No, they not. That's a lie. Don't believe that 911 call you just heard.
By their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like, y'all get the Highway State Patrol down here every week, and then y'all get like a task force for the Highway State Patrol, and they look for guns and they look for dope and this and that and the fourth. That same.
Does he want the police to look for geese?
People that y'all got riding up and down Limestone doing U-turns, pulling people over for blinkers and pulling people over for like going left to center and like a couple miles over. Like, y'all can take them same people, the Highway State Patrol, and you can take them in every single one of their silver Chargers and Dodge Durangos, and y'all can take them to Sunset, and y'all can park them right over there, and y'all can teach people how to drive. Since the Highway State Patrol knows so much about traffic laws and know what to do in traffic, they need to. Y'all pay them. They can go over there and teach these Haitians how to drive because it's.
He want to teach the Haitians how to drive, man. These people, they just ain't there yet.
I'm getting thousands of views on these, and it's going to get bigger. And it's only.
Can we find this guy? I think it's Anthony Sullivan or something running for mayor of Springfield.
Going to get worse, and y'all sitting up there in these chairs. All y'all need to get out here and do something. Y'all making hundreds of $1,000s. Y'all need to put on a t-shirt and some Crocs, and then y'all need to come out here in these streets.
Crocs are part of the problem.
And y'all need to go out here and I'm out here before the police is. Like, y'all need to do something, bro. Y'all really got to stand on business. Y'all getting paid all this money just to wear a suit and sit in a chair. I think it's crazy, bro. We got to do something, bro. It's kids out here getting hurt. Like, only reason I even went on here and said something about it is because somebody told me they walking from the school and a Haitian almost ran into them. And who is getting paid? Like, how much money is y'all really getting paid? Like, to bring them over here? Like, I know it's deeper than them. I know that's where they come from and that's what they do. That's their country. I don't know what they got going on over there, but they can't do that over here. And if y'all just getting paid from it and then y'all ain't doing nothing about it, I think that's super weird, bro. Y'all got to stand on business. Y'all got to really, like, step up. Like, it's lame, bro. Like.
It's lame, bro. I got to stand on business. Blah, 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 blah. All this bullshit. Oh, man. Very interesting. You know, I think we should call, it's probably businesses open now. I was tempted to call like a beauty shop down in Sylacauga, Alabama, ask them, are there any migrants and shit down there? What would they say? Let me see what they would say. Let's call it. We're going to call Essence Barber and Beauty. Sounds like a good one to call. What do you think? Essence. It should be one. Let me see if I can find their number again. Let's see what they say. Are there any migrants down there that would kind of refute what's being said here? Let's see. Did I lose Essence? Did I lose it? Let me see. I'm going to call. I think I want to call one in Sylacauga, Alabama. You know, it's down my way. They may have a black barbershop somewhere. We're going to call them. Let's see what they say. This sounds like a black one right here. We have them on the line here. Let's see. Turn my phone up. Did it go through? Let me make sure it goes through. Oh, shit, did it not go through? Sky's the Limit Barbershop, we call them. Sky's the limit. That didn't go through. Let's see if we call another one here. They're about to close. 12 o'clock? Let's see. Can't get any calls. So let's see. Here's one. Let me turn it. Are you guys able to hear this? I can't hear anything. Hello? Let me make sure. Hello? Damn. Were you guys able to hear that? Because I couldn't hear anything. Maybe make sure my road's turned up. Make sure I got it turned up properly. Let's see. Yeah, I can catch one more call here. Let's see if I call this guy. I don't know why my road's not picking up here. Is Bluetooth is on? Yeah. Bluetooth is up. And it's calling. What's up, Master Kim? I don't know why the Bluetooth. What's up, Master Kim? I was calling. Oh, we just heard the call hang up. Okay, let me see. Do you hear it ringing? Let me know if you. Hello?
Charles, if you'd like to make an appointment with Doug.
You guys can't hear that. Oh, can you hear that? Can you hear that? No. Anyway, Master Kim, I wanted to call some of these. I figured a barbershop might be the easiest person to call and see what they're saying down there in Sylacauga about or Springfield about the immigrant situation. It's kind of interesting to me. What you got on your mind today, Master Kim?
Oh, hey, I think that's pretty clever, right? Because they all got to get faded up. They surely didn't pack their own clippers. You're right. They need to get properly faded. So that's very smart detective work.
I bet you they're probably cutting hair on the street right about now, Master Kim. I may have connected to the wrong road. Let me see. Road Podcaster 2. I'm connected. All right, let me try it. We're going to try Robinson Corner Cuts with a Z at the end. Master Kim, let me know if you can hear the phone ringing because I'm unable to hear it. I need to make sure I got my road up. Road up. Yeah, that road's up. Let's go. Are you able to hear anything, Master Kim?
No, not at all.
All right.
Record your message when you have finished.
I don't know. Maybe I got some setting I need to change here. I may have to call them later. But anyway, I really wanted to get like a citizen's perspective about what's going on. Maybe I need to connect this road. Let me see. It should be connected. No, it's connected. I don't know what the hell the thing is. It was an interesting conversation there with Linwood, though, huh, Master Kim? I don't know if you heard Linwood here.
No, I was meeting with a customer. I'm still in Miami. I'm driving up towards Orlando, but no, I'll go back and watch the stream. But yeah, I unfortunately missed it. Linwood's very interesting to hear his perspective for sure.
Yeah, he is very interesting. He is very interesting. I will give him that, Master Kim. We'll give him that.
Hey, John, do you mind if I hijack 30 seconds of your time?
No,
Which is always a lie because I end up talking more.
No, that's fine.
I was very impressed with Kamala last night.
Really?
Because I'm happy she's not brain dead. You know, she may run the damn country. And I hope she was humiliated about being in a position of not being able to answer these questions, and she'll change things around under her watch. You know, and I'm not caping for her, but you know, I hope that she's triggered to do something that will move the needle if she takes over. But yeah, I'm so glad that she was, you know, she sounded great last night. And I don't want to say I hate to say it, but if she takes over, we don't want a brain dead knucklehead. You know, we want someone with some cognitive thinking going on. You know.
Yeah.
And she was good last night too. I'll take her over Stacey this one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. There's one person's opinion. There's one person that likes Kamala.
No, trust me, I'm going to vote for Trump. But you know, it's not the end of the world. Which leads me to us doing the show about the day after. Both, the perspective. You know, Asians need to be neutral, so it's a little much for me. It's a little rich for me to be out there caping for Trump. Anyways, I hate to say that. Normally we're neutral. But anyways, yeah, I thought she did swimmingly well yesterday, and Trump sounded kind of like a cranky, because all heck is breaking loose, right? And there's so many points for him to illustrate, and he sounded kind of like a cranky, older guy,
Yeah, he looked a little old.
Every reason to be cranky, right?
Yeah, he looked a little old to me last night too,
Yeah,
Mexican. He looked a
compared to
little old, yeah.
crispy Kamala. Crispy
Yeah.
meaning sharp, not like
Yeah.
negatively.
Give me 1 second, Mexican. I need to get my my wire so I can make these phone calls. Give me 1 second, Mexican.
Hey, what's up, Dennison? Are you on right now, or just you're on silent?
So many damn wires, Mexican. We're gonna see if this one works right here. You know how it goes, Mexican. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah.
So many damn wires. I have them packed up sometimes, you know, to be mobile. You know, I think the debate, you know, it really favored Trump. I mean, I'm sorry, Kamala, because it's just a matter of not talking about things, and that's a benefit for her. Not talking about the crime, the violence, all those type of things. That really benefited Trump. I'm sorry, really benefited Kamala, the immigration, all that stuff. If they don't talk about it, it's a win for her because she doesn't have to explain, you know.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, there was one thing I guess I did want to say, and maybe we've talked about this on several streams. There's almost two things going on at the same time that almost should be separated, so that you know all Americans, doesn't matter what class they are, should be outraged at what's going on, and it needs to be talked about. No Democrat or no Republican, so that. But it's hard to talk about when it's coming from the political point of view, because these things need to be addressed. These are real concerns that's devastating all of America. And what I didn't like about Kamala is her kind of smirking and almost not taking anything serious about these dreadful things that are going on. Almost like as if, you know, like how she was acting about people eating dogs, or just using it as like dismissing it, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
let them eat cake, or almost like there goes Trump. Oh, he must be, he forgot to put his tin hat on, you know, kind of dismissing these real things that are going on, when in fact, I would say that's probably one of the only negative things that she did, in addition to the lies. But oh well, you know, but I like that she sound clear-headed, and you know, not slurring or not absent-minded. I mean, that just shows you what a run we've had with Biden, right? That we just want anyone that's got cognitive skills, and if they got fine motor skills, that's a plus too, right?
All the better, all the better. Let me see if I can call one of these barbershops. I hope you guys can hear it. That's going to be such a disappointment if you can't hear it. Oh no, so we have to get this road thing straightened out. Damn, their phone is off. All right. Their phone is off. All right, fair enough. Let's see. Think, should I call a white barbershop or a black one? What do you think, Mexican?
Oh, good one. Whoa. White ones don't know how to fade. I mean, they know how to do that military fade, but not with
Well,
black
I want to
people
get the.
here.
But I
I
want to
would
get the
call them just
perspective.
for the hell of it. Yeah.
I want to get the perspective. Who's likely to be more truthful and more honest?
I would say the black barber shop. The white ones are going to have.
Uh-oh, we might get one. Got this road.
You have reached Fresh the Barber Shop.
Fresh.
They are busy making people fresh.
Oh, shit. Y'all can't be that damn busy. Let me see if we get another one here. Oh, this got to be a good one. Let's see what it is. Portia said it falls. Anyone want to call in? White John called. He said something about the Ukrainians. We'll get to that in 1 minute. Damn, these barbers don't answer their...
Please leave your message for...
I think if I was cutting hair, man, I'd be answering the phone, bro. Telling you that. We've had pretty good luck with the hair and beauty business, so we're going to get an answer here. Wait a minute, what's today? Tequila gets back from China tomorrow, Master Kim, or does she leave for China tomorrow? I can't remember which one it was. Master Kim, you remember Tequila?
Hey, so yes, I do. Sorry.
I think she gets back from China tomorrow.
Hello, Lawson's. Can I help you today?
Hi, you're on John Galt. I'm calling about the migrant situation that been reported in the news in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, this is a barbershop, though.
Yeah, I was just calling.
This is a barbershop.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I was just calling to see if you had, if you're able to give us kind of some insight. We've been hearing that it's propaganda, it's not real. Are there migrants in Springfield? Have they really been killing geese and cats and stuff that's being reported?
I don't know. If you want to come and get your haircut, man, we could talk about it.
Man, I'm in D.C. Again, this is the John Galt Show, and we're just calling some Springfield residents, just trying to get down to the truth of the matter. You want to put your Cash App up? We'll put your Cash App up, and if you have some time to talk to us about what you're seeing, not a problem. I can also send you a link where you could join, or you could call in. You're already on the phone, but you could join the link, with your face or without your face. It could be anonymous, and you could, kind of give the audience here, which is kind of international audience, what's going on there.
You gonna send me money?
You might get some money. I won't send it to you, but we have 39 people in the audience that really want to hear what's going on in Springfield, Ohio. And we've been hearing the news. People wanted to hear more about it in the debate last night, but we've been told that what's going on there is fake. Would you say what's going on there is fake in terms of the Haitian migrants?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Have you seen any Haitian migrants there?
I can't say that I have.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So you would say all this is kind of overblown from your standpoint?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's what we wanted to know. We want to get down to the truth of the matter here. The news is reporting that migrants are crashing into school buses and things like that. And you never know what to believe. So we wanted to hear from a resident of Springfield.
Right.
All right. You want to shout out? Go ahead.
Nope, I haven't seen that. I haven't smelt it.
No, sir.
I haven't seen any cats or dogs missing. My neighbors' dogs and cats are here. If anything, after last night, I think my dog ran up under the couch because he was scared.
So no migrants. You haven't seen any Haitians there. Just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, there you go. How many? I think you just cleared up a lot of people thought that the town had 10,000 Haitian migrants there.
Yeah, but the guy you got it from, you gotta look at the messenger, man. Every message that he's been sending has been false.
Who are you talking about?
What did you hear from last night?
Oh, you talking about Trump? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saying
yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. How much of his campaign can you actually believe?
Right.
It's not just the dogs and the animals being eaten. It's a lot.
Yeah, indeed.
I just hope our American people can see through this, man, and we get past this curve, man.
Hey, what's the name of your barbershop one more time, man? Bronson, is it Bronson's Barbershop?
Lawson's, Lawson.
Lawson's Barbershop, and in Springfield, Ohio. The people in the audience want to know, Kamala, you sound like you Kamala guy versus Trump. Kamala or Trump?
I'm Democrat more than
Okay,
anything.
sounds
I
good.
was kind of down on my Democratic Party for a while, but
Why were you down on them?
these next couple of years, because you know, yeah, Biden. Biden's a little older, and he really couldn't give in detail what his administration was going to do or what they look like.
What did you want
with
Biden
his,
to do?
with his condition?
Did you vote for Biden?
No, I haven't voted yet.
No, I mean, in the last election, did you vote for Biden?
Who was that? Biden and Hillary?
No, Biden and Trump. Biden versus Trump.
Biden and Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they both Democrats. My bad. Yeah, I'm a Democrat. I was a good Democrat ticket.
Okay, I got you. All right, man. So it really nice talking to you. Thank you for your time. Again, Lawson's Barbershop, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, have been shouted out to 42 people in the audience right now. Lawson's Barbershop, Springfield, Ohio. We got truckers that probably pass through there, man. They'll know where to get a haircut if they ever come through. And you should join the channel, man. Feel free to join anytime. The Urban Landlord on YouTube, and I'm John Galt. We stream 24 hours a day.
Urban Landlord on YouTube.
Yeah, we stream 24.
Okay.
We stream
I'll check
24
you out a little
hours.
bit.
Yeah, we stream 24 hours a day, so feel free to jump on anytime, man. Thank you very much.
Very professional.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I gotta go.
Sound good. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Oh, that's one guy dispelling the narrative that there are migrants in Springfield, Ohio. What did you guys
Yeah, that
think?
was interesting.
What did you think about that, Master Kim?
So I was in the process of buying 2 Dunkin' Donuts. I'm dropping off donuts for my customers. The donuts
Yeah.
are very expensive, but I found a place doing 2 Dunkin' Donuts for $17.99. I was like, give me 4 dozen. So yeah, very. Is this crazy? Here I'm being cheap about because I'm giving them to customers, but I mean, $17.99 for 2 dozens is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I only heard bits and pieces, but it's all.
Oh, Master Kim's bringing it. We got another one on the
You know,
line.
he could be used to what actually is going on.
Here's another. He went political almost immediately. Damn, these people don't answer the phone when they're cutting hair, dude.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
That's why these people don't answer the phone. You know, he went straight political on us. Did you notice that, Master Kim?
Yeah, yes, he did.
I mean, I didn't even mention Trump. The guy went straight to Trump. Like, straight to Trump there. You know, interesting. Let's see if I can find another one. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. This a little bit. Let's see. These damn people don't answer the phone. You know what's interesting? I'm looking at the pictures, Master Kim, of this Lawson's Barbershop. He's cutting hair with a mask on.
Oh, that's.
Oh man, every day. Let me call another one here.
This is Andrea. Can I help you?
Hi, yes. I'm calling about the news reporting about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. Do you have a couple minutes to talk about that? About that? Sure. Oh, this is great. So I'm John Galt, and the channel, this is a YouTube channel, The Urban Landlord, and we've been hearing a lot of news about and we've been reporting on the news coming out of Springfield. And we don't want to be reporting fake news here.
Correct.
How would you describe the situation being reported coming out of Springfield?
It's awful.
The news is awful. Do you think the situation situation?
No, the news is not awful. No, the news is not awful. The news is not correct because they're everywhere, and they're in our town.
You said the Haitians are everywhere?
Yes.
And so when you hear about them killing geese and things like that, is that true? You saw geese being killed with your own 2 eyes.
Yes, they're putting them in coolers.
So when you watched the debate last night and Donald Trump mentioned that they were killing geese and
He
Kamala.
didn't mention they were killing geese. He said they were killing dogs and cats. He didn't mention geese.
Oh, so he misspoke. Okay. Are they killing
I mean,
dogs and
maybe
cats?
they are. I don't know that. I cannot say that for sure.
But you have seen them killing
Yes.
geese.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this question. What is the, and if you don't mind me asking, any question that you don't want to answer, feel free to just tell me, move on. It's fine. What are the demographics of your town? You don't mind me asking.
Excuse me?
Can you tell me what the demographics of your town, like 60% white, 40% black, what, you know?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I
that,
have no
to be
idea.
honest.
Okay. And how would you say the anyone else have questions in the audience, feel free to chime in. How would you say this has affected your town?
It's horrible.
Do you want to go into some detail? Are they living near you?
I can't right now because I'm at work.
Oh,
And
wow.
this is the work phone number. So you can be more than happy to call my cell phone number and I can give you more details.
How would we
And I
call
can give you that number.
Sure. You might not want to give it out online, but what I can do is I can. This is the Urban Landlord on YouTube, and I'm John Galt. You can look us up, and feel free to chime in. We would. You can send me an email, or I could give you my phone number. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Give me 1 second. Let me look up my online number here, and we would love for you to call back in and give us some just some insight on
Absolutely.
it.
I place right now where I get
Okay,
early.
let me give you the number. The number is 309
309
863 5667. And you can call me.
who am I asking?
I'm sorry.
And who am I asking for?
You can ask for me. This is John Galt, and we're usually on 24 hours a day, so you can call in pretty much anytime. If you want to text me before you call, just to let me know you're about to call, feel free to just text. And I'll respond back. But if you text me now, I'll give you my direct number so we can make sure that we're available to have you on whenever you're ready to talk.
Yep, absolutely.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Oh, bye.
Now I got questions. Why did the
That was
first?
a great call.
What she's gonna call back? I guarantee you. She's pissed. She's fit to be tired, right? She's pissed off about this situation. But why did the first guy say he ain't seen nothing, and he went straight political on me? I ain't seen nothing, bro. I ain't seen no H. I ain't smell nothing. All my dogs is here. Ain't no way in the hell he ain't seen anything. And this other woman done seen everything. She saw the damn geese being chopped up.
But not only has she seen things, she says it's horrible. So how could the other homie be like, oh, everything's normal, fine, right?
That tells you something. What does that tell you guys? I'm really curious to know what does that tell you. It tells me a whole hell of a lot that a lot of things are being seen through a racial lens. And that people are willing to bring this motherfucker all the way down, their own little towns and everything, just to advance an agenda because their hatred for one person or another is so strong that they don't love themselves enough, their children enough. They say, I just can't do this. Even though I hate that man over there, it would really kill him if I did this. I can't do this to my children, my grandchildren's coming up. I'm still in their birthright to kill this white man. This shit is amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that black man just went there and he just acted like he didn't know anything. You know, I've mentioned a long time ago the playwright David Mamet, where he says, to be a liberal, you have to act like you don't know things. Let me pull that shit up so you don't think I'm bullshitting. To be a liberal, you have to act like you don't know things. David Mamet.
And then, John, what's going to happen when someone does speak out? They sound like a kook, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going to get so used to people shutting up and minding their own business that when someone does normal stuff, they sound like a weirdo. I mean, Trump sounded a little bit off because he's telling like it is, but that just shows you that we're all being beat down to not hear the truth.
Yeah, that was really amazing. That was really amazing. And I'm going to share you guys this quote here again. I've shared it many times. Again, it's David Mamet. I first saw this at the Conservative Treehouse. He was talking about it. He's a former liberal. And he says, in order to continue advancing their illogical arguments, modern day liberals have to pretend not to know things. We just saw that in action. This black man cutting hair like, I don't know shit. I ain't seen no migrants. But the black white woman, hell yeah, they're everywhere. Somebody lying. Or somebody acting like they don't see shit. One of the two. Which one do you believe, guys?
So, John, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So Trump last night, as he kind of held his hands and, hey, I don't know why they opened up the border. Maybe it's to get more votes. He's like being sincere. And this is the person that had access or probably still has some access to programs or what would motivate them to do this. And he's kind of throwing his hands up. And if Trump doesn't even know why they did it, maybe it is as stupid as it sounds, just for the votes, that there is no deeper meaning in that. It's just a dipshit thing that's now gotten out of control and no one wants to answer to these secondary horrible effects.
Did you see the Yuri Bezmenov interview I played earlier today?
Yes.
And you know how he talked about liberals are stupid and shit, right? He said you can't depend on those people because they're so you know. And I think in America, you often hear politicians nowadays when they're talking about elections, they're talking about ballots, not votes. You don't need electors. You don't need vote. You don't need people for ballots. You need those for votes. And I think if you look through a lot of, just the rhetoric that politicians talk about today, they don't need people, man. They just need ballots. You got to print them, fill them out, and drop them in the mail-in box. If you really cared about the people, man, there's no way you would allow people to mail in votes because that would subordinate their vote. It would cheapen their vote. And I think the only reason you would do that is because the ballots matter more than the votes or the say of the people today. I've shown you 2 city council meetings. People say, hey, things are local. I've just shown you 2 city council meetings where the council members flippantly disrespected their residents, the people that pay their salaries. So
isn't it weird how we joked about that lady sounding like that Tiffany Hinyard, and then it was a joke at first, but then is that crazy?
Yeah, she's just like Tiffany. The white John Galt says, what are your thoughts on the U.S. having admitted 271,000 Ukrainian refugees since the Russian invasion? All I can say is, man, they probably will more easily assimilate than a third world person from Haiti. I'm not in favor of any of it. But
yeah, but John, they need to go back.
They all need to go back, except for the women. We take the women. There's the casualties of war. We take their women and send the men back.
Especially if she's a sister.
One of the all Ukrainian women, man, we got to keep her. There's the spoils of war. We got to keep them. But everybody else, they got to go back. We take the women, man. That's the way it works, right? If you getting the men and not the women, what the hell are you gaining, right? Fighters, soldiers. Damn, did I just miss a call from this woman? No. Yes. I was about to say, wait a minute. Make sure that I didn't miss a call because sometimes I cut my phone off. I get so many calls during the day, I have to cut this phone off to keep from interrupting the show. Let's see what we got here. Make sure I don't have any reservations, by the way. Getting about that time to send out the Airbnb codes and stuff like that for the people that are looking to check in today. Oh, okay. Someone says call some more people. Should I call them in Alabama or Ohio? People in Alabama might be. What you say, Mr. Kim? I'll let you pick. Ohio.
I would say Alabama because they're not, I would think that they're just going to break it down in a little bit more pragmatic, simplistic way. I don't think that they're going to be, because they're their small town, peaceful life has been severely disrupted.
Yeah. And I'm from right around there, man. I can really bum the black barbershop or white barbershop. Or if you have another business I should call, I call them instead.
I'd say black one until we get the one that can kick it. You tell us the truth.
Let's see, nice cut. Seem like that'll be a black barbershop. Oh no, that's in Springfield. Let me go to Sylacauga, Alabama. What do you guys think about the black guy going straight political on me and not admitting anything's going on down there? And then the white woman, one call later, saying, "Oh yeah, this is some bullshit." Someone says call like that first ninja. Is that what you're saying, King's Catharsis? Ohio, more political, might lie about it. Hey, everybody's political these days. That was an Essence Barbershop. That's the one I really wanted to call. That's going to be real black. Maybe
John, could it be also difference between maybe a homeowner and a renter? Renter is going to be like, I could care less. I'm going to move to the other side of town anyways, versus a homeowner is going bananas.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe he had Haitian customers. He didn't want to say shit. Could be that.
Ooh, good thinking, Ray. Getting faded as you called. Yes.
Well, I doubt he has Haitian customers, to be honest with you, man. I was in New York, man. Them people getting their haircut on the street. That's the first thing they're gonna buy is some clippers. Portia said, John, the black dude, didn't even know who was on the ballot 4 years ago. He thought it was Trump versus. Did y'all hear him say he was like, it's Trump versus Biden? He said, look, all I know, I'm a Democrat. That's what he said. All I know, I'm a Democrat, man. Shit, everything else comes secondary to that. His job is to vote. His black job is to vote Kamala. You remember that shirt, Mr. Kim?
Yep.
My job is to vote Democrat. My black job. Okay, we're about to call Essence Barber and Style. Wait a minute, now that's in Childersburg. It's close enough. Should I call him? No. We about to call this company right here. Hell yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull this shit up. I want you to see who we call him. Did I spell that right? Yeah. This is who we're about to call right now. And let me see if they have a website before I go too far to show you guys. Their website is TikTok. I didn't know. No, we don't want to show that. But this is the company we're about to call. No, I'm not sharing my screen.
John, you want to read Portia's text or chat?
Yeah, I just read. He didn't even know who's on the ballot for you. Yeah, he didn't. He like, look, I tell you, I'm just a Democrat, man. Like, shit, they line me up, wind me up, and they tell me to go for it. That's who I vote for. So we're calling Zookology. If you've ever,
John.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I was going to say, the next time you try to get like a cell phone from somebody, or you're trying to get somebody a phone number from someone, just mute your mic. This way she can easily tell you without, having it blast on air and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Goddamn, you're right. Damn, I should have gotten them. That's why I need a right-hand man up here. All right, let me call this lady right here. This is Zookology in Sylacauga, Alabama. Let me make sure this is not like a little neighboring town. Is she in Sylacauga? Let's make sure. Yep, Sylacauga. Okay, here we go. Alabama has a new area code, by the way. Is it ringing? 1, 5, 3. Damn. That time the road didn't ring. I don't know what the hell's problem is. Did y'all hear that ringing? Or let me see. Let me call it now.
I didn't hear any ringing.
Yeah, these damn people phone ain't on. Okay. I hear this one right here.
Hello.
Hi, is this Southern Roots?
Yes.
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt, and I'm calling from the Urban Landlord YouTube channel. And we were watching the news, and there were some reports about Haitian migrants in your town. And we just wanted to kind of get down to the bottom. Is that true that there are Haitian migrants in Alabama?
I don't know anything about Haitian migrants here.
Have you heard the news about the Haitian migrants in your town?
Oh my.
Why you think she did that? Why you think she did that? Why you think she hung up? Man?
I thought this, not gonna lie, I thought this would be only a nigga thing, but we got the white lady.
Well, that was Southern roots. They say down south. Southern. Oh, here's
John, I'd recommend you try. I'd recommend you try calling a grocery store, maybe a small time gas station or a Food Lion or something like that.
Damn, they may not have time. To, they're busy. They may not have time. You know what I mean? I can try that though. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get another barbershop. You can cut hair and barber at the same time. All right, let me call this person. Damn, they closed? Rudy's barbershop? See how phone number? No phone number. These people must be cutting. I'm gonna call it Great Clips. So this would be probably a white establishment here. Damn, these people must wake up late. Cutting hair. Shit. Let's see. All right, one more. We're gonna call one more. We may have to go back to Springfield.
This is
lunch hour.
Shit, they ain't cutting hair. They cut hair for a living. It's 11 o'clock in Alabama, by the way. Damn, none of these people answer the phone. And it's fucking amazing. No wonder these people.
Sorry, the mailbox is full. There is not enough space to leave a message. To send a message to another subscriber, an area code and phone number.
Damn, hard to get through to people. So, Garen, you said a grocery store is better. I don't think a Kroger would be all that great.
I said a grocery store or a gas station. One of the two.
Oh yeah. Gas station. Though they usually be. What do you think, Mexican? Is a gas station pretty busy? Too busy to call?
Oh yeah, a gas station would be a great place to call, but it's just a matter of, is it going to be someone that speaks adequate English that can, they're not known.
Yeah,
for
you might.
being,
John, you might get a Haitian for all we know. You might get a Haitian.
That's right. These damn. I think I found a good person to call, good company to call. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh yeah. Let's see what this one. We're back to Springfield, Ohio. See what the hell they're going to do up here. I'm going to shut the call.
Corner Market.
Hi, yes. Is this a corner market?
Yes.
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt, calling from the YouTube channel, The Urban Landlord. We were hearing a lot of conflicting stories about the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Do you have a couple seconds to like confirm or deny some of these?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, who's calling? Where are you calling from?
My name is John Galt, calling from the Urban Landlord on YouTube. We stream 24
Oh,
hours.
yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about the I'm
sorry. Yeah, I don't think that it's, I don't know a whole lot about it, but I don't think it's been substantiated.
Mhm.
Sometimes people take a story and they just go with it.
Have you seen any migrants?
So,
yeah, have you seen any migrants in your hometown in Springfield?
yeah. We have migrants. We have migrants everywhere.
No, have you seen any Haitian migrants in Springfield? Because the news is reporting that there's so many Haitian migrants, and last night, Donald Trump mentioned something about the Haitian migrants killing dogs or geese or something there.
Yeah, I don't think it's true.
You don't think it's true?
I think it's just something that somebody said, and I'm getting a big echo from this.
Okay, so
But I think it's just one of those things that somebody's just trying to make up. It has never been substantiated. I doubt that it's true, but and I've never seen them do anything like that around here. The only time I see them is in a grocery store.
and where are the migrants?
Getting groceries.
Where are the migrants living? There, like, where did they find places to live there?
Where?
Yeah,
My understanding is they live in apartments, and then there's some down in Springfield, and there's some out here off of 41. So they get jobs and they pay for their rent.
I see. Okay, all right. Well, anything else you'd like to say? Have they improved the living environment? Basically, about the same. How would you say the arrival of all of the?
No, I won't comment on that.
Okay, no problem. Again, this is the Urban Landlord, and I'm John Galt, and we stream 24 hours. So if you would ever like to join the stream and discuss it more, and things change for the better, for worse, feel free to join our channel here. We welcome all. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right.
Very interesting. I think she was a little hesitant to say. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, she was.
I wonder why. Why do you think that was?
John, you know why.
John.
Anyway, this might be a little dumb, but do you think you could try to call a realtor?
Ooh, good thinking. Yes.
Man, they are probably some of the most politically correct people you can find. You know what I mean?
I know. That's why I was thinking it might be stupid because you might not get any info out of them. But there's got to be one talkative realtor, man. There's got to be one.
Let me look and see. Now you know what? We might get some truth out of them. Let's see. Realtor, Spring.
Or how about the cheap Motel 6s or the, kind of the off-brand hotels that are being advertised online dirt cheap.
But those are probably going to be owned by
the weeklies or whatnot.
Those are probably going to be owned by the other people.
Yeah. Oh yes, you're right.
By the Indians, so they're not going to give you much. Let's see if we can find an agent. Looks like we're looking for like a lower brow agent here. Guy that just does rental, residential. I don't know about that one. I'd have to dig through it. You guys figure one of those out for me. What else? I think barbers typically are the best because they have a lot of time on their hand to talk. The cut above. Let me call it the cut above. What do you think? The cut above, Gary? It's probably a black shop. No, that's a white guy.
A barber shop or a salon?
This is a barber right here.
Oh, yeah. I recommend a salon because they're more likely to say something. But a barbershop's pretty good.
All right, I call a salon next. Like, how do you look up a salon? You just type salon, or is there like beauty salon?
Yeah, you just type salon. Yeah, you type salon or hairstylist. Either one.
Thank you for calling East High Barber Company.
Damn, I swear, man, these people do not answer their fucking phones, man. Really amazing they don't. All right, hey, let's try some salons this time, man. 937-460-7244. Studio B. A little high, coming in high. Do salons just not answer the phone? Is that what it is?
Thank you for calling Studio B. This is James. How can I help you?
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt, calling from the Urban Landlord. Are you able to hear me?
Huh? No, I'm not. Can I take a message?
Well, are you able to hear me at all? Hello?
Huh?
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay, hi. I'm calling about, my name is John Galt from the Urban Landlord on YouTube. And I wanted to know the situation about the migrants in Springfield. Is this situation real? Is it kind of fake news? We're doing some reporting here. We didn't.
We're just a salon. We don't really keep up with any of that stuff.
Well, have you seen any migrants in Springfield? The news is reporting that there are thousands of migrants being dropped off. I'm. Yeah, well, you know, bad connection anyway. But yeah, she wasn't really down to play ball here. But anyway, so it seems like it's kind of all over the map here. Some people have seen it, other people have not. So you have to kind of roll with that, right? Roll with that.
So Goofy only got one person.
Well, we got two. The black guy, he was like, you know,
how about a local? How about a local church?
They're kind of political.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. I don't know if they'll say anything though.
Let's see. What does the audience have? Any suggestions, audience? Someone said getting groceries with your tax dollars.
Someone in the audience said. Someone in the audience said a veterinarian. Call a vet.
Hey, you know, I guess they're getting the cats. They have no need to go to the grocery store.
Yeah, but if they're eating the cats,
Gary and I get
but
it.
if they're eating the cats, why would? I don't think that's good though, because
it's business down.
I don't think that's good though, because if a Haitian gets a cat, he's not gonna injure it. The cat's not gonna get away. That cat done. That's why I think a veterinarian is actually a bad idea.
Hey, Universal Jones. Let me put the link on Universal Jones. Probably has something good here. Yeah, that beauty supply owner. I think she's gonna pop on the chat at some point because she seemed like she had something to say. You know, and you know what's interesting? You know, I pointed this out a while back. I think I'm pretty good at noticing patterns, right? The most outspoken people about this whole immigration thing are the women, the white women. From Springfield to Sylacauga, you know, we've seen a handful of men, but by and large, it was the white women. They're like, what the hell is going on? Someone says call it a restaurant. Let me see if I can find a restaurant. Restaurant in Springfield.
Who do you think is more secretive, John?
Who versus who? What do you mean?
Like men or women when it comes to the whole immigration stance?
I think the women are looking out and saying, wait a minute, like, I may have children or already have children.
Hey, how about the local Dollar General? That would attract not only the locals, but it would attract all the Haitians there too, if they know anything about those type of stores.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one, that's Ken. All right, I'm going to try one more barbershop, and then we're going to go to the poverty stores.
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go to, I was going to say either that or bars. Either that or a bar or something like that.
No, those people don't really drink like that.
Yeah, but I don't think a bar is going to get you much information.
Dollar General, Sylacauga, Alabama. I'm going to call Ollie's. Dollar General.
Hold on.
Who just joined, by the way?
Hey, Universal.
Oh, what's up, Universal? 256-626-6075. I'm calling the Dollar General here, Sylacauga, Alabama.
Hey, what up, Gary? What up, Universal?
Afternoon, Master Kim.
No way, the Dollar General doesn't answer the phone. Damn, no wonder it's 1 star. Maybe it's busy. The Dollar General doesn't even answer their phone. Kind of amazing how so many businesses don't answer the phone. Try another one.
May I help you?
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt, calling from Anniston, Alabama. I'm calling from my YouTube channel, The Urban Landlord. We've been hearing a lot of news down that there's a lot of migrants down in Sylacauga. Are you able to talk about that for a second?
No, I'm not. I'm at work. No, I'm not afraid to talk right now.
Okay, would you like to talk offline when you're off work about this?
No.
Have you seen any migrants there in your town?
What?
Have you seen any of the Haitian migrants there in your town?
No, I haven't.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Well, she seemed like she didn't really want to talk there. What's up,
that woman just straight up refused. She was like, hell no.
She was tired.
Yeah, she was like, hell no, I ain't talking about these fucking migrants, man.
Oh man, I think the one lady, I hope she joins. She may join one day. I think she would be the best one to talk about it. Other than that, any other businesses you can think of? The welfare office, they're definitely not going to talk.
Somebody said a laundromat, but I wouldn't recommend calling a laundromat because most of the time there's no people in the offices during hours. It's real rare to find It's real rare to find the owner of a laundromat actually there while it's running.
Yeah, and then also too, I would probably maybe like this afternoon, like later on, maybe like 4 or 5 o'clock. Because a lot of these businesses these days, they have their business line connected to, as how we have set up with the Google number. So, some people might feel more inclined to speak after work hours. Like that lady,
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Because people have things that they want to say and that they want to add. That's very evident. But it's just like, hey, I'm at work right now. I can't really, talk about this.
Yeah. I really want to get in touch with that black guy because I'm sure he would talk.
The first guy?
The guy that's running for mayor.
Oh, Anthony, was that his name?
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, let me because I
wait,
posted
hold on.
it earlier. I don't know if you saw it, but I'll post it again.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I found his campaign.
Where is he running from? Oh, you do. Thanks, Portia.
Springfield, Ohio.
Greetings to the panel in the chat. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Do I have a lot of background noise? I'm outside.
Yeah,
you do. Yeah, you do.
Damn.
It's kind of muffling your audio too.
Well, I'll go quick and then I'll just get down. I was gonna say, John, you should try to call a local nonprofit, and when you call them, tell them that you're part of the Urban Landlord National Network and you're trying to help house migrants with funding and resources.
Hell yeah!
And then they'll give you more information.
Good one.
Oh, that's
good,
good.
man.
That's fucking great.
I knew you'd come up here with some gold.
Amen. So just search. It could be a housing service, anything, food shelf,
say you're
whatever.
say you're trying to sponsor some migrants with housing, John. You
Yeah,
already
here-
have
I
real.
think what
You can
Universal
prove
said
it
was
that
enough.
far.
Let's not go too crazy because you know John, he's gonna forget.
Hey, shit. You ain't gonna believe what I see. You ain't gonna believe it. You ain't gonna at the top of the list, guys. Here we go. Yes.
Bingo.
Yes. Yeah, they need some help. They need an urban landlord to call them and help house some. I'm gonna show you guys. Y'all motherfuckers gonna be out on the street. It's gonna be some motherfuckers out on the street. Because these people, we probably gonna see right here that these people got money. They looking for housing for their people. And we're gonna see how much they paying. What do you think? Hey, you know, I am the urban landlord. I want to know what the going rate is because they keep resetting. Get cracked. What did the Hilton CEO say about the price of his hotel room? He can reset them motherfuckers all day, all night. And any given moment. I'm gonna have to reset. I may do that shit live. When this man give me some high ass numbers in Ohio, I may have to raise my rates right here online with y'all right here. We about to call it Haitian community help and support. You know, I am here to help.
I hope you can understand them.
Hope we don't get a lot of feedback here. Let's see if I can cut this down. Let me know if you can hear it. Can y'all hear the phone ringing?
Yes, we can, John.
Now, if they don't answer, they don't.
John, can we read the comments on this organization that you're calling right now?
Oh, you want to call? Yeah, right here. 3.3. That's kind of low. For giving out help, it should be 5 stars.
I just want
right
the reviews.
Oh, yeah. Great place to worship God. Oh, this is a church. Masquerading as a church, huh?
It's a church. It's a church.
Okay, hold on, wait. Okay,
What?
For the people that are listening. So the first comment says, "Great place to worship our God on Sunday from 9:30 to 1300." The second comment says, "Thanks for importing people who are eating neighborhood animals and wildlife." The third comment says, "They are just great. They help me with some services," which that English is broken.
They fucking animal control.
I'm gonna have to look this up because I want to read all of the reviews. What is this place called?
The Haitian. There's only 3 of them, I think.
It's 12.
Oh, it's 12. Okay, this day.
Haitian.
I know what the 12 review.
I'm one of those people. I like to read all of them.
I didn't know. Oh, Floyd, he really is Haitian. Floyd Jean, man.
Help and Support Center, Springfield. Here we go. Because people, how folks do. They do it on YouTube videos. Okay, so here's another one that says they hold terrible cookouts, and for some reason, my bike gets stolen every single time I come here. And this comment was left a month ago.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's fucking perfect.
These people really need to answer their phone. I'm trying to get in touch with them. Let's see. Maybe we call the next facility to see what they say. Let's see. These Haitians don't want to answer the phone. Man,
I mean, if your cookout's all cat, of course it's gonna be bad.
Maybe they're having a cookout right now. See what the phone number to this one is.
So, John, this one lady named Toya says, "Love knowing my hardworking and beautiful heritage has somewhere to be supported and embraced."
There you go.
And then the other says, "You just arrived in Springfield. You're Haitian. Come and visit the Haitian Refugee Office. You'll find help you never thought you'd find. The staff is excellent." So whenever they say my hardworking and beautiful heritage, how hard are we working if we're not working hard in Haiti?
Let's call it. Let's see.
They're working hard on keeping the animal population low.
Hold on.
Is there more than one of them?
It's a bunch of them, Gary.
Thank you for
Christ.
calling Community Health Foundation. To reach Barb Sutter, Administrative Assistant, press 1. For Joy Rogers, Executive Director, press 2. For Joan Elder, Program Coordinator, press 3. If you do not know who you need to speak with, please wait while I transfer your call.
It's amazing. No one answered the phone.
Hello, you've reached Faith Boslin at Community Health Foundation. Please leave me a message.
Yeah, damn. No
John,
one.
one of those fake organizations.
Oh yeah, that is true.
The money laundering organizations, they're just up there for an image.
Yeah, no one's answering the phone these days.
Ain't nobody answering that doggone phone.
This is truly amazing. Why it is open? How the hell do you get help from these people? They don't answer the phone.
Hey, John, does Springfield have any public transportation services?
Neighborhood Housing Partnership, this is Rachel. How can I help you?
Hi, yes, my name is John Galt. I'm with the Urban Landlord. I'm looking to provide housing. Do you help with housing for the legal migrants coming to the States?
We do not.
Okay. Do you know who does? I'm sorry.
Gosh, I do not know who does that. You might check with, there's a resource advocate through the library.
Okay.
She may know who does that.
Do you know how I reach that person?
Katie is her name.
Okay.
Park County Public Library. And the phone number is 937.
Give me 1 second, okay? 937.
471. 0371.
And you say she's with the library, public library?
Yes.
And
guidance to people to where they need to go for whatever services they need.
And they offer landlords that are looking to house some of the migrants that need housing. Do they offer that, like that assistance for the people, the migrants looking for housing? If you're familiar.
I do not know of any services like that here.
Well, let me ask you a question. There's been a lot of news about the Haitian migrants in Springfield, and it was on the debate last night. How would you describe the situation? Is it true, or is it fake news?
We have not had many problems with our agency.
No, I mean, like, are there really Haitian migrants, or is it like fake news? Are there Haitian migrants there in Springfield?
Yes.
Okay.
There's about 20,000 that have been in the last few years.
Okay. And you've seen this, or is that just a number you've heard on the news?
Oh no, we've seen it.
And what about they say that there's allegations that they're eating the geese and the people animals. I heard that on the debate last night. Is that true or not?
Well, I've never seen anything like that.
You ever heard anyone say anything like that?
No.
Oh. Well, how would you say the overall experience has been with the Haitian migrants in Springfield?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
My name is John Galt. I'm with the Urban Landlord. I provide housing, and so I just wanted to, get into kind of general experience, because I do provide housing. So I wanted to know, like, what the your general experience has been with the migrants there in Springfield.
So my personal experience has been very positive.
Okay. Wait, again, we're trying to help. So I'm going to call. And what is that lady's name again? Katie. Thank you. Thank you. And what's your name? I'll make sure I mention you.
My name is Rachel.
Rachel, thank you again. I'm John, and we're going to call Katie now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
She was trying, it seems like she was peeping game at the end. Like, who are you again?
We had to clean that shit up. My experience has been nothing but positive.
20,000, John. 20,000.
Yeah, she dropped that number like it wasn't shit.
Gosh, it must stink there.
Oh my goodness, that is kind of
Oh
amazing.
gosh.
Yeah, it's kind of
Oh
amazing.
gosh, it has to smell horrible there.
Yeah, man, like,
I mean, 20,000 Haitians in one town. Just
and they're taking on the chin like that. Jeez.
sound like it stink.
Maybe I'll call Katie. She sounds like a nice lady, and we'll see if she can help me rent some rooms to migrants here. See what she says. Can y'all hear that?
Yes, we can, John.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Clark County Library, this is Katie speaking. How can I help you?
Hi, Katie. I was referred to you by Rachel over at, I think, the neighborhood housing program. Is that right? And I'm a landlord. My name is John Galt, the urban landlord on YouTube. And we're looking to provide housing for some of the Haitian migrants. If there are any programs available, do you have any programs available for landlords or for the migrants for housing assistance?
I mean, let's see. I'm trying to think. I might be able to get you in touch with. So now, is it you're wanting to try to provide housing for Haitian immigrants? Is that?
Yeah, we had heard about there was a lot of people needing housing there, and we are a housing provider, so we were interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm walking back to my office
Sure,
right now
take your
so I can
time.
get to my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking, I mean, we do have a Haitian coalition here. So this coalition is just a variety of organizations that kind of come together to see how we can kind of serve our Haitian immigrants here. And then we also have part of the Haitian Coalition. There is an organization that is essentially a kind of community center for Haitian immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a good contact. So there's a few people that might be good to know.
Okay, sure.
Chris Cook is part of the Clark County Combined Health District, but he's also kind of heads the Haitian Coalition.
Okay. And what's his name again?
Chris Cook.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm trying to pull up, see if I can find his email or a phone number. Thank you.
And he's the housing coordinator for the Haitian community?
Well, he's not a housing coordinator. He's head of the Haitian Coalition.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, he might certainly know of more organizations than I would when it comes to possibly housing or resources for our Haitian community. Contact. Okay.
Take your time.
Sorry, I'm just trying to. I got
That's
some
okay.
emails.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so I've got an email address. I don't think I have a phone number,
Okay.
but I do have an email.
Sure.
It is. Are you ready for it?
Yep.
Okay, it's C Cook. So CCOOK.
Okay.
at, and then it's 3 C's, so CCCHD, so that's for Clark County Combined Health District,
Okay.
and .com.
Okay, and that's Chris Cook, just like
Chris
it's spelled. Yep, CHRISCOOK. And he's the head of the Haitian Coalition.
Yes. So yeah, like the coalition, it's just, there are quite a few different organizations that attend this coalition meeting. So I think getting you linked to Chris would kind of help, because I'm sure there are organizations that would help with that, like, because we also have like St. Vincent de Paul. Sometimes they can, they link people to like community resources. We have like Metropolitan Housing here, which is like Springfield Metropolitan Housing Authority. They do like Section 8 vouchers. And then they have like some housing of their own. But we have a couple of places around here that do provide housing, but I don't know of too many that specifically help with our Haitian immigrants.
Do you know for this Section 8, would the migrants be allowed Section 8? Would I be allowed to rent to them on Section 8? Are they eligible? I'm not sure.
That I'm honestly not really sure. That is a really good question, though. I can, let's see. You might be able to get a hold of. Have you contacted like Springfield Metropolitan Housing?
No, I can call them that. Springfield Metropolitan Housing. Springfield. Do you have their number up here? I can look it up if you don't.
No, not off the top of my head here.
Okay, not a problem. I can look it up.
Okay.
Now, one more question. Last night I was hearing so much about and this is what concerned my partners, the crime among the Haitian migrants. But there's also the demand for housing. Have you seen those issues? Is that like fake news, or is there something to be concerned about? Or is it kind of overblown, the Haitian situation there in Springfield?
Really, because it's such a delicate matter right now, like with the different opinions, and it's just, really housing in general is kind of hard to come by for anybody, and that includes even our Haitian immigrants. So there's certainly a lot of just anger, fear, animosity, confusion all together right now.
And the killing of the animals and stuff like that, that was kind of concerning. Is that true or false? Can you speak on that?
I really, because like I said, there's a lot of opinions going on right now.
Yeah, I don't want opinions. I just want to know, like, is that true? Is that false?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't really know. I can't really say.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to call Chris Hook right now. Thank you very much, Katie.
Yeah.
All right, guys. What do you think about her? Did everyone just?
At least you got some info on the Chris Cook guy, at least.
John, before calling him, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this pulled up for you. So you can see this about this guy.
Let me get a beer. I'll be right back.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, you see, you pull up the question.
Yes. Springfield.
By the way, we're at 5 hours, 30 minutes, and this is the second stream, I think, of the day. Guys, please show some love. You see Portia J up here. And we have our co-host HB. He was in the audience at one point, and me, John Galt. Please show some love and support for the channel there. We keep it going 24 hours a day. We have 45 people in the audience. What's that Portia? I don't know if I can hear it.
Okay, so the housing authority?
Oh, yeah.
It's closed.
No way.
Yeah. You see it? Springfield Metropolitan Housing Authority is permanently closed.
What? Well,
does it have any information on to why? Is there any note, anything?
There had to be people on Section 8 where the inspection
permanently closed.
I mean, it might be reopened under a different name or something.
Wow, that is.
I'll look that up in just a second. But whenever you're searching for stuff on Google, they do a pretty good job at keeping up with businesses, and that's a state, local. That's like an agency.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
There's no reason for that to say it's closed. Okay, so this Chris Cook guy. So John, with your background and expertise in business now. So we have Clark County. Let me make sure y'all can see my screen. Okay, great.
The medical school? Is that right?
Yep, that's what it says.
This is Detroit, right? Right? Is Wright State in Detroit? Ohio somewhere. That's in Ohio, right? Wright State. The Wright brothers.
He's a dedicated public health professional, always looking for new challenges and ways to carry out the mission of public health, prevent, promote, and protect. I am interested in both public and private healthcare delivery systems to improve health outcomes for all citizens in Ohio. I have an extensive background in environmental health, public health, ambulatory healthcare, and emergency preparedness. I'm a passionate and engaging public speaker, so he puts on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at his experience, and I don't know, because I want to make sure everybody can see I'm just going to scroll. He has so much of it. So he got his BS from Wright State, and then he has his master's from the School of Medicine at Wright State. Now, all of his experience, health commissioner, full-time, I guess that's what he's doing right now, and plus what he does with the Haitians, the assistant health commissioner before he became the head commissioner. Before that, he was the health commissioner over Madison County, so this is a different county. This county had 44,000 people, and he went to 134,000 people.
Moving on up.
He was a food safety consultant at one point. He was a CEO. He was the CEO of Rocking Horse Community Health Center.
A rec center.
What did I say? Community Health Center. Oh yeah, a rec. Miami County Health District. He was a health commissioner there as well. Director of Emergency Preparedness and Response.
That's a big job.
Right. Emergency Preparedness Coordinator. Registered sanitarian. I mean, gosh, what hasn't this guy done?
Every job in the government
he's had. So he might be really good to talk to. As far as and he's volunteered everywhere in the world, hasn't he?
We can't get his number.
I'm trying to find it.
Authority number. Man, we couldn't get any honesty if we would have called CBZ Management, the people that own that building in Aurora. But they can't be honest. They're probably under litigation and stuff like that where they can't say anything. But that would be interesting. That would be very interesting to see what a landlord like that would say.
It Factor says, "Hey guys, has anyone seen my cat by any chance?"
John, have you called anywhere in Alabama yet, or has this only been Ohio?
Now we called a couple of barbershops down there in Sylacauga, Alabama. They don't seem like they gotten up out of bed yet. What we can do though is we can go to the known apartments.
I found. Another thing, still working on getting this guy's number. A guy like this, his number is online.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be. He can't be who he is and not have contact online.
I was going to say, is his email? Did you get his email already?
Yeah, I got it.
I was going to say we could email him as a last resort.
Oh yeah, here we are on Contact Us.
We call him up and see what he says.
It kind of seemed like they were dancing around whenever John mentioned he wanted to help with housing for the illegals. And they're like, I don't really know about that.
When John said the word illegal, illegal migrants.
Yeah, what about folks calling people? I need to get the right name there. So not to tip myself off when I started talking to these people.
It's fine, John, as long as you don't say stuff like illegals or any of the negative
like
connotations.
Migrants. But I mean, I call them illegals. I don't care. And I know it's hard to not call them what they actually are, but you can tell that they're dancing around it, and they're like,
you can just say the Haitians.
I don't really know much about that, but and it's like, ma'am, y'all are so, sneaky with this. Like, John, that they know that all of these things are wrong. That they know. And so they have to be careful.
You heard how the one lady said, housing is hard for everybody, right? When I was asking her about the housing, she said, it's hard for everybody.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she has to reconcile in her mind that it ain't that hard for these people.
No,
they came and found housing, right? It's very interesting. The cognitive dissonance that it takes to, go through this, while you being replaced in this manner is very interesting. And most of the places that would be that would be very interesting to call are the ones that can't be honest at all. Like if we were to call, say, a school, they can't be honest.
Mm-mm.
And
don't call the school.
We get some really good insight there.
John, I have a question for you. So you're up in DC and all of that good stuff.
Mm.
Whenever you see, so Black Americans, right?
Mm.
Whenever you see Africans or Haitians or Caribbeans, can you tell the difference?
Yeah, you can tell the Africans for the most part, unless they like, second generation or something, you may not be able to tell, but they have a different look to them.
Gary, and you are African yourself.
Gary, right? Are you half African?
Yeah, I'm mixed though, so I wouldn't really.
You a half?
I don't think I count.
Yeah, you're mixed.
Yeah, because you don't really look like one of them.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I don't.
I asked that question because of a comment you made earlier. You were given dialogue about the Black barber that you called, and how there's this blind loyalty of, they're going with the race aspect as far as, I guess, their allegiances and which way they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's not like Black Americans really care much for Africans or Haitians or Caribbeans and vice versa. So I'm curious to know what the allegiance would be.
Well, I think that in Alabama, where there's not much diversity, those people probably don't understand the distinction in the people, because they're new. They look Black, so shit, what's wrong with that? We take them. This would be like a bull walking against white people. We're going to finally outnumber these white people until they realize, like, damn, oh shit, like, I don't have anything in common with these people. And so I just think it's ignorance, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, You come down to Texas and you ask any Mexican, they ain't got nothing for these people. There's no allegiance there. They're not, leaning on them just because, we're from the same place, or we might speak a similar same language, even though we have different dialects or whatever the case. That's no, I don't get that. But this Chris Cook guy, you see him? This is a white man.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
This is a white man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's money in it. He's making it. He's spent his whole life in government, as you can see.
And you remember the title that she said for this white man?
What did she say he was?
The leader, the president of the Haitian coalition. That white man right there. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Was he the leader?
Only in America.
Or was he? No, I thought he was the head of the Section 8 people.
She said that he was the leader of the Haitian coalition. Chris Cook. I was typing it as she was talking.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I was hoping we could get some more of those barbershops because they would be honest.
Why won't you be able to go?
You think barber salon or barbershop?
Probably barbershop.
It seems like the white people are a little bit more honest. Don't you think so?
I always think that. I mean, Black people, it's hit or miss. I just think, when you're dealing with Negroes, you got to talk to them a certain way to get them to talk back.
All right, let me see if I can call another one. This is Jackie's beauty salon here. We're going to call her. None of these people seem to be answering their phone, but we'll see. Let's see what they got. 256.
Those PPP loans, they had to say they had a job.
They may not be working at all.
Yeah, they had to say they had a business.
This motherfucker's lying, this bitch. Hey, man, these people. No wonder the income is so low down there. Now we're going to call Beauty Plus Studio. Looks like you can even request an appointment with her, so maybe he's working.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Damn.
At the tone, please.
Nobody's working these days. Nobody's working. No wonder
They don't even have personalized messages. These are businesses.
Don't seem like it. Don't seem like it. Huh. Well, there you go. We tried our best. Gave it our best shot. This one's definitely gonna answer the phone. Definitely. 256-235-0772. These damn people don't answer the phone. This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, John, a lot of businesses don't really answer their phones, especially not at these hours.
Hold on. A barbershop, a beauty salon? How the fuck they don't answer the phone? I mean, you gotta answer the phone in a barbershop, beauty salon, bro. How do you accept appointments if you're not taking calls?
They might do They probably do walk-ins.
Oh no,
Walk in, sit down.
No, they do these apps now. Style Seat, Vagaro, like they have a lot of booking apps where you pay a deposit 25%
really
of the services. Yeah, that's pretty
good. Fair enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, John, you never heard of Style Seat?
Shit, I ain't been in a barbershop in years, man. It's been probably 15, 20 years I've been to a barbershop. Took my kids.
Yeah, they've been doing this ever since. It became real popular once COVID hit, man.
John, you're bald, right?
I'm sorry. Nah, I mean, I ain't bald. My hair grows, but I cut that shit off.
But you cut it off, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
I figured you did. I'm like,
you can't get that wrong.
Jug get a daggum head shine while he's trying to interview a lady.
Now that was interesting. That was an interesting series of calls. We may have to revisit that again. Maybe later in the day, another day when people are finally at work.
Yeah, probably like what Portia said, probably like 5 or 6.
No, I do see one. I don't think we call it. Did we call Fresh the barbershop?
Yeah, I think that was the one where it had the audio and it says whenever you come here, like we're here to get you fresh or something like that. It was pretty funny. You know the guy that you talked about earlier, John?
Which one?
Anthony Amos, the one who said standing on business.
That's him.
Yeah.
You got his number or anything?
No, can't find his number. I just found his LinkedIn.
But he said he was streaming, so I'm assuming he got some kind of Facebook, Twitter, Twitch.
Yeah. Can you pull that video back up? Was it on your screen?
Yeah, but he didn't mention it. It wasn't shown.
Did it show like from where he posted?
Nah, it didn't. It wasn't his. Anthony. Let me see. Anthony running for mayor. That guy probably would love to come on. It's a small town, not getting a lot of attention. He probably heated up after seeing Kamala. Anthony Harris is his name.
Anthony Harris.
And he looks to be on Facebook, and he has a TikTok. Anthony Harris got a picture. Look, is that him with 50 Cent?
Let's see. I'm thinking the one that I just pulled up might be another guy. But I'm trying to see now because it's 2 of them.
Somebody said he's a comedian. Yeah, this is him right here.
Yeah, because like I looked him up and now I'm looking again. So I think that guy's another guy with the same name that's running for council, not mayor. I want to find this guy though, because guys like him, you could definitely get him to come on.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony.
I'm going to send him a message here. See what he says here.
Oh, he has 11.7 million posts on TikTok. No good. Well, I don't have no TikTok, but
I think he's a comedian. Someone said to me he may be a comedian.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, Anthony Harris. We have to get this guy somehow, some way. We're going to figure out who he is. But he's definitely tweeting here. Posting somewhere. Facebook.
Did you see the article from New York Post talking about the animals missing in response to the debate last night?
No, I didn't see that.
Let's see. This is interesting. See, one thing that I would like to hear is from these people, how does it make them feel that the left is just sweeping this under the rug like it's not a problem, like they're just dismissing it and saying, oh, it's a lie. So
Yeah.
Springfield, Ohio's Haitian migrants crisis and missing ducks prove Harris and Biden erased our border. As many as 20,000 Haitian immigrants have arrived in a town of just 58,000, thanks in large part to the Biden administration's expansion of the temporary protected status program from immigrants from that nation. The splashiest claim out of Springfield that the Haitians are eating the locals' pet cats generated a social media firestorm with no apparent basis in reality. Cute memes, though. Oh my gosh, I couldn't. I just.
Push, you
Between
think
seemingly locals.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
was gonna say, you think we should call some of the churches?
Yeah, why not? The only place that I recommend to not call is a school, but yeah, the churches.
Go ahead, boy.
So you know how they were saying that like this is a lie. So, but tweets seemingly from locals going back to March contain claims of Haitians capturing, killing, and eating ducks from a local park. And these claims were backed up recently by outraged citizen Anthony Harris at a town meeting. Oh my gosh, we should watch that.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I was asking you to read the comments, the reviews on that first place that we called, that Haitian Center, is because that'll tell you how long ago this comment was made, and most of them were 5 months ago. So it's not like it hasn't been going on. And whenever you talk to that one lady, she was like, "Oh, well, over the last 2 years, we've seen about 20,000. Yeah, more than we've ever seen." Yeah, so right, but like, I don't live there. I'm in Texas. I don't know what's going on up. I didn't even know about the existence of a place called Springfield, Ohio. But now the rest of the world is finding out about it. And so like, who just wakes up one day and says, "Hey, I'm going to take a video. I'm going to have hundreds of phone calls." There's hundreds of phone calls to 911.
Wow.
About these animals. Okay. But Trump's lying. Come on.
You know, how would Kamala know that he was lying?
Right. Come on.
She could not know, right? But how would she know he's lying? That's what's very interesting. Yeah, the more I think about it, like, how the hell does she know he was lying? Has she been to Springfield? Make sure that the Haitians aren't
right. She haven't even been to the border, so it's just like, what are we doing? Has she been to Aurora?
You know, at best, you'd be, you know, non-committal. You say, I don't know. Maybe they are. He says they are. That sounds wild and weird. But I haven't been there. I can't disprove it. But she was quick to disprove that shit. It just tells you something, right?
And that's like the thing for me. Like, however, I believe that a lot of people believe that Kamala Harris did well last night just because she sounds better than Joe Biden. However, there's not a sway on anything that you can present to me that would make me think even remotely that this woman is capable and that I would feel comfortable. You know, and of course, if she ends up being the president, just like Joe Biden, obviously I'll get over it. But my stance and my position will still be the same. She doesn't know anything. And it's not that she cares to know. And the issues that are really plaguing Americans right now, whenever you just dismiss them like they're nothing, like it doesn't exist, that is, you're really hurting your own voters right now. Because we just hung up the phone with that one lady who told us about Katie, the librarian. She's like, "Oh yes, 20,000 of them. They're everywhere. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all over the place." But Kamala Harris just said that wasn't true, though.
Yeah, that is interesting. Somebody's lying, right?
And why? But who would be lying more? The random white lady Rachel?
Well, what would be the reason? What would be the reason for the person that black man lying?
Well, John, to be honest,
his dog's safe. He said, "My dog's safe."
John, he thought that the last presidential election was between Biden and Hillary. So
I bet he voted though.
But you asked him if he voted, and the first thing he said is, "I haven't voted yet." So he's never voted before. You can always tell. He's just talking. He don't know what to say. And then I was even more surprised at the fact that he was saying that in a barbershop, cutting somebody's hair around other men.
Nothing surprising me anymore. Portia, let me see if I call one of these churches, one of these diverse churches in Springfield, Ohio. See if we get some help, or maybe even offer some help. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go.
You calling these big churches? The church I'm calling right now is.
Sorry, the number you have dialed has.
What in the hell is going on with these people's phone? Hey, what's going on?
Ain't got no service.
John, I told you.
Let me share my screen with you so I can see. I'm looking for the big churches, the big boys, the ones that got big money that can fund an organization. Let's see, 9.
You think the big ones over the little ones?
Yeah, they got the
John, you really want to make a church?
They got the infrastructure to do this housing thing. They may be tied in with nonprofits getting kickbacks. Look at this church. You think that church got built off tithes alone? Shit.
Yeah, but you might get some conservatives to say something, if any.
They taking money too.
Good afternoon, First Christian Church. This is Linda. Can I help you?
Hi, yes, my name is John Galt. I'm with the Urban Landlords. I was calling to see if you are offering any assistance programs to any of the newly arrived the migrants in your town, and how could I go about providing housing assistance?
No, we don't do that. Actually, we do help our own members.
Oh, okay.
But we don't. Not for housing though. That's a major investment. So,
Can I ask you a question, ma'am? What this is? I'm sorry, I forget the name of your church again. Is this Fellowship?
no, this is First Christian.
I'm sorry, First Christian. We've been calling a couple of churches. Can you give us an idea of the migrant situation there, the Haitian migrant situation in Springfield, Ohio? Is there like a housing need?
Well, that I have no idea.
Because I was hearing last night on the debates and, over in the news the last couple of days about the migrant situation in Springfield. Are you able to comment on that at all? Are you familiar with it? Is it like fake news or is it exaggerated?
That I have no idea. Where are you from? What group?
The Urban Landlord. We provide housing for refugees, migrants. And so we just calling to see if you could connect us with any organizations, if you didn't do it yourself, with the migrants. And I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't believe so, but I'm not the one that you would ask this question. I can give your number to the gentleman who takes care of that, and if he can help you with any of those questions, I'll have him give you a call.
Okay, and the next thing is, do you have any comments about the migrant situation? Is it true that there are migrants have arrived to Springfield? Yes or no?
I really don't have any information on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you want to give me your number?
Oh, yes, sure. Give me 1 second. He can call me. Let me give him the number. It's 309-863-5667. And once again, this is John Galt at the Urban Landlord.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will give that to him and ask the questions that you've talked about. And if he can respond in any way, he will definitely give you a call.
Thank you. Yeah, it seemed like she wanted to say we only help Americans here, but she stopped trying to say we help our people.
She's like, hell no, we don't do that.
Says a hell of an investment. She ain't doing that. What's up there? Also,
of her talking about how, because I felt like she was about to say that's really illegal. We can't, that's what I was feeling.
She stopped a little short, but I don't think she was really with it, to be honest with you. Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. As the world turns here. Here's an article, just recently posted here 2 days ago. Let me share my screen. I actually had it up. Portia, what do you think about this?
Oh, sorry, I was finished reading that other article.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and read it.
No. You can go ahead. I was just reading it myself, Father.
No. All right, here's one again coming out of Springfield.
Is that the 11-year-old kid, right?
No, this is the one. A lady lost her house in Springfield. Did I?
Aiden Clark.
Yeah, that was
Aiden
a little.
Clark killed at age 11 when a Haitian immigrant veered into oncoming traffic and forced his school bus off the road. That's nuts.
Did you see what his dad said, Portia?
No, I didn't. See, that's why I didn't. Can we watch it?
His dad said, "I wish it would have been a white man to kill my son."
Are you?
Yeah, that's true.
John, you for real?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it for you right here. He said, "I wish it had been a white man kill my son." Like, why did a Haitian have to kill my son? Let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
I'm gonna have to talk to HB. He gonna have to break you gonna have to break that one down for me, because
here it is, Portia.
In our best interest to be here after recent comments. I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. And I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aiden appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air.
Thank you, John. John, listen to me. What I'm about to say, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I want to, though. Lord help me. If we were on Rumble, I would. However, you know what? I don't even know what to say. I'm just kind of put out right now.
It is kind of amazing,
Portia, you can type it in the back chat if you want.
I mean, okay, so John, you're really gonna have to walk me through this, I mean, I'm so lost.
Yeah, I say he must have some business with the city or something like that.
I mean, Black Suit Defy, if you're available, can you call her? I need some help right now. He just said, okay, John, explain to me, how do you say in one sentence at the start of your speech that you wished a 60-year-old white man killed your son?
Yeah, we wish it had been him instead.
And you said that you wish it would have been him than a Haitian immigrant. You said that.
That's true.
And then you turn around and say that Trump and everybody else is using your son's name for political gain. No, your son got killed by an illegal and your son is news, sir. Sorry, your dead kid is news. So everybody's talking about him. Anybody that, is covering the story. So yeah, your dead kid is news. But then you turn around and say that the disgusting and the attacks on the illegals and the Haitians at the border, sir, sounds to me like you're not that mad about losing your son. Sir.
There's no other way around it, inexplicable in some ways. Like how, he was just like, where was the emotion? But as I said to you, like, the city had to sanction him coming down there in that building. Because he couldn't be coming down there tearing up the city saying, hey, these people murdered my son, pointing the finger at anyone. They had to know what he was going to say before he came. And they allowed him to come. They gave him a podium, microphone, set him up, put the media there, and wound him up. And he read the piece that they gave him. That probably came from high up in the Democrat Party. The more I think about it. Would a mayor care about Trump and Vance? A mayor might use it for his own local political advantage, but I think that came from higher up, in my opinion. It just only makes sense. What do you think, Portia? All seeing guy.
I
You
just
think he did himself?
Say that one more time.
Do you think he wrote that letter himself?
Honestly, I do. I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Nothing surprised me. I'm not surprised by anything the whites do anymore.
Before he said what he said about the politicians using his son's name like that, I thought the reason he first said he had wished his son was killed by a white man, I thought he was gonna say every time he spoke of actually who killed his son in reality, who was the race he was, that he was being called racist for mentioning the truth. That's what I thought he meant by I wish it would have been a white man instead, so he wouldn't have had been called racist.
Nah, not the way he framed that. Not the way he framed it. Nah, I didn't think that. I didn't think that one bit. That's bullshit.
But then when I heard it surprised me when he said what he said, because that's when he's going into it. It's honestly what I thought.
I mean, that's what I honestly, all saying that's where I thought he was going to. That just made the most
sense. Right there. You think the woman showing the T-shirt was his wife?
Oh, I didn't even pay. It was a woman holding a T-shirt.
Yeah, let me show it to you.
Yeah, it was like right next to him.
I was just listening to him and looking at him because I was just so flabbergasted by what it was.
She became a little bit more visible toward the end. You'll see her.
Cringe.
If that was his wife, man, it gets even more weird if that's his wife.
Maybe that's his mama.
My son, Aiden Clark.
That looks like the grandmother.
He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a...
I don't want to hear that shit. But anyway, yeah. Do you think that was the grandmother? I'm not sure who that was.
I think it's either a grandmother or a friend of the family. She's too old to be the mom, unless he just be doing old ladies or something.
She could be. He was 11 years old, so 10 years ago, she probably had a few eggs left. Blacks Who Defy says the Democrats want Donald Trump and Vance to not have foothold over this convo. Now, when they bring it up, the Democrats can say that they are disrespecting his memory.
Yeah, you kind of reminds me of, you remember Kate Steinle?
No.
Kate Steinle was shot by an illegal immigrant right when Trump was running in San Francisco. And I think they let him go. And, you're not even supposed to have guns in San Francisco. And his excuse was, I was shooting at a sea lion or something. Hell, you ain't supposed to shoot those either. And they let him go, if I'm not mistaken. He was an illegal alien, shot a white woman in San Francisco, like in the Bay or something. And, I don't know, man. These white people seem to have rolled over. They're under attack and they just running, Very interesting.
They're doing a little bit more than rolling over.
I ran across a statistic just looking through videos about this in the last few days. It said 24% of people in Haiti have ever driven a car. So, and those are probably the wealthier people in Haiti.
Yeah.
And the people are coming. How are they even getting cars? Are they getting driver's licenses or no? Or are they just driving?
I mean, they probably rode scooters. Never used a car ever.
I went down to the migrant shelter in DC, man, and I talked about it. I may even pull the video up. The street was lined with cars, bro. No tags on them. City not even enforcing the lack of a tag. They had expired tags, fake tags. You can buy paper tags from damn near off the street.
Oh, that's how they're doing it. Yeah.
So they getting cars, bro. They getting cars. You know what I mean?
I wonder if the government is giving them cars.
I don't think so, because they kind of use cars,
the cars are kind of dingy.
Yeah, some of they show these montage of car wreck scenes of Haitians. There's montages of 10 scenes of car wrecks, and this is all within like a week or like a month. This guy said his insurance went up, car insurance went up $100 within 2 months, and so was everybody else's in the whole area because of the average of the increased wrecks. And he called the insurance company. He's like, yeah, they're like, yeah, they told him we can't help that. That's the new the cost of covering your areas changed now.
Can you post a link in the back chat to that?
Well, I have a video that has a lot of these statistics in it. I don't have the specific stats on websites.
Is there not a link? No, I mean, like, is there a link to the video?
Oh yeah, I can post the video if you want. And let me say,
post that.
This video, you got to go 16 minutes in because the guy had a sound problem. It's silent for the first 16 minutes or so. But let me read something here. I got the page frozen here. So, and this is off a guy's Twitter page named John Lefevre. And it just says, and I haven't double checked this or anything, but it has these statistics. It says the average IQ in Haiti is 78. Context, an IQ of at least 75 is required to be considered competent in a court of law. And then Haiti's by far the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere with a GDP capita of $1,748. Haiti is the 20th most deadly country in the world with 40.9 homicides per 100,000. Haiti's education system is ranked 177th globally in terms of national. Fast forward here a little bit. National spending on education with a literacy rate of 61%. Haiti has one of the highest prevalences of communicable diseases in the world, and the highest STD and tuberculosis rates in the Western Hemisphere. Nearly 40% of Haitians practice some form of voodoo, which involves witchcraft and animal sacrifice. And lastly, Haiti is ranked lowest on the Human Development Index in the region of the Americas. And I haven't double checked any of this, but a lot of this doesn't surprise me. I mean, and a lot of it isn't.
Why doesn't it surprise you?
Well, I mean, just because of the poverty of the country and the pollution and disease. Have you seen like how just dirty and open sewage it is there? Like people get like brain infections and parasites that just kind of wreak havoc on your brain. You know, so like
why do you think Haiti is like that?
Poverty, just because of the long history of being like it has to do with colonialism, and then they fought it off and got free, but then they didn't know how to maintain the level of society they had, and then I don't know, a lot of crazy crap happened there throughout and then more recently, like the Clintons, and I mean, like hurricanes hit it all the time too, just all kinds of. Had kind of bad luck as a country.
I had a tenant once. His name was Wiebert. I can't remember his name. Wiebert Jong. He was from Haiti. Man, he hated the Clintons like no other. I never said, why do you hate the Clintons? Hell, they weren't your president. And apparently the Clintons went down there and did something. You know, he felt like they just impoverished the people.
Well, yeah, they supposedly had to do with human trafficking too. Like they supposedly, basically, not them personally, but their organization, and they might have had knowledge, but apparently a lot of kids went missing. And people think they were just fed into the human trafficking, child sex trafficking system. And that's likely because that's war-torn areas. That's where they get these victims from. They could just kind of disappear people, and it's hard to keep track of.
That would be amazing. It would be amazing if they were down there.
One of Laura Silsby, some personal friend of Hillary Clinton, had something to do with one of their aid programs in Haiti, and she was convicted of smuggling children, trafficking children. I don't know if it was in a sexual capacity or what, but she was convicted of that. She was like hired by Hillary Clinton to run like some aid thing down there.
What did you think about the debate all scene, guy?
I was kind of disappointed. It's hard to explain. Like Master Kim was saying, Trump was right. What he was saying was correct, and his anger towards it seemed appropriate. But then you had Kamala on the other side, like, "Oh, happy-go-lucky. Oh, we all gotta move forward and have a better world," like, and it made him. It did make him look grumpy and old in comparison, but he was speaking facts. She was just fluff. You know what I mean? But people swallow fluff easier, though. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's very easy to swallow fluff. What you're looking at on the screen here is breaking news from about a day ago. I meant to cover this. If one were to be even more interesting, Venezuelan gang, the same gang from Colorado and Denver or whatever, has reportedly taken over a hotel in El Paso. The El Paso Attorney's Office just filed a restraining order. Not against the gang, but against the hotel. They allege the owner has allowed illegal activity to go on for months. Police have been called there over 700 times in 2 years. Surveillance video. You say what?
Been going on for 2 years. This
man asking for help. Surveillance video shows 2 men in an altercation and a migrant holding a what? What is that in his hand? A weapon.
You remember that old movie, A Serpent in the Rainbow? It was like a horror movie in the 80s. It's called that was based on a true story, and I have the book that tells about the true story. It was about Haitian voodoo, and particularly this man called Clairvice Narcisse, whose brother or someone close to him like that I think it was his brother, over a land dispute, out of revenge, made a zombie out of him with they use the plant species called datura and also mix it with like some kind of fish venom, and it basically almost kills you but leaves you conscious and able to walk around and move and perform rudimentary actions. And in voodoo practice, they would make slaves out of people who could do rudimentary work like sweep the floors and stuff. They just turn them into a zombie by frying their brain with this drug. And then they just have them they just feed them and let them sweep around the house and stuff like that. Or if they wanted to get someone out of the way, competition or for a land dispute, like just turn him into a zombie. And apparently they tried to bury the guy, but they realized the guy was alive as they were burying him. And then he came out of the half comatose state, and was able to tell the story. But a lot of people never come out of that state once they're drugged like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting story there. I never heard that before.
John, I have something for you. I just had to do a bit of digging here. So you know how we were doing the phone calls? Well, you know how I'm really involved in like the community that I live in politically and stuff. Like I go to town hall, city hall, stuff like that. If you really want to hear from the people, you go to stuff like this. And so I went to their website and I found, because all of this stuff is archived and recorded. So like right where you live right now, and for everybody that's listening right now, for those of you that do not know, if you want to know about the current state of what's going on locally, right where you live, you can always go to your city website and you'll be able to go to their archives folders, and they record all of this and every person that speaks, right? So I pulled up their town hall from last night. It was just last night. But they have them every couple of weeks, like at where I'm at in my county in Texas, we have them every Tuesday, but so we can watch some of that. And also that guy, the one that you sent a message to, Anthony Harris, he spoke at the last commissioners meeting. And so commissioners I don't know how they work in Ohio, but the way that they work in Texas, more importantly in my county, these are the people that are making new laws that can impact your everyday life every single Tuesday. And it's very important that you are privy, aware. You can send in emails, you can make phone calls, or you can show up in person and testify. And those votes are decided by the commissioners based on testimony. So I don't know how it works somewhere else, but this is just where I'm at. However, here you'll see Anthony, that guy that we talked about earlier, speaking at the last one. So I wanted to play some of that for you guys. Uh-oh, you see.
Oh,
By the way,
Anthony.
can anyone reach out to that guy to see if you get in touch with him and get him on the show?
Did you say something? Could y'all hear my audio?
Yeah. Not you. No, I couldn't hear it. Did you play it? You
Yeah,
played
you're
something?
good. Yeah, you're.
Yeah, I was playing it. Y'all couldn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear it. But hey, if anyone can get in touch with this guy, tell him to come on the show. Go ahead, Portia.
Let's see. Let me know if y'all can hear it once it starts again.
I put that YouTube.
Sure, y'all heard that. Oh, I guess the volume was down. Here's an ad. Let me let this ad play really quick.
I think Garion was asking to put that YouTube in the back chat just now.
Yeah, I got it. I'll watch it. I'll watch it later.
I'm gonna let this.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can y'all hear it?
Not the show, no.
What I have on the screen, y'all can't hear it?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So it should be good now. I guess I've been logged in too long. Now, let me know if y'all can hear it now.
It's culture.
Yeah, we can.
I have yet to be approached in a year's to do with that has been coming up here and
Y'all can hear it?
Yep.
Okay, great.
trying to tell you what's going on. That has nothing to do with it. Color has nothing to do with what we're facing. It's culture. I have yet to be approached in a year's time, and none of us have. The core group that has been coming up here and trying to tell you what's going on, have never been approached. I don't think any solution is going to come out of that. We could have started in October and we'd be well ahead. Shame on you.
October.
All right. I'm 28 years old and I'm a social media influencer and I just be on TikTok and stuff. I do YouTube.
That's Anthony Harris.
I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun because I see what's going on in these streets and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits and I'm getting out here every day and I'm broadcasting this and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. It's getting bro. I'm getting thousands of views on these, and it's going to get bigger, and it's only going to get worse. And y'all sitting up there in these chairs, all y'all need to get out here and do something. Y'all making hundreds of $1,000s. Y'all need to put on a t-shirt and some Crocs, and then y'all need to come out here and y'all need to go out here and I'm out here before the police is. Like y'all need to do something, bro. Y'all really got to stand on business. Y'all getting paid all this money just to wear a suit and sit in a chair. I think it's crazy, bro. We got to do something, bro. It's kids out here getting hurt. Like, only reason I even went on here and said something about it is because somebody told me they walking from the school and a Haitian almost ran into them.
That I'm speaking of about illegal immigrants, fast tracking of illegal immigrants, people that jump the fence, and we give them a place to stay. Right? Illegal immigrants cost taxpayers billions of dollars. there are proper channels to which to become an American citizen. There's a line, get in the back. There's been people waiting for years that are willing to go through the proper channels to become a working member of society, not dependent on a handout from taxpayers. The only people that don't take the proper channels are people that would never make it through the front door, that don't deserve to be here, and take the opportunity away from somebody who does. The criminals, degenerates in other countries of becoming criminals and degenerates of other countries are becoming America's dependents. Over 1.5 million people have died in America's history in order to ensure the freedoms and the rights that we all enjoy every day. They died to ensure our freedom, not the whole world. Illegals do not get to get washed in the blood of our fallen soldiers because they don't want to fight for their own freedoms at home. I suggest that like Americans of past and present, they pick up arms and fight in their own countries for their freedoms.
Uh-oh, they're going to get him up out of there for that one.
Thank you. Okay, no clapping, please. Thank you. Baron?
Get your guns, get your weapons, and defend your own. Yep, that's how they're going to take that.
Stand up for freedom, brother.
Right. So let me see. So, okay. You had that black guy, he's running for mayor. But you know, he's not like the most savvy when he speaks, you know. But you know, some Negroes understand that. You understood, right, Garion?
I understood.
Hell yeah, we gotta stand on business.
Yeah, John, did you understand
standing on
this?
business hard enough?
You know, this issue is very easy to understand. You know,
Those were some real Negro chronicles. I felt that. So, you know, some black people need that because black people, they don't understand English in any other way. So sometimes you have to be like, say, bro, man, listen, y'all need to put on some Crocs and go outside and walk, bro. Y'all got on these suits and ties and y'all rich, man. Y'all need to do something.
Yeah, man, he out there before the police do, man. He out there for the popo.
What you mean?
Y'all ain't standing on business, man. Y'all need to start standing on business.
I mean, bro, like, for real, come on now, bro. I work in McDonald's, bro. I'm only making $13 an hour, bro. Like, you can't do nothing about this. I mean, like, some people understand that language. So I understand why that kind of thing is necessary. So good luck to this kid as he's running for mayor. And we're going to actually try and get in contact with him. I'm already working on trying to get that information and do that. And I know John reached out as well. So we're going to see what we can get. But you had the 2 other residents. And then I have other residents from the meeting that was just last night. Now, you have to be mindful. We made phone calls, right? But these people are actually getting up and going to the commissioners meeting because it's that bad. So for Kamala to sit there and say it's a lie, and whenever her opening statement, she said, well, he's just gonna lie tonight. Okay. So all of these people that's showing up at these commissioners meeting, they're lying. The cops that spoke at their commissioners meeting last night, they're lying too. Because the cops are saying that there's nothing that they can do because they're not giving them the power to arrest these illegals that are committing all of these crimes in this small town or city.
Never makes mainstream TV though. Yeah, mainstream won't cover it on purpose.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I will say that it is very interesting that no one's covering it, and they're doing everything they can to make you feel like a fool for believing it. That's the hardest part right there.
A lot of these car accidents are single car accidents. That means you're in your car by yourself and you run into a wall or something. That's how bad of drivers they are. Because they've never driven before, probably.
I bet it's because they don't know the difference between the brake and the pedal, the brake and the gas,
or how to read the
main
road
thing.
signs. And Yeah, reading the road signs.
Had a gear shift. Had a gear shift.
John, did you hear Anthony Harris say that Haitians are flipping over cars in the middle of the street at night?
Yeah, you know, they flipped
Flipping.
over that school building, and that's what killed that little boy, Aiden, the 11-year-old boy.
Yeah, it injured a bunch of the other kids in the bus too, and
Yeah, 20. Mm-hmm. I think it was 20 residents 20 kids on the bus that were killed.
It flipped over into a ditch, so it kind of not just onto its side, but then
it was
slid
20
slowly down.
kids.
Yeah, I think.
They're
I
telling
think
me they're just hiring them. They're hiring them to drive school buses without licenses as well.
No, that was because
he hit
the
the
guy.
school bus.
Yeah, the guy went into oncoming traffic. The lone Haitian guy in the car.
Oh, okay. That
hit
makes
the
more
bus.
sense. I was going to say I thought they were hiring them at the schools now, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, I guess the bus made an evasive maneuver, or maybe actually got hit by the Haitian guy, and it toppled over.
Yeah, he knocked that bus clean over.
I'm gonna pull that story up, John, if you don't have it pulled up already. But I thought that you might like this, John. You see on the screen here, the current mayor of Springfield.
Oh yeah,
Rob Rue. Okay, so he has a bachelor's of arts in business administration from Heidelberg, and a bachelor of mortuary science from the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science. Okay, and then their assistant mayor, Mr. Estrop. Now, John, with your Negro expertise,
Jesus,
only you, John, only you would know the answer to this question.
I was gonna say, what the fuck?
John, does Anthony Harris stand a chance of beating Rob Rue or Dr. David Estrop? Does he stand a chance, John?
You said, does the first man stand a chance of beating who?
That black guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, he's probably gonna be able to appeal to, depending on the demographics, but I suspect it's probably a whiter town. So he'll probably be able to win the vote. I don't think the black guy will be able to win that town with that level of speak. If he could speak a little better, he could be as ghetto as hell like the black woman from Sylacauga, but he's a little too hood, I think.
At least he looks normal. These two white guys, one's a mortician, he looks like a mortician, and the other guy looks like I don't know, man. Something's wrong.
John, the black guy is woke. He's technically in the white people's interest from what he was talking about and what he was addressing. So,
did you hear any white people you think gonna vote for him that we talked to in Springfield?
Oh God, no! But it would be best if they did. If he's the only candidate who's willing to actually,
that one white woman should probably go for him. She'll throw a Hail Mary for him at this point.
If I had kids, I'd be
maybe that one white lady who's getting ran out of town.
You know, speaking of the one white lady that's running out of town, we should try to call her too. Man, we damn near need DJ MFB to look these people up.
That tiny woman that was saying they were in her yard throwing mattresses and stuff?
Yeah,
her.
Yeah, we should.
How do you get a hold of her?
Let's see if they have her name. Maybe we could find her.
Oh, there's the
found
bus.
this story about the school bus for those of us that aren't all that familiar. I'll play this. It's a minute and a half, so let's go through this really quick. Uh-oh. Sorry.
School bus crash killed one elementary student and injured dozens of others. This happened on the first day of school yesterday in Clark County.
Court records show the 35-year-old driver of the minivan, which was part of this crash, has now been charged with vehicular homicide. NBC4's Eric Halperin joins us now with more details on this. Eric.
Jared, the Ohio State Highway Patrol identified that driver as Hermanio Joseph. The bus was heading west while Joseph was going east. Investigators say he crossed over the middle of the road. According to the patrol, the bus driver tried to avoid the minivan, but they still crashed. The bus then went.
He crossed over the middle of the road. It's not a median there. I mean, I just saw it, but he just crossed over it like, hey, I missed my turn. I need to turn around.
That's what he did.
Off Route 141, just outside Springfield, and rolled over. More than 20 elementary school students on the bus were taken
Do
to
we
the
not see how
hospital.
big that
We
median
have
is?
also learned from court records the name of the student who died.
I mean, John, I'm okay. If y'all can see my mouse, you can see the marks in the grass.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
He came from over here all the way over here.
Damn,
From
I
over
thought he-
here, he came all the way over here.
I thought it was just that road right there. The
No.
main-
He came from over here all the way over here.
God
Do y'all
damn.
understand that?
Yeah, now I see it, man. Oh,
It's almost as if he was. It's almost as if he was aiming for the bus.
You know, I mean, maybe possibly not.
or just thinks anywhere there's open, no obstructions, you could drive. Like no trees in the way, I can drive here.
I'm gonna cut across here.
That's crazy.
In that crash,
D Brave might have
Aiden
had
Clark,
a point. D
investigator.
Brave might have had a point about some of these people being retarded.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah.
78 average IQ, man. That is close to retarded.
Or basically retarded, pretty much. Yeah.
Investigators say he was thrown from the bus. Joseph is now facing a 4th-degree felony charge of vehicular homicide. According to the criminal complaint, he was also driving without a valid license. This crash happened yesterday morning on what was the first day of school for Northwestern local schools. Classes were canceled today and grief counselors were available. There has been a growing memorial at the crash site and community members are planning on coming together tonight.
Okay. All right, John, listen. This was the first day of school, okay?
Wow.
It was the first day of school, and this is an elementary school, and I'm a teacher, and at my school we actually have elementary school. First day of school, parents are all excited. These kids come with these little frames to take pictures. The elementary kids always come looking the best because they're the smallest ones. First day of school, elementary kids, like for the parents who have to be at work or whatever the case may be, they have some 5th graders on the bus. I mean, some 5-year-olds, some 1st graders, kindergartners, whatever. First day of school. This little boy died. Beautiful day. And you know what they didn't? You know what they didn't show you in that news clip? They didn't say he was Haitian. You know what else? They didn't show you that he was black. Okay? They didn't show you that.
Nope, they did not show that.
They just said the driver has been charged with vehicular homicide. But John, I don't know if you heard the first part of that commissioners meeting that I played, where that white woman. Is that me?
Which one? Yeah.
When she said it wasn't a.
Oh, is that me? Hold on, wait. Okay, sorry, I don't even know how that started playing. I didn't even click it. Okay, so that
You mean when she said it
white
wasn't
lady.
a race issue?
Yes, she said it wasn't a race issue, John, the older white woman. And then she said that y'all should have been taking care of this back in October. So you do realize that it's September, right? So she said October. So next month is October. So now we're talking about over a year.
That's
But Trump is lying.
It's really amazing how they're able to just bury their head in sand with this. It's gonna come to bite them in the ass at some point, but
now.
Remember during the BLM riots, they had that guy up in Minnesota. I think he drove his car through a parade and killed some people, a black guy. But they were saying on the mainstream media, they're saying in the mainstream media, a van killed these people. A van drove through the parade and killed people. It's like saying a gun killed gun killed these people. But they wouldn't say the guys. Yeah, they didn't show the guy, describe the guy at all. They kept saying a van killed these people.
Yeah, I do remember that. Hey, Portia, I found the church.
For the course, though.
Portia, I found the church in Springfield, Ohio. Let me share my screen with you. I read this article. here. Let me see where I found it. So, and we may be able to get in touch with a church here. Let me see, where's that article? Here's the article. I think this is it. This guy here. After Creole Mass
That looks like a Haitian.
at St. Raphael Church. So we're going to call St. Raphael. St. Raphael is here. And we're going to see if we can provide a little housing.
Yeah, I'm down. What do
Somebody,
I don't know.
somebody got to be answering the phone to help these people. Where are they getting the help from? Somebody's got to be answering the phone. Let's see if these people are going to answer the phone. This is St. Raphael Parish.
St. Rose Family of Parish. This is Tessa. How may I help you?
Hi, I read an article about you helping the Haitian immigrants coming here with housing. And I'm John Galt, the urban landlord, and I would like to see if I can be of some assistance in providing housing.
I don't know that we do that, but I will take your information and I will have the pastor forward that on to the pastor of the parish.
Okay, sure.
Your name?
John.
John.
Yes. And he can reach me at 30.
John.
Oh, I'm sorry, Galt, G-A-L-T. And he could reach me at 309.
G-A-L-T.
Yes, 309-863-5667. And what's a good time to call back? 5667. Yep. And what's a good time to call to reach him when he's usually in the office?
Every day is different. Just depends. Sometimes they get called out to go to other parishes. Sometimes there's a hospital. So, you know what I mean? It's just different times. So usually you can try back around noon most days.
Are you in a position at all to comment like on the housing needs?
I am not.
Okay.
I am not in a position to comment.
Okay. Are you in a position just to come in general? Like, have there been a lot of?
I am not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
There's been a lot of phone calls today.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. For what's the reason for that?
Oh, yes.
What's the reason for that?
Everybody watched the debate last night.
Everyone
watched the debate last night.
Was your parish mentioned in the debate?
Not that I'm aware of.
So why are they calling? Do you have any idea why they're calling you?
I do, but I am not at liberty to speak on it.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
She knows why they're calling, but she can't. Man, oh man, that shows you.
Was she lying? She was lying.
Now, what you think she was lying about? What do you think she was lying about?
She was lying through her damn teeth. John,
Yeah,
you tell us the website, John. John, you have the website up, and I just pulled up the website myself, and I see where they help with housing for. I mean, damn, if y'all gonna get up here and lie and shit, at the very least, you know what you should do? Fix your website first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they probably are taking, they probably get so many calls that they probably more or less shut down from anyone calling that they don't know. And they're probably only dealing with organizations anyway. They know who, where they're getting their money from and things like that. So I imagine that's probably what's going on right now.
I mean, my God.
Very
you know
interesting.
what? And that's the thing, too. This is a church. It's a parish.
It used to be.
So y'all don't pay taxes. Y'all funnel all this money. Y'all know what y'all are doing. Y'all know it's illegal. So of course, whenever you call, they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, no, we don't have anything to do with that." Of course, we don't help the illegals because there was an organization here in the state of Texas, John, that openly came out and said that they would help illegals. Okay.
Wow.
Do you know what Governor Abbott did the next day?
What do you
Shut them down. Got him up out of there the very next day. So it's like, he shut the whole thing down. They're gone now. Wherever they're operating, they're not operating here. And if they are, it's on a low level to where we don't know. But I'm telling you, They sent the people.
I think that woman wanted to talk but couldn't talk. That's why she was like, I can't say nothing.
You know, that is so terrible that these people are even doing this, and they know that they can't, or they shouldn't be. But the thing is that the law doesn't apply to them. Because if you think about it, why would you willingly participate in an illegal practice, a federal crime? Why would you do that? I mean, I don't wake up with crime on my mind, but these people are like in lockstep all across. And they're just, I mean, it's like it's nothing. And it's so crazy to me. It's whenever you call and ask, oh yeah, no, I don't know anything about that. So how do you think I got your information then? Why do you think I called you? Just because it's Wednesday and I feel like helping somebody out? Well, yeah, you know why I'm calling you. And that makes more sense too for the other phone calls that John made earlier, why people were being kind of weird, because you know that every business, I'm sure the schools as well, even though we're not going to call schools, but other people that don't care, they're calling all of these businesses out there asking, hey, is it a lot of Haitians out there?
I wish we had called them before the
debate.
It makes you really wonder about the black man. He probably getting calls all day, and he was lying through his teeth. And the only one that was really willing to be honest was the one that, damn, that is interesting.
Is that not crazy?
Damn, there's something.
And in the fact that you said that we've been getting all of these calls. Yeah, okay.
Everybody involved with this probably gets directives, like the same directives or like the memos on their desk at the beginning of the day. Anyone calls, you don't say this, you can say this, not say that.
But what about the barbershop guy? Who told him?
Oh no, yeah, he's not involved though. Yeah, but I'm talking about these schools, churches.
Yeah,
my only thing is that in a place like this, I mean, from those of you guys that are from big cities, I know 50,000, it's not a lot for you. It's not, in comparison to where you have millions of people in one city. There's not like it's a whole lot out there, So this is not the type of place where it's going to be difficult to pinpoint the issues or to fact check.
Right.
And then, but also, while I have this thought, how Kamala Harris said that everything that he's about to say is going to be a lie. The fact that this woman from this church just told us that they have been getting phone calls all day.
Mm-hmm.
And then John said, do you know why? And she was like, well, because everybody watched the debate last night. Yeah. And so now she didn't go exactly into it, but that brings me peace of mind to know that there are so many people across the United States of America that are picking up that damn phone and calling into Springfield, Ohio, because Kamala and the Democrats have been saying Trump has been lying for the last 10 years. They've been saying it for a long time now. Oh, he just lies and lies and lies and lies and lies. I mean, gosh, I understand people lie. Yeah, people lie. We all lie. But if I am a liar, does that mean that I am incapable of telling at least one truth? So now you're making people ask that question. And so now they're picking up the phone and they're calling churches and schools and barbershops and restaurants and banks and bars and other, organizations.
And that means they're researching too. They're probably doing a web search too. Yeah.
Yeah. Sooner or later, this kind of like people realizing they've been lied to. And are like constantly being lied to, you think at some point that's going to break through to people. I don't think you can, maybe you can, but it's going to be harder and harder for them to keep this lie up. Like, this is like insidious here. Like, everybody's lying.
There's one lady telling the story. She went into the women's bathroom and there's two men in there washing in the sink and they screamed at her. They're in the women's bathroom, taking a bath in the sink. And a woman comes into the woman's bathroom and these two men scream at her, like, get out of here, in Haitian or whatever.
Oops.
See, the NAACP president, we're going to get in touch with one of these people at some point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, John. You ever thought about calling do they have like their own region in Ohio? I mean, they got it, right?
But they don't have like a contact number.
Like their own There got to be a headquarters or something, an email or something.
Just no contact number though. Yeah, they have emails for sure, but they're not going to return emails. Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. An interesting day.
It's just one of those things where it's like, dude, like I've been hearing like since last night, and then overnight this morning, just like the different opinions about how Kamala did last night. But I think that she did terrible, and I honestly believe that just because she sounds better than Joe Biden, and it looked better than the debate with Joe Biden, I think that a lot of people are like gleaning on that just because Joe Biden has been like dead for the most part for this entire presidency. Excuse me. But it's like I mean, there's not anything like for what most people are saying. Everybody's mind is also made up, but I do also very much so believe that a lot of minds were changed last night as well.
You think so?
Absolutely, 110%. There's just no way that there's just no way. I mean, the evidence of that one phone call of her saying that they had been calling all day because everybody watched the debate. Tides turned last night. Now we won't find out until November. But that changed some people. And I'm not saying, I'm talking a few million, give or take.
Yeah, anything that Trump said, if people just researched exactly the points he made, they'd find out, oh, there's plenty of information on it. It's not a lie.
It's not a lie. And then you have to also keep in mind as well, whenever the left ignores the realities that everyday Americans are actually facing and they push it off to the side, they don't even push it off to the side. They go, they put it in the very back of their storage containers and haven't looked at it for years. It's as if it does not exist. By doing that, you are ostracizing so many people who are actually really living through this. And I'll still play some of these 2-minute clips from their town hall from just last night that ended right before the debate. Mind you, every single person that spoke at that commissioner's court, are they all lying? Okay, it's okay. You can say Trump is lying, but are they lying? The 3 people that I showed y'all earlier, were they lying? Well, the dad, yeah, he said that he wished a 60-year-old white man killed his son instead of a Haitian immigrant, but is his son dead? And did a Haitian immigrant kill his son? Is he lying? Trump can lie all day, but what about all these other people? You said every single thing that Trump said. Kamala literally last night said that everything that he will say will be a lie. And whenever he mentioned this about the Haitians and about the Venezuelans, she then called it a lie.
Yep. It's all easily researchable.
Very easy. It's too easy. It's too easy to search it up. And then I was talking to a few of my friends because my friends are kind of going through some crises right now on, coming to the right side. And they were like, the whole I'm on, Twitter and TikTok, and people aren't believing this story about the ducks and cats and dogs and all of that. And I was like, well, we're on the stream right now calling people. You can do the same thing. Don't trust TikTok and Twitter and what you heard last night. Call yourself, like how this lady from the church just told us.
Hey, is there a way to look up Springfield, Ohio's Facebook groups? Because there's a group of Facebookers talking about this stuff, all the Haitian problems. It's a Facebook room or group or something. I'm not a member of Facebook, so I don't even know how it works.
I am.
Yeah, I'm not either. I don't even know the first, the last, or the in between. I don't know what Imperius is talking about.
Well, these people in the Facebook group, this lady said she saw her own cat. Her own cat strung up upside down, getting gutted by a bunch of Haitians. And she'd been looking for her cat.
I'm going to reach out to a couple people.
Oh, where is it at? Okay, here it is. Let me get to the actual. I don't know if y'all want to hear what the commissioners are saying. I don't really know how much weight it holds since these people are, shout out to Blacks Who Defy, they are excoriating the commissioners. I mean, and it's a lot of people that pulled up to this commission report. Oh, y'all can't see my screen. Hold on, wait. because y'all have to be mindful. A lot of people don't show up to this kind of stuff. And that's just facts. A lot of people, you can go to you can find out when your next local town hall, city hall is right now, school board meeting. A lot of people don't show up to that kind of stuff. Just what you see right here, that's a lot. You might get a hand, maybe 5, you know. But they got the whole, you know, not the whole city, but they have a great abundance of people pulling up to come and talk about this. But everybody's lying.
I'm reaching out to a couple people.
What'd you say, John?
I'm reaching out to a couple people, see if they want to come on.
Okay, sounds good.
Mercy endures forever. We come to you with gratitude for this day that you have established and for the life you have blessed us with. Thank you for this beautiful city of Springfield, Ohio, wherein by your sovereignty you have allowed us to reside. Thank you for the government officials, civil servants, and every resident that you have called.
You know, I don't know what it is about Black pastors. They all sound the same. Amen. We come to you today, our Father. First of all, God, I want to start by giving grace. Thank you for waking me up this morning, God. Let's see. Yeah, he was reading a prayer. He didn't even write it. I mean, he didn't even come off the top of his head with it. Okay, I'm trying to get to the first testimony. Hold on, is this the same dude? Is this that kid's dad?
Yeah. He was there last night.
That's him.
Yeah, he was here last night.
Too. It looks like the same lady.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's September 10th, 2020. This meeting literally took place last night.
Right before
the debate.
I wonder how they're going to react to him at this meeting with those people who are real victims of this.
Oh, wow. I feel like this is going to be really good. I'm really glad that I thought about this because listen, this is where you get the truth about what's going on somewhere. And I always love hearing from the people like in Dalton with Tiffany Henyard, whenever, like, I watch every single one of their council meetings just because they're so interesting. Because she's crazy. Somebody in my door. It better not be in my door. Okay, hold on. Let's go.
We felt it would be in our best interest to be here after recent comments. You know, I wish that my son, Aiden.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting kind of excited. So he said he felt that it would be best that we would be here due to our most recent comments. What do y'all think that he's about to address about his most recent comments? What do you think they're going to talk about?
Well, it looks like he's about to say the same thing as he's here to start as he said at the other podium. But maybe he'll try to answer after. I don't know.
John, what do you think?
I have no idea. I don't know what he said. He must have said something about the Haitians.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, you know the video that you played earlier of him, right?
Oh,
and
is this not the video?
Yeah, this is a different video.
So, oh really? Okay, I thought this was the same one. I have no idea. What did he say?
He said that he's going to respond to his most recent comments. And so I'm thinking that he might be getting ready to apologize for saying that he wished a 60-year-old white man killed his son.
No, hell no. He ain't going to do that now.
Looks like he's going to say it again.
Okay, let's see.
Clark was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further.
I guess he's reading the same thing. Let's see. Let's try to get to the end to see if he says something or if they do something different.
I want to see how the crowd reacts.
Let's see. Oh, I can get out of this meeting. Hold on.
like Aiden. Thank you.
And there you go.
Thank you. Aurora?
Aurora.
Hi, good evening. My name's Aurora Lemko. I've been here before, and the three commissioners who are here tonight have in their possession 3 papers I've given to you in the past, probably about 2 months ago. Again, we're revisiting the issue of the resolution number 5844, signed on July 22nd of 2014, joining a network of other cities and immigrant-friendly communities called Global Great Lakes, and I want to say, and Welcoming America. I understand that the same commission meeting that I missed, Mayor Rue, you also missed. It was part of your vacation. And I understand that there was some discussion about how Welcome Springfield is no longer in existence and somehow is part of a church, and that's fine. One of my initial remarks when I presented this 2 months ago was that there was no sunset provision or an expiration date on this particular resolution. I'd like to revisit that and say, there still isn't. And if half of it has already, fallen away into nothingness, I would, have to ask why we are even bothering. On the third page that I provided to you is also the ending page of a letter from the executive director of Welcoming America, where you will see he has signed it. You had that 2 months ago. Also, you've had time to familiarize yourself with the entire packet I presented. And you will see that it was known just in this paper alone, but why look for more? In 2011, that Welcoming America was a grantee of George Soros Open Society.
Hold on.
I would like to ask each.
Wait a minute. We got to look this up. What is she talking about? Have y'all heard of this before?
I've heard of open society. It means open borders. George Soros. He's about destroying the Western world.
Soros has a lot of nonprofits. They runs all these type of groups through funding for these organizations. It's kind of hard to put your finger on saying that he really does it, because it's not coming directly out of his pocket, but it's from a
Son
nonprofit
does it too, and
through other nonprofits.
yeah, and all the people, all his affiliates. I call them all Soros. Yeah. For all I know, he's not even. He's so old he could die, and they'd still be calling it George Soros. But it could be his son.
His son is pretty influential as well, coming up the rear. So whenever he dies, he'd probably be replaced with a younger, much more active influencer there.
You see, whenever you listen to this stuff, you learn so much stuff. And I know that y'all are more familiar, but I have never heard of this before. And I just looked it up, what she's talking about, because I'm I don't want to be over here not knowing what this woman is talking about. I'm about to.
A lot of people give George Soros credit for electing Letitia James and who's the other lady?
Alvin Bragg. The guy in New York.
Alvin Bragg, those type of people.
Alvin Bragg, yeah.
A lot of people say, he looked at it like it's cheaper for me to buy a prosecutor versus, say, a politician. They're cheaper, and you can get just as much bang for your buck. So when you see all this raising these theft limits to $1,000, AOC, yeah, that's correct. When you see that, all those theft limits, all the laws that you see don't make sense. A lot of people credit him for being behind it. Does anyone know how he made his money? Not how he made his money, but how he made a bulk of his money. Does anyone know how he made a bulk of his money?
Soros?
He's mentioned among great investors. When you look up different types of investors.
Yeah, he does. He has a social element to it. In that, he made a lot of money betting against the British pound. Does anyone remember that? Herman, he shorted the British pound. That's correct. And he crashed the British economy. That is correct. I'm not sure if he really crashed it, what the ins and outs were. But he did make a lot of money on their economy crashing. And so for those of you who say, well, how can you make money off the economy crashing? Just like you can make money with things going up, you can make a hell of a lot of money with things going down. And that's what people blame him for.
That's nuts. I mean, because I know that they connect him to a lot of things, but this whole world thing, it says the leading Rust Belt immigration innovation, the Rust Belt Welcoming Economies Global Network, the WE Network, a program of welcoming America in partnership with Global Detroit, is a regional network of more than 20 initiatives across the Rust Belt, tapping into the economic development opportunities created by immigrants. And here, Welcome Springfield, which is another one that she mentioned, is the Midwest Consortium for Immigration Research, are 2 new entities located in southwestern Ohio that are dedicated to the economic empowerment of immigrants in Ohio and throughout the Midwest. Welcome Springfield is a nonprofit. Of course it is a 501c3, of course. Hey, y'all. Y'all actually, sorry, y'all, give me 1 second.
I'm surprised so many people knew about it. Joe Soros, did you know about him, All-Seeing guy?
Yeah, he's against Western society, basically. He's like the typical globalist. He wants this globalism, which is more like communism rather than capitalism and like our Western way of life. That's why he hires these go soft on hard crime district attorneys, or he funds them to let these criminals off. Like in New York, you can almost kill somebody and get let loose off no bail.
Yeah, no bail. Yeah.
And he
I wonder
knows
if he invested in
that. He wants to destroy. That's how he helps destroy society. He gets a bunch of murderers walking around, people afraid. It just takes down the whole system.
That is very interesting. Very interesting.
I'm curious.
Soros.
Curious to know if y'all knew this or not. Sorry if I have an echo. I just muted up on my other screen. It says that Clark County, Ohio, attract and serve immigrants and the businesses that employ them. Clark County is a rural county that has lost 20,000 residents since 1970. Its principal city, Springfield, was recently identified as one of the 10 fastest shrinking cities in America and is projected to lose nearly 10,000 more residents during the next 15 years. The MCIR is a brand new entity devoted to providing academic research to communities like Springfield and Clark County throughout the Midwest. We desire to complement efforts of organizations like Global Great Lakes by providing objective data on the economic impact of immigration. So last night, Trump said, I don't know why they're bringing him in. I don't know why they're bringing him in. It could be because they want more votes. But reading this is saying that this county has been on a decline. And so essentially they need more people. So is that why? Because they said they lost 20,000 residents since 1970, but we just found out from the lady that you spoke to who works directly with the city that they've gained 20,000 Haitian immigrants, illegals, in less than 2 years.
I guess they broke even in that case.
It's like a 1-for-1 replacement. Like you lose the residents because you're bringing all these new incompatible residents in and scaring the old residents out, and then just keeps turning it over like that.
And here's their resolution 5744 declaring the city of Springfield, Ohio, a community welcoming of immigrants and immigrant-owned businesses. So not only are these people coming illegally, and I know that they're just saying immigrants, but their businesses are coming as well. So what does that look like for you? And they have a resolution. So this is on the table. That means this has passed. This is set in stone. It is law for them in the city of Springfield. That's very interesting to me. Sorry, I just like to know things whenever I'm listening to stuff, y'all. Opana says, the goal is to destroy Western systems by getting rid of capitalism. If you pay attention, they tie capitalism to patriarchy, white supremacy, systemic racism, all the views upheld by BLM, etc.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So now that we know a little bit about what this woman is talking about, for those of you that are like myself, maybe you'll understand what she's saying more and where her anger and vitriol is coming from.
Each of the
Oh, Miss Steve said, she said, anyways.
It paused.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'll keep playing it. Give me 1 second.
commissioners tonight to state publicly, and for the two who are not here, I'll accept their follow-up, and have any of you on the record to either introduce, to rescind this resolution, and the second part, how you would vote on rescinding this resolution. I mention this simply because one of the things that I find irksome is that on the appearance that Mayor, you made along with our city manager on the radio show up in Bob France radio show. And then again, at your different appearances on Fox, where you ask for federal dollars. I'm reminded of the mayor of New York City who openly admitted it was a welcoming city and then asked for federal dollars. It has never been made publicly known that we are in this network that is being funded by George Soros. And I do find it disingenuous to ask without full transparency.
Thank you for your comment, Richard Jordan. Thank you. We have some answers for you after comments.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Thank you for speaking. We'll have answers for you after public comments. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Richard Jordan. Thanks, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just came to talk about the
Sorry, I paused it. I didn't hear the end of what she said because I have a few kids in here, but
Sound like they cut her off, basically.
My question is who cares what she has to say? Like, let's be real here. If you told her this, if you don't let those people in, or you'll be ostracized from society as a racist and a bigot, she'll get on her knees and suck them off. Are you kidding me? I don't care what she's saying now, because in the end, all I have to do is go up to her and say, "You want me to tell everyone you're a racist and your family to ostracize you and throw you out of your own family?" None of this. This is what I'm saying. None of these people have the will to do what must be done, and now you see the peons, the useless people, the little people who don't have brains are now complaining because their basic hedonistic desires can't be fulfilled anymore. That's all this is. John, this is what I'm saying. All the complaining, and I saw you were talking about the Catholic. Good. Pay us more billions to bring more people in here. Pay us more. You already just paid us $2 billion to bring them in. Pay us more. I'm so sick. This is what I'm saying. The little people. Now they're crying because they can't afford their cell phone every year. I don't care about serfs. Like, I'm just so tired of little people, of being so stupid. Like, John, it's the same opinions. This is John, I want to thank you for having your channel to make people realize that democracy is the reason for this failure. I want to thank it because you are seeing right here and online all this morning. I don't know if you've been hopping around YouTube this morning, John, listening to what people are saying about the debates. Fascinating.
What are they saying?
Well, no, I mean, John, you got it.
I want to hear your point of view. What are they saying?
That's my point. They don't see reality, John. And that's the point. You can't. This is what, John. Stupid people, you can't discuss things with them. This is what I'm saying. The entire idea that they have an opinion is the fact that people are watching a debate. Little people shouldn't be.
Hold on, Pierce. Portia, whenever you're ready to get back to the testimonies, feel free. Go ahead.
No, little people shouldn't have the opinion, John. That's the whole point. This whole thing.
I understand it, Pierce, but in this country, little people do. So we have to.
But they don't. Not anymore, John. That's my point. Do you not see that they're leading themselves?
I've shown you the city council meetings where the city council people told me, hey, little people, we don't want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and that's my point, John. So what did all this complaining gonna do? Because again, John, all I have to say is, oh, you're mean, you're not nice, and then you're out of society.
All right, let's let Portia get back to the testimonies, and we get your feedback on that. Go ahead, Portia. Go ahead, Portia. And Pierce, did you run Portia away?
Oh, I don't know. John, all this leads back to is it's the same question, John. When you remove God, you have to replace that void. They've replaced the void with, you need to be told you're a good person. So, John, that's all you have to do is John, all these city people that are talking right now, I can guarantee you that each one of them, if you went up to each one of them and said, if you give up your firstborn for grape and slaughter, you will be known as a good person the rest of your life. They'll do it.
Well,
that's the problem. That's what people don't realize about humans. This is the entire paradigm is a problem, John. That people are even able to talk. I don't think 99% of the population should have even watched it because they don't even understand what they're watching. You can't have a discussion about what you're watching or the topics or the substance of something if these people don't have the cognitive ability to understand the world even around them. This is why I'm saying democracy itself is more slavery than monarchy, because all you have to do is drown out anybody with the majority of stupid comments, stupid people, stupid views, and you are more ostracized than if you had a monarch imposing morality on you.
All right,
because if you have a monarch, people will say, oh, that's mean. He's picking on the government's picking on one person. But when you have the entire mass of cumulative stupidity drowning out actual intelligence, you can't blame anybody.
Can we let Portia get back to the video now? You okay with that, Imperius? Portia, is Portia back yet?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just listening to you guys.
That's Imperius. Go ahead, Portia.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her to. No, go ahead. I was just saying, you can play it whenever. It's your show, John. I was just saying, it's fascinating going on all Twitter and Facebook and everything. Fascinating.
Thanks, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just came to talk about the immigration influx that we're having. A lot of people are thinking that there's hate against them, that we're racist for feeling a certain way. Like a lot of people, this is the influx here has been a culture shock, to say the least. And I feel like our city is basically being treated like a flop house. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's like a house you can go to and just hang out. All right. Is there a cutoff point that, for the population here? Or, I feel like there should be a no vacancy sign right now. And people are still coming in. What's the cutoff point? Is there going to be 60,000 immigrants living here? Are they going to take over our whole city? I don't think they're going to do that. It's getting close to people are getting really fed up. And things are going to get ugly. I don't know if you want to see that happen. Because if you do,
Sir, I understand what you're saying, and I hate to do this, but saying things are going to get ugly is just slightly threatening.
That's the
And
truth.
I hear
the
you,
truth.
but I'm going to have to ask you to just step aside. For the same reason, in the last meeting, we had a gentleman that
See,
began
whenever
to
somebody
threaten.
says something you don't like, then you.
It's not that there's no comments in the ice cream. It's not that I'm completely
You're not letting
disagreeing.
me
I
speak.
empathize with your saying. I want you to say, so I'm just good. Let me just warn you right now, please don't say things are going to get ugly or get worse or
It's the
anything like that.
truth.
What I'm saying is that sounds threatening to me, and I'm going to have to cut you off.
How can he not say it if
for
it's something
fuck's
that's true?
sakes. Oh my God, that's a trick. They do that. It's the shutdown conversation. Oh, it's
John,
unpleasant.
that's what I said. See, the difference
Hey.
is if you had everyone in that auditorium stand up and say, try to throw us out, faggot, he wouldn't do anything. But because he started out with, oh, look, we don't want to be called racist. I don't want to be mean. Shut the fuck on.
Well,
mean,
too bad everybody isn't you. You know?
does it make sense though that when you have public comments and people are given a specific amount of time, you know, just like the comments on YouTube or the, you know, wherever you see posted comments, every comment gets its chance to be a comment, and if they're all the same or pertaining to the same subject with the same concerns by many different people, like you got to listen to them all.
Why would you have to
And
listen
they're
to it
not
when all they
supposed
have to
to
say is, well,
cut
why?
you off.
Again, this is fascinating. Why do they have to do anything? You weak people are going up there going, okay, look, I am going to follow your rules and I'm going to be a good little slave and I'm not going to be mean, but I'm scared. Please do something. Save me. Why would we not look at you? Why would we not look like you as like slugs?
Hey, Portia, hold for 1 second. I
Okay.
may have someone on the line here. May have someone that's going to answer the phone
Okay.
in Sylacauga, Alabama. She just answered. I told her I couldn't hear her. We're going to try to call her back, see if she answers here. This is, let me tell you who it is before we call them. This is Twisted Beauty. They're in Sylacauga, Alabama. Twisted Beauty. Let me make sure that's the name of it. Yeah. Twisted Beauty. They provide balayage, bang trim. I don't know what balayage does. Do you know what that is, Portia?
Balayage or balayage, balayage.
Yeah, what is that? You know what that is?
It's a hair coloring treatment. It's like really pretty.
Beard
I mean,
trim.
I would never color my hair, but it's like a hair color treatment.
Okay.
It's like
hair.
multiple colors.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we're going to call them. They just answered. Hopefully they'll have something interesting to say. Let's see. Let's see if she's going to answer this time.
Twisted Beauty.
Hi, yes. I just called you, but we were disconnected. Are you able to hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, my name is John Galt, calling from the Urban Landlord. I'm from Anniston, not far from where you are. Mm-hmm. And I was reading the news about the Haitian migrants. Is that true, or is the media kind of exaggerating that?
I'm not really sure. I haven't seen anything. I'm not really sure. Like right off the top of my head.
Have you heard about that going on down there?
I've seen something about it, but I don't. I haven't really seen like anything, whether it's yes or no.
Have y'all had any migrants down there, just in general?
Yeah. No.
Okay, yeah, we just heard that on the news, and people were speaking out at the city council meeting. You ever heard of Tiffany? I think her name is Nix. Is that her name? She's like the city council president or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there was a city council meeting with people getting up talking about the Haitian migrants in Sylacauga, and I'm right here in Anniston. I said, let me call someone down in Sylacauga and see if there really are Haitian migrants. That just sounded weird.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not too sure. I haven't seen anything other than people talking about it, but me personally, I haven't really noticed.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. What's the name of your salon again?
Twisted Beauty.
You're live online with John Galt at the Urban Landlord. And we were just calling to see, just kind of confirm what we've been reading and what we saw on the news regarding your city council's meeting, where people were really kind of upset about the migrants there, Haitian migrants, by the way. So, yeah, I just wanted to get your point of view, see if you had anything you wanted to add to that.
Nope, not really.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's another no from Silicaga. Go ahead, Portia.
I think before that, All Seeing was talking about how at these meetings that people are allowed, they're giving a time limit to speak. So whether it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes, that whole time is your time. And any time they take or speak over your time, you get that time back. Them just telling them, hey, you can't say this, you can say whatever you want. You can cuss out every single commissioner up there if you want to. You can say whatever you want. Now, of course, you're not about to go off and haul off and say, I'm gonna, delete you and mess with your kids or, things like that. But like, as far as your thoughts as to what's going on and what you think will happen as it pertains to what's going on, you're totally allowed to do that. But by this commissioner, and I believe the man in the center was speaking. So I don't know how it works in Springfield, but in Texas, the person in the center is the judge. So if the judge is saying it, no one can, he's like the end all be all of the commissioners. But I don't think it's okay that he's just telling this man that he can't talk and he can't say things that aren't true. So that was just a response to what All Saying was saying. But we can
Why
play
would he not be able to? You'll obey him. He'll obey.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Well, you would, because then you'd be face down with a gun to the back of your head. Of course you would.
No.
Have you not seen what happens in other city council meetings when they put the gun on you? That's what I'm saying. None of you guys are. This is what I mean. You have to be willing to lose everything, or you've already lost everything. You're not going to go. Nobody here is going to go in there and be like, get 50 people in the audience and say, "Okay, move us."
No, I do it. Actually, I do it all the time. So, but I'm in a different
50
state.
to 100 people.
I'm in a different state.
No, but that's my point. You have to bring 50 to 100 people, and you say, "Go ahead and arrest us, move us," and we'll all class action the entire city.
Like where
and
I'm at, they
bankrupt
don't
you.
even make those types of threats. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I always make sure that I always say.
And
I don't know how it is where
in
you
Dallas
live,
and Austin,
but
they've arrested people at the Austin City
I don't
Council.
live there. I don't
No,
live there.
but that's the point. Even if
I
you're
don't
not
live-
there,
so-
you should be unaware it's coming to your town.
No, it's not
It's
coming to
coming.
mine. No, it's
Well,
not coming to mine.
it is.
But
Oh yeah, it is. The
sounds like-
demographics are changing.
Yeah, it's not coming to me.
Demographics are changing. Demographics is destiny.
Yeah, I mean, like
Demographics is
Dallas,
destiny.
Austin for sure, but not where I stay.
But
No.
Dallas and Austin rule the state, just like Los Angeles and San Francisco rule
No,
California.
they really don't. They really
Yeah,
don't. They don't
but
rule
they
the state at
do.
all.
But
No,
they
they
do.
really
That's
don't.
That's why. Hold on. If they did, this is
really
the point. A conservative will never do what needs to be done to a liberal. For example, have any of
the mayor of Dallas is he switched parties. He's conservative now.
has
so
the attorney
technically-
general has Ken Paxton put any of the Austin City Council on trial for breaking fundraising laws? No, of course not, because he does it
There's
too.
a lot of people that are on trial right now. Ken
But
Paxton
no,
is
they're not.
doing the book.
There's no
and
politicians are on trial. Did he put anybody on
there
trial
are
that
a
tried
lot.
to
I mean,
impeach him?
whatever you. If you know more about Texas, the state that I'm from, that I do work for
Well,
politically, and that
I
live
do
in,
because I
if
read
you
and I
know
see what's
more,
going on.
and you know all of these people, and you're very privy, and you get emails and communicate with all of these people, by all means, go for it.
Well, I'm just
However,
wondering.
we're
I'm
not talking
asking
about
simple,
my state.
but I'm asking.
No. These aren't
questions.
simple questions. You're not allowing me to answer a question because you know everything, right? So
I
since
know
you
I
know
do.
everything, then
Yes, I don't
then
ask
don't
questions
ask
I don't know the
question.
answer to.
Right.
But I
So,
want to hear your
well,
answer to it.
I'm not asking you anything, and but you don't need to ask me a question because if you know the answer, then there's no point in you asking.
But it's good to hear other people. No, but it's
No,
good
but
to
you know
hear the
everything. That's what you
unaware.
just said.
It's good to hear the answer of the unaware,
No,
so
I'm
other people
very
can hear it.
aware. So,
But if you were, ma'am, if you were aware, you would
if
understand
you're
that.
aware, then you teach the people because you know everything, right? But like, because you're on, like we're talking about something else, right?
Mhm.
So that's what we're going to talk about. Okay, so let's keep going.
But again, that's the liberal angle. You're ma'am, I still need you to tell me where in anywhere in Texas has a Democrat political operative ever been put on trial for breaking the law.
Maybe. Oh, that's probably why.
That's the point. You're not going to, conservatives are not going to do anything because conservatives
Commenting
aren't actually
on some of your
conservative.
concerns, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you some understanding of why I even interrupted you. Thank you. You can go ahead.
I'm very frustrated. And
I understand.
And a whole bunch of people, along with the citizens that have
Can y'all hear it?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
born and raised here, a lot of people that are born here stay here. They don't go anywhere. They stay in. I got a lot of friends that have been born and raised here, and we feel like our city's being taken over. I mean, like I said, is there a cutoff point? Are you? I mean, what's going on here with that? Are you going to just keep on letting them come in, to keep on busting them in every day? Illegal immigrants. Now you say they're legal right now under TPS. All right, but November 5th, if things go the way I think they're going to go, there's going to be a mass deportation. So what do you do? You're making all these accommodations for a whole bunch of people. What are you going to do when they got to leave? You're spending all this money. You're asking for more money now for immigrants, and our people, our citizens, are living on the streets. They're not being taken care of. If you're going to, while you're asking for more money, include our homeless people, include our veterans that are on the street, people that fought for this country. This is an invasion. A lot of people feel like that. I'm not the only one, but I'm man enough to say it.
Thanks for your comments. We'll have some answers for you at comment. Please, no applause. Just to control the temperature of the room, I'm just asking that you do not applause. Thank you so much. We're going to be asked for Dave to come up. Dave Horning. Yes, it's hard to read the card. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Dave Horning. I'm from Circleville, Ohio, and we have concerns about the homeless situation, which could get worse in our county also. As I've researched this matter, I want to share some information with you that I have learned. There is a federal policy called Housing First. I encourage everybody to go home, Google this, look this up, look it up on Wikipedia. It was a federal policy. It was never passed by the U.S. House or Senate. It was a policy, a bureaucratic policy that was adopted during the George Bush administration that says if there's a homeless person, the first thing you do is give them a house. Now, we just heard the drug court say that if you're in drug court, you have to proceed, you have to behave.
Okay, so he said, Google it, the Housing First project that was instated during the George Bush administration. And, don't trust him. We can look it up ourselves.
Well, why would we not look up the more serious concern where now hundreds of thousands of liberal women have said if they try to deport them, we'll breed with them and make sure they stay? Why is no one bringing that up? How are you going to stop that?
Deport the liberal women too.
But you can't. They're U.S. citizens. And then those children are U.S. citizens. And as policy now for the U.S. policy for the last 20 years, if a child's here without the parent gets to stay. So you have the balls now to throw people and let babies throw them over a wall too. No, you guys don't have it. You're like, oh, we can't think of that. We can't see that. I don't want to hear complaint. This is what I mean. Complaining about something you don't have the will to do anything about. So I enjoy it. Like I said, this is not going to affect me whatsoever.
For the people that are in the audience that are able to read while Imperious is talking right now, I'll leave this up for a moment and scroll, or I can read some of it just to provide some evidence to what it is that he's speaking on right now. Oh, go ahead, Imperious.
No, I mean, the housing first is just it's another type of Chevron doctrine extension. And and that's the funny part. Notice how everyone sued over all what Chevron's knocked down, but no one sued over this. Conservatives don't care about immigration. They only care about it because it now affects their hedonistic mentality. If they could have the same things, they would let a billion people in. Because again, when you alleviate God from people, you have to fill the void. And the government says, we filled the void by we tell you what's moral, so you obey. And that's why everybody is, from the internet to TV to politics, it's all virtue signaling. We've got to show we're a good person, even though we're not, and we don't know what good is. Because we don't have God to direct us, but we have feeling and government. It's the same thing. Do you know what the single number one employer in the US is right now? Who's the biggest employer in the US? Does anyone know? It's the United States government. That's the entire point. The government doesn't make any money, doesn't create anything, or doesn't grow wealth. So you're literally paying the welfare for most of the people that are employed in this country because you don't want to just fire them. Oh, it's so sad. People on the street starving. So then you'll starve. You've got to pick a side eventually.
Okay, the typical homeless person of the 1980s was younger, less than 40 years old, more impoverished, and had a higher burden of co-occurring medical, mental health, and substance use disorders than previous generations of persons experiencing homelessness. For the first time, women and families appeared in significant numbers among those seeking assistance. Previous typographies of those experiencing chronic homelessness as mainly poor, older alcoholic males of transient individuals unwilling to shackle themselves to the constraints of industrialized employment in modern society. Tramps or hobos were fundamentally challenged by these developments. And so we're talking about early 1980s here. And there's a study on homelessness as the man in the video was talking about and how this was instituted and implemented back then. So for those of you that like to know things and like have a further explanation to what it is someone is talking about, feel free to do as he said to look it up. But so you don't leave and click off, I wanted to look it up for you. So let's keep going.
And if you don't, there are consequences. You will be removed. Under the Housing First policy, you cannot remove somebody if they are misbehaving. There's a thing you can look up called permanent supportive housing. So if the federal government comes in and says they're going to give you money in the form of permanent supportive housing, what will happen is if a person moves in there and they are using drugs like fentanyl, they will get a disability. That disability will allow them to get disability income. They can stay in that permanent supportive housing. They only have to pay a small percentage of their disability as rent. They do not have to get recovery. They do not have to do anything. So I encourage everybody to call this to your attention, to your state reps and your state senators. The good news is the U.S. Supreme Court has issued a decision called Chevron, and that allows people to take exception to bureaucratic rules that weren't passed by Congress. And so it's an opportunity. Springfield is a great opportunity to say, we would like the federal housing dollars to help with our problem. We do not and will not abide by the Housing First policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Francis?
My name is John Francis, and I live at 15 Inglewood Road. I just wanted to come up tonight and let you all know that many of us share your frustration with everything that's been happening in the city, both with new residents, but especially with those that have been here much longer. I want to thank you all for doing the most basic of things, your jobs, for staying the course and not resorting to the extrajudicial solutions that so many of the city's residents would like to see. Thank you for not restricting my freedom of movement and destroying the local economy with the city limit checkpoints people. Thank you for not bankrupting the city with thousands of civil rights lawsuits that would have surely resulted from the unlawful actions so many people in this room have repeatedly entreated you to take. Thank you for not deputizing a manners squad that, frankly, a lot of the people here would probably run afoul of. Thank you for conducting city business like members of a law-abiding, democratically elected body, and not like some backward Jim Crow mouth breathers with
Do you
dogs.
see what he's saying, John? Thank you for being nice. That's all it is. Thanks for being nice. That's all it is, John. And until people can get over niceness equals weakness, everyone's going to lose. Because look at him. You were nice.
Do you see the sarcasm in his statement?
He's not sarcastic. He's 100% honest.
Okay.
Wait till the end. He's going to say, I thank you for not being
every other
racial
native-born
bigots.
Democratically elected body, and not like some backward Jim Crow mouth breathers with dogs and fire hoses and barely 2 brains. Like every other native-born person in this city, I received a taxpayer-subsidized Western education, which is undoubtedly the greatest handout the government has to offer, which is why I'm blown away by some people's willful ignorance, the most basic knowledge of civics and levels of government. On behalf of everyone who paid attention in 6th grade social studies, I apologize that you are constantly being blamed for the actions of state and federal government by people who were taught better. As a lifelong left-of-center independent living in an increasingly reactionary state, it is truly surreal time to be alive. I'm absolutely blown away by the lines of Republicans and alt-right voters who have spent years voting against government intervention in social matters, but who now turn to government to solve their social issues. Voters who fought against socialist overreaches like rent control and strong tenant rights, but who now suddenly complain that rent is too high. Voters who praise the legitimate virtues of free market capitalism, except when it comes to real estate. My heart goes out to you guys because you'll never be able to win with those people because they don't even seem to know what they want. There isn't much happening here that hasn't played out thousands of other times in every city in the country. I can't name any city of consequence that doesn't have a Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Italy, German Village. But there's also Little Guyana, Little Odessa, Little Yemen. In fact, there are many hundreds of ethnic enclaves in the US. There isn't anything happening here that hasn't happened in every one of those. And they're getting along just fine. Would I have personally chosen Springfield to have a large Haitian enclave? Probably not, because I'm nothing if not lazy, and learning to live with strangers is challenging. But I'm also smart enough to realize that what I want is irrelevant, because I live in the United States of America, and in this country, you should not get to pick who moves in next. Our country has a pretty notorious history of doing that, and it should be universally horrifying to any decent member of society. So thank you for not ignorantly repeating the mistakes of the past, and good luck while you chart your way through the same challenges that 1,000 other mayors and 1,000 other city councils navigated before you to the long-term betterment of the cities that serve.
Thank you, John. Messica, please. Messica Darby.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I heard his message. And I agree. He was not being sarcastic.
I told you, and that's why you will always lose. Because in the end, most people just go, I want to live in a nice world where we hold hands and we love each other and we mouth fuck each other every day. That's what most people want. That's what I'm saying. All this, we're angry. The moment you say, but you're not nice, they'll go, oh, I'm so sorry. Let them in. Let my daughters be fucked in front of me. I can't. I won't be not nice. I'll be nice. I promise. That's what you guys don't understand. All the arguments about policy, the only thing that matters now, because we are living in a dying society, just like Rome when all that mattered was blind me from the reality that I'm living in. Make me feel good. John, you ever seen that movie Monsters Ball with Halle Berry? You ever seen that movie, John? Is he here? I don't know. Okay. If anyone's seen that movie, look up the scene where she's on the couch making out with Billy Bob Thornton. Go, make me feel. That's what people are. Please just make me feel good. That's why I look down on most people with disgust.
Hello, my name is Masika, and I'm here today to ask the questions that many citizens would like to know. I have watched the interview on Fox News with you and Mr. Heck, and I was asking myself, why now? I can speak for a lot of people in this community when I say that this has been going on for a while now. Our frustrations and concerns continue to fall on deaf ears. This community has been begging for help for some time, and we rely on our city council to be our voice. So we would like to know what policies and programs have been implemented in the last year. And if any, how does each program and policy benefit immigrants and the people in this community? We would also like to know who you have advocated to and what do they say they're going to do for us that would benefit this whole community? And what would those benefits be? Next, we would like to know what your plan is for our homeless. They are living in garages, alleys, abandoned houses, backyards, and pretty much anywhere. Also, we have to discuss the trash, feces, and other unsanitary conditions. We are concerned with winter coming. What are you going to do?
Happy
I
birthday,
believe
Virgo.
I
Happy birthday,
believe
Virgo.
John stepped away. However, I was saying to him earlier, it's one thing for Kamala to get on that stage and say that everything that Trump is saying is a lie, but I would challenge her to go talk to these people. You know, like how she's opted out of going to the border. Go talk to these people and actually see. And yeah, it's one thing to call Trump a liar, but are all of these people lying? Here's one of your soul sisters, Kamala. She actually has braids in her hair. She's dark skinned. She's a little bit blacker than you. However, she wants to know, what about us? You know, the citizens, what about the veterans? What about our homeless? Oh, and by the way, there's nothing, it's like the streets are open porta potties. It smells like India and Haiti out here. What are y'all gonna do about that? So Kamala, is she lying too? Now, minus that last guy, he was a doof. But are all of these people lying too? Okay, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, it
Is
doesn't
she a
matter if
Kamala
they're
voter?
lying. If
Is
the
she a
truth
Kamala
doesn't make
voter?
people feel good, they don't care
Let's
about it.
revive her.
That's the thing. It's only if it makes them feel good will they acknowledge it.
Yeah, John, I don't know. I'm assuming because she is a black woman, we can't have too many high expectations here. Pretty sure she's still voting for Kamala, but maybe we'll hear something
Yeah,
different. But
because it
the
makes her
words that
feel
she's
good.
speaking,
She feels
I'm
good
I'm
voting
I'm
for the fellow black
I'm
woman.
responding to John right now, really quick. Okay, and then you can go for it. I'm pretty sure she's going to still vote for her. And I'm going to have to assume that she's going to vote because if she has enough wherewithal intact to come to a commissioner's meeting, I'm pretty sure she will. But she's saying all of the things that Kamala supports. And American Man says Kamala will call her MAGA. Of course they will. Of course they will.
And
And
they'll
then
call her MAGA and she'll still say, please, Kamala, I'll vote for you. Just tell me I'm a good person. Just tell
and
me I'm
Momo
good. I'm not a
says,
racist. I'm not a meanie.
should they take the Futurama approach and set up public self-deletion booths for the homeless? Maybe not for the homeless, but maybe for the illegals. I'm not sure. I
They
don't
want
know.
no, but they're committing self-deletion on the country because it feels good. Why do you think people cut themselves? Why do they self-mutilate? It feels good. Who cares what they're doing? The
Oh,
reason, the
Stanley, this
question
is
is
for you,
why.
Imperious.
But the question is
Voting for Kamala
why.
makes us feel good.
Yes.
Stanley, if you would like to come up here and debate with Imperious, because I'm just,
Well, it makes
showing
what
some of the, well, I wanted to actually watch the
what other
commissioners
reason are they
meeting with
voting
you
the way they
guys
do?
today.
What other reason? That's all I'm
That's what
asking,
I
other
wanted.
than the emotional, I'm feeling good for doing it. That's my question.
Trackable,
I have yet
all-seeing.
to
Do
hear
y'all
it.
have a response? Denizen, do y'all have a response? Because I don't have any. I'm just watching the videos with y'all. Do y'all have a
Like, who
response?
cares about what they're doing if you're not analyzing why and you can manipulate it? Why are we watching it if we don't care about how we're going to manipulate them?
Well, right. That's why I'm asking them their thoughts. Do y'all have a response for Imperious?
It's interesting, I guess. A lot of what's being said is you all and you guys and you and you and you will never win, and we don't all live the same lives, and we don't all pay attention to this stuff for the same reasons. And you know, me personally, like I don't play their game, but I pay attention to what's going on. I just live my life, and you know, that's me as an individual voting for myself to stay out of trouble, to make sure I make gains, to take care of my family. When they do their crazy things, I look at it as political theater, and some people get mad enough to go up there and obey the rules and say, "Hey, nicely, I don't like what's going on, and I want my elected officials to do something because I vote and I think my vote matters. And if I voted for you, then you should listen to me talk." And I don't live like that. But you know what? Some people do. But for the most part, we all want the same things, regardless if you're an immigrant or born here or historical here. None of it really matters. It's like you want to have a house, you want to have some land, raise your family.
But that's not the goal of most people in America anymore. The goal of most people in America is to feel they're good people.
I
That's all
don't
it
think
is.
so.
Really? Well, then why does everyone have to virtue signal? Why is everyone's
Well, not,
complete identity about being looked at as good, as morally
but
good?
not everybody gives a shit about what the media conversation is. Like I said, you go to work so that way you can get a paycheck so you can have a roof over your head. You do
Yeah,
better
but
for
if you go to
yourself.
work and you hurt someone's feelings, you're fired.
That's not true.
Really? What job are you
I
working?
mean,
Maybe if you work at an under 10-person business where you have certain protections, but if in my company, I'm in a 100,000 person plus company. If you even look at someone the wrong way, HR will be on your ass. Are you kidding me? You may be working for a small business at some point, but the most companies in this world, if you even bump somebody, if you even look or sneeze, it can be taken as offense. Did you know? Let me give you a hint. Did you know about 3 years ago? And hold on. Did you know?
No, you're right.
Did you know 3 years ago at the U.S. Postal Service? Okay, an employee sued their postmaster because the postmaster had a Gadsden flag in their office, and the post office fired the dude because he had an American legal flag representing the country. It was the country's flag at one time, and they had to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Why? Because people believe that, well, just take it down. It made somebody's feelings hurt. Why would you want to be a mean person? Don't you want to be nice? Don't you want to skip down the road in the rainbow? Just take it down. Just silence your belief because it's nice. You don't want to make people sad.
How about when you go to a place that you've agreed to work for under their policies and you be an employee rather than, you know, flex every, like you said, virtue signaling. If this person's at work and they're an employee and they're wearing the employee label and they should be all about business when they're at work.
But that's the thing. You've been brainwashed since you've been in elementary school to be told you're an activist now. You're an agent of change. So people only go to work now to change the environment in their work so it reflects their political ideology. That's the only reason people work, because nowadays, why do I have to work? I'll just get paid by the government. I'll have universal basic income.
That's not what people want.
It is what people want. You need to get out of your head that you don't think people want to do the laziest they can. People will always take the path of least resistance.
You are lumping the entire country under
I'm
this
lumping 80 to
umbrella.
85% in, yes.
I think that's a bad analysis.
But do you think that human beings innately take the path of most resistance or least?
I believe if they took the path of least resistance, they would realize that existence is futile. Not resistance,
but existence is futile to them anyways because there is no God to them.
So why not just give up as soon as you learn?
They do give up. That's the point. They sit and go, government, take care of me. Let me live in hedonism.
majority of people that quit.
Sir, 70% of this country takes some kind of assistance or not, or some kind of public assistance. 70%, sir. The single greatest employer in this country is the United States government.
Do you understand that there are certain things that are lumped into that statistic that should, in my opinion, be granted to people?
No, nobody should get anything. Nothing. You
Okay,
deserve
so
nothing. And if you want something, you go to the church and they'll determine if you're worthy of it. Like it was for most of human history.
So okay, I'm a veteran, and I was blessed with a first-time home buyer's loan that was subsidized by the support group of the United States government in which I served, to allow me to get a house that I could kind of barely afford at the time. But because of the deal that was made, I got more house for, regardless of my credit, regardless of a down payment. I got more house for the same amount of money that my interest rate would have been inflated. And I probably would have got denied without at least a 10 to 20% down payment. You understand? So that falls under
I
that.
know the GI Bill. I know all about that. Yeah. But the difference is that
that's not the
why
GI
should
Bill.
the government?
Did get the GI Bill too and sent me to college, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, but
But
that's my point. So you're living off of social services for a 4-year job. I work for the government or adjacent to the government. I don't get some business. I don't get paid off. Sir, when did the GI Bill start? Did you know most soldiers in this country in the history almost fought for nothing mostly? Why do we baby people nowadays? Because why? We want people to sign up to get blown up and blow people up?
yes.
Sir, this is what I'm saying. No, you're living off of. I cannot respect a man that needs another human to keep them afloat or to fulfill their desires. I hate so many people. It drove me to smash everyone so I get what I want. That's what you have to live. That is the world you need to live in because that is what's going to be done to you.
Did you get some rest?
I did.
You
Okay,
were
good.
talking in circles about
You sound
I'm
tired.
so
about
I
having
am
like
tired, but I'm glad you got some sleep.
global
See, again,
anxiety.
nice conversation. People want nice things, not to talk about the uncomfortable situation. Let's talk about the nice
It's not
things.
an
Let's
uncomfortable
put our, no,
situation.
what Portia is doing right
It's
now. Let's not talk about the mean things.
view of the world. It's your ADD view of the world that
There's
is
no
causing
ADD. It's statistics. Who pays
uncomfortable
85% of the taxes? Who
what
pays
you're actually
85% of the taxes? Who pays
and
85% of the taxes? Who pays
and the
85% of the taxes?
matter.
Who
You have
pays
gone
85% of the taxes?
you have gone to the bottom of the ocean and to the moon and back. And you're not talking about anything. So let's
I've
watch
talked
the
about
video.
everything. I've talked from macro to micro, and you still can't understand it because you feel good. It made you feel good that you got something. So you can't because your pride is invested in it. You feel good because you got something for free.
You really do know everything, don't you?
I do, because I know how to break people down. I know the actual extent of human sin.
Oh my
Half the
God,
truth
I'm
is
so
good at that.
Playing the video, not right now.
Yeah, I
Because
need to get into the flow of this because when Imperius starts going on like this, I know it's time for some real listening here. Who's the
Yes, and so Stanley,
85%,
I'm so
Imperius?
glad that you came up here because I'm about to pack up. And I'm a
Well,
bad
no, the
here
85, the
for the
people that
day.
pay 85% of the taxes are
Not
the
for
top
the stream.
8%
Wait, hold it.
taxpayers.
Let Portia finish.
No, I gotta hop off though. I'm at the gym. I'll be on in an hour. So Stanley, take over. I'll be
Okay,
back.
well you go ahead and make sure you take a tepid shower so you're fresh and ready to come back
Nah,
fight.
cold shower afterwards, dude. You gotta have that cold shower afterwards. Get those muscles
Well,
tight.
you might. I understand why you
I
might.
want that. I want those ice buckets, dude. If I could, I'd fill up trash cans with ice and jump in that after. It's the best way to solid your muscles, man. It's the best way for lactic acid to be decreased.
Now, what time is your self vlogging?
7:30 usually.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit, Stanley.
All right. Bye.
Oh.
Well, you know what? I kind of hopped in the middle of this. I'm interested in the video.
So the video is just, it's from the commissioners meeting that they had in Springfield last night before the debate. And so I don't know if you were sleeping or if you heard, but what happened? So John was calling different businesses there in Springfield and asking the people, and there was a particular church. It's this place right here. It was a parish that he called, and the lady had said
Catholic
that,
parish?
yes, the Catholic
Yeah,
parish.
it's Catholic. Okay.
That they had been getting phone calls all day long because of the debate. And so I was like, well, I wonder if they have any recent commissioner meetings. And I looked it up and they had one just last night. And so I was like, that would be interesting to watch because, yes, making the phone calls, and we're supposed to have a lady call us back. That's interesting. But there's also the component of you're not going to get any better than this, from hearing people at commissioner's court come up and express their grievances, or maybe they don't have any, you know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause it doesn't mean that everybody's in agreement, so it's just kind of interesting, in my opinion, to see that. And I wanted to watch it with all of you, because we all hang out so much. It's just like I like to hear y'all's thoughts too. So that's what I was thinking.
Let me
Now, of
ask
course,
you a quick question.
comes up here and
I
goes
know
on and on.
I think I caught a little bit of this. This is Springfield. Yesterday, John was looking at maybe it was the day before. They're getting like 20,000 Haitian migrants. That's the same issue, right?
Right. So they've gotten 20,000 already.
Okay.
So, but there's an expectation for them to get more. And the citizens are just basically talking about everything wrong with what's going on there. And they're talking about the things that are being called lies.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 20,000 in the town is only like 60,000. That's like a huge increase. So, yep. Well, I'm
It's
ready to watch.
also Stanley, I'm trying to remember, because whenever he starts going off like that, I have 10,000 things going on in my mind and also in front of me that I often forget things. But I believe I read something earlier about something that one of the speakers said. So what I've been doing is whenever somebody approaches a stand and they say something that I don't know about, I take a
You research.
pause and I research it and I show the audience, because someone else might not know it either. And just to make sure we're being thorough as well, of course. But there was something that a man talked about, and it was some world organization. He mentioned like George Soros, this and that. But whenever you go to the website and you look at it, let me actually see if I still have it pulled up.
This is Springfield, Ohio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which screen was it? Was it on my main screen? Did I close everything already?
Okay.
It's the Welcome, the Global Network, America Welcome. It's this whole thing. So basically what they were saying is, Stanley, that since 1970, Clark County has lost 20,000 residents.
Mm-hmm.
And they're projected to lose 10,000 more within the next 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that replacement of, low birth rates and all this kind of stuff like that, now you have 20,000 people to replace the loss of 20,000 in this city. And
Can
so
I interject
now,
one thing about the birth rate?
yeah.
And I don't think when you replace immigration is not an exact solution for low birth rate. It's a labor replacement. So I never buy that argument that birth rate is going down, therefore we need more immigrants to replace them, because it's not like a one-to-one replacement. So I mean, do people agree with that?
You know, honestly, I can't say because it was. I still need more time to think about it and
Okay.
process it more because that kind of I wasn't expecting that. You know, I think about a lot of different things, but some things I just don't think of. And so whenever I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw an article that said something along the lines of, let me see if I can find it because I want to
Yeah,
make sure I say
Portia.
it.
I put a
It
link in the back
said,
chat.
the Democrats are trying to solve birth rate crisis using mass immigration. And so I'm not saying that that's true or anything. I'm just saying, you know, since it was presented by one of the citizens that came and spoke, it's just like, oh, okay, well,
Gotcha.
let me look into that, you know?
Gotcha.
And then all seeing, let me look and see
It's called the
here.
Howard Piven strategy. I put it in the back chat. It has to do with a lot of what we're talking about today.
Yeah. Whoever John Smith is, that's kind of my thinking that immigration's a band-aid for several different reasons. Basically raising kids from day zero or day one is not the equivalent of, a 20-year-old migrating in. You're replacing labor, but you're not replacing culture. Kids who grow up in a culture versus someone who kind of, migrates in and kind of adopts the culture. It's not a one-to-one, substitute.
So,
Can I?
John Smith, promoting the nuclear family would fix the issue. Immigration is a band-aid. An American man says, anyone ever asked themselves why America advocates for abortion and no families while advocating to bring in illegals who have large families?
I don't think that's even like
Oh, HB. Hi, HB. So HB says, I
HB.
agree with Stanley. Nobody's having kids anymore. I'm going to have some kids. Immigrants is the solution for labor. It's the sad truth.
Can I? I'd like to chime in on there. And like what Stanley said about promoting the nuclear family. Is that what you said, Stanley?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no substitute for it. I mean, well, certainly immigration isn't because kids grow up in a culture, they are, immersed in a culture.
Right. Okay.
So the 22-year-old that results from a nuclear family, if everything, all things being perfect, I guess, is a different product than a 22-year-old immigrant who may or may not speak the language, who may or may not be from a place, that has Western European culture, for better or for worse.
Yes.
You can replace the labor, but you can't replace the culture. At least not
And that's kind
not
of
in a one-to-one.
No, I don't believe it's a one-to-one, but I would say that from cultures that I've seen around the world, they value either the nuclear family naturally or kind of like tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But it's the sticking togetherness that that matters. And I think I think my family, when my great grandfather came over from Ireland, it was like sticking with what you know, but doing the right thing. It matters, and I think that the the federal government stepping in with protection programs have stopped people from defending themselves, and that's why I think you have so many um, such a non-nuclear family uprising.
When you say protection programs, I'm not
I think
sure what that term means.
I think there's many factors that have come into play. I definitely believe in the nuclear family, but I think that it has been lost here. But I think so many cultures that are coming over also have either that nuclear family, like I'm gonna send my money back home, or that tribalism to where, hey, you get a job, you put in a good word for me, I'll get a job, and then we stick together. You become roommates, you survive together like that because the person next to you, they have to have kind of the same ideology, and to
Well,
even be neighbors. Yeah,
here's
go
the
ahead.
deal. What I'm saying is, and I think this is probably a no-brainer. I'm not like repeating something profound here, but bringing 20,000 people into a community of roughly 60,000 people, that is going to change the culture. And if you keep doing it, it's a culture, it's a cultural shift. There's almost no way to avoid it. So I can actually see why people would be upset at bringing that amount of a new, well, basically a new culture, in different ways of doing things, that sort of thing. So is the argument at the council that it's okay? I mean, I guess I better watch. I've seen a few of these interviews this morning because John started fairly early with this, with Springfield. But I don't even understand why there's an argument that bringing 20,000 Haitians in is going to change things. I mean, what is? I guess I'll just have to watch because I'm trying to figure out what the council is trying to justify.
Are they saying it's good or bad?
I don't know, but I mean, they're allowing it. So they
The
must
video
think.
that we've seen hasn't they haven't gotten to any addressing of the questions. All we've seen is the public comments, and
reaction.
it's all.
I mean,
and
the thing that's just amazing is that the people that are pro-immigration base the argument on, well, people aren't procreating, right? Which it's hard for young families to get going. And overall, like we haven't really helped them or sponsored, we haven't helped that situation as a country. And then they also make the argument, well, we need people to do those jobs, right? They don't say, well, if they need people to do those jobs, then employers have to pay more. Like literally the Democratic argument, the pro-immigrant argument, I won't say Democrat or Republican, the pro-immigrant argument is we need the businesses. It'll help the businesses, not the workers. And so we can exploit the labor. And well, they're reproducing and the natives aren't, right? The people that are here aren't. I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy thing when you hear the pro-immigrant people saying, let's help businesses more. But then they turn around and say,
You
we need
are helping
greedy
businesses
corporations.
when you bring in labor. You are helping businesses.
Well, why are they greedy corporations then? I don't understand. Like, so either it's okay to exploit them, but not. I don't understand. It goes against itself in the argument, right?
Well, wait, say that again.
When you say, well, we need all these immigrants because we need more workers, and so it helps businesses basically, right? It actually helps business keep wages down, but
yes, which is
but it's
helping businesses.
So, but then we turn around and Joe Biden says that there's greedy corporations that are price gouging and blah 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 blah, right? So how can they make the same argument? Let's help businesses by importing labor, so we can pay them less, and then also we need to tax these greedy corporations more, right? Like they're price
Okay, but
gouging and
wait,
all this stuff.
hold it. When you're talking, I mean, not all businesses are small businesses. When you bring in labor, say to a Springfield, you may help a labor shortage in Springfield. That's got nothing to do with corporations.
Well, the unemployment rate has been ticking up now for a year, but immigration's not really ebbing, right? So it's just a garbage argument. Now, that being said, we do need to help young families.
Okay,
We need to help young families more. We're not helping them at all.
Your point about taxes and price gouging and immigrant labor. I don't think the two arguments, they might be related, but they're kind of separate animals.
The point is they're advocating for cheaper labor for businesses. That's why we need more
And
immigrants.
I'm assuming when they say businesses, they mean like small businesses.
I mean, okay,
Not
well, it would help all
corporations.
businesses. It would help. What do you mean corporation? Most small businesses are corporations. They're incorporated.
Okay, well, okay. Let me. I'm trying to big business. Like Xerox doesn't care so much about Haitian immigration, but mom and pop's hardware store on Main Street will be affected, pro or con, more so than a Xerox. I'm talking
I mean,
big
both.
corporations, like 500 person plus corporations. It's really the smaller businesses that are affected by immigration, either pro or con.
That are helped by immigration. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
labor wise. Yeah, labor wise. You know, if you own like a lawn mowing business, you know, having unskilled labor via immigration is going to benefit you more than it would Xerox.
Theoretically.
Or, you know,
Theoretically.
well, I mean, I think practically.
I just never sign up for the argument. We need more people. Look, I deal with construction, right? I have people say all the time, I need guys, man. I can't get enough guys. I can't get
Yep.
drivers. I can't get this and that. And you know what I say to them every time? Pay more money. Pay more money. You can get whoever you want if you pay more, double the wages.
Right.
But
Right.
they don't
But
say,
what
I need to
if,
keep them wages low, right? They don't say that.
right. Right.
They don't say that. They don't say it because you can get anybody you want for the right money. I can get drivers every day of the week if I pay more money. They don't want to do that. You just can't get them at the price you want, right? So
Right.
that's the deal. These businesses want this cheap labor. They love the immigrant labor. They don't have to ever give anybody a raise, right? So I just
Absolutely.
find it
And
amazing.
if you'll recall, I've said that the Chamber of Commerces of America are part of the reason immigration is, you know, has been ballooned or, you know,
But do you find it odd that the party that was against immigration forever, right? Because it hurt.
Yes.
Do you find it odd they flip flopped on this? I'm just asking. The
No,
Republicans
I don't
always
think
wanted it, right?
I don't think it's odd.
Yeah, I mean, does it appear that now they've taken this pro-immigrant position, like, and they talk about working people and tax cuts for billionaires and greedy corporations and pay your fair share, but
Well,
yet
wait,
they
hold it. Are you talking Republicans or Democrats? Because both sides have done this.
Okay, but do you see where the Democrats vilify corporations? They say
Yeah,
that
but
people don't.
Republicans villainize corporations too, or MAGA specifically.
Maybe MAGA. I don't think traditional Republicans really. I mean, I think for traditional Republicans, like, we need corporations, right? So both of them are doing that now. But don't you find it somewhat betraying when the Democrats have been the party of the working man forever, and now they don't appear to be that at all to me? They have more.
Okay,
They got more money than the Republicans do.
Let me ask you a question though. Who has Democrats? We agree have drifted away from that working man's, you know, kind of orientation. Who has taken their place?
I mean, Trump, MAGA.
Exactly.
MAGA.
And MAGA is currently doing the same thing. They're villainizing. They're
I don't disagree with that.
Right. So I don't think it's odd.
They're not
that
quite
it's
there
him.
yet.
I think
They're not
it's
quite there yet.
Well, yeah. I mean, as a matter of fact, I call them faux populists because they're still giving, you know, Trump's still giving big tax cuts to 1%ers
He's
and
not.
corporations.
Okay, he's not. That's so crazy. How's he? Listen, please
Well,
review
hold
the
on.
tax policy,
Let's
man.
clarify this. Who was the $17 billion tax cut for back in 2017?
It was primarily corporations which hire people, etc. And corporations. Here's what he did. He cut income taxes of wealthy people by 2%. That's it. I pay more
I don't care about the
taxes.
percentage. I'm trying to figure out who it benefited.
If you look overall at what the Tax Cuts Jobs Act did, by cutting corporate taxes, it had a stimulating effect. They did work. Like, economists agree that had a good effect for business, and businesses hire people. Wages went up. It was a positive thing.
I'll remind you that trickle down economics has never worked.
Okay, but understand that. Hold on. Trickle down economics works differently than the other forms of what you're talking talking about. It says if they're too much, or you can do it by handing people money and let them spend it. Like both things put more money in the economy.
Right, with supply
So just
side
understand what
versus
I'm saying.
demand side.
Trump's not tax friendly. Trump is not tax friendly. Income taxes didn't really go down. Mine went up. Because he took
Okay,
away
but
deductions and
what
shit.
I'm
Like
trying to
I
get
think
at,
$5,000 a year more
what
for
I'm
these people.
what I'm trying to get at is Trump and MAGA in general speaks out of both sides of its mouth. It will
Hey,
it will say it's pro worker. I want to bring manufacturing back, all that stuff, and it will turn around and give tax cuts to the very wealthy.
So the only thing that happened is the major cut that he made was a corporate cut. But understand who absorbs the corporate cut. It's workers, right?
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
everybody
Yeah,
in the chain,
it
right?
drives up the debt. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no. Workers pay more because it drives up the cost of the business. And these businesses don't lose money if you look. It's not like it comes out of corporations. They
Okay,
make
and
you
they
pay more at
also
the
don't do the
pump.
hiring. A lot of that money went back into things like stock buybacks.
Here's another thing that he did. He gave carry forward interest on R&D, okay? So in other words, you could depreciate things differently, which had a positive effect on the economy, okay? So what I'm telling you is, look, one of my biggest griefs with Trump is his tax cuts did not really cut income taxes for individuals. Like people talk about Elon not paying
It
taxes.
wasn't meant to.
Yeah, well, I got hurt under Trump. I'm telling you. Like, he's not
Right.
tax friendly. He's a tax and
Basically,
spend Republican.
right. Basically, what I'm saying is that number one, MAGA took the place of Democrats as a quote working man's party. MAGA is is barely a working man's party. It talks a good game, but it actually benefits the 1%.
Okay, do this.
Okay,
Will you
and
do
well,
two
hold
things
on.
for
Let me
me since we
finish.
debate a lot? We debate a lot.
The tax cuts did not benefit the working man, as in, oh, there are more jobs. A lot of that money went to the benefit of the 1% or corporations in stock buybacks. Okay, that money did
So
not flow downwards.
do this for me, please. I beg of you. Go to the Federal Reserve's website and look up. This information is available. You can look up, under Obama, under Trump, under Bush, under all the under Clinton, the wealthier have gotten wealthier without any other. It doesn't matter the president, but the
I
lower
agree with that.
and it's been the same. They're getting wealthier. The thing is, they're also pillaging other countries to get that money, right? But no one says it. But here's what I'm saying: if you look at the demographics that were helped during Trump, oddly, it was the lower tier, lower quartiles did better and had more wage growth than the upper tier workers. Okay, that's in the Federal Reserve. Okay, so and you can also look at the actual like one of my criticisms of Trump is he's a tax and spend Republican. He drove up the debt, and he really didn't cut taxes for anybody. Like he didn't. I want a guy that's going to cut a lot of taxes because I think we're not competitive globally. He hurt me. He hurt many people that I know because he took away deductions and
Understood,
things.
but the people you're talking about, that lower quartile that had wage growth, okay,
Yeah.
it didn't really benefit them because it was offset by taxes.
No, they're not. They don't really pay taxes. Like people making 40 grand don't pay federal taxes, man. They pay very little. They pay like out of that they're going to pay 10%. They don't pay any money. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not bullshit. Like I'm just telling you that Trump is not tax friendly, and
well, my contention is that basically MAGA took the place of Democrats as a quote working man's party. MAGA does not do a very good job as a working man's party. They've got dual loyalties.
Hey, I gotta say,
go ahead.
Hey, pardon me. I gotta chime in.
Go ahead, you're good.
You mentioned about paying federal taxes. I make in between 35 and 40 thousand a year, and it has never changed. It's almost 25% every year.
Your federal taxes are 25%. They're not 25%. Maybe your combined taxes are, but you're not.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes.
look, I don't know
Yes.
who's doing your taxes. Your federal taxes on 40 grand are, you get 12,000 off the top. So you're taxed on about 25 grand at about 10% or 10 to 12%, if I had to guess. But if you include your state taxes, local taxes, you might be paying more. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
Hey,
No,
give me one sec. We got
more
somebody who
correct
wants
than
to
I-
hop up. Just give me one sec here.
But
John Smith. Does anyone know John Smith off the top of your head?
No.
Nope.
But
Okay.
I'm new.
Well, give me. Y'all go ahead and talk. I'm gonna have to interrupt you for one sec because I gotta query Mr. Smith here, and I gotta put up a banner. I think I'll put up the Pocahontas banner. So just give me a sec here. We don't want a porn bomb. Excuse me. Hey, John Smith. Hello, John Smith.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, how'd you find us?
I actually was just searching for an open panel just to see if there was people talking about things that were, recent news or just anything interesting that I might be able to hop in on and, bounce ideas off of each other. So
Yeah, I saw your comment about immigration and the nuclear family, which
yeah,
was interesting. I think I agree with you, and that's definitely something we're going to talk about in a few seconds. We're talking working man's party and taxes and stuff. Can you cam
yeah,
up right quick?
yeah, sure. I'll cam up again. 1 second. I was throwing you hearts earlier to let you know I'm real.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, welcome aboard. We're gonna sally forth on this topic because I'm kind of interested, and this is all around that Springfield, Ohio, bringing in 20,000 people to 20,000 Haitian immigrants into a city of 60,000, and I think rightfully so. The inhabitants are upset about it, even though I haven't heard exactly what the council, how the council is justifying it, that sort of thing. But anyway, welcome aboard. Was it All Seeing God or Untrackable? I'm sorry, Untrackable. You were talking. What were you saying? Remind us.
Yeah. Just real quick. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Glad to have you.
Well, I guess I was just saying about like I brought up my tax bracket. So, but at the same time, during the last transformation of presidents, it's a contentious time, and my company did right by me, kept us working, and these keep working bonuses were coming. So it definitely had the trickle down effect for myself. But that whole time when I was making more money and things were priced at what they were then you see a price hike. But at the same time, my the county did a tax hike, and it was damn near 30%. So everything I saved with a refinance, anything that I had in backup because of the cash that was being given to me by my company, in an insurance hike as well. Everything that was building up and looking good, it's been bleeding out ever since.
Dang, dude, that's rough.
But I'm out here on the free market and I'm doing my thing, and I'm going to do what I have to do. And I think that's where more people are than people, sucking off the teat, like what was said earlier. So
Yeah,
I'll
I
leave that.
think you as a As a man, that's just what you're going to do. As a man, you're going to figure it out, do what needs to be done, make sure you're getting bills paid, right? But uh I mean, it does kind of suck when you reflect on it and you think to yourself, I did all this stuff to set myself up, and now, the federal government and the state government have done things that are now taking away um all of my savings and stuff, everything I built up to try to protect myself from this, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. But
Good,
when
good.
don't take it the wrong way. I'm okay. But when you look at the numbers, it's like this is starting to go in the wrong direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And I think for right now, I mean, I'm not a huge Trump fan. I guess I'm a semi fan, mostly of the policies, just because of what we've seen economically. If you look at economically only, that's what I would look at and say, okay, one of them was better for me than the other. One of them was lower prices across the entire board. And then, for the first 2 years during and after COVID, when I saw the what do they call it? The unofficial transfer of wealth from the lower and middle class to the extreme upper class, that then I got kind of pissed off. I was upset. I was like, why is my mom and pop grocery store that's 1 block away from me and they see maybe 1,000 people a day, they get closed down, but I got to go to Walmart where I'm going to run into 100,000 people a day, and which means you're exposed more. But I got to go to this giant corporation that's 3 miles away instead of the mom and pop store that was much
Okay,
safer
well,
and closer.
help me out here. You're saying that the transfer of wealth happened due to the shutdown?
Yes. During the shutdown was one of it was the greatest transfer of wealth from the lower and middle class to the upper class.
That wasn't just the shutdown, though. That was that was a couple months or 3 months or 6 months. The large transfer of wealth happened because the government pumped money into the hands of the consumer, which blew a lot of money, an exorbitant amount of money, $5 trillion worth of money between both presidents, and those companies then made money. Like that's what they did. They make money. Right?
Because we were only allowed to spend it at the giant corporations. We could not spend it within
you could save it. Like saving it would be a novel idea, right? You could have saved it.
Well, sure, but you need to live. You need to spend some money in order to live. So prices were hiked up because of everything that was happening, and then they took away.
Actually, is Blacks? Excuse me, 1 minute. If Blacks is still in the audience, I have an economics question. Is that actually considered a transfer of wealth, though, Ryan?
Hey, I can say this. Like I said,
because Ryan has a grasp of these sort of issues. Is that actually a transfer of wealth?
Yeah, it'd be good to hear from someone who knows more than me.
Well, no, because I'm not. I took like economics 101 in college. I'm by no means an economist, but we've got Ryan and we've got Blacks who are actually like trained.
And the thing is, me being a normal just NPC, like my title says, just a random person, if this is how it felt to all of us, are we justified in feeling that way? And is it a problem that we all feel that way, or should we, if we're more educated, we wouldn't feel that way?
It's not that you shouldn't feel that way, but I'm kind of a stickler for terms.
Right.
Because when I think of transfer of wealth, I think of things like tax cuts.
What if it went the opposite direction? Like, how would that look? If during that time the giant corporations gained trillions of dollars and the lower and middle class lost trillions of dollars, would that not be considered a transfer of wealth? I guess that's my question. Is like, what would define it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the normal course of business. People are going to, buy stuff from Walmart. I mean, Walmart, the way before the pandemic, Walmart was a small business killer forever.
It's not a transfer of wealth. Unless the share of people that are It's all by, they do it by quartile. So the top quartile, or the top 1% of earners, or top 1% of people, right? If they're growing and the other at a faster rate, that's when wealth is being transferred, right? Just by having Walmart be profitable doesn't necessarily mean it's a transfer of wealth, because Walmart is in a lot of like middle class retirees 401k plan, right? Apple, like if anyone that has a 401k, you have stock in that, in those companies, probably Walmart, Apple, all those companies, right? But a transfer of wealth is where you see the wealthy or the top quartiles of income earners picking up steam, growing more, which they have for now 50
yeah, they
years.
did. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reversal on that. I don't think that's going to
Why
change.
could I not? Excuse me. Why could I not spend my check on my neighborhood mom and pop store to, enrich them instead of being forced to go to a giant corporation?
Niggers kill niggers, shoot niggers,
Okay,
eat niggers,
but
rape niggers,
what?
poop on
Whoa.
niggers, kill
Whoa,
niggers, shoot niggers,
whoa.
eat niggers, rape niggers, poop on
During
niggers,
COVID,
kill
they labeled
niggers, shoot
certain
niggers, eat
businesses
niggers, rape
non-essential
niggers, poop.
businesses,
That was just
and they were forced to cease
that was really
business
bad.
Where did
operations
that
due to
come
be.
from?
Remember
that
the non-essential businesses that were labeled that
Sorry.
during COVID versus essential businesses?
Porsche
So then that,
or somebody? Damn it.
yeah, I don't know who that were, what it was.
Yeah, that was
I
bad.
don't either.
But I was saying during COVID, they considered some businesses, the government labeled them non-essential businesses.
Right.
And there could have been
Hey, Crack, I have no idea. Where did that even come from?
Cease business operations or slow it down drastically. And then that business went to somewhere like Amazon in the meantime. And some of them couldn't make it through that, just had to close shop altogether.
Right.
Hold
Most
on.
of the. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
1 second. Let me crack a Porsche.
It was like a bomber of some sort instead of porn.
Yeah, but I don't even know where that came from.
It's a porn bomber type person, except it wasn't porn. It was bad language.
Is that going to cause a reset? That's what I'm asking.
I think it might.
Well, Angel says that all the time, so maybe not. But I just wanted to jump in and remind people that non-essential businesses.
Hey, Master Kim.
I'm gonna take off now. See you.
Good on now, everybody.
Hey.
Take care.
What are we doing?
Well, y'all go ahead and talk. I've got to wait because I'm not exactly sure
So
what
Stanley,
or where I saw. Yeah, go ahead, Master
I
Kim.
just want to throw this in there. And in no way, I may have been listening to the stream that's a little delayed, but I just want to throw in a little biscuit in there and see how it falls into the fray, if you will, or maybe that's the wrong word to use. Okay, so normally as you tax one entity, human, individual, or company, and then you give out resources to others, right? A transfer of wealth. What about with the fake digitally printed monies, like what we're sending to Ukraine? It's almost like we're doing our own Bitcoin, just magically creating. We're not selling treasury notes to balance out the new digital money that we're printing, unless maybe I got it wrong. So with that being said, not only does it devalue the dollar, but it also interferes with the concept of the transfer of wealth, right? Tax the rich and give it to the poor, right? And please forgive me, I am not well versed with treasury notes, or when when Jerome Powell just says that we just print, they've asked them the funds that we sent to Ukraine, these billions of dollars, we're not taxing people and then trying to hustle these treasury notes to balance out that money. I think we're just digitally printing it. It's like fake money. So, and with that, I'll mute. Sorry, folks.
No, that's all right. I was going to make the point though that this transfer of wealth, if we want to call it that happened way before COVID. It'd been happening for decades. When Walmart came to say at Front Royal, Virginia, mom and pops, dozens wound up going out of business.
Yeah,
so
Right, but that wasn't the
that's
federal government. The federal government is the one who said we're shutting down all of this. That's a big difference. Is the fact that it was forced closed
Okay, well,
by
I
the
mean,
government.
emergencies are emergencies. I mean, I still don't know that that
Right, but the
is a
emergency made
transfer of
no
wealth
sense.
technically.
We're trying to keep so many people away from being in contact with each other in order to stop the
Hmm.
spread. So what are we going to do? We're going to congregate them all into the biggest supermarket. Like that makes no sense. It's logical. What you do is you just, you say, hey, if your local store is only having 1,000 people in there a day, you should probably shop there instead. Instead, they said, no, shut down your local store, send everyone over where they're going to run into 100,000 people a day instead of just 1,000. That makes no sense. It was forced for the sake of pushing this transfer of wealth because they were paid to push that,
And they
right?
should have allowed herd immunity to take its course and protected the elderly and infirm, but instead they locked down healthy middle-aged people. I mean, people in good shape just closed their businesses or made them cease operations,
Yeah.
and they would have been contributing to the economy otherwise during that if they hadn't closed all their businesses, and likely they wouldn't have gotten sick anyway because they're healthy.
Right. None of it made any logical sense except that lobbyists showed up and paid the government to do certain things, and the government did that, and then they all made a shit ton of money off of the middle and lower class, which you can see by the giant transfer of wealth, how wealthy they got and how poor we got during that time.
And when you print money, it causes inflation. The more you print, the more inflation. And then people who are already really wealthy, inflation doesn't really matter to them to a point.
Yeah. And
People
so
are,
those giant corporations could jack up the price because of inflation. So now we're getting our tax dollars back in
Right.
checks so that we could spend it at the corporation who's jacking up prices and taxing us at the same time so that we pay them so that they pay the government to jack up the prices and send us more checks so that we do the same thing over and over. And that's a transfer of wealth.
and
Okay,
poor people.
well, I kind of disagree with that. I don't know if it's technically a transfer of wealth, but I want to steer this back to where we were originally, which was basically, working man's party. The Democrats not being one anymore, MAGA barely being one, in my opinion,
Yeah, I agree with
because
Yeah.
they speak both sides out of both sides of their mouths. So originally we were concentrating on Springfield and who who do migrants actually help? I argue they help small businesses versus a Walmart. Um, and also the other argument is that immigration is not a substitute for low birth rate. It
Mhm.
mainly it substitutes labor, but it doesn't necessarily substitute for culture. Which is what we do when we raise kids. We acclimate them to a specific culture.
Right.
So I kind of want to go from there if we can. I'm not saying we have to go that way, but when I hopped up, that's what we were talking about, Springfield specifically. But
Yeah. If
if you
if I
guys
may.
have moved on,
Well, so I think so one I don't think immigration is a bad thing. I think there is, and economists and all kinds of other smarter people than me have figured out
Mhm.
what the most optimal rate of immigration is in order to one, help with the birth rate, help with keeping up the population, making sure that we can support ourselves, making sure that we have a labor force. Like there's an optimal rate, and I think they figured that out. Um,
Mhm.
and that's how almost every other country on the entire planet operates.
Mhm.
And what we've done is not that. We've ignored that and just opened the doors and let everything in. And that is not good and historically has
Well,
never
I,
been
I don't
good.
know. I want to push back a bit because I looked it up a while ago. America has let in roughly 14% of whatever the current population is per year, and that's been steady at least through say 2022. So
Right. And is that what
the
those
the percentage of immigrants um, to population has been 14%. steadily for
Do
decades.
you know
So
if it's
I'm not
the
sure I agree with the floodgates open
well,
analogy.
do you know if it's the percentage that's let in versus what our projected birth rates are, or what our
No,
current
it was strictly immigration.
based on current
Um,
population?
yes, and
Okay, so yeah,
of
that's
course,
why
the
it would change.
population grows, every year or every decade. So that automatically means that 14% is more people based on a growing population.
Right, except when that population is no longer growing and cannot sustain itself, then 14% becomes
Okay, well,
overcome.
we haven't reached that. The population's
We
still
are
growing.
right that we're like right on the edge.
Well, when I say growth, when we let in people, that is a growing population. So the
Sure,
population is growing, just
sure.
not via natural birth.
And that 14% though, I mean, when we look at the last 3.5 years, when we see, oh, these are record numbers of illegal immigration, and we can't even get an accurate count, but one guy said between 15 and 18 million people let in. I mean, my hometown was 1 million people. That's 18 whole new towns just the size of mine, of just illegal immigrants. Like, you can't tell me that that's only, oh, that's 14% of the population based on
Okay,
our
I'm
growth or
talking
whatever.
national
Like,
population, not a specific locality. Excuse me 1 minute. Hey, Latino, is that you?
Yes, sir. How you
Okay,
doing?
hey, pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you there, John.
no, you're fine. So yeah, no, my I guess my thing is, when we're seeing record numbers, then we can't just say, well, we've always let in 14%. We're at record numbers, which means we must be higher than that right now. Not only that, our birth rates have drastically
I don't
dropped, which
know.
means
I
now
don't
there's
know that I agree with that necessarily. Now, I do agree that we need to look at that 14% and shrink it, until we get, some things
sure.
under control. So, but
So wait,
that
you're
kind of
saying we
feeds
can't
back
look at
into
the
my argument that we need to go and we need to do immigration reform. Um,
sure, I
change
agree.
the laws basically.
I agree, but how can you say we're at record numbers, but it makes no difference to the
Well, record
14%? Like
numbers
that,
of immigrants.
right. So how can you
Okay,
say
and
that that makes no difference?
record numbers via the southern border. I don't know if that holds true because immigration, there's more people coming in, from the northern border, etc. Um,
Right?
record numbers at the southern border. I don't know if that means record numbers overall.
Right, but
It
that's why
might.
I'm saying there's no way that you can say, "Oh, the U.S. has always let in 14%, and we are still currently letting in only 14%."
Well,
If it's like
I don't know what
legally
the I
letting
don't know
in,
what the
that's one
I
thing,
don't know what the current numbers are. What I saw was through 2022.
right?
So I don't
And
know about 2023, and I don't know current numbers because
I think all
2024
the
is
evidence
not.
points to
What
immigration has
evidence?
increased far beyond that.
What evidence?
I mean, the evidence of the last 3.5 years. I
Okay,
currently
which
live.
evidence?
So I
Numbers?
currently
Can you point to a specific number?
I can look up numbers if you want. I don't think it would matter very much though. I mean,
Well,
I
no.
just
You
gave you the
said
whole 18
you
million
said evidence. I'm wondering what evidence. I'm not disputing whether
evidence.
there's evidence.
So
I just
me
need
living on a
education.
right, so me living on a border town, the evidence of more and more dead bodies washing upstream on my farmland. Like that's kind of something that's never happened before. Uh that's
Are
kind of
you
a
in
big
Texas?
I'd rather not say where
Okay.
I am. But let's just say
Well,
I
we're
am
assuming
very
those are dead immigrant bodies.
right, which wasn't happening during the whole 14% thing that you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I that's anecdotal evidence. I agree with that.
Hey, can I add
Well,
to John's comment?
go ahead.
Yeah, go
So,
ahead.
and John, sorry to interrupt, but Stanley, one thing, which John's kind of eloquently mentioning, but just not clearly saying, the ones that have no contact with immigration, they successfully snuck in. We're not going to ever see their face, right? So what is that percentage, which is unknown.
Well,
Basically,
there's
it's
no way to
unknown.
know, is
But
there?
that is correct. So both either for or against, but I think what we can assume is that the population is here. The ones that are just not not only documented, just say we don't know their identity. They successfully snuck in, and I would imagine with no proof that number is huge.
Yeah,
Right.
I see your point, but I'm not exactly sure how we prove that out other than
Right.
theorize.
And it's
Correct.
it's the same thing as, I mean, so when you look at just an example, giving out hunting licenses, use differential equations, you figure out what is the birth rate population versus the hunting rate population, and then you have to factor in the idea of poachers happening. And that's how they figure out how many licenses to give out. The same thing is with immigration. Figure out how many people are legally going to enter, and then what is the birth rates, all of that stuff, and then you figure out how many people are going to illegally enter, and you factor that into the equation.
How do you
And
figure
then
out
that's
how many people are going to illegally enter?
well, so there's differential equations where you plug in
Well,
all
I
these
know what
numbers and you
differential
look at
equations
and
are. I'm
well, yeah,
trying.
you
So
plug in.
you're basically going to guess the number of illegals,
Right.
correct?
Using statistics from the past. So if you can get a percentage and you can kind of guess and figure out what these numbers are going to be, then you can figure out how many legal immigrants to allow in and have them documented. And so we can have a fair guess and estimate on how many illegals there are. But the thing is, in the last 3.5
Okay.
years, is that it has so
Do you
exponentially
think they're
grown.
not doing? Do you think they're not doing that now?
Well, I think they're doing that, except that the statistics from the past don't hold anymore because of how much of an increase it has been in the
That's it.
last 3.5 years.
Okay,
John Smith
but
is
that
exactly
doesn't
correct. You're
doesn't
correct,
work
John Smith.
mathematically. We
Well,
don't
it
know
does.
what the current numbers are.
We have a good estimate, which is record numbers. And you
Okay,
have at least some estimates,
record numbers is nebulous. That's not a
but
number.
you still have some estimates where they can say, yes, we captured this guy and then we released him undocumented, didn't write anything down. We just wrote a tick mark. Yes, there was one. There was another. There's another 10,000. There's another 20,000, 100,000. And we just captured them, let them go back into the States, which is what
Okay,
Kamala
so
proposed to do.
that's kind of different than what you're talking. What we were talking about. What I'm talking about is a number based on basically not current numbers. I don't know how many people are going to wind up coming in 2024. We won't really know that till next year. What I'm saying is that if you go back and you look from 2022 backwards, it has been a steady 14%. Now, I grant you that's 14% legal. Now, the problem is what exactly is illegal? Because I know, for instance, you can come to this country, like cross the border and declare, hey, I want to ask for asylum. Then there are laws that handle that. Now, to you and me, that's an illegal crossing. But once that person says, hey, I'm from so and so, I need asylum, there is a
Sure.
legal process for handling that. I'm
Right. Okay.
saying
So here's the numbers.
those laws need to be changed because people are abusing that asylum system.
Sure. And
So
I
I
100% agree with
suspect
you.
what we call illegal are actually being handled in a legal process.
Well,
It's
I
the
don't know about that,
process that
but
needs
I
to
do
be
agree.
changed.
I
Mr.
do
Smith,
agree that it needs to be reformed, but let's just look at numbers. You're saying a 14% amount of immigrants, right? 350 million legal, right?
Immigration.
So 350 million people in the United States, approximately 14% legal immigration would be 49 million legal immigrants. And what was
That would
estimated?
be today's estimate.
Right. Today, that's today's estimate. And
Mhm.
illegal immigration, from the latest person that I heard, he said officially they claim 13 million, and unofficially he believes 15 to 18 million. And aside from that, if you look at Springfield,
I believe it's
Ohio, you're
18.
looking at a population of what,
Okay,
35,000,
well,
and
I don't want to talk
they
about
had
Springfield in an overall number.
well,
It
right,
really
but
has nothing.
if they have a third of their population all of a sudden replaced by illegal immigrants, not legal, illegal, and
Well,
that's
wait, hold it. No, no,
33%
no,
out
no,
of
no.
nowhere, right?
Those Haitians are legal, I'm assuming.
Why would you assume that?
Because the government has them in some sort of asylum process, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the government has an asylum process where
Right.
for
So
asylum
once they
seekers,
enter into
asylum
once
seekers are
they
supposed to
enter
go
into
to
the
the nearest
system, they're
country.
no longer classified illegal.
Asylum seekers are supposed to go to the nearest country. That's what the asylum seeking thing is,
Okay,
according
I
to the
understand
UN.
what they're supposed to do, but what I'm saying is once the government gets them and processes them, they are here, even if it's a nebulous legal process. They're not just out in the wind. They are accounted for.
Okay, so they're illegal
They are
according to
in
the
a
UN.
legal process.
They're illegal according to the
Send
UN,
them
but
back.
because the US asylum cities said no, we'll still accept them. That
Okay,
makes it legal now.
that makes okay. You know what? To me, that's not making sense. Okay, the government is not taking 20,000 illegal immigrants and plopping them. They are in a legal process. Their status may be kind of nebulous, but I don't know if illegal is the right term for them.
Well, a legal process doesn't mean it makes them legal. It just means there's a process happening to determine
I
if they're legal or
disagree. I
not.
disagree. I disagree with you there.
What? Why? Just if I did
Well,
something
if
illegal
they
and
are
then now
being
they're
tracked
prosecuting
and
me,
they
I'm part
have
of
an
a legal.
immigrant, if they are
Well,
tracked and they have an immigration status, such as parolee, like when you get here, and I'm not real familiar with the nuts and bolts. I wish Juan was here because he actually works in that process. My contention is once you have a legal status, like they know where you are and you're waiting, say, for a court date or something like that, I don't think you can be called illegal.
and have you looked at the numbers of the amount of people that have a court date that never show up, which is nearly 100% of all of them?
That is a problem, I admit.
Yeah, so then they're illegal now. Just because you
So
are
They
being
John,
will be they
processed
will
doesn't
be
make
they
you
will
legal.
be illegal once they skip court. I agree with that.
No.
John
They're
Stanley,
illegal as
may
soon
I
as
add a
they walk
comment?
in. What
No,
makes
go
them
ahead,
legal
Master
is
Q.
what?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
two separate things. One, there are tons of illegal immigrants that are coming here. Again, my earlier point, they don't intend on getting on the radar of the U.S. government, and they're fine with that. They don't plan to, like all those Venezuelan guys committing these crimes. They are not here on an asylum, waiver, visa, whatever. They're just too knucklehead to even start the process, and they don't intend on getting on the radar. They're criminals. And then secondly, the rateable amount of this year to that year, all these things were not meant to be judged against a surge. And it's this surge that's upsetting the apple cart, if you will.
That's a good point.
And so what's triggering this surge? It's a proactive open borders government, right? So now you got this border.
Okay, I don't agree with that at all.
That's never happened in history. So our system
Okay.
was always made to have
Well,
a durable amount of illegal and legal immigration, but it isn't meant to handle this over the top surge because it's historical.
I agree. I agree. Wait, we agree with that. We agree there. Okay. Our process is not meant to handle this surge. Okay. My contention is if we know the process isn't working, we need to go and fix the process. Now,
I agree with that.
whether the process involves shutting down the border airtight, or we definitely need to change the laws. One law that I looked at the other day basically said that, hey, the U.S. government is obligated to grant refugees some form of housing. Okay, well, that's from 1979 to 1980. Obviously, that law needs to be changed. So I'm saying there's several things in the process that need attention and to be changed to
Right.
handle a surge. That is
Even
not happening, and I don't understand why it's not happening.
even the definition of refugee though needs to be reviewed because everyone just claims
Oh,
they're a
I
refugee
absolutely,
or seeking asylum, and then
absolutely,
that makes them legal. It's like no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And also, we're only
absolutely,
allowed a certain amount of refugees and asylum seekers. So
absolutely. And the process is broken. Why aren't we fixing it? That's my question. And I don't
well,
think a wall fixes the process.
I think a wall would help with starting to fix the process. At least so before you sew up the cut, you got to stem the bleeding first, right? Let's stop the bleeding, and then let's look at fixing this nonsense so that we can actually help people that need help, that like real people that need help, not drug dealers, not cartels, people who actually need help. Let's go help them. That's what I'm for.
Well, I agree with you in principle.
And I know this is anecdotal and people don't maybe not care, but I just want you all to know a conservative who's on a border town went down and donated like 30 blankets and jackets and clothing last winter, 2 winters ago. It was last winter. Last winter during the big freeze, gave away so much clothing to make sure these people were warm. And then I stayed down there and fed them and had just a big pot on a grill making a bunch of soup to help them. So it's not like I don't care about immigrants. I just want to make sure that we're also not letting in a bunch of criminals who are going to, hurt our people that are actually paying taxes that are supposed to help actual refugees,
No, I don't disagree. But whether the wall comes first and immigration reform second, excuse me, or vice versa, that is politics. And I don't want to get too deep into the politics because it's kind of getting away from that Springfield. And neither John nor Portia are here. Go ahead,
Can I ask
Mr.
a
Kim.
question? Okay, and this is
Sure.
just kind of an open question. And I'm leaving Miami right now, heading to Orlando, and I met with, kind of Cubans, these business people. They keep a pulse on the Caribbean. That's where they're from. And and I kind of asked the question, how did all these Haitians get off the island, right? Because when everything went hack.
That's a good question.
And I think it's to your point, Stanley, that there was an organized effort to legitimately evacuate these people. They're in a hellscape. And God bless them. So I think you're right, Stanley. There must have been a legal effort to take all these people and that many people and bring them here and to where they are now, with some involvement with some agency or a nonprofit group or whatnot. And you can't blame them. It is an absolute hellhole there. And yeah, because they're very poor there, and how unlike the others that can snake their way through the Darien Gap and all this and that and whatnot, how do they escape an island? So yeah, I definitely think you're right, Stanley. There's some bigger forces at play and organize them to be here, and that's not a bad thing. I'm saying it like in a positive, let's save these people way,
And Stanley, do you have, because you're saying that things need to change, do you have an idea of what you would like to see changed? Like what would you recommend, I guess?
Well, and again, I'm not an expert. I'm kind of just going,
none of us
from,
are.
but the thing is, the fight over immigration reform versus the wall and which comes first. Now, this is going to be a little bit controversial, but in my opinion, if the wall was built, it would be a moot point. I think Trump didn't do us or him any favors by not completing the wall. What, right or wrong, I said the other day, and it's kind of a maxim. A bad decision is better than no decision. And I think right now we are in no decision territory.
Wait, sorry, time out. You said by not completing the wall, it was a negative effect? Okay, so you're saying that
Well, not a
even if it was
negative.
completed, it would
I'm saying that it's left. This fight would have been ended had the wall been completed. It would have been
Okay, I
a moot
agree with
point.
that.
Whether you like the wall or you don't, it's built. What are you going to do about it?
I
And
wouldn't
by
know if
not
it'd be
finishing it,
completed. Yeah, I would say it'd be stemmed off a bit so that we could figure out what to finish. But I get what you're saying. That makes sense to me. I think I agree with that.
So I mean, I think the walls won't work over the long term. I sometimes it's not so much what you say, it's how you say it. And I think even the wall could have been framed differently. If he had said, "Hey, this is a temporary solution. We need to do something rather than nothing," I might have been able to stomach that, or hold my nose and accept it. I think sometimes our politicians on both sides are not very good at messaging. And I don't understand why. But that's kind of my personal, kind of like my personal pet peeve. But anyway, I'm not going to belabor that point. I think that we can also walk and chew gum. Building a wall while still dealing. We have three problems we have to deal with. We have the surge, we have building a wall, and we have looking at immigration reform. Kind of don't understand why we couldn't do all three.
Well, walls don't work, first of all, because the
Well,
cartels,
yeah, but you know what? I could even live with a bad decision versus no decision. I was just saying that. I could hold my nose and go, hey, you know what? If everybody agrees that it's not a long-term solution, but damn it, it'll work for a few years till we get, the laws in order, I could live with that.
I
If it was
couldn't
presented,
because
if it was presented that way.
But it also
just
sets a
bring-
it says a statement that we're taking this serious, because that's also too
Exactly,
a message that it
exactly.
telegraphs.
right, and that's what the
Exactly.
Patriot Act was, and here we are with all of our rights being infringed, still to this day.
And
Right. So
It was a temporary thing, wasn't it? Why is it still around?
is it? I thought they got rid of some of it.
No, man. NSA is still listening to you and me right now.
Really? Hi.
Yeah, hi, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
IRS, come at me.
But so we can at least agree that would we agree that really, in all honesty, immigration isn't being taken seriously? And not I argue it's not just Democrats who aren't treating it seriously. I
Well, I would say
really
it was the
think
Democrats who are inviting it. They
Well,
want it to happen.
the cartels, they just cut holes in the fence with big grinders. I mean, it's not doing anything. Then they
Oh,
just
yeah.
pour right in.
12 man, anyone that's truly committed will defeat it. There's no doubt. But it's the statement that we care about this and we're taking it serious. What's up, 12 man? How you doing, man? You okay?
Good to see you, Master Kim.
Well, hey, Stanley's in control now, so we all gotta be on our best behavior.
What's the point of the statement if you don't actually do anything about it? It's just like every other false promise that a politician has made to all of us that has never been completed. Like,
Well, it will deter 80%, right? It'll deter the surge. It'll slow the surge down, if anything.
well, right,
right?
but that's yeah. So the statement to the rest of the world, hey, don't come here. We're actually enforcing this. That would make a difference.
Yes. But
Yeah.
then the people on the border that know the real deal, of course, they'll get in as they always have in the past, right? Because there's that durable, healthy, tolerable level. In fact, we used to have migrants that would sneak across, to do the agriculture work, and they'd sneak back.
Yeah.
Back and forth. It was a thing, and the U.S. could tolerate a certain amount, and once we caught them, they're deported, and that employer would get in trouble. That's just back and forth ping pong ball, But
Yeah.
it just this floodgate, or maybe there's a better word than floodgate, because maybe that's not the surge. That's just taking us off guard. I mean.
Yeah. And hey, Stanley, I gotta hop off now, but I wanted to say I really appreciate you
Yeah.
letting me on.
Well, yeah.
Giving you a like and a follow.
Definitely come back. Like,
Yeah, I'm giving
subscribe,
you a
come
like,
back.
a follow, a subscribe, whatever. If you're ever online and I hear something that I want to chime in on, I'll try to get back on the panel again. But thank you for having me.
Please do. Take it easy.
Take care, John Smith. Hey, Stanley, has
Yes,
anyone
sir.
called? Has anyone called in? That's Haitian American. That's kind of like legit first generation Haitian American. That's tied to the community. That kind of understands how these migrants got here. Like, is there a Haitian version of Diwali calling in?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be, yeah, it would be.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, you know what? I bet John probably is either working on it, because I know he has talked about several things that he's trying to get in, and if he's not working on it, we need to remind him or ask him, if that can happen, because he's dated Haitian. Surely he knows a few.
Hey, and I know you don't want to talk politics, but did you hear me on the
No, I
stream
do.
earlier? Did you hear me talk earlier with John about I gave props to Kamala? I think she did a great job, which all Americans need to hear that just in case she wins. You know, we don't need want a brain dead knucklehead running the country. She did great last night.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was pretty like even. I don't think either did that great,
Really?
but
Wow.
I didn't think so.
I
But
thought that she beat him pretty handedly.
I
I thought
well, I
she
know
proved she was competent, capable, etc. I mean, it's Trump only
well,
had
I
to
know
lose.
she
Trump.
right,
It wasn't about
right.
the argument. It was about is she competent, right?
Oh,
She
okay.
proved she
Well,
was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking for a little bit more dominance.
Well, let's put it
But
this way, Stanley. Like people know Trump and they either like him or hate him. With Kamala, independents don't know. Like it's been very muffled. Like, what are the policies? What are you going to do? Is she competent? Like so far, the vice president has appeared to be an idiot, right? Prior
right,
to right, like
Correct.
Russia is a big country. Ukraine's. I mean, like you know what I mean? Like she's not been portrayed well, and I don't believe she's come off well. Last night she proved she was competent, so I think she'll win into some independence for sure. I don't think Trump's going to win anybody last night, and you know I don't know if he'll lose anybody because the MAGA base is insane. Basically, like the MAGA base would root for Trump even if he was. They found out he was a Russian agent. Like they would just not believe it, you know, because they're
right.
crazy.
You're fake. You're
Hey,
fake news, Ryan. You're fake news.
Oh my God. You see what I'm saying?
hey,
This is it. Like, you
yeah.
can't debate the issue. You're telling me I'm fake news. Like, come on, man.
Hey guys,
Look, go ahead.
Well, you
one
bring up
quick
the
thing.
whole Russian
Y'all,
agent thing, and that's been
do we?
thoroughly debunked.
I
What was
wasn't
debunked?
saying he is. I was saying the MAGA base is crazy enough to, regardless of if whatever they found out about Trump, they would still vote for him, right? Like,
Right.
I'm not saying he was a Russian agent. I'm saying if he was a Chinese agent, they would still vote for him. If he was, they found out they're almost crazy with their views on Trump. They think he's like Jesus.
Well,
The
I
MAGA
was
base.
actually kind of surprised at the reaction. I haven't really gotten too deep into the conservative uh, review, but the never Trumpers, the people who are still Republicans actually had a very good impression of Kamala last night. It kind of surprised me because I was kind of neutral and
You know,
still am, frankly.
Stanley, I think there's a level of relief, right? That if she wins, that, oh, okay, well, we don't have someone that's drooling and their brain is absent, right? We've got a traditional politician in office. Now, mind you, whether she's swaying to the left or centrist or whatnot, we have yet to see. But at
Right.
least there's a sense of relief that she's
I
not
got you.
brain dead. And I hate to be so belligerent, but I guess
No,
we have
no,
to
no, no,
kind of
no.
like,
That's an excellent point.
she's a stunning relief. And we know that
That's an
Republicans
excellent
aren't
point.
going to go to hell in a handbasket.
Right.
Well, guys, I don't think we learned anything new that we didn't already know from
I
last
agree with
night's
that.
debate.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with you, 12 man.
Yeah, I
And I
agree
don't
with
think,
that.
you know, I mean, she
Hey,
still
Mark.
didn't really, she still conflated things and didn't really pin down what she is going to try to do. None of that I heard, so, which I don't like that. I want to hear
Now,
specifics.
I did like that I thought so at the time. She discombobulated Trump, and apparently that was the plan.
I'm sure. Hey, man, all you got to do is talk about his rallies, and he can't resist. He couldn't resist. He had to go, oh, hold on a minute. Like, come on, man. That's it. Look, I want to tell you right now, Trump's had some policies that I find are brilliant policies, right? They're brilliant policies, some of them, right? That are actually, he thought through very well, right? Good policies that helped us a lot. But his mouth just kills him. He kills him every time. He's got such a, it's, you know, the RNC wrote that speech after he was shot. It was 26 minutes. He talked for 93 minutes. I think he wants to lose. It's like a moron. I think he wants to lose.
What are you
But
talking
Ryan, real
about?
quick,
Trump dominated the debate. What are you talking about?
Well, that's where I was going to butt in real quick, Ryan. Where Kamala messed up last night was, you guys know the saying by Napoleon Bonaparte and also Sun Tzu: never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake. And that's exactly what Kamala did. Like she played right into Trump's ego and he fell for it. And then she made the crucial mistake of saying, "I invite all of you guys to attend the Trump rally." And I'm like, oh God, that was where you should have kept your darn mouth
As a
shut.
matter of fact, I thought that was hilarious. That I thought was hilarious.
I mean, what do you think, Juan? You're a smart guy. Did she prove herself to be competent more so than most people thought last night? What do you think?
No, but I think what happened. I would agree with what I believe Master Kim said. Everything was, we already know basically what was going to be said. Trump's talking points last night were the same talking points rather that I heard for the past 3 years. Kamala Harris was the same platitudes that we heard in 2020 when Tulsi Gabbard nuked her. In fact, what I kept saying, and Wicked agreed with me on this on another panel, had Tulsi won, had the Democrats accepted Tulsi, it would have been game over from get-go, and you wouldn't be dealing with voter fraud, this, that, and a third. It would have just been game over because she was more like Trump in so many ways, but she was on the Democratic side.
Hey Juan, you do know she was heavily involved in the debate prep, right?
Last night, yes, but where I'm getting at is had they sided with her in 2020, the vote would have been split up in such a way that you couldn't say whether or not it was rigged or not. Those types of fights wouldn't exist because Trump would yell, this was robbed or what have you. And, the people that voted for Tulsi, potentially myself included, would have been like, nah, dude, like, come on, man. Like, you lost fair and square. Take the L, buddy.
Well, that argument applies to the Biden win also.
It does, but again, it would have been a lot more credible with Tulsi Gabbard because, let's just face it.
Tulsi would have not. Tulsi wouldn't have made it any more credible than Biden was. Dude, the man did 60 cases and one kinda went his way. Trump
but
lost.
those cases, Stanley. Those cases. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, not having standing literally is a loss. Okay,
it's not. How is it a loss when the merits were not overheard
yet?
Let
me explain to you how it was a loss. Trump said that everything's up in the air because the cases weren't heard. Well, if you don't have standing to bring the case, that's a loss. You could not establish enough credibility for a judge to even waste his time. That is a loss if you're trying to swing an election.
I could understand that if it would have. I could understand that if the Third Circuit and also the Fifth Circuit would have said what you needed to do and then not backflip. So on the Third Circuit, it was, we don't have standing because the case isn't right because not all of the ballots were counted. All of the ballots were counted, and then they sued again, and then the standing doctrine wasn't met because they said that it was already resolved because the votes were counted. So, make that make sense. To me, it was, and again, this is, I'm a law grad. I don't have a law license yet, right? But the thing to me was, it was like the court's way of playing pass the baby to the other side to play keep away. I don't know if you guys have ever played keep away as a kid, where you take a football and you throw it away from the person. Yeah, to me, that's what it was indicative of. Had there been a hearing on the merits, and there would have been a precedential decision that was handed down, similar to the Bush-Gore decision back in 2000. Then at that point, if Trump would have lost, I would have been like, look, I don't agree with their decision, but again, take the L, buddy. I mean, you guys are going to have to be a little bit more clever.
I definitely don't see it your way. You know what? Even where they went and did like several recounts, Trump in Georgia is the sterling example. They recounted electronically and by hand, and Trump never got anywhere near swinging the election. So there is nothing in Trump's favor that makes it smell fishy. Okay, the standing, if you have a problem with that, all the recounts that were done, none ever approached a point to where anybody rubbed their the hairs on their chin. Nothing went Trump's way. So
Well,
I
at
don't,
least Stanley,
don't
at
see
least
how it.
Trump
I
admitted
don't
that he
see.
lost.
Oh,
Trump
did
did
he?
admit that he lost.
Did he?
Yeah, but real quick,
Yeah,
what
he
were you
said,
saying on that last part before you got cut off by 12th man, Stanley? I was
No,
taking notes
I'm
because what you
pretty.
said was
No,
interesting.
I'm pretty much done. I just think that there
sorry,
was
guys.
nothing.
Okay.
There was nothing, in my opinion, even hinted at Trump getting close to winning. I mean, and that's just the mechanics, like the actual election part. When he tried to get folks in the Justice Department to sow some seeds of doubt, people threatened to quit.
Not only did they threaten to quit, Stanley, they actually quit. I remember that. It was like the Saturday. It was like the Saturday evening massacre. I'm sorry, not the Saturday evening massacre. That was what was his name?
I
That was
totally
Nixon.
agree.
It was the massacre at the Red Corner. Basically, let me go ahead and fire all of the CEOs and CFOs. But at the same time, all that the courts needed to do, in my honest opinion, is all that they needed to do was hear the case on the merits, cite Bush v. Gore, which at that particular point, that would have been a loss, fair and square, dude. Like at that point, I would have been like, "Hey, Trump, dude, you lost." I mean, because Bush v. Gore had several arguments, very good arguments against Trump, and the other side actually used them. Again, they weren't heard on the merits. Had they been heard on the merits, I would be. I'm not saying that I don't agree with you or disagree with you, Stanley. I'm just simply saying that these decisions would be a little bit more credible to the masses. Not somebody like you or myself who can debate about this stuff because we're collegiately educated. But the little guy that's like 21 years old or 25 years old that's working 15 hours a day or what have you. Then at that point they would be able to see it like, hey, dude, you lost. I mean, fair and square, you lost it. And at that point, the smoke would have been blown out of the room. In my honest opinion, for somebody like myself, had Tulsi been nominated and she were to win. Again, not to sound like an angel and be extremely repetitive, but at that point I would have been like, hey, dude, too many people in my age group, the Zennials and Millennials, voted for Tulsi because of what she did when she was senator and basically when she nuked Kamala Harris during the debates. Trump, you lost. I mean, at that particular point, his arguments would have been less credible to all of us. That's where I'm getting at.
Hey, I have a question for the group. Do y'all want to go back to the Springfield videos, the city council videos?
No.
Nah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, that's already been that horse has already been beaten already.
All right.
So
Stanley, are you saying non-citizens can't vote in our elections?
I've heard in New York City, I think it was. I've heard in some
No,
localities.
I mean federal. It's illegal, right? It's illegal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, so I'm sure the Senate and House will both pass the bill to just make Republicans feel okay that's being proposed in the House, which just says, hey, undocumented people can't vote in the election. They're definitely going to pass it then, no question, because it's already a law. So they're just going to pass it, I'm sure.
Yeah, but
they're not.
To me,
they're
and
they're fighting it.
This is where I have a problem with that, right? They're basically going to waste their time when there are other things that we have to worry about, such as our debt capitalizing by $1 trillion every 120 days. It's already codified in Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution that you can't vote if you're not a citizen. I mean, why are you going to waste the time? I understand you want to do that for people, for the antics, for the show, the bread and circuses.
I think there's some reassuring of the public, but also I find it interesting that Democrats are immediately fighting it because I'm like, listen, if it doesn't happen, then just let them have it. Who cares? You want the money appropriated, just pass it. Who gives a shit?
Now,
Right?
is it a law or a resolution?
They're attaching it to a
if it's a resolution,
is a resolution a law, Juan?
No, it's not. It's just basically saying we declare that we believe such and such. You and I both know that, Stanley. Ryan, you know that. And that goes back to
I wasn't sure.
But
I mean, what if they did that, Ryan? Just did a resolution.
I think that to reassure the public and again, I don't see any court cases that favored for Trump. So I'm not one that says the election was stolen. That's not me at all, right? But I think a lot of people are fearful that it was stolen. So to reassure them, you do things like say, hey, man, yeah, non-citizens are not allowed to vote. Sure, I'll vote for that. No problem, right? I think you just do it because it reassures people, right? So if there's a fear of that. So I don't know why the Democrats are fighting it because they're making it appear like there is dirty stuff going on.
But
right?
Ryan, they give them driver's licenses in places like California and New
In
York.
Maryland, they
So
do that, by the way. I
what's
don't agree
to
with that
stop
either.
them from voting? What's
But
to
I'm
Phil, John,
against
stop
that's a
them
state
from
issue.
voting once
Okay,
they have a state issued driver's license?
voting. Well, number one, it's probably not the same. Like my son in Georgia, in every state, you can tell the learner's permit from the actual driver's license. So I'm sure they're
Yes.
not given the same exact identification as a legal U.S. citizen driver. I hope at least.
Stanley,
So
they don't, and they don't. Not to interrupt you. You're absolutely right. They don't. And this is my wheelhouse, right? The thing that
oh yeah,
two things. Number
absolutely. Go
one,
ahead.
two things. Number one, the driver's license thing, it's a state issue. And yes, even here in Texas, believe it or not, there are certain undocumented persons that are here under deferred action, either under deferred action as a childhood arrival or under deferred action under the Violence Against Women Act because they were abused by their U.S. citizen spouses or children. And what those licenses say, whether it's in Texas or whether I think Washington State and California, they'll say federal limits apply. They say federal limits apply or limits apply. And what that means is you can't vote. Sorry. Now, the problem that we run into is that people can vote in local elections in certain areas. I'm not sure about your neck of the woods, Stanley. Here in Texas, that's caused confusion. But I can tell you that on the immigration side, it hurts them. And the reason why it hurts them is because the moment you vote, period, and it doesn't matter if it's federally or if it's local, the moment you voted in a U.S. election, period, you can never become a U.S. citizen. Never. And in fact, there are immigration and in fact, there are immigration consequences if you vote. For people that are in the chat, if you're worried about that, consult an attorney. That's the main thing. If you've done that,
so if you vote in a local election, you automatically can never be a citizen.
There are immigration consequences because you voted in a U.S. election, and on the form N-400, that's the form that you use when you want to apply to naturalize as a citizen. One of the questions for right now, at least, is have you voted in an election? It doesn't say have you voted in a federal election. It says have you voted in an election.
Okay, Juan, what if you were counted in the census? Does that disqualify you from being a citizen?
None of us on the panel know that because that's that's going through the courts right now. We don't know.
Wow. Okay.
We don't know. I mean, because there are valid arguments on both sides. The census is designed to count people. It doesn't say necessarily that it's designed to count citizens. So there are questions that are at play right now.
Yeah. Trump wants that count, citizen versus non-citizen, right?
I don't know if it'll
citizens
favor or hurt
because
them, right? I don't know if it'll favor it or hurt them because Florida and
could
Texas
actually
got a
hurt
lot
them.
of.
Well, I thought Trump wanted illegal or immigration status on the census form.
Not necessarily immigration status. He just wants, citizenship status, which I don't mind that. Like in Mexico and in Canada, it's, your citizenship status is determined versus, for example, in Mexico, an FMT visa or in Canada, a TRP,
right.
so that they're able to determine whether they can actually count you or not. I don't mind that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to help Trump. Texas could actually lose the 5 electoral votes that we gained over the past census, or over the past 2020 census.
Sure. Yeah.
California might actually gain, believe it or not.
Nah, they would lose because they got a lot of illegals also. They would lose House seats, right?
It could be, or they could gain because there are a lot of Canadians that are applying for citizenship in California, believe it or not. Nobody talks about that though.
Really? Why?
Yeah, there are a lot of Canadians that are moving to California as permanent residents on EB1, the Einstein visa, and EB3 visas because they're opening up, they're engaging in business franchises. They don't tell immigration specifically what those franchises are, believe it or not. They should, but they don't. But it's basically to engage in the cannabis business in California. You can do that.
Yeah.
You guys, there's a very simple answer to all this. It's just Congress. You just have has to have Congress that has the will. Jus sanguinis. I'm sure you know what that means.
Birthright by blood. Birthright by blood. Yes.
And as we should have it here. It's very simple. You pass a law in Congress and you have a president sign it that says no person that's immigrated to this country for 5 generations can be a citizen, have any rights or any protection. Then, if you have any courts that resist,
how you gonna get that done?
I will tell you. I will tell you. It's very simple. All you have is the speaker go out there and say, any judge that rules against this will be immediately impeached, replaced, and we'll file it again.
That's a monarchy like you want, Imperious.
Sir, we're already in a monarchy.
Well,
you're just not coming to terms with it yet. The game now is to put the person you want as monarch in monarchy.
I know
agree.
that
It's the illusion of choice.
policies we are going down are just insanity. Like we're over here messing around with stupid stuff, and the Chinese are capturing the chip industry. So, they care about industrial policy and we care about bullshit. Who's eating dogs and cats like that? It's just dumb. So, it's insanity.
Hey, did John ever get any information on the earlier calls of people that were like, yeah, my dog ended up missing? Did he get any feedback on any of that?
I don't know, but the one call I heard, it was some young female in some sort of shop, some sort of retail business. She didn't seem to know much of anything.
They were trying to avoid the calls. They were trying to avoid comment. Yeah, they were trying to avoid comment. Matter of fact, he got hung up on quite a few times. I mean, really? I can't lie. I would hang up on him too, to be quite honest. But the thing is, yes, we can. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Portia.
Hey, Portia.
I had to. I'm driving. I just wanted to come up to say that there's one lady from earlier who took John's number, and John didn't realize at the time that he could have taken her number because she was actually willing to give it out. And John was like, "Oh, you don't want to say this online," but all he had to do was mute. It's fine. Sometimes older people forget things. However, she took our number down, and she's supposed to be calling us, but we won't know that until John comes back. So, give us a call.
Hey, Ryan, I got a question, buddy. Quick question, not even a facetious one. Do you not kind of agree, though, that our country has always slid back
and forth?
All right, sorry, I was talking. I was trying to answer Master Kim's question. It's going to be really quick. So, Master Kim, did you have any other questions about the phone calls from earlier?
Just curious. Did anyone comment about their pet missing? But again, just like you mentioned, some people were very guarded and whatnot, is what to say. But Miss Portia, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, when I get to I'm heading to Orlando. When I get my hotel, I'm going to go on to YouTube and search around. Are there any local YouTubers in Alabama or up in Springfield, Ohio, that are kind of posting stuff? And maybe we can reach out to them because they're the man on the street currently. I'm assuming that they're out there online right now as we speak.
Right. Yeah, that would be great, actually. That would be very helpful. Yeah. I'm really hoping that lady calls back. She just said that she's seen them taking ducks and geese.
Oh, yeah. She says it's horrible what's going on there.
Yeah. So hopefully, I really hope that she calls back because John did let her know that we're 24 hours. So I'm going to hop back down and we'll let Imperious go on with Ryan.
Real quick, Portia, can you share with Imperious the meme that I sent you? I think I know you got a kick out of it. I think you get a kick out of it as well.
Oh yeah, no, I thought it was great. I'll upload it. Give me a second.
Yeah, put it on the center screen if you can. It's probably I've seen a lot of really good ones today. But Ryan, I was just asking you a genuine question. Do you not think though that I know you're kind of resistant to the thought of monarchy? Don't you kind of think though that in all the times of great peril and great adversity though we've kind of slid back into monarchy? Washington with the Whiskey Rebellion and Shays Rebellion, and then Lincoln habeas corpus.
Nat Turner's Rebellion.
So Imperious, I don't disagree with a very strong restore order situation based on some of the insanity that's gone on recently. And I don't trust democracy fully because the populace is pretty dumb now. So I'm not against a quasi monarchy, not a monarchy, but like just there's just too many idiots in the
Well,
United States now. Like there's a lot of dummies.
we already have that. I mean, democracy was not the number one priority of the founders.
Thank you,
Yeah, we were a
Stanley.
republic,
Thank
I
you.
thought.
Yeah, well, before that,
However,
he was offered
neither.
monarchy.
Well, wait,
Remember,
hold on
Washington.
now. But neither was monarchy.
Well, Washington was offered monarchy first because it's the most
And he
pragmatic
turned
way
it
to do
down.
it.
Okay,
I certainly think you should qualify to vote.
Why did Washington leave? Okay, that is
Because
obvious.
I'll
He
tell you
wasn't
why.
a
Because he's one of
monarchy
the
fan.
few. He's one. Yeah, exactly. He's one of the very few. But you got to also read his journals. He also tended to side with a monarchy if there was chaos. He understood that because you were living in a new world so far away from the influences of Europe, you could cultivate a type of democracy because it's away from the
Okay,
influences
so
of, you know.
so Imperius, let me give you a kind of a semi good answer. I think you should have to qualify to vote because there's too many idiots voting. Number one. Number two, some of these policies are so insane, like how you have to multilingual a ballot. How do you understand the issues if in a foreign language if you don't understand the native language? It doesn't make any sense to me to have ballots in Spanish. If you don't understand Spanish, how did you watch the debate? Did you have it translated? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they
And
have
I
an
also
SAP
think
button, Ryan.
Closed caption.
okay, so
Well, it was
but okay,
simulcast
well,
by Univision. I mean, they have a Spanish what do they call it? Doblada, like when you have it in Spanish, the audio.
well,
They have
I
that.
think that you should probably have to learn some type of native language if you're going to move there. I think it benefits to everyone
Ryan, I'm
involved.
gonna have to push
Right?
you. I'm gonna have to push back, buddy. And the reason why I have to push back is because you look at U.S. territories like Puerto Rico. You look at U.S. territories like the
Well,
U.S. Virgin
why don't we
Islands.
print them in French? We got Haitians here. Let's print them in French. Let's print them in Chinese.
The point
Let's
that I'm
print 'em in
making is the
Indian.
territories.
Most Haitians don't speak French; they speak Creole.
Okay,
Well,
whatever it
that's
is. But the point is, we have 155 countries that have poured through the borders. Do we print all those different languages? We print them all?
no.
Just
But the
Spanish.
point that I'm making,
We like them the best.
Ryan, no, you don't do that. But at the same time, you have to understand, not to push back on you with you. There are regions in the United States that were once before owned by the French. They were given to the United States post-French Indian War. You have the southwestern United States with the mestizo population. They've been speaking Spanish since forever because you got to understand a lot of the territory, including the territory that I live in,
so
that was owned by Spain.
Let me
finish. Let me finish real quick. I'm sorry. And then you look at you look at territories like Puerto Rico. You look at the country of Cuba, which we wanted to add as a state back in the late 1800s, and they're predominantly Spanish-speaking places. So what are you going to do? Force all of those populations to learn English? That's just not going to work, buddy. It just isn't.
Okay, well, here my overarching point is we have a large body of people. My problem with democracy was Aristotle's problem, which is it's too easy to exploit the idiot public to do what you want based on handouts, based on festivals, is what he said, because they just would have a festival. I'll have a festival once a week, so everybody voted for this politician. So his issue was that, and we have a similar situation where people now are voting based on their own interests, and typically. I mean, look at the two people running. They're going after the waitresses and waiters by wanting to give away tips. Tip, no tax on tips. Everybody, like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, right? So that's what we got going on here, and that's why I'd like to see somebody step in and straighten this shit out because it's ridiculous. These
I'll be
politicians
quite
are a
honest.
bunch of
After the conversations that I
idiots.
had with my daughter and Stanley, I think you could agree with the conversations that you probably had with your son. The people aren't as dumb as we think they are.
No, they're dumber. Juan, they're dumber. I know Juan. You have
Hold
faith,
on
and
now. What before we go full anti-democratic or anti-democracy? Why do we pay attention? Why do we give at least lip service to democracy?
because it's a form of flattery to the human ego. People need in our
No,
culture.
to avoid grassroots uprisings. Okay, you
That's my
cannot
point.
go. Yeah,
To appease the ego, because we've been taught that
that's the
people have.
other. That's the other thing the founders had to balance. Okay, you
Well,
cannot totally go.
no. They didn't. They didn't because back then we did not have inalienable kind of rights like you're thinking
Okay,
we do now.
you're absolutely wrong about this. There was a whole discussion at the Constitutional Convention about one house being closer to the people. Originally,
And one
they
house
wanted
being closer to the elites.
right.
Yes.
So basically,
Well, or the states, or just states'
the
rights.
Congress, basically the House of Representatives was a nod towards a more, a lean towards democracy.
Yeah, it
Whiskey
was Vox
Rebellion.
Populi.
You brought up the whiskey. The whole reason there's a constitution was because of Shays Rebellion. So
Well,
rebellion.
we're not a democracy, so I don't understand why
Okay,
everyone's
that's
We're a
my
saying
type
point.
of
That's my
democracy. We're a
point.
democracy.
type of democracy.
We are not a democracy, but you can't totally discount a democratic leaning. Is my point because you get you get grassroots uprisings. Shays Rebellion.
I
We're
thought that was the
Se-
whole doctrine
Semi,
of
but
the
but hold
constitutional
on, hold on.
code to
They
begin
only
with, though.
got
Go ahead. I'm
they
sorry.
only got they only did that. Those were Whiskey Rebellion, Shays Rebellion. Two reasons. They still had arms and training from the revolution, so they were still all kind of a little rowdy and ready to
yeah.
go. Okay, because
And
they
we're
were
not
thinking
now.
again. Huh? What was that?
I was
Sorry.
We're
going to say
not
we are
ready
now.
for.
Look at
I
the
mean,
Battle of Athens, Tennessee. After World War II, the cops went in and I forget what they did, but the
No, that
World War
was
II
earlier
vets
than
actually
that. Wasn't
surrounded
that earlier?
the sheriff's department.
Wasn't that the Battle of Athens in the
so
1700s? I thought, wasn't it?
well,
No, there's
here's the
a
deal though.
separate Battle
We
of
got
Athens
more
post World War
guns.
II.
Everybody has a gun now. Tell me we are not more prone to an uprising.
We're not. Yeah, Stanley, I
We're
know we
not. Yeah,
think so, but
Oh,
we're not.
come on.
No, Stanley, if it was that bad, Stanley,
They were going to kidnap a whole governor.
Stanley, if it was that bad, you would have people on the border with their own arms right now.
well, actually, they do. That's the Minutemen. They
No,
actually
but
do.
actually firing upon people.
What I'm saying is you don't want to diss democracy totally.
No, I'm not
But Stanley, to
saying that.
push
And
back,
I'm not even saying that I think it would be feasible at this moment. But I'm
but to
telling you
push
that
back,
if you look at the mood of the country and the actual opinions and the propensities of what people are allowing, people are sliding more toward agreement of a monarchy, even though they might not say it.
Well, they actually are. Gary's
Let me
right.
put it to you this way. If there's a time to distrust democracy, now's the time to do it
now's the
because
time.
it's like, if the democracy is leaning towards monarchy, there's a huge problem there. Because
But it always does. Eventuality
get
always
what they
does.
want, believe me, there's going to be a revolution.
The way that would happen is if you let me finish real quick. I'm sorry. The way that would happen, guys, is if they turned off the internet. Here's the problem: we're too fat and happy right now. I'm not saying us in the panel and in the chat.
You're right,
but
Juan.
as a population, we're fat and happy. I mean, dude, in 2 minutes, I can still do a DoorDash order and get my food. I mean,
Juan's right.
once that's
Yeah,
all done, once all that's done.
Let me interrupt right quick to react to Lawyer
ahead, man.
Chick in the chat. It'll be quick. Yes, we go almost 24 hours, so yes, we're still going, Lawyer Chick. So y'all go ahead.
But I would say
I was
this,
saying is that
Stanley, I think people would be amenable to this, though. I think a different form of governance where you have what did they call it? A constitutional monarchy, I think, is a better model. That we could make a constitutional monarchy that would be a more,
We have cultivated individuality to a point to where I don't have confidence that anything
But
like that would
Stanley,
fly.
do you not? Let me say this though. Let me give you just the in the cloud dreams. Okay, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm saying if you tell me you can't sell this to people. All right. Wouldn't you rather not deal with the politics, the infighting, the friction, the constant problems on TV, the internet, all that stuff, and leave it up to a person and a family who has the innate look out for you as a father to a child, who doesn't spend money outside the country, who doesn't
Yeah,
send you.
no.
Well, let me tell you.
I
Let me
think you
tell
would.
you
I
who's
think you
going to
would.
be. Let me.
Yeah, that's called
Who,
China. That's
let
called
me tell
China.
you.
No,
Let
I
me
think
tell you
people want
who's
to
going
be
to be
cared for.
leaders. The leaders of that counter revolution are going to be Juan, Stanley, and Imperius, the three amigos.
Yep.
We
We would
will,
be. Dude,
we will be the first
the,
three to lead that counter revolution.
the
How about
moment they
just
start taxing
you have to
Stanley and
cross the
Imperius's
civics tax to
property,
vote?
No, but the
the
scary
moment
Exactly.
part
they,
is the scary part though,
the,
guys, is that it could happen. You could actually, if you really had a type of and you had a new power take control. What's sad is you could have the best of both worlds. We really could. We could
yeah,
have what
no.
Stanley. Hold on.
No,
You can
absolutely
have the
not.
best
I'm
of. Hold on,
sorry.
Juan. Hold on. You
Go
can
ahead,
have
man.
the best
Go
of
ahead,
both.
sir.
There are enough resources, and we have enough pull to actually give Stanley's side what they want and our side what we want. See,
Here's the
that's the
problem,
scary
though,
part.
Imperius. I gotta push you. I gotta push back. Here's the scary part, right? Or what you say, as you say, the scary part. But here's the problem: you're gonna get this guy that's an asshole that's gonna come into power, and the moment that happens, and they tax you and Stanley to kingdom come because you guys have badass properties or you have untold assortments of gold and other sorts of wealth, and then they tax me because I like hamburgers and pizzas. That's when the three of us bond together. We're like all for one for all, and we're gonna tear this stuff down. I mean. And it's happened every time. Like you look in China, you had, what was it? The Qin dynasty, and you had this other dynasty after the Qin dynasty that lasted, 2 years? Because that's literally what happened. You had somebody that was the emperor or the king of the Middle Kingdom, and they were an asshole, and the people were like, yeah, nah, you're done.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You need to think more 40,000 picture view. Like I understand what you're thinking of, but if you're offering the American people free college, free healthcare, cheap housing, all you have to do is put the world in hostage mode. All you do is tell your hold on. Stanley, hold on. I'm not talking the amount of pull that the United States internationally has. All you would have to do is this. You go to a more tri-camel world. You tell China, look, you want influence over the East? We'll let you have influence over the East, but you have to wipe our debt off. Russia, you want influence over the North and the Middle East? You can have it. But you have to follow our bidding in what happens in Europe. Europe, you want protection? You start paying us for protection. And then us, as we had in the beginning, remember guys, we did not want anything to do with the rest of the world. We had the Monroe Doctrine and that's it.
Well, wait.
That's our theory.
Aren't you describing an Orwell novel?
Animal Farm.
Stanley, you're catching on, Stanley. You're catching on, Stanley. Eurasia was always at war with North. Stanley, you're catching on. I was wondering when someone would. Eurasia has never been at war with Atlantica. What are you talking about? No, but
Beast of England, or Beast of Ireland. Yeah, we're gonna have Clementine.
No, but theoretically,
Lawyer chick salute.
But theoretically, that's a reality, and people need to take a step back and look at it and see that may not be the wrong outcome right now with what's going on.
The pigs took over.
No, I agree with the Imperius.
The pigs took over.
Why not have? Remember, what's funny if you look at the actual numbers, we had less wars when you had a multipolar world than when you had a unipolar world. That's the funny part. I would rather go back to the time when you had Britain's influence fighting France's influence fighting Russia's because it keeps people in check.
You know what? I said Orwell. I meant Huxley. Brave New World.
Oh, well, no. Huxley was a one world. You're right. Orwell was 1984 because remember, Eurasian, Atlantica, and what was the third one? And that was the whole line. Eurasia has always been at war.
It's been so long, like high school, since I read it.
Because Brave New World in Huxley was more of a world of hedonism, where it was a one world government, but people took stoma and died at 65, but they lived a life of pleasure.
Okay, well, Orwell then, but
yeah. I mean, semi Animal Farm too, with Orwell too.
I was gonna say this is Animal Farm mixed with Lord of the Flies. I would argue.
Well, no, because I don't want people eating each other.
Lord of the Flies is a bunch of little boys.
I want a benevolent father figure.
But the concepts were the same thing. Like their system of who's going to rule and what structure of rule comes into play, and they ended up darn near killing each other until they were saved by Mr. Navy Corpsman. I'm sorry, Mr. Air
So
Force Man. I'm sorry.
Imperious. If the people don't agree with the monarch's policies, what is the recourse?
Well, again, like, I think you can let two things. I'm very, very fine with letting everything crumble, and we'll get to monarchy anyways. Remember,
Oh my Lord.
no, but
Well,
hold
one of
on,
the
Stanley. You
two.
can't
I
argue with.
agree with you.
Well, you can't argue me with this, Stanley. That every governance, every democracy has always fallen into reverting to monarchy. Like
No, Aristotle said the moment that we start having lavish festivals once a week, and you can exploit the population as the beginning of the end of the democracy. So we're on the way because the government has promised to fix everybody's problems, and they just did again last night, and they keep doing it. They're going to solve everything. And then
But nobody believes that the government's going to fix all of our problems. This isn't Rome circa 400
Well, they
AD.
certainly spend the money to do it.
No, they do.
All I heard was about
Juan, they do.
inequality and bullshit last night.
Yeah, Juan, they do. Because every
They try
problem,
to.
the first people they call is the government. They do. Juan, that's what I've been trying to say for a long time. We've replaced God with government. We've replaced
it is God. It is God now to a lot of people. Like, think about it.
Yeah, we've replaced
That's scary, Ryan.
because look, all of our hopes and dreams are given to us by the
frightening.
government. We pray to the government for mercy, to be just. We beg them to please be just to us. That's what I'm saying. We
govern me harder.
everything-
Basically, govern me harder, Daddy. Govern me harder, Daddy. I learned after the beer flu why I don't want
all
that
the
to happen.
charity has been taken over that the church once delivered is taken over. Marriage is taken over. Almost every institution is taken over by government. And guess what? Home mortgages are next because they now have all the FHA loans they're sitting on. They got all that. They're now backing half the mortgage industry with the friggin' by taking that over. They took over college loans. They're now the bank. I mean, they're pretty much they're the thing, right? Like the bailout. That's what the quantitative easing in 08 was that. I mean, they're going to help people with homes. They're going to help people with marriage. I mean, what are they saying they can't do? Because they'll say they can
And
do
see
it.
why
and they'll
this
try
leads to a bad place is because for people now, because everyone's secular, government is God. Instead of if you have a theological or a religious people, governance is directed under the influence of God. So if it doesn't act in accordance of God, you get rid of it.
Imperious. Look, my tithes are really killing me. Okay, my tithes and offerings are quite a bit. So I'm sick of that shit because I don't get nothing from these punks.
Bend over, you'll like it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll like it because and then it's even worse than that. Bend over and like it, and if you don't like it because we tell you what your morals are, you're a bad person if you don't like it.
That's a good
and
point.
you go
They
to
also
jail.
do
It's like that.
so.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, you go to jail for not liking it. It's like this short story that I read when I was in college called My Happy Face. It was about a guy that he had gotten out of jail, or I'm sorry, it was Your Melancholy Face was the name of the story. The guy had just gotten out of prison. He has a sad face, but it was supposed to be a day of festive, and you're supposed to be happy, so they arrested him for being sad. And he had gotten out of jail for actually having a happy face because he was laughing and joking during a day of mourning. That's what this sounds like. You will own nothing, and you will like it.
I think the right
by
answer
force.
is I want George Washington to show up, fix it, and then step down, right, and let it roll, right? Like
Yeah, but George had no kids,
like
so he was in a different
Washington
point.
stepped away.
Yeah, but
someone
George
like
didn't have
that.
any kids. I don't think. Did he? I don't think he had any children. So he was in a unique position where he had no interest and he had no heir to pass it to. So he's like, look, I do the best I can and I'm walking away. If he had an heir to pass it to, he may have accepted.
Imperious, just a quick question off the topic slightly. Do you know a guy named Alex Titus?
No, I don't.
Okay. Reason I ask is I'm on the Project 47 website, and he's like the leader of it. He lives in Florida, part-time anyway. So I figured, he's a conservative.
No, I haven't really read into Trump's 47 or that 2025. Again, I don't read into these platforms because those are all just public messaging propaganda.
Right.
You know
well,
what I mean?
I don't want to derail. He lived in Florida, and I figured y'all might have crossed.
No, I mean, maybe I should. I should probably go and start getting into fundraising. But it's still, again, it's too far along. I'm not really. I don't look into. You know what I mean, Stanley.
Right.
But
So go back to what y'all were talking about.
Yeah. No, I think the thing is we're afraid of things when we think of monarchy, we think of a Nazi-esque figure when that wasn't a monarchy. You know what I mean? I think we have a different view. Remember, monarchs most of the time, I know people think, oh, we had horrible monarchs. They were monsters. Most monarchs were pretty decent if you looked at it.
Some of them were
They
okay.
weren't
Sure.
perfect. They weren't
Good and bad.
perfect. They
They
weren't
could be
horrible.
We fought
brutal
against
too.
one of those monarchs because they weren't decent.
Yeah, but
King
Yeah,
George,
but
anybody?
Some monarchs, imperious
isn't that the
monarchs
reason
have
we
this.
fought the revolution to begin with?
Well, okay,
Was
so
to
monarchs have
fight off the
with them.
monarch?
Monarchs
No,
can get
it
shit
wasn't
done quick.
monarchy. We
They can
didn't
get
have the
things done
problem with
quickly.
monarchy. It was just that we didn't have anybody in the house, the people's house, in the lower house, not the House of Lords, but the House of Commons.
Parliament,
The
yeah.
We
House
didn't
of
have
Commons,
anybody
yeah.
there. We didn't
Yep.
have anyone there. It's not that we wanted against monarchy. We just wanted someone to appeal to the king for us that was there constantly.
Right, and
That's all.
basically, you know how things balloon.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, no, Imperius is right. We'd have been perfectly fine if we had been treated. Well, I say we. If the founding fathers had been treated like the English elites they thought or wanted to be, we'd still be an English colony.
No, Stanley, they would. You and I would be in the
Oh,
fields.
well.
You would be in the fields in Georgia, and I'd be in the fields in Puerto Rico picking
Right,
sugar
but the
cane.
deal is when England said, "Hey, land speculators, you can't go across the Alleghenies." That's when, in my opinion, that was the linchpin. So
That was the linchpin.
that's
What
very
was the
debatable.
linchpin?
It's
Is
very
when they
debatable.
came for the guns. That when
And
they
by the way,
came
the
for
English had a
the
good reason
when
for
they
they went to
came for the
Lexington.
local armories.
Exactly. When they
Came
went to
for the
Lexington.
local armories. That's
The English
when
had
it
a good
fired
reason,
off.
though. They didn't want to get into it with the Indians again and the French. They were trying to avoid that.
Exactly.
Like, it actually,
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yes,
That's what I'm
exactly.
saying.
justifiable.
If you look back at the actual writings by the Continental Congress to the king, do you read the pleading? And remember, they're called pleadings to the king. They're not called demands. They didn't go to the king and say, hey, look, we're demanding. They pled with their king because they knew he's their king. He was sent by God. He was dictated by God. He had divine right of kings. And they felt that. Why do you think Patrick Henry, why do you think when he said, give me liberty or give me death, he said it in a church? Because you
Because
had
we
to enact
believe
the value of God to unseat God.
well,
That's the
to
point.
unseat the king.
Yeah,
Imperius
because he had divine
it
right
was
of
to unseat
king.
the king.
You had to convince the population that he and his values were going against the values of God.
Well, not
Okay.
necessarily. I have to push back. The king, what England believed was that the king had the divine right of God, and what we believe, from what I've read, is that all of us as the citizenry have the divine right of God. That the king is not one, the end all to be all. We all are.
Inalienable
the end all
rights.
to be
No,
all.
absolutely not. They
Yeah,
did not believe
that's
that.
the term.
No, if you
That's where the term. That's where the term inalienable rights comes from. That's why that was put in the Constitution.
But it is endowed by our Creator. We don't endow it to ourselves.
No, we receive divine rights by God. That's what I'm saying. You and I are agreeing with each other.
We have some rights, but we don't have the right of rule. They never talk that the individual has the right of rule. In itself, the pleadings to the king, they said they admonished God. They said, we appeal to God's just rule that the king himself is no longer following his divine edict. That's what they were saying. They were saying that you guys, you do not bring up the letters to the king itself. When they wrote it and signed it, they did not sign it as in saying, we have divine right to rule ourselves. They said,
I
lost
disagree.
the right to rule.
No, I disagree. We are endowed by our Creator. Let me finish this whole thing real quick. I'm sorry, because I'll lose my train of thought on this one. We are endowed by our Creator with unalienable rights, that among those are the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. We've changed that now to the pursuit of happiness. But, Imperius, that our original preamble says the pursuit of property. And in order to ensure that our rights are fully protected, we have established government among men, that they rule by the consent of us, the governed. Those rights, the right to rule is given to us by God, and by us, through God, by us, we create the government, is what that says. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but that's what I think.
But I would push back and say this, that if the right of life, liberty, and properties are endowed by their creator, right? A man-made cannot take that away, because a man is not greater than God. So that contradicts with that you can have life, liberty, and property taken away with due process of law. That's the contradiction. That's what I'm trying to say, is that yes, if they were really thinking in that manner, you would be right. But they've contradicted themselves in their own constitution, because if you're endowed by your creator is superior to you. And
you're absolutely right. That contradiction is in our fifth and
that's what I would say.
That contradiction is in our 5th and 14th Amendment, and I don't want to go too far in that, because then at that point you and I are going to have a legal treatise argument.
I know.
I don't want to do that again.
Well, we've got a third legal person up here, Lawyer Chick. How are you?
Yes.
I've never talked to you before.
Yeah, okay, hey, Lawyer Chick, should Rachel Levine be in the cabinet?
Oops, there she goes.
Rachel Levine.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, I'm sorry.
But the thing is we have the 5th and 14th Amendment, and if Imperius is still up, that's why, me personally, because it's not clear. That's why I believe that once you lose your right by due process of law, once your time is up in the penal system, you by default get all of your rights restored. But the problem is we haven't answered that.
It goes back to the pardon. It goes back. Hold on. If you look in the Constitution, it goes back to the pardon power in Article 2. That it's insinuated that, I think they call it divine mercy in the court's ruling.
You're absolutely right.
That even the reason a legislature or a court cannot interfere with Article 2's pardon power was because it was instilled in the thought that it was similar to the divine pardon of God, that mercy will always take precedence over hatred. That was what the court said. So there again, you have to read the tea leaves. You can't. There's nothing just distinctly saying yes, this is this. But if you read the tea leaves, that's all I'm saying. I'll be back a little bit. I gotta walk the big dog.
That's what.
You're from like a really muscular executive branch. You're from a muscular executive branch right now. That's what you're.
Well, more of a muscular executive mixed with the muscular judicial, and man, my head. I feel like I'm in my first day of trim all over again. I don't like this. Oh man, good Lord! Can we talk about food again?
Yeah,
we can.
Can we talk about chorizo and rice and alcohol and things like that?
I have no problems with it.
It's
my
kind of a
goodness,
brain
man.
fuck. I mean, it's a rabbit hole we could go down and down and keep going down. I mean, it's never ending.
Well, again, like I said, the only way that anything's going to, anything radical would happen in this country is if the internet gets shut off and our forms of entertainment get shut off. I mean, I'm sorry, we're just too fat and happy. Not us. I mean, I love the conversations we have, but the people as a whole, when you can still get food, even though it's expensive as hell, but it's still within reach for the majority of the people. When I can order a video game or I can watch a movie on my free time, if HBO would actually put up some good movies again right now, then there wouldn't be an issue. Hey, Lawyer Chick, salute. How are you doing? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
Hey, Lawyer Chick.
Hi, Lawyer Chick.
Yes, that's
Welcome,
me. That's one.
Lawyer Chick. It's Ryan. It's Ryan, Lawyer Chick. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Stanley.
I'm
I don't think I've ever talked to you.
Who is that?
Stanley.
That's Stanley.
Hi, Stanley. I
Hey.
don't think so. No, I'm usually on a Midlife Bro Logic show.
That's where I found her first.
Yes, that's where I found all of
You
you.
found her first one.
Yeah.
Well, not first. I mean, Midlife Bro Logic had her on, but
And Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Well, it's good to meet
So
you, Lawyer Chick. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a lawyer. I'm a regular panelist with usually Juan and others, and that's it. I'm actually here on the golf course right now, but I'm not playing. I'm coaching, which means
Are you in
watching.
Florida? Are you in Florida?
No, I'm not. I am on the East Coast though. It's great. It's
Okay.
gorgeous out. It's so nice out today.
Oh, not in Georgia. At least my part of it. It's looks like it's gonna rain.
Oh no,
You,
I'm more north than that.
you sound lovely, lawyer chick.
Thank
Oh
you.
my goodness.
So what are you guys
The
talking about? I mean,
Lothario of Alaska.
Oh
how
my
is
God.
Dennison still awake?
We've been talking about everything, lawyer chick. I mean, it's a big clusterfuck, basically.
Yeah. Well, this stream's been going since last night. Dennison, are you awake?
He was here earlier. He's in and out.
Amazing.
We are
There is a
attempting to do 24-hour streams, though.
Neato.
So going since last night isn't that unusual?
Cool.
There is a short that you need to see, Lawyer Chick, where one of the hosts, you'll meet him soon. He actually fell asleep on stream.
Oh my God.
And it was clipped.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Oh man.
Yeah, John Galt I saw was here earlier. I've never met him, but I love that book. Do you know what book that the Who is John Galt is from?
The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Atlas Shrugged. Same author as The Fountainhead, yes.
And did you know there was actually a John Galt? He was like a Scottish author.
Really?
He spanned the mid 18th century through the 19th century. He died in like
Didn't he buy his
1836.
books? Didn't he buy his
You know
books,
what?
Stanley?
Actually, I did. There's an anthology of his short novels I got for like $2.99 off of Amazon. I haven't had a chance to read any of it, but I had no idea John Galt was an actual name, outside of Rand. Yeah, there he is. He's in the chat now. The White John Galt.
The White John Galt.
I thought I would add that because I actually was shocked. So anyway,
That name cracks me up every time I hear it. The White John Galt.
Well, originally he was Scottish.
Yeah.
On my free
that's
time
true.
today, I was able to watch a couple of court hearings because they're now up on YouTube regarding child support. And oh my God, the county that I live in Texas. Oh yeah. In your neck of the woods, Stanley, there is a wonderful judge by the name of Judge Alex Manning. She is no nonsense, but the way that she placates to, I guess, her YouTube audience is just as hilarious. Okay, this is Judge Alex Manning's courtroom pre-trial. You guys are something. But we had this one where this
Her name's
girl, I kid you not, it was
Alex Manning. Interesting. Okay, well,
Alex.
I'll look that up.
Yeah, Alex Manning. There's one from my county where this girl, I kid you not, had 8 kids and could not find couldn't find out who the baby's father was for any of them. And I'm like, oh God, oh God, my county is up for all embarrassment to see. And then of course the comments from everybody across the nation just roasted the living daylights out of this. They're like, wait a minute, I thought that only happens with black people. She doesn't look black. And I'm like, oh no.
Sorry, I had to pop off. I'm back.
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least.
Well, yeah, I'll look her up. University of Vermont graduate. Interesting.
Yep, UVM, the same university that Tara Warwick, Styx Hexenhammer, graduated from.
I have a question for this chat. I'm very curious. Can you hear me? Okay. Especially, I mean, Juan, I know you do immigration law and are close to it. Do you all believe the claim made last night about immigrants eating pets, ducks, cats, etc.? Is there truth to that? Is it a lie? Is it a hype?
John has been researching that.
Yes,
From what
I
I
saw.
hear,
I have too. So where did you all land?
From what I've heard, the most cogent response to that is that it did happen like a while ago. This recent the recent accusations are not verified.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, I saw one photo of a man carrying what definitely looked like a duck he got at the park.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. I kind
I
of
don't know.
fought. I fought with somebody over earlier. I fought with someone earlier over that.
Actually, it looked like a goose.
Yeah, it looked like a goose, but there was a video that I saw where a police officer from that city actually caught a girl in the act eating feline.
Oh, okay. In the
Well,
same
yeah, but I
city?
thought that had been debunked.
And that's the problem. And you know what? This goes into another topic. This goes into the deep fakes type of thing. And that's,
Yeah.
now that I think about it, that's the scary part. It's basically our new Red Scare. Does that make sense? Oh my God, everybody's a freaking Russian. Or, oh my God, everybody that does weed is a psycho or schizo or what have you. Oh my God, now these type of people are eating cats. In that regard, it's
Well,
what's the new scare du
one
jour,
pet thievery has been going on in this country forever. I don't know about eating them, but people will steal somebody's dog and then hold it for ransom.
Here in Texas, if you stole a horse,
if you don't give me $2,000, then Foo is gonna go bye bye.
here in Texas, it used to be a death sentence if you got caught stealing horses. So what some of
That's
the people,
amazing.
what some of the families, the bigger families down in South Texas would do, the Uturias, the Kings, the guy that Richard King, the guy that King Ranch is named after, Jim Wells, those people, what they would do is they would go into Mexico and steal the Mexican horses and cross them back into the U.S.
Yeah, there's enough. Well, that's Lonesome Dove. They made a movie about that actually. Where the
was that
Texas
was that
Ranger,
based on Texas or was that based on Texas/Colorado?
There's so many funny videos today.
that
on
was
TikTok.
Lonesome Dove. They
There's
went
a meme
down
that
to
I gave.
Mexico and stole the horses and drove them back.
There's a meme
That's
that I
a
saw,
fact.
Lawyer Chick. I gave it to Portia. Portia can share it with everybody else. It had you know how you have the Chinese restaurant sayings, and the first meme that had that was "We're not all you can eat. We're all you can eat," which means you eat, you sit down, you go home, you come back, you eat more. Well, they had changed the wording, and they're like, "We don't have your cat. Stop asking. Please ask Haitian."
No. Yeah. Well, TikTok
And then
basically took the audio of Trump and everybody's putting it on top of like their pet video. And it's hilarious. Like, because people, love videos of their dogs and cats. There's so many funny videos up on TikTok right now.
Yeah, I'd shoot a
there's a video that I
motherfucker
have
over
that
my
says,
dog. I promise you that.
there's a video that I have on my WhatsApp that says Donald Trump's supporters watching the debate, and it had Donald Trump and Kamala talking about that issue, and it was the dogs and cats from the movie Cats and Dogs.
Yeah,
it was kitty galore.
Tons. There's so much content today. Nobody's even talking to it. It's like hilarious. I wonder if he regrets saying that or if he thinks it's amazing because now he went viral.
He thinks it's fabulous, probably.
Oh my God. Honestly,
he thinks
guys,
it's fabulous.
I thought that debate started off so civilized. I thought this is going to be real cool. And
Hey, Virgo.
it fell apart pretty quick.
Yeah, wait, where'd you
I'll be
go?
quite honest. I only bit and watched that debate because I was going to watch HBO Max, but que casualidad, how coincidental, on HBO Max and on Prime Video, there was nothing to watch. So I was stuck watching the debate.
You have to watch the debate. I'm going to mute you all.
Lawyer Chick, can I ask you a question? What is education for autonomy? Is that you or well, get cracked. What is education for autonomy?
Oh, that's a conversation that they're having in the chat regarding a phrase that John Galt mentioned on stream earlier this morning, Stanley. And he's posting that link so that we could go ahead and learn more about that particular doctrine that they were talking about in the chat.
Okay,
Stanley.
sorry I interrupted. Hey, Virgo.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. No, it was a question. I thought I had a question about a link that Crack posted. So sorry for the interruption.
Hey, Virgo.
Hey, 12th man, how you doing?
Pretty good.
You sure?
How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm doing so great. I got so much love today. Man, let me tell you.
What are you cooking up today, Virgo?
I'm not cooking shit. It's my birthday. I'm not cooking nothing.
Oh,
happy!
So
Oh,
your
that's right.
birthday?
Happy birthday!
Happy
Thank
birthday!
you, Juan.
Happy
Thank you,
birthday.
Thank you, lady. Thank you.
Have you talked to lawyer chick is new for me on the panel. I don't know if
Oh, okay.
Me, same here.
No, I've never seen her here before, but welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, how are
I'm
you?
in and out, but I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
She's like the restaurant, the burger joint.
Oh, In-N-Out Burger or whatever.
I love that place.
She's coaching golf right now, guys. So you know what I mean.
By the way,
She could
Whataburger's
be
better.
In and out coaching.
Sorry, not sorry.
Coaching
I like
golf.
I personally like Culver's better. Do you guys have Culver's
What's that,
where
Virgo?
you live? Culver's?
No, never
Do you
heard
have a
of it.
Culver's where you live?
Oh yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Oh, somebody needs to put you on.
Was it a franchise?
Somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I don't think
Yeah,
I've
and they
ever
have
eaten there.
the best ice cream ever, and they have one like every day they have like a different flavor of the day, or is it every day or every month they have like a flavor of the month or whatever. Oh my god, so good.
Oh, so it's like Baskin Robbins on steroids.
Baskin Robbins with burgers and cheese curds. It is so good. It
Oh,
is
okay, so
I
it's
love
like there's
fried curd.
pleasure.
Yeah, it's like there's a place here in Brownsville called Johnny Rockets, and they're like that. I just don't have $25
yes,
for a burger.
we have Johnny Rockets here in Florida too. There's one in
That's ridiculous.
Orlando, where when I used to live in Orlando, I used to live right across the street. There was this little strip mall called the Loop. So we lived right across the street. I was literally, if I went left, I'm in Kissimmee, and if I walked to the right out of my apartment complex, I was in Orlando. So that was an
they're good
experience.
burgers.
That's the first time I ever lived in an apartment in my life, and I was like, holy crap, I can't do this.
I can't even stand to live in town, Virgo. Like I'm in town like a few hours. I can't wait to get the fuck back in the sticks.
I know we're
know what I
trying
mean?
to move. We're trying to move from where I am because they're building up so much stuff where I am.
Yeah. Moving can be a very hard process, but
Where's the creepy music?
Nah, we don't want it.
I miss it during
Yeah.
laws.
We don't want that
Silence,
shit.
huh, Stanley? Gotta have all that chat
Yeah,
now, Stanley.
Yeah, I God forbid I should resume the music in my head.
Yeah, I want to have me some more
Somewhat
chickens.
deafening. Somewhat deafening, isn't it?
I'll definitely have some more. I'll definitely have some chickens. I won't confirm or deny if there will be a rotisserie in the oven or not. I mean,
Well, I'm not afraid to slaughter a chicken to eat.
Well,
I'm not either.
you might be competing.
it just depends on.
I just killed 10 of them for sitting on my deck. They wouldn't stay off my deck, so I killed them all, jarred a few, and ate a few. You know.
I told my neighbor, I said, if her goat comes into my yard one more time, I'm gonna eat it.
It reminds me of this news story. And Virgo, this news story was in your neck of the woods. I think this was Orlando or possibly Jacksonville. I don't remember where, but
Well,
this
I'm
guy
nowhere
was
close to
getting
Jacksonville.
Make
this
us some
this
of
guy
that.
got well. This guy got pecked by a rooster constantly. He would go walking by this guy's house, and the rooster would get out and peck him. So he basically punched the rooster in the head, and it died. And the other guy called the cops, and of course, this guy was charged with cruelty to animals. But what he said on the news was hilarious. He's like, "So they called the chicken police on me, but the chicken was doing that little dance that he does before he bites me. I didn't know it was going to die." And then at the end, he goes, "Chickens die every day at Popeyes, at churches, at Kentucky Fried Chicken."
Was he convicted or was that a successful defense?
Actually, the charges were dismissed out of judicial economy.
See?
Chickens aren't pets, though. They're livestock. One. That's the difference.
Yeah, I know. I know. But the thing was, is it kept. The thing was, is it kept biting the guy. Like it would get out of this other guy's yard, and it would and it wasn't any chicken. It was a rooster, and all of the comments were like, "Why are you arresting this guy? Roosters are meat."
Well, they're supposed to be to protect their flock, right? The rooster's supposed to be a badass.
I had a joke, but I can't say it because I don't want this stream to get eaten. I'm sorry. I'll post it in the back chat.
Yeah, you do that. Because I think I already know where you're going, Juan.
I think so too.
I have a question for Lawyer Chick. Is there? I didn't realize that fall was golf season. I thought it was spring for high schools.
Yeah, where we are, it's fall. Here, I'll turn my when I get to the next hole, I'll turn my camera on because the kids are little, so I want to put them on camera. Yeah, fall. We are you are right. Most schools, I think it is spring, but we're fall and it's short. I'm gonna mute you guys for a sec. Hold on.
Now that's
Stanley
that's
and
interesting.
Stanley, in 2 weeks, you and I get to be enemies for a different reason.
Why is that?
Because in 2 weeks, the University of Texas plays UGA.
You know what? I don't even. Texas isn't in the SEC, is it?
Yeah, this is their inaugural season in the SEC.
The SEC.
Oh, okay. You know what? I knew it was gonna happen. In all honesty, I don't even keep up. I haven't even kept up with Georgia Tech football. It's the Navy kind of ruined. Just kind of like ruined me. Like watching sports religiously. It's like every year, I watch it less and less. So, I assume Georgia's gonna win.
I'm sorry, but hook 'em. I have to watch football because, again, the politics talk. It's one of those where when we talk about food or I could talk about something else, my head doesn't hurt as much. And it's no offense to anybody. I mean, I love the talk, the conversations that we all have. But, man, good Lord, it's like, dude, like everybody knows exactly where they're going to stay. It's almost like everybody's beating a dead horse. And then something else comes up, but it's literally the exact same thing that we said months ago.
It's the part of the phone.
We can talk about China trade policy.
You know what? If we're going to talk tariffs, I'm in.
As viewers drop off.
By the time the conversation's over, there's like one viewer.
As a matter of fact, I wish they had talked tariffs last night.
No, why do something important, Stanley, when they can talk about bullshit?
Exactly. That would be the smart thing to talk about.
Yeah. Let's talk about how we're going to end up in a third world weak country with no money, vassals to China because we're just screwing around over here. And let's do, why do that, right? Why do that? We can talk about blah, blah, blah.
Something extreme.
It was a joke.
Well, I thought one of the things missing from last night's debate was Social Security and Medicare, because they're giving the Social Security and Medicare to all these illegal immigrants. We're paying for the housing. We're paying for their food. I can't believe that wasn't brought up.
They should have asked about.
Well, because both parties want to run that into the ground. That's why. That's both parties. they're really good at playing pretend, going at what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, when you're trying to pander to one side to get them to go for you and the people fall for it. But it's both sides. The Democrats
Rallying your
complained about
base.
excessive
Rally the
spending.
base.
The Democrats
I'm
complained
tired of
about it in
paying. I'm tired of
2006.
paying all that, including bills. Shit. Serious.
Jubilee year. Let
I
me
will.
run for president. I'll be like the guy running for class president. I'll be like, and everybody gets their debts erased. There's going to be a free juicy box in the house.
That's right. That's right. Hey, listen, man. That's
Everybody
usually what
gets
you want to
free
promise the
pizza.
world. Look, at the end of the day, they didn't talk about. It was all ridiculous. Like, like I don't know. I
Yeah,
felt
we
like
didn't learn anything new
I'll tell you,
from
the
last
media.
night.
I only indict the media, not the candidates. The media did a terrible job. They didn't really ask either candidate poignant questions other than nonsense, and allowed them to squirm on most things. Right? No real specifics. Always broad bullshit. And the media sucks. It just sucks. Like, how are you? Oh, I understand. You want to help out with blah blah blah. How are you going to do it? Where are you going to get the money? They don't have an answer, right? They let
I
these
have an
politicians
odd,
pick.
I have an odd question on your media point, Ryan. Do
Yeah.
you think it's because of the declining or the declining in quality of the education system? People just
I
basically
would
don't know how to ask questions.
I don't know. I think that they're looking at the larger demographic of their specific viewers and going, well, we need to go in this direction, right? But because most people don't understand, like, what are the impacts of tariffs? You got steel workers that go, yeah, man, let's tariff the Chinese, right? And so, and then you have people that actually study trade for a living, and they go, well, if we tariff the Chinese, it may help some steel workers, but China's going to tariff graphite, and that's going to hurt other sectors of our economy, right? So the trade people care, or the people that actually look big picture. The steel workers just happy, and if that's Trump's voter, then he don't care about the overall economy. And it's the same for the Democrats. They have their nonsense and free college loans for all. Like, no one talks about the fact that it creates more moral hazard. It doesn't check the college system. They can continue to up pricing for everybody. Like, but it sounds good to a bunch of people that have college debt, right? So, I mean, really, the solution is create more, find a way to check college prices for American citizens. That's the real solution. How do you do that? Do you create more competition? I mean,
Well, I have a brutal solution. Like, if you don't get a scholarship, you don't go.
I would agree. You have to get into. Can't be a dummy like I was. I went to a community college initially and flunked out. I was that dumb, right? They should have
Were
let
you
me
dumb,
in.
or you just didn't care?
I didn't care. I wasn't ready or mentally for college, but yet I still thought I had to go. And I went back on my own dime, and I got all the way through. Initially, I borrowed. My mom said, "Oh, I'll pay for it," and then she made it into kind of a loan, and I flunked out. And ultimately, guess what? I wasn't ready, and I shouldn't have been allowed in based on my high school grades. They never should have let me near the college other than to landscape. Okay, that's the truth. We let every kid in, coming and going. Doesn't matter. He could be a total dipshit that doesn't deserve to go to college, right? I didn't prove that I should have been getting into any college, community college, nothing. I shouldn't have got. It's you know what I'm saying. So, but instead we say you should go, and then the government says, "Oh, here's your money," even though I got D's and shit. So, in high school, I barely made it through high school because I goofed off so much, right?
Well, that's one of the reasons that college is so expensive, because they basically get unlimited blank checks from the federal government.
Well, that's why
that's not necessarily true.
Well,
that is true.
No, I mean, places like Harvard, some of these places that have huge endowments could probably survive without government.
Well,
some
why
of the
don't
money,
they then?
oddly enough, because they don't have to, I guess. Hosting things like ROTC programs, that's in the government's interest.
Yeah.
So,
I agree with that statement.
there's certain programs that are actually beneficial, having it associated with colleges. I literally served with officers who graduated from like Princeton and Harvard, places like that. And some were good officers, some weren't. But having a Harvard graduate, in your officer corps, if nothing else, it's kind of prestigious. So there's some benefits that the government gets from investing in schools. That and R&D. Where did 12th Man go?
No, I'm still here, Stanley.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I looked and we went from like 5 to 4.
I guess we're boring them, Stanley.
Oh, well, either that or they, how you get phone calls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There was a point that made online. It says black people here. Let me put this up. I've never heard this point before, but online it says black people hear better than white people, and girls hear best of all. But I think involved in that might be directional hearing or ability to focus hearing, among other noises. Yeah, you can kind of separate, especially at night where it's fairly quiet, you can kind of separate out noises and know which noise belongs to what. But I've never heard that there are racial differences between hearing and sex differences. That's pretty interesting.
What, Stanley? What do you do if you hear something go bump in the night?
Well, because I live alone, I figure out whether it's something I should investigate or not. Now, if it's outside, because I do live, in an exurb, you'll get stray dogs running through here.
You
and
live
that
in
sort
the
of stuff.
sticks like me.
No, it's in a neighborhood, but it's an exurb, like out in the county. And, this is kind of an old growth neighborhood, so there are plenty of trees and stuff.
Yes, sir.
So, we'll get deer and, stuff like that running through the neighborhood. So,
yeah,
it's not exactly the country.
I just had a moose. And I had to get up and look, but it was a big ass bull moose hit his horn on the side of my cabin, and I damn near scared the shit out of me and the dog. But of course,
12th Man, wolves are more, or moose are more dangerous than wolves up there, huh? Moose hurt people,
yes,
dude.
sir. Yeah, they'll kill you. Especially you get between a moose and a calf, then you're all fucked up. Game over. Gotta
People
be
forget
real
those
careful.
are 2,000-pound animals. Those are cars.
Yeah.
And how fast do they run? I imagine they're probably fairly fast.
In the 30s, low 40s, probably 35, 40 miles an hour, I'd guess.
Yeah, I went outside one day, y'all, and goddamn bull moose came charging down the mountain and missed me by like 3 feet. Talk about shitting your pants. Oh my God.
Yeah, see, the people think bears are the thing to think of. Dude, you'll come across a moose before a bear, and those things will stomp you to death, man. Like, that is no joke. They're no joke. The bulls, same thing with the like the big deer, the male deer during heat and stuff. They'll charge you and gore you, dude.
Well, we have a saying about bears up here in Perry, and that's black, fight back, brown, lay down, and white, you're done. Good night.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you see a white one, it's hunting you.
You run into a polar bear, you're screwed, dude.
Because they're
Unless
purely
you have
carnivores.
an AK-47 or something like that.
They're pure carnivores, and they have to eat whatever they see because they're so scarce of food up there. So they're vicious hunters, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a video on YouTube, as a matter of fact, of this native family out harvesting a whale, and then the polar bears came up wanting to get their fair share, right? And so what did native man do? He pick up the AK-47.
Yeah, you got to gun that bear down, dude.
Bye-bye, bear.
Yeah, you got to eat that because the bear will eat you and that carcass.
Yeah, and plus they're going to eat the bear, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, and the thing is the natives up there.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, go ahead.
So they were going to have bear and whale. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, they use everything too. The bear, they use the skin for coats and you know what I mean? They don't waste nothing, dude. They're efficient people. So that's why I said the natives were efficient people. Say what you want, you know. But man, when they killed, they didn't kill unnecessarily, and they used every little piece of that.
Yeah, this is another interesting point that Nobleness D puts up about hearing. You know, if you've ever lived in the country, I remember moving from the city. Like the first time I moved up into the mountains, two things that almost scared me. It was the silence, and at night, literally, because where I lived, there were no street lights or anything like that. It was scary how dark it could get.
Isn't that amazing, Stanley, that people get scared by silence? I mean, I love it. And then if the wind
When you're
blows
hunting,
just a
if
little
you're in the
bit,
woods, and it goes silent, there's a problem. That's all I'm gonna say. You better look behind you if it's because the thing
Like
most
all the
beautiful
birds all of a sudden stop
yeah,
chirping.
because that's usually the indication there's something gonna get killed.
Dunk hunting.
come on, man.
What's up, Latino?
No, I'm saying
That's
though, like
not right.
the silence. That's why it's so
You
eerie.
seen I
Because if you
sent you
go
guys
into a forest and it goes dead quiet,
video there.
that's not natural.
Whoever's controlling the panel.
Well, that's true. I mean, you go outside, you can always hear something, even if you're in the deep woods.
Off the woods, man. Ain't nothing more greater than that nature smell.
Oh, smell, dude. I have the sense with me. That's my most sensitive scent, dude. Because if I remember a smell, I can remember. Like I smelled a girl the other day at the store, and she wore the exact same like lotion or something as my first girlfriend in high school, and I could remember it. I remembered exactly what it was when I smelled it. You know what I mean? Like your sense of smell and memory are so intrinsically tied.
Yeah, you know what? Nobleness, that's something I had to learn. If there's walking down a road in pitch black, the only way not to wind up in the middle of the forest or just, somewhere weird is you have to look up and follow, look at the sky between the trees on either side. That's something I had to learn. That's why I really loved living up in the mountains, out in the rural. It is just a different way of life than city living. And
I think it's more like corridor. I think it's closer to like our natural state. You know, it brings out like something basic in us. You know, when we go out there, there's something that connects us to that.
Right. Yeah, you definitely get in touch with your senses.
That's why, like the Native Americans, they would send you off on those vision quests. You know what I mean? Where you had to become a man and like go into the woods or go into the desert by yourself and have an existential experience or something. And know, so there's something with nature when we go into there that connects us to it. You know?
Right.
Yeah, the bugs and shit though. Insects. Have you guys ever?
What's up, Latinos for Trump? We can barely hear you, brother.
Have you guys incurred with tarantulas in the forest at all?
No.
Oh, I had a friend who had a pet tarantula when he was a kid. Yeah, pretty interesting dude. They're actually smart though. They won't bite you.
River.
Yeah, I was in Taos, New Mexico, and the tarantulas migrate. And when they migrate, they're just everywhere.
And they move quick, dude.
San Diego too. When I was conceived, I think I was conceived in San Diego in like 85 or 86, whatever.
It's
and
like
dude, they had the tarantula migration, and they used to have thousands.
We were on the way to
They'd have thousands on their streets, dude, in the streets of San Diego. Dude, can you imagine that?
Two of them, like mating, and dude, like the male just got off and was just like on attack mode. Man, I dipped and I left those people there, And when they went back to the house, they were like, "Yo, why you leave?" I said, "Man, I'm in a third world country with no health insurance. You think I'm gonna be messing around with this type of shit?"
Well, let me tell you something, Latinos for Trump. When I was in prison in Florida, we'd catch them and we'd have fights. We'd have spider fights, right?
Yeah, they do that too in Dominican Republic. Put 'em in little boxes and shit.
Yeah, you have like the Black Widow versus like the tarantula, or like I've seen
And some
they do it with
brown
scorpions.
people like make them extra crazy. They put like
yeah, they'll do it
mirrors.
with scorpions
They put
too. They'll
mirrors
do
on
it with
all
like
four
scorpions
sides.
versus spiders and stuff too, dude. It's interesting.
Imperious.
World Country fighting, bro.
Imperious.
What's up, man?
Did you tell everyone when you were conceived? Is that what I just heard?
Well, yeah, like 85, 86, something like that. Yeah, no, dude, San Diego, dude, I couldn't believe my mom showed me old pictures of them. My mom had some old Polaroids of them. Thousands crossing the street, dude. Could you imagine that, dude? Thousands of tarantulas covering the whole street, dude. And they didn't bother anybody. If you stood there, they'd walk right around you.
They don't hurt nothing.
No, they don't. They'd give you room. They wouldn't crawl on you or nothing. They'd walk right around you. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, as stupid as the sound, do tarantulas have anything to do with spiders or at all?
They're not a spider. They're something else. They're not a spider. It's something else.
Arachnids?
Yeah, they're
Spiders
in
are
arachnid, but they're their own family. It's like they're their own
really?
genus or something. Yeah, they're not part of the norm. Like, you know how like a king cobra is its own family? The Ophiophagous hana. It's not a cobra. It's not an actual cobra. It's its own family. That's how the tarantulas are. They're their own thing of an arachnid, but they're their own type, I think.
You know, Georgia
That spiders never scared me.
those recluse.
Oh, dude,
are those
spiders scare the
dangerous
crap
at all,
out of
or are
me.
they overhyped?
It depends
that
what kind.
again,
A brown
Master?
recluse will kill you. Brown recluse will kill you. So it depends what kind of spider. I mean, brown recluse, the thing when they bite you, it eats your body away. It's literally like it's
Well,
like flesh.
admittedly, Imperious, I live in Alaska because we don't have a bunch of creepy crawlies like that.
Yeah, they freeze up there. You guys are lucky, man.
Yeah, facts. That's like
Yeah, dude, I've been down I lived in Southern California when I was dude, we had all kinds of, I mean, that's the thing. You had to like clean your attics a lot. Well, a little bit less for me because I was by the ocean, but like if you go inland where it's hot and stuff, and oh my God, you used to get people get all kinds of them.
Yeah, you'll find weird looking shit. Yo, Australia.
Yeah, down in Cut and Shoot, Texas, we had to shoot copperheads out of the. We had to shoot copperheads out of the trees. Like they're in the snakes are in the fucking trees, right? You have to go out there with your 22 pistol and clean them out.
Dude, I saw a video of a guy who had like a giant spider, like one of those big spiders in his house in Texas. And instead of like killing it, he put his pistol up and blew it away. He's like, fuck this thing. He blew it away.
America.
Very Texas of him.
Yeah, it really was. It's like he said,
That's why you gotta love the rattlesnake, because at least he'll warn you before you get
Rattlesnakes
close.
are cool. They're not even that mean. Dude, snakes aren't even that bad. I don't know why people are always afraid of snakes. They'll run from you, dude. Even the big ones, they'll run from you, dude. They don't want anything to do with you.
People just don't like anything that crawls, dude. Except
Well,
babies.
it's our natural prey instinct when we were hunted like by animals like that we have a fear ingrained in us.
I'm pretty sure like you could be in your house and like something crawl up, and I'm pretty sure it will make you jump, and it could be the smallest.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah,
you know
for
what I mean?
sure.
It's just human nature, man.
Well, yeah, it's our instinct, dude. It's why we evolved color. Like why we evolved color in our eyes was because we had to eat fruit. You know what I mean? With that change in I'm not talking about full on evolution, but that small trait of being necessitated to eat fruit was why we got color, so we could tell which is poison and which isn't. They also say snakes was a big one too. Because we were around snakes a lot, we were getting killed by them, and we had to be able to identify poisonous snakes. Is why we might have, and that's why snakes are so ingrained as a fear in so many people.
It's crazy.
Well, it's pretty easy to do. I mean, if a snake if a snake is poisonous, it'll have a diamond-shaped head, and if it's not, it'll have
Yeah,
more
but
of a.
even some frogs that are colorful, like yellow, brightish red, those frogs sometimes could be poisoned. So
Oh,
Imperius has
the
a point
green
there.
tree arrow frog in the Amazon is one of the most poisonous animals in the world. You can't touch it. It'll absorb through your skin and kill you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what the natives use down there. What they do is they take their arrows, they kill the frog and rub the arrow tip on the frog, and they use it to kill animals and stuff.
I heard people were licking frogs down there, some kind of frog,
Yeah,
and
they
it
lick
would
those
give
frogs.
them
They ain't gonna be around much very
psychedelic
long.
effect.
They have other frogs, yeah, but not those kind. If you're picking a tiny frog that's bright red and bright green and bright purple, and you're licking it, you're gonna have problems, dude. Like nature's telling you something if it's that bright.
What about
Yeah. Why do people lick frogs anyway? That's
Well, they're
gross.
not the bright ones. They're usually like bigger, like they're the bigger, like the different kind of frogs. You're not licking. I can almost guarantee you every time you're not licking or eating or wanting to touch anything that's that brightly colored. It's usually a form of they don't come near me.
Yup.
Hey, Imperius, do you know that in Florida that there's a wild, I don't know whether it be chimpanzees or monkeys in Florida? Is that crazy?
Oh, dude, king cobras are now native to Florida.
So,
Because
what about
people bought so
monkeys,
many of them and they got out and they got into the Everglades,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, that's
It's
crazy.
Did
interesting.
you see that? Did
For real,
you
monkeys,
guys
dude?
see that video of like a 28-foot anaconda going down
Oh
the
yeah,
highway?
Dude, there are some snakes down there in the Guatemalan Amazon and the Ecuadorian Amazon that they talk about that people have seen down there that are 30 plus feet and stuff, dude. These are monsters. They talked about, dude, it's scary what people have talked, and I believe them too, because these are those old fishing dudes that go back into the, and these I wouldn't. Why would they lie, dude? If they're too afraid to go over there to a certain area because they've seen something and they need to do fish to live, well, they're judging that something over there is going to kill them, and it's going to be
alligator or something.
Hey, I have a question for you all. I just ran across an article in Politico. Basically, Lindsey Graham criticizing Trump's debate performance. Is anybody interested in looking at that article?
Go ahead,
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, you can bring it up. I mean, I could tell you what he's going to say. I know.
Lindsey Graham is a neocon.
Hey,
so
Crack, can you help me out and bring up that article that I dropped in the chat?
Lindsey Graham has
guys, I gotta get
a hand so far up his ass that he's a puppet at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, here's my theory. Basically, folks are going to start turning on Trump after this debate performance, kind of like a Biden thing.
Well, it's interesting you said that because did you see what the McCains did last night? They kind of switched back.
No.
It switched
to
back.
Trump?
Yeah.
To Trump?
Yes.
Really?
Meghan McCain on her Twitter said, "See, everybody, I told you, the entire establishment is against the Republican Party. You need to vote for Republicans."
Yeah, but that doesn't mean vote for Trump.
Well, he's a Republican, and she didn't say accept Trump. So I'm just going to take that as a victory for Meghan McCain.
That is strange. I know her father's turning in his grave.
Well, he'd probably turn more if he saw that the establishment that he was part of turned against him like that. That's the thing. They're doing it now. They're looking at their own necks and saying, "Oh God, if we're part of the establishment, they just went after an establishment."
Almost like the night of the
like Lindsey
long
Graham
night.
they're all look at Republicans, Democrats, they're two sides of the same coin. They all go to the same country clubs, they go to the same diners, they go to the same, their kids go to the same schools, they intermarry between each other.
Well,
they're all
friends. Well, let me ask you a question. I'm actually starting to make a distinction between Republicans and MAGA. I think MAGA
absolutely.
is its own thing.
Yeah, completely separate. From the Republican just means 1990s Democrat.
I'd start getting scared if Megan
Mega's a
McCain.
representation of our everyday American.
Let me read this right quick, at least a part of it. One of Donald Trump's most prominent allies panned his debate performance as a missed opportunity and said it was crucial that the former president better defend his own administration if there's another debate. And Trump, by the way, I read somewhere this morning in a headline that he's disinclined to do another debate. And I think that's wise, probably. Senator Lindsey Graham, speaking to a handful of reporters in the post-debate spin room, recalled venting at the television the answer Trump failed to deliver when Vice President Kamala Harris assailed the former president. That sentence doesn't make any sense. She said, we inherited a mess, Graham said. I was yelling and screaming. No, you didn't. You inherited low gas prices, a secure border, a vaccine for COVID, and you inherited the biggest Mideast change of my lifetime, the Abraham Accords, and now everything is to shit. Trump offered no such answer, and Graham made no effort to hide his disappointment. He was hardly the only Republican alarmed by the former president's bait-taking and persistent inability to turn the conversation back to issues like inflation and President Joe Biden. It's just that Graham, as is his wont, says in public what many in his party will only murmur in private. Emerging from behind the curtain after holding an extensive off-air conversation with Fox News personality Sean Hannity out of earshot, the ever-plotting Republican senator unspooled a shorthand for what he thought Trump should do if there's another debate. I don't think there's going to be another one. Tighten up, Graham said before offering advice as though Trump was standing beside him. What I did, what you got, and where we're at. Pining for what could have been, he added, what I was hoping for was, when I left, we had the most secure border in 40 years, mortgage rates were below 3%, gas was $1.87, the Abraham Accords, energy independent, you screwed it all up. Yeah, well, you know what, Lindsey, if you wouldn't say that to Trump's face. Graham would not go as far as saying he thought Trump should make personnel changes, saying it's not the debate team. What he couldn't quite say directly was that it was the candidate's fault. But Graham conceded the debate here marked a missed opportunity because Trump had a chance to lay it all out. Then it was back to the coaching. The central theme is a nation in decline, and if you could have done it, oh, my goodness, and if you could have done it, why haven't you done it? Graham said. He told Trump as much. I told him, had he told Trump as much?
What do you
I told
want from
him,
me?
what? Your closing was great. If
Yes.
you do another debate, just effectively prosecute what you had and where we're at.
I
Graham
don't
said, referring to
understand.
the country
I
before and
feel
after
like
Trump.
I communicate pretty clearly.
You do? And what he would call
I don't
Trump
know why
tomorrow
we
to
live in different
and what he
realities.
called Trump tomorrow to reinforce his message. Yes, Graham immediately shot back. The senator and other unnerved Republicans may get their wish for another debate. Emerging buoyantly after the debate, Harris aides and surrogates came bearing a clear
You
message.
don't even like me.
They want
All you
another
do is pick
face-off
on
in
me. And
October.
I didn't ask you. Okay, yeah, I think so.
Wait, Dennison.
Dennison, you okay?
Dennison, are you all right, brother?
Is the cough medicine wearing off?
I wanted you to love me and be nice to me.
What the
It's not
hell?
really that simple.
What? Oh my goodness.
Stanley, he just woke up from a stupor.
Maybe I should mute him. I don't want to reveal anything private.
Yeah, just mute him. Just make sure just so he doesn't, he may be like half asleep or maybe he's sleep talking. I don't know. Thank you,
or
Crack.
Oh wait,
sleepwalking,
crack just
or
muted. In fact,
Crack took care
sleepwalking,
of it. Yeah,
even
no, I mean, who
worse.
knows? Maybe he had the phones fall by his head when he's asleep. I don't know. I just don't,
you know,
I'm
at
kind of
first, I thought he was spoofing me. I'm like, what are you doing? Let's see. I told him
Just
your closing was
hilarious.
great. Let's see. Read that, and and would he call Trump tomorrow to reinforce his message? Yes, immediately. Graham immediately shot back. The senator and other unnerved Republicans may get their wish for another debate. Emerging buoyantly from the debate, Harris aides and surrogates came bearing a clear message. They wanted another face-off in October. Yeah, you know what? I don't think Trump's going to do it. At least that's
It's
what
not
I
going to
read
happen.
this morning.
No, I
Bring
think
it
they
on,
will. I
said
think if they both
Newt
agree, but they'll do it on Fox this time.
Christian,
The next one will be on Fox.
Yeah, it has to be on Fox next
Well,
time.
I think it would
I mean,
be fair, but you know what? Fox isn't going to change. Fox isn't going to
No,
make
no, I
Trump
don't want them to
better.
go overboard. No, I'm not even. I just want them to do what the first time what the CNN guys do. Just leave it like that. I'm not asking for anything special. Don't lead the. I just want, and I know Fox can at least do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I want Megyn Kelly to moderate.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine. Yeah, that's
no,
fine. I'm fine. Yeah, no, sure. No, she's an attorney.
Stanley,
She's a no. She's an attorney. She knows debate. I think she'd do good.
Well, you remember the last time she moderated, right?
Yeah, but I don't have a problem. Look at, she's fine. I watch her show all the time. She will be semi-fair, I would think. She'll allow both sides, but she'll be hard on both sides. That's what both of them need. I want them to
Megyn Kelly is a shill. My lord. I think
come on.
I don't
Can I tell you guys I want Catherine Joe Faulkner to moderate.
Who?
That's
Faulkner, the black lady?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
she'd be a good moderator.
That's Harris Faulkner.
Harris Faulkner.
Yeah.
I would agree to.
Yeah, she's a good moderator. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I mean, Trump seems to like her at least.
Yeah, well, I think she's pretty fair. I mean, she asks tough questions both sides.
Let's see. So anyway, I suspect what's going to happen is, especially if this happens a second time, that's going to be the undoing of Trump, if not MAGA. I honestly don't think the debate. I'm shocked that people got that much out of the debate. I didn't think it was a very good debate at all. I didn't
learn a damn thing, Stanley. I didn't learn shit off that debate.
Yeah, that was the thing. They were just asking old, questions that really there were better questions to ask rather than rehashing, stuff that's, been around since 2020.
Yeah, in 2016 even.
But
and before
I'll be honest with you, I don't think
There's-
Fox is going to do any better than ABC did.
Well, I thought that one lady did ask Kamala a few hard questions, which she dived and deflected, of course.
Nobleness D, you need to have a look at the reviews of that debate. Trump pretty much is getting trashed.
Well,
for nothing else, just lack of discipline. He did keep going off message, and apparently it was intentional to bait him about things like crowds and that part where she goes, "Hey, I encourage you to attend a Trump rally." That was naked aggression.
No, it was fun. I thought, and that's the thing. That was good.
Yeah,
I thought that was when
was
she was
good.
most effective.
What surprised me is that wasn't even passive aggressive. That was
that's what she needed. Yeah, but the thing is the problem with that. There's the balance, the counter of that though. That because she was the one looking at him and talking to him and telling him, you're pretty much what they call her. What did she call? She kept saying you're something like you're disgusting or something like that. She kept saying to him, and
that means that negates the whole thing of Trump being a bully. And that means, see, I know we're saying that I don't think much is going to change. I think 95% of people right now are picked either way.
I agree.
But on the polls, on what we're seeing following the debate, even CNN and ABC's polls afterwards, ABC particularly, they took a poll. And you got to also, the big ones you got to watch are the focus groups. Now, ABC
Well,
and
there was a focus group that I think it was the Washington Post did, and Trump didn't do well in that. Like, they were undecided voters in a focus group, and it was a pretty cross-sectional sort of grouping. Trump didn't do well there either.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the one CNN and ABC had live last night and after the debate.
Oh, I see.
And I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know about, because I was watching. Yeah, it was very clearly that people said two things. One, we know what Trump is going to give us. We know who he is, but we still don't know who Harris is or what she's going to bring. That's different than the previous 3 years. And the second is that she has still the burden to put on that to prove that she has a plan for the inflation. Trump gained.
Well, let me ask you a question on the inflation.
One thing. Hold on. On ABC's instant poll after that, they took 1,500 people in Pennsylvania. He gained 2 points in approval on the economy after the debate from their previous poll. So what that tells me is that people may not like Trump, or even he might not even be giving details, but they're comfortable with something that's familiar, and they're not comfortable with somebody that where they're at now. That's the big problem right now that Harris has. And yes, she did fine. I don't think she did horrible in the debate. She did miles and better than Biden.
Did you see? Apparently, there's good inflation news this morning.
Yeah, but then the job news. Did you see the stock market because of the unemployment report? Unemployment went up by like almost a percentage, and the corporate job numbers. Remember, they had to readjust June and July's by negative 82,000.
The jobs number, in my opinion, isn't that big a deal because they've been so stellar up till now. That just
I know
means
it may not to us, but
off.
to the stock market it is. A hiccup in the stock market goes plummet. It went down by like.
I think what's going to happen is that basically they'll definitely drop the interest rates by 0.25% or so.
Well, I know what we need to drop. We need to drop an Angel song. Play it, Crack.
Is that what Crack was going to do?
We got to play it, Crack. Play it.
Wait.
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The dial might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
You know what my favorite part of that is that little head wiggle that he does before the second verse.
When it slows down, like it's like
where it's like a little head wiggle. Like, dude, I love it, dude. Angel's awesome, dude. He's so funny.
He's like, nah, my favorite part is he's like, you got me on my Ja Rule move.
My Ja Rule shit, right? We got to do another. You know what I was thinking? It would be a good one for him. DMX, a DMX song would be really funny. I think if he did it.
One thing that's funny too is how John, I don't know if it's maybe the echoing, it makes it sound like he's in a DJ booth at a nightclub. Is that funny?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and John comes in like, Angel, you don't even know what you're doing. This is great, Angel. You know what I mean? It's like, John just encourages it, you know?
I just texted
I
the
like
back
the
chat.
beautiful black woman in the video. I want to know who that is. Who's the beautiful black woman in that video?
Yeah.
She's not even
Dog
that
you.
really
There you
good
go.
one.
Well, she was a. I can't
Ashanti's
remember
better
her
than that.
name, but she was a female rapper.
Yeah, she was a rapper. Yeah.
Can't remember her name though. Let's see here. You said something about the back chat, Latina.
Has John released the Angel song in the shorts? Because that one we could push out there quickly to everyone. They would love it.
Watch it go viral and get like 1 million views or something. Wouldn't that be
I
funny
bet
as hell,
it
dude?
would.
Hey, Angel gets famous.
I bet it would. It would quickly pop. Absolutely.
Maybe
We
some
tried
money
to
to
get
be
Solid
made.
Snake to rap DMX during the first karaoke. Yeah.
That would be really funny.
You gonna get Solid Snake to rap Stanley?
No, we need Solid Snake to sing with
Say
Bon
that
Jovi
again.
or something.
I think he would. I think he would do it.
Oh, dude, he'd do it when he's buzzed. He's funny, dude. Like that's the thing. He goes. Sometimes he has a
I
bad
bet he
night, but then
can
most of
rap.
the time he's pretty funny, dude. If he's like in a couple beers in, he's really funny. But once he gets too buzzed, then he gets like depressed and stuff, you know.
Right.
Imperious, what's up? How come you didn't do the karaoke last Friday, man?
I got dragged out. A couple of my friends came by. We went out on Friday and Saturday, so.
Everyone looked a fool, and then there's some people that were legit and saying,
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm off this Friday and Monday. I took a couple of so I'll be there Friday for sure.
I know I chickened out of
you
it.
doing some Gregorian chant.
The Ave Maria.
Yeah.
I wish I knew Greek so I could actually sing that. It's a beautiful one.
There was a question I had for Blacks Who Defy, and I can't remember what it is now. Oh, I know what it was. Well, if and when he comes up, I'll ask it.
I swear though, we got to get Angel. See, that's the thing. I think if Angel did we got to think of a song that would be good for Angel to sing. I think honestly, a DMX, like "What's My Name?" Angel's like, "What's my name?" You know what I mean? Like how DMX did it and stuff. I think that would be really funny.
Call me. What's the song? Call Me Angel in the Morning. You remember that old song?
Oh yeah.
Just
that
call
would be
me Angel.
Yeah. That would be.
Well, I think Angel's biggest problem is he can't keep the N-word out of his mouth. He cannot
See, if it's to a
survive
song, it's
without
acceptable. Though.
saying
If
the
to a song, if
N-word.
he's singing a rap song, though, it's kind of acceptable. Not, great, but it can pass.
Can you imagine if Angel just went 9 months without saying that? That he could pop as a YouTube star, but he's got to go 9 months to a year of not saying any bad shit. That way, the old stuff just gets buried.
Yeah, you can just say like Jigga or something. Just say Jigga
Yeah.
or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. You can flip with fun. Play with words.
Yeah, but I don't think Angel has any discipline, so he
Yeah.
won't,
Well, who cares,
be
dude? I mean,
able
he's
to
living the
do
life,
any
dude.
of that.
Angel's a player, dude. He's living it up. He gets paid. He chills at his place. He gets to just screw around. Dude, he's on a reservation. He could do whatever he wants, man. If they let him do what he wants on the reservation, he can do whatever he can do any kind of drug. Yeah, he could be snorting coke right there, and they couldn't do anything.
Well, the tribal police could.
Yeah, but if they decide not to, what are they gonna do?
Can you imagine if Angel got like a massive dose of testosterone? He would be.
I know. Watch it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Angel just goes nuts, dude.
He would wake up and be like, "Oh, women! Oh shit! Where do they come from?"
See him start building up. He starts working out every day on stream, doing pull-ups. Throwing a 45er on his waist and doing pull-ups.
And at that point, he'll be chasing.
I don't think that's going to happen in Imperious.
You never know. Wait, watch Angel just get committed, dude, and become the giant. You know, he'll be known as Giant Red Destroyer. His Indian name will be. You know, Giant Red Destroyer, the Big Red Machine.
Well, I keep thinking of a rooster chasing chickens around the yard. That's what testosterone would do.
Hey, I did some bootleg TRT about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. I was so surprised what a big difference that makes. I mean, it's just a night and day difference. And I
Oh,
was like,
dude,
oh,
yeah,
shit,
it's not
this is
even,
why,
yeah, dude.
this is why
What it
guys
is
cheat
it
on their
doesn't
women.
just
Yeah.
it's the recovery aspect. That's the
Yeah.
point. It's that you have like zero recovery. You can go work out 3-4 times a day, dude. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I used to take like Glutacor, Cytocor before and after working out for recovery and like to get a good workout and stuff. And man, dude, those aren't even steroid. Those are just legitimate, you know, supplements. And those things make you freaking feel like Superman too. So I can only imagine, you know, what TRT does, you know what I mean? Or HGH, you know?
Yep. Do you guys remember back in the day you could go to GNC, and this is towards the Barry Bonds, the McGuire days of they had andro poppers. You ever hear of such a thing?
Oh yeah, the andro pill. Yeah, they used to have those all day.
They were like pro testosterone, I guess. They weren't
Yeah,
they were
androgens are precursors.
those things actually worked. It was stunning, absolutely stunning. I mean, it was legal too at the time.
Well, yeah, remember it was legal up until like the early 90s, I think. Steroids were like the last of the, because it was so much in like Hollywood and sports were doing, it was such, you know, that they had to kind of keep it a little bit okay because everyone was, you know, that's why cocaine for so long was like legalized, because so many people at the top were doing it all the time. That was like the drug of choice.
Well, that was when Coke was good too. I mean, not laced with fentanyl and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, dude, I would never do any kind of drugs, dude. Like now,
No
everyone's
way.
dropping like flies, dude, because of drugs, man. Because of everything's laced with stuff now, dude.
Yeah.
Like it's even getting into like prescription pills. You know, it's like, you know, you get like, what if you had like a whatever? Let's say you had whatever pills you were prescribed by your doctor, you take and you drop because it was laced in the factory.
Jesus.
Hey, so just out of curiosity, what's the fine line in between getting a copyright strike, like how we're able to play Angel's song, and or is it just
It's fair use. You just have to adjust it in some way. You have to do some kind of your art on top of it. Like that's the thing. That's why a lot of like reactions like are fine. Like people, if you have a camera on you, two people reacting to a video and like bouncing to it, bobbing their heads, going, "Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good," and they're watching stuff. That's fair use. Like there's nothing you can do about that because they're creating their own material by the material is you're watching me watch a song.
Okay.
And plus, Angel already gave him permission to play it, and I'm sure John has
Well,
that clip,
it's more the artist that he's worried about, and
yeah,
you can't do it because it's Angel. It's pretty much I mean, mockery, any kind of like satire is all fair use.
I think you have to be careful on ScrewTube.
Yeah, but even there, no, like that's the thing. If they took that down, they'd have to take down every channel that reacts to TV shows, movies, and those are some million people channels. Like everyone would, because that's why they can play clips of TV shows and then stop it after 10, 20 seconds and then talk about and show clips from an episode. Say, oh yeah, this happened. Look at this, and show it. And this, because they're creating their own material. You can play fair use if you're creating your own material with the fair use.
Yeah.
It has to be your original kind of brain thought.
Kind of like John Galt taking us downtown New York City. I mean, to me, that's content right there.
Well, yeah, of course. That's original as you can get, pretty much.
IRL is the way to go.
I mean, I think the big guy that was one of the guys that did this was Weird Al back in the 80s. He sued and won some big cases because of satire. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, it's it's all good. You can do it. Like that's what I was saying. You should John should play certain little things here or there. Certain clips I think would be good if he added them in. Like I don't think he cares either about all that stuff, but he as long as you're making your own proprietary kind of idea, it doesn't really have any fair use. It's just if you're sitting there playing a song and not doing anything with it, not using any kind of adjustments to it, not commenting on it, not elaborating upon it.
Well, you almost have to be afraid what you can and can't say, even on ScrewTube.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, they're gonna do a
something-
big purge, I'm sure, before the election. Like we gotta everyone think that though, right? I mean, everyone does understand that that's probably
Well,
gonna
what would
happen.
be the nature of the purge?
Well, I think just any kind of what they'll consider, how would you say it? Kafka-esque talking, like discussions about, election interference or any kind of discussion on what may happen with, you know what I mean? Any kind of thing like that. Or what would happen after the election? Is it going to be fair or not? Like, I think they'll remove all that. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you this, Imperious. Do you think there'll be another second revolution in this country or
No,
not?
I think people are too fat and happy. As bad as everyone says they have it here, and as bad, we're 100 times better than everybody else, and that's kind of the problem. Is that even if the world is everything's going down, we're still at the top while we go down to shit.
Well, the top of the shit bucket doesn't really mean good.
No, I know, but because everyone judges themselves in comparison to everyone else, if it all relatively drops and they're just at the top of it still, they'll still be complacent with it. They'll be like, oh, that's fine. The world's in, hell, who cares? But if we're on the top of it, that's fine. We're good.
That's not good enough, Imperious.
I know, buddy.
Well, I was hoping at some point, it may or may not happen, was to get deeper into the debate post-mortem, but that might not happen.
I think we need a couple more people. I think we need some different perspectives too. I'd like to have San Jose up here maybe, or Kimmy K up here.
Yeah, but I don't know. It might be old news by now.
Yeah, everyone's watched they've picked apart every little bit of it already. It's kind of let me predict this. By Monday, no one will remember it.
Well, I figure by tomorrow.
I really like when
Trump you could be right. I usually just give it a weekend. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a sports weekend.
Send her a MAGA hat.
Yeah. I like the run spot run. I thought run
she reversed all her situations and then just copies Trump basically now, and that's why Trump said he's gonna send her a MAGA hat.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's probably too late for Trump to be clever now. During the debate would have been the best time
I think it'll be interesting. I think they should do one more though. I think we all agree though it'd be enjoyable to see another one. Right?
What I heard,
do we want to see
just
another one?
Like a brief headline this morning that Trump wasn't inclined to do it, but maybe he'll be talked into it.
Oh, he'll do it. I'm sure. Come on, it's Trump. You think he's gonna have that as an egomaniac? Do you think he's gonna want to not have the spotlight on him for a night? Come on.
Well,
yeah, he's a showman.
When she encouraged everyone to go to MAGA rallies, he should have countered, well, I'll send you a MAGA hat. You'll be a guest.
Yeah, that would have been something like, oh, I'll be the first one to welcome you. Join up.
Been better.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what? You should come to my rally too. You'll vote for me. Yeah, just something like that would have been. That would have hit him.
He's not witty though. He's not witty. That's not what he did right there. I think what he was going for was to be like that kind of
I'm the voice of what people are really feeling right now. Like if you listen to the town halls and the city council meetings, people have that kind of edge. They're like, what the hell is going on? And that's kind of what I think he was trying to put off last night. I mean, it worked on some, didn't work on others, but I think that was I think that was the point of why he was a little bit, because, you know, I was expecting him to be actually more confrontational with her. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to
Yeah,
be a little bit
yeah,
more. Like, but he
yeah.
was obviously told, don't pay attention to her, don't look at her, or you'll seem mean like the bully. So yell at the moderators, be frustrated at and remember, he was really kind of, you know what he was coached on? To not call it by her name, her. He didn't call her Kamala once. Did you notice that? Or the vice
I
president?
didn't notice that.
Okay. He said them a lot. He's trying to tie her to that Biden aura. You know what I'm saying?
The deep state cabal, basically.
Well, Biden. No, he's trying to just keep her tied to the Biden administration. Them. They did this. They did this. They did this. See, I mean, I can go real in depth on the debate because I can get in on body language too, because he was the same body. I mean, he's really hard. I'll say this. He's tough to read body language. He does have a damn good poker face. Yeah, I would hate to be in a board meeting with him or a corporate like takeover negotiation. He has a
You
tough.
know what though? I think it's easy to tell when he's annoyed.
No, it is. But what the thing is that he has this way of, maybe because he is an asshole, he has this way of making you look small. And he does that. Like even the way he interrupted her, he turned her, because he saw that, he's like, I'm the asshole. You're not going to do that to me. So he told her, excuse me, I'm speaking. How do you like that?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's just, that's just how he is. And sorry, go ahead.
I don't think she's ever been talked like that to before.
Well, that's why I was saying that last night. The reason she reacted
is a black woman, in politics and, DA, that sort of thing. I guarantee you she has.
Yeah, she has. It's just she's been in power and she's been able to punish somebody when they talk to her like that. That's the thing. Like, she could say it in her
People don't
face.
seem to understand is someone of her generation, and she's basically my generation. Shit, I've been talked to like that. So,
yeah, I think she's been talked to. I just don't think she was used to the direct.
She probably also knows how to handle it, and I think she did.
Well, that's because
I don't think
were
she
in
was
the
really
Navies.
actually bothered by it. I don't think but she did. If you looked at the body and the two moments that I looked at, that her body language showed that she was on shaky ground, was the first when he mentioned the border czar. He took the have you ever seen the sharp intake of breath where she went, like, she looked at him and took a sharp that is a tell of fear. No,
well,
in body
either that
language
or she was like sucking her teeth. Like, really?
Well, no, but that's the react. It means you hit something that caused what they call it is like a memory reactive. It's memory reactive. That means there's something there that gives a direct response. There's something there that it hit home with her. She had a direct response. That one, and then the second one was the one where he mentioned she was there 2 days before Russia invaded Ukraine. Those were the two moments that she even was like, shit, I got to get off this. Let's move off this. And that's normal. I mean, I've seen it in every debate. And he had one too. He had the IVF one was the one where he had one.
Right.
So, and it was because he got really pissed because for the last 2 months, he's been doing that so publicly. He got pissed. That's what, that it struck his memory reactive. He was like, fuck that shit. What are you talking about? That's what he wanted to say. Like that, it's interesting. The hand on the chin is more of a power play. It's more to say, I'm the smart one here, and I'm looking and analyzing you like an intelligent person, and I'm trying to read you and stuff like that. It's a posturing maneuver.
Yeah, the way she snickered her nose and winked her eyes, she was looking at Trump the whole time.
It's the same way how Trump uses the knife hand when he was talking. It's a posturing maneuver.
What do they teach you body language in law school so you can read the other lawyer or juries or something?
Sometimes you could. Sometimes I mean, you learn it from. I read a lot of books on body language and stuff personally, but they'll teach you some a little bit, and you'll learn kind of as you. I mean, again, I'm not doing depositions on the stand and doing so many of those, but I mean, if you've done moot court, like you can read body language, and there are they recommend, again, in law school they have your book list, but then they have a recommended book list which is 5 times as long. You know what I mean? Which they say
Right.
it's kind of like, it's like you have your required one. Here's 5 times more. You probably should read those too. And just in case, we might throw some problems at you with those too. So it's kind of like you better read them, or you might risk not knowing. So
Strongly encouraged.
yeah, quote unquote. You know what I mean? It's
If
like
you
quote unquote
read the
Stanley.
book-
It's strongly encouraged to go to lab. You get what I mean? Quote unquote.
Right.
Well, that's why there's masonry, right? They have different hand signs and signals and everything. If you look that up, I mean, everything they do, like the OK sign, that's Mason. The peace sign, that's Mason. And then there's the knife, which Trump dropped down several times last night. He kept pointing his hands. That's the double knives coming out, basically. And those are all masonry signs. So body language is a real thing. I mean,
can't imagine Trump being a Mason.
Dude, he was raised Presbyterian. Stop. He's not a Mason. No. I mean, if anything, he's probably semi-religious. He believes in a God. You don't know what he believes, but he's probably a theist of some
I would
sort.
just think that would be too plebeian.
No, I don't think so. I think after he got shot, I think he may have. I mean, he was turning it a little before. I think really once he started, when you go through something that is really like you feel like the world's against you, you kind of got to turn to something that you feel can only be for you, that will reinforce you, and you can hold on to no matter what. And I think him going through the election, through the trials, through all this whole process of the assassination, the election, the campaigning, it's a lot. This old he's 78 years old. That's a lot going on.
to me, Imperius
I agree with that.
If people are going after you that hard, then you must be the winner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but what it is you don't get flack unless you're over the target. You know what I mean? That's the issue. I mean, he may not be the winner. I'm not saying he's going to win 100%, but he's on target with what he's saying. Or like Elon said the same thing. The antibody resistance will be strong. When you're when you're attacking the system and you're trying to destroy it, it's the antibody, the response of the defense is going to be strong.
Yeah, well, you know what? Elon and these guys pretending they're not the system, I find just ridiculous.
I think those kind of guys, I mean, they are the system in some aspects. I think they're kind of beyond it a little bit because they're kind of insulated. Even if everything goes to hell, it's just when you have that kind of wealth, man, I don't know.
Yeah, but when you are threatening $45 million a day for a campaign, that's not beyond the system. That is the system.
Yeah, or you are, or yeah. Money is the biggest voice, man. I'll try. Sad to say.
Right.
I mean, it's an old saying. You get the defense you can pay for, man.
I think Trump is right, though, Stanley, that if Kamala wins, it'll be the end of this country.
Nah.
I mean, we cannot handle tens of millions of people coming over here every day.
She basically said that one of the first things she'll do is enact that legislation that Trump shot down. The one that
No, Stanley. All that bill did was fund more border patrol agents.
Let's not go there. No, I'm sorry. It was a Republican a Republican senator, can't recall his name, who came up with the bill.
That bill.
It was agreed that there were a lot of concessions that Democrats too late They should have done
No,
it
no,
sooner.
no,
But there
Stanley.
was you know what? It was the
That
plan the
bill was a
Republicans
lie
wanted.
because
If
it
Kamala
was
is taking a Republican plan and making it a priority, what more could Republicans want?
well because that bill only funded agents to process more illegals into this country.
Okay, who
It did
came up with the
nothing for
plan?
enforcement.
Who came up with the plan? Was it a Democrat senator or a Republican senator?
Well, it doesn't matter really.
Actually, it does. And for purposes of my point, it does.
Well, my point is that bill did nothing but hire agents to process more illegals
And let me.
into the country.
I heard that part. No need to repeat yourself. Who came up with the plan?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter now, does it?
Probably
All
a
I'm saying,
neocon.
all I'm saying is that if she is willing to make something that had a Republican impetus, make it a priority, how is the world going to end? She's doing what Republicans should have done. They should have approved that bill.
Bullshit.
Trump should not have interfered.
Why didn't she do it already, Stanley?
Because Trump said y'all should not support it.
Remain in Mexico, executive order, one and done.
All of us see you're moving the goalpost. I'm talking about a specific
not.
bill that Trump literally shot down this year. That's what I'm talking about. Remain in Mexico
Stanley,
is a slightly different topic.
that bill did nothing for enforcement, Stanley.
Okay,
it did nothing to enforce our
12
border.
man. How many times are you going to repeat that? I heard you the first 2 times.
I can't tell.
All I'm saying, and basically what I'm saying is your premise that the world is going to end if Kamala gets elected is balderdash.
Well, I think the United States as we know it will end if Kamala gets reelected. How many more millions of illegals should we accept, Stanley?
If she is going to enact the bill that Trump shot down, we'll see.
Bullshit.
Hey, sir, what's up? Come on up.
What's up, sir?
So anyway, I don't agree that if Kamala gets elected that the world will end. And quite frankly, I
didn't say the world. I said the United States as we know it will end.
Therefore, the world as we know it will change. Correct?
More or less.
Okay. What's up, Diwali? And quite frankly, I think if Trump gets elected, I have 2 positions. I don't think the world's going to end. I do think America will get what it voted for, and whether he, becomes a dictator.
We're getting what we voted for now, Stanley, with all these millions of people coming over the border from all over the world.
You know what? That is
We're getting what we voted for now.
That is a great point. We are.
Stanley, you might know this. I generally don't know it, but who's the guy that said you get the democracy, or you get the voting you were, or what is it? You get the representation you vote for. So I mean, if people are voting and saying, and what's funny is a lot of these guys that campaign and are doing this, they're out like they're out in their districts when they elect them, saying yes, this is what we're going to do, and people don't believe them. I'm like, I don't understand why people don't just listen to what they're saying.
I don't. You know what? That is beyond me too. And better than that, why are people? You know how people love their own representatives, but hate Congress overall. I just don't know.
Yeah, and then what's funny is because they don't even hold their own congressman to account. What's funny is, like, you know what I mean? They say they love them,
but then they'll complain, and then they don't even like go to them and say, "Hey, make sure our voices are being heard." You know, it's interesting. I don't know, Stan. I don't know. We live in a funny world.
We're gonna end the stream in about 20 minutes. I didn't even realize that it was coming up on 12 hours.
Hey, where did isn't San Jose here? I thought she was here earlier. She got to come up too. I want to hear, and Sir's got to come up here. We got to talk about the games this weekend. There's some pretty good games this weekend, I think. So I think yeah.
I don't know how that'll work out. We got 20 minutes to do it if he wants to.
The Seahawks going to New England. We're gonna rule the Patriots.
Oh, you see, Seahawks fan?
Much.
Nice. There you
Can't
go.
tell.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Patriots. Their defense looks damn good, though. I mean, their defense looks damn good, and up there in Foxborough. I mean, I know it's not that cold yet, but they're tough to beat up there. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, the Seahawks are used to that kind of weather, so that's nothing.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, well, every week it gets a little bit better. That's what I say. So, because I'm excited because next weekend's when my Trojans go to the Big House in Michigan. So that's what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah. You like the college game in period?
Yeah. I mean, dude, when you used to go, if you've ever been to those games when you were young or at a time, see, I used to go to the games all the time. The Coliseum was just, hour away from my house and stuff. So it's like, man, when you go to college games, there's a kind of excitement and just, you're more into it because the entire crowd, like Stanley, do you mind if I send you a link to like an opening of a game, like a kind of like right before the game starts, what like a crowd does in college football? Is that okay? Would you mind that? Okay. Yeah. Let me post the link real quick. And I'd like to.
And the thing is, I've been to pro games. I swore that when my son was maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3, and I went with my father-in-law and a friend of his. This one specific game I'm thinking of. Man, pro games are not very family friendly in my opinion.
No, dude, there's a lot of fights and people just getting drunk and effed up. Like
college games are a lot more quote innocent.
I mean, and people still get drunk, but they're kids and they're getting drunk, being fun and happy. They're not depressed in their lives, getting messed up and drunk because they're pissed and they hate everything. They're college kids having fun and partying. You know what I mean? It's not like they're looking for fights to beat people up all the time.
Right, man. They serve liquor at football games. I'm like, that's craziness.
Well, everybody still wants to make it to the NFL, so you can talk shit about the NFL all day long, right? I have my issues with the NFL, but everybody wants to make it there because that's where the money's at.
Well, college has money now too with the NIL, dude. The NIL, there's tons of money now with these kids, man. They're getting paid in college. There's no reason not to stay 4 years. If you're getting $2 million a year just to sit in college and have fun and just be in kind of a protected little place where all you do is party, have fun, why not, dude? $2 million a year, you're set for life after 4 years, anyways.
Well, Lolo, SEC football is a special breed. I went to the University of Georgia. The Gamecocks, Florida. You know what? Those are the tailgating. It's just wild. So,
hey, I posted the link, Stanley, in back that YouTube link.
Hey, Crack,
it's a great one.
Can you play that link that in the back chat that Imperius just posted?
Yeah, and we'll just talk over it a little bit. We won't talk over the whole thing. There you go. Watch this.
Oh, Lord.
It's tradition, there's tradition. It's 100 years of this. And that's a bigger crowd than any NFL game.
Tradition with Metallica.
No, not that. I mean the game. These are like, you see dads in there of kids and kids and of kids and stuff. It's like you're connected.
I always feel connected when I go to
You see those decibel levels on that reader? Go back a second. back like 15 seconds and where that, look at the decibel numbers on that. On the field at 104 decibel level. Jesus.
Yeah, I have to
Looks
admit,
like
I miss the
Trump rally.
drunken sorority girls.
Looks like a Trump rally almost.
Yeah,
Look at that's a bigger crowd than any NFL game. That rock, that thing's 100 years old. You know what I mean? That's the thing with people know is tradition. It's, you know, the whole stadium sings it. It's great.
Yeah. Shit, I love football, period. I'm not knocking college.
Listen to that.
No, I'm going to tell you though, I don't really miss that youthful exuberance.
I know. I do a little bit. I'm still young enough that I miss it a little bit.
You know, I stopped going to University of Georgia games after a couple of years. It just got too much.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, and SEC games are
we would literally like leave class. We start get drunk at about 2:00 on a Friday.
Oh yeah, the tailgating.
And man, and then you wind up sobering up like late Sunday night, and you know, it gets old.
Oh, Stanley, you got to remember, I was there when it was we were an NFL team, Stanley. I mean, it was SC was on prime time television on Channel 7
Well,
every day.
What do you think University of Georgia was?
Yeah, but come on, nobody compares to those SC teams. Come on, with Snoop Dogg and Deep Dre on the sidelines, and come on, man.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You got to give me that a little. I mean, that Pete Carroll made it literally a celebrity.
I'll give you that a little.
You know, those teams, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, remember SC, though, people forget we're Heisman U. We've had more Heisman winners out of there than anybody.
Well,
you know, like,
you're touche.
No,
and we're
Pete
running back.
Carroll.
And not just that, but we're also running back U and quarterback U. We've had more quarterbacks and running backs drafted from us than any other school.
No, Pete Carroll still works for the Seahawks, but he's like a defensive coach.
No, he works for SC
something
now.
like
He's
that.
teaching. No, he's back on campus teaching.
Oh, really?
What does he teach?
Yeah, he's on.
Seahawks
He teaches
fired him.
No, I think he teaches like some kind of like English history or something like that. He teaches something actually pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Interesting guy.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, he's back on.
Well,
he wants to teach.
He is one of the best. He is one of the best coaches in football. I mean.
Well, but the thing is he also, the reason he enjoyed it and he loved it was he had that connection with the kids. Why he could recruit so well was because literally he had that exuberance and positive vibes where it's like, he was like your dad. You wanted to follow him and he was going to guide you there. And he was just positive. He'd go throw the ball with guys. Remember, he was doing stairs with the guys in practice. At 58, 50, he was doing stairs. He was in great. He would do every morning. He was out there with them lifting weights, doing that. He was never in his office and stuff.
What do you think Geno Smith is doing this morning, running up and down the stairs? That's what Geno Smith
come on.
is doing.
He now maybe, but when SC was there, when SC is on top, there's nobody close to that pinnacle because nobody can recruit like we can. SC, that's the thing. We're in Hollywood. It's Hollywood. Everyone wants to live in Southern California. Everyone wants to live in the flashes of Tinseltown. It's just it's the greatest recruiting aspect. If you had Pete Carroll or any good coach there, I don't know why they hired Lincoln Riley, but if they have any kind of good coach there, you could recruit everybody. I mean, that's the thing. Pete Carroll used to go into SEC territory and get every number 1, number 2, number 3 recruit out of Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. So I mean, when SC is on, it's the center. It's quarterback. It's Heisman U. I mean, everyone wants to be the Heisman to go there. I mean, no other school had 3 Heismans back to back to back. You know what I mean? Leinart, Bush, what's his name? Palmer. You know what I mean? Like 3 Heismans. I mean, come on, guys.
Well, everyone gets a trophy in Kamala Land. I know that much.
Hey, excuse me 1 minute. Hey, Crack, I'm good. I got pretty good sleep this morning, so I'm good for a while. I don't know. Now I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go all night, but who knows? I'll know when I get there.
Hey, I gotta hop off real quick. I got a call from work, but I'll be back.
All right, take it
All
easy.
right, take care, Imperious. Well, now it's just me and you and Denizen, Stanley, for the next hour and 41 minutes.
No, it's gonna be less. It's gonna be about 10 minutes. Dennison, I don't know. I like that picture. I like that rug, actually. I believe this or not, I bought a couple Persian carpets when I was in the Middle East, and I love Persian carpet.
What was your favorite thing about the Middle East, Stanley?
The food.
Yeah, that is. I like some good curry chicken, no doubt. Is that John Galt?
I had a lot of
What up,
prawns and stuff
John?
like that. No, that's Solid Snake. What's up, Snake?
Oh, that's Solid Snake.
What's
I
up,
get it,
everybody?
Snake.
Hey, Snake, we're gonna go about 10 minutes, then start a new stream. So,
Okay.
so what you been
Yeah,
up
hear
to?
me well. Man, work. Man, I've been working almost 12 hours a day. I don't have time. I don't even have time. I called in. I called in one night, and I knew I was too tired to carry a conversation, so I just logged back off. This is the first
Hey,
early
hold on
day
one
I got
second.
off.
Hey, sir, I know you live in South Carolina. I didn't remember if you were from South Carolina, so my bad.
Who, me? You talking to Miss Sally?
Oh no, I was talking to sir. So anyway, so what are you doing tonight?
For a while, I guess, because I ain't got nothing else better to do. Can anybody hear me? Because I got to make
Yeah, I
sure.
can
Yeah,
hear.
we can hear
I can
you,
hear you.
Solid
I
Snake.
don't too much like them
Loud
audio.
and clear, brother.
This thing here. Okay, let me see. Audio. Mic volume. Default. Audio. I'll probably have to log back out and log back in because I entered with my
That's okay. We're gonna
Okay,
start a
okay.
new stream anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to work out all the bugs and kinks because I just got off. Man, it's been crazy. I've been listening to
What's
people come in
going?
the store all day talking about, hey, Trump, what you think about that debate last night?
Just tell
Push
him.
his
Just tell him.
floor with that motherfucker. He didn't know. He talked about eating cats and dogs. I was like, oh my
Preach,
God.
Solid Snake. Preach.
Man, I promise you, man. Ooh, Lord. If I could, if they didn't just kick, if all those countries did not kick all they prisoners out of their country and ban them from entering theirs, I'd probably deport myself to one of their countries just to escape the lunacy of the liberal party. Because
There's
the
less
lunacy
crime
is
in other
outrageous. I
countries.
literally just sat here and listened to another guy's channel, and there were 3 young black men, the most victimized race in history, looking for another way to get assaulted in society. And they can't wait till it happens. They literally can't wait to be assaulted by the illegal immigrants at this point. I mean, like, maybe because the white man victimizing us for 40 years is just way too long or way too old. Now we got to get some new people to say victimize us. We need some new villains, I guess. I don't know. Because I never understand the theology of the common societal mindset at this point, because it's like if I had this
What
many
up,
people.
HB?
What's up, HB?
12, man. What's going on, Stanley? That's ridiculous how these people think that it's not the fact that Trump gonna make a difference, because if I had to go over 4 years, I have to say Trump did make a difference. If I had to look at the results of each election. And Stanley, I know that's you gonna laugh. I mean, but the gaslight
No.
needs to
I'm
stop.
not. I'm just kind of laughing at. Why don't you just ignore him?
It's
Just
not
tell them I did.
because
Just tell
I'm
them.
right
Just tell
now.
them. Now, see, I can tell you engage these people when they come in talking about Trump. You should have just said, "Hey, I didn't watch the election. That'll be 585."
Here go the point. Everybody knows that's all I care about. If somebody come in talking about sports, NFL, sports scores, and all that, I'm like, dude, y'all really still talking about football? That's just me though. I can't find my way. Knowing what's going on right now in society, I can't find my way to find sports interesting. Like, who cares? How does it benefit me as a human being? Outside entertainment.
Wait, 12th
Well, it'll
man.
give you something else to talk about besides immigration.
12th
Well, I
man.
can talk about a million other things other than sports.
Hold on.
Especially if it.
What's up, HB?
No, I wanted to tell 12th man I'm getting some nigger fish tonight for supper.
Oh, there he go. Trying to rile the
You
crowd.
getting some crap? Well, that's that crappie like the goldfish in the pond. HP.
Yeah, I guess it's a carp. I guess.
Yeah, carp.
Well, that definitely caught Portia's attention. She was wanting to research it.
Yeah. I mean,
Good, man. Well, HP, I always threw him up on the bench when I caught him, let him die.
I had a friend, the guy I was telling you who did tournaments for, he'd make up his own carp bait and all that stuff. He literally would give them to like the Vietnamese people apparently like carp. He would always just give them away when he caught them, which I thought was rather interesting.
Those Vietnamese, they eat anything, honestly.
Come on, HP. What about Get Crack? He's Vietnamese.
Well,
I don't believe he eats like that.
Get Crack's more of a Californian than a Vietnamese.
Yeah. He's my West Coast homie for sure.
Yeah.
HP, you about to go to sleep?
I'm just chilling right now, man. I was just letting you guys know that we're setting up the next stream now. But I'll be back.
HP.
Yeah, I'll be back more consistent Monday. So just
that's
so you
all
guys
right.
know.
Are you on the road today, HP?
No. I'm in the middle of moving right now, so that's what. Yeah. I got some PTO, so I'm just just taking my time.
Trying to get settled in and shit. I understand that.
Yeah. Just chilling. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I was
Now, you having to do all the moving yourself? Do you have help?
No. It's just all me. So yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Damn.
Now, the only good thing is you're probably finding things you lost a while ago.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be the worst, right? You like at the time you needed it, you really, really needed it, and you couldn't find it, so you went and bought another one or whatever.
Wait, let me.
And then, like when you really don't give a damn about it no more. Oh, there you go.
Wait, let me do my American Man impersonation for Bob. Portia. You know what? Portia. These monkeys. You know what, Portia? Hold on a second. You know what, Portia? Stanley.
That's pretty funny.
Man. Do y'all believe that junk coming out of Ohio though? On another note, does anybody believe that story of
I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I think there is some truth to it, but I do think it is a little propaganda too. I think
it's probably a few of them that were like that, probably because they just got released from prison and they used to prison life. You know, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think
You don't
I
come to
don't think
America.
that's every Haitian. I think due to the fact of how they structure their prison system, and as much, like I say, our prisons, our maximum security prison facilities are luxury resorts compared to those places.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a third world country. They don't have the finances to fund the private prison.
Yeah,
And what billionaire going to fund the private prison when they really want to do exactly what the Venezuelan leader did a couple of years ago? Just kill them off. Just kill them off.
I think it was maybe like 1 or 2 Haitians ate a cat or a dog, and then they just blew it out of proportion.
And you know what really annoys me about it is the racial aspect of it. It's because, like, during the coronavirus, you had Chinese and Asians eating bats and rats on TikTok. Nobody talked about it. It was like, oh, that's so disgusting. Oh, but all of a sudden, but I mean, it's the reaction that got me. It's like, oh, but when black people do it, oh, it's cool for them, but it's come on, man. Oh, it's all about legal immigration now. But when the Asians were doing the corona, I mean the thing.
Snake, to be fair though, they were eating bats over in China though. They weren't over here eating.
I mean, she literally got on that bit into that bat, but I don't know if that was a gummy or a gummy.
You ever been to an Asian meat market? Let me know.
Oh man. All you gotta do is order something on. Get on there and just order something. And most of these small town restaurants, yeah, you eating your neighbor's dog. I'm telling you. Let me stop. That's racist. That's racist.
So the meat and 3 in Lyman, South Carolina, serving dog.
I don't live in South Carolina, Stanley. I live in Louisiana.
Well, no, I'm just, you're saying the local restaurants, the local diner, the Marshall Diner in Virginia. It's like, please don't tell me.
But I'm from the South. I can't complain. I can't talk about their culture because me, myself, I eat mud bugs.
Okay.
Mud bugs.
Mud bugs, man. You ever heard of crawfish? That's what crawfish is.
Yeah.
Motherfucker said it's like $3 a pound, man, and give me a pound of crawfish well seasoned. Man, I'm gonna tear that thing up, and then my jaw's gonna swell up, and
man. The mud.
I'm gonna have all kind of allergic reactions because I love that stuff, man. I love crawfish. I love shellfish. I can't eat it, but I do. I don't care. I ain't got but one life to live. What am I do? Die?
My brother.
Like,
brother.
I wonder what that crawfish.
You gotta eat better than that solid snake, my brother.
Man,
come on, man.
It's not what is better.
Wait, solid Snake. What happened to you?
Think about that. What is better?
Snake, what happened to you?
It's better what's good for you.
Man, his
it's
glass
better
has been
what's
broken
healthy
forever,
for you,
man.
or it's better what makes you happy.
You haven't noticed?
Yeah.
What?
He keeps changing. He had like zip ties at first, then he went back to tape, then went back to zip ties.
God dang, man, you was very observant, Gibby.
Yeah, I am observant, man. Of course I am. I have to leave the late night show when you're screaming at everyone.
That's why you gotta love the Asians.
Dude, I just gave T-Mobile this month $500. I just gave T-Mobile $500 so I can try to get the new iPhone 15. just bad way of going
man,
about it.
get off the iPhone plantation.
The iPhone 16, but I don't even play with iPhone. I get on iPhone 16. I ain't never been on iPhone. I'm an Android guy. But I'm trying to save money. I could have been on some new frames. I'm
What's
just
the iPhone plantation? I gotta figure out what that is.
All right, it's 11:55. Got to kill this thing then.
Yeah.